Welcome to my channel. This is part 4 of Beerus was reincarnated in the Primordial world. Watch part 1, 2, and 3 before watching this. If you enjoy these videos, like and subscribe. After 7 grueling days and nights of non-stop war, the battlefield of the Cardinal world finally saw a brief respite. The surviving forces tended to their wounded, fortified their defenses, and caught their breath. But the uneasy silence was soon shattered by an ominous shift in the atmosphere. A suffocating aura descended upon the land, and the sky turned a chaotic blend of crimson and black. 7 distinct portals, each emanating overwhelming power, opened across the battlefield, one before each demon lord. The portals crackled with chaotic energy, their shapes and colors reflective of the monstrous entities they contained. The demon lords, bruised but resolute, immediately sensed the danger. These were no ordinary enemies. The power radiating from each portal was suffocating, like a black hole threatening to consume all light. The demon lords exchanged wary glances, steeling themselves for what was to come. Lysandra, the harbinger of torment, against Luminous. Appearance, a tall, lithe figure clad in armor that shimmered like dark glass. Her hair, white as snow, floated around her like smoke. Her crimson eyes glowed with malice, and her sharp, angular wings radiated an aura of despair. Abilities, Lysandra wielded abyssal chains, a power that bound her enemies' magic and will, draining them of energy. Her ultimate skill, Eternal Woe, created a realm of torment where enemies were forced to relive their greatest fears and regrets. Aura, a cold, oppressive energy that made the ground freeze and the air difficult to breathe. Luminous, I see. Artemis sent me a fitting opponent. You seek to break my will. Foolish, Lysandra, you shine too brightly, queen of temptation. I will extinguish your light. Kael'ros, the cataclysmic warlord, against Guy Crimson. Appearance, a massive, heavily armored giant wielding a molten battle axe. His body was encased in blackened steel, with veins of lava coursing through his armor, and his glowing orange eyes radiated fury. Abilities, Kael'ros commanded the power of volcanic ruin, capable of creating eruptions and rivers of magma. His ultimate skill, World Breaker, allowed him to shatter entire landscapes with a single strike. Aura, a blistering heat that made the ground beneath him melt and the air shimmer with distortion. Guy Crimson, impressive. I was starting to get bored. Let's see if you're as tough as you look. Kael'ros, you dare mock me, Crimson King? Your arrogance will be your undoing. Irindra, the Tempest Revenant, against Malim Nava. Appearance, a spectral figure wrapped in a swirling storm. Her body was semi-transparent, like a spirit, and lightning crackled across her ethereal form. Her long, flowing hair seemed to be made of pure wind. Abilities, Irindra wielded Tempest Dominion, controlling storms and winds to devastating effect. Her ultimate skill, Eye of the Maelstrom, unleashed a storm so fierce it could tear apart reality itself. Aura, a chaotic, electrifying presence that made the air around her hum with energy and the skies above darken. Malim, ooh, you're strong. This is gonna be fun. Irindra, child of wrath, your recklessness will be your end. Beerus, the silent executioner, against Leon Cromwell. Appearance, a hooded figure in pitch-black robes, with a face obscured by darkness. Twin curved blades hung at his sides, and his movements were eerily silent. Abilities, Beerus was a master assassin, wielding Void Edge, which allowed his strikes to bypass all defenses. His ultimate skill, Silent Death, created an inescapable zone where only death awaited his target. Aura, a chilling stillness that made even the bravest warriors feel exposed and vulnerable. Leon Cromwell, an assassin is it? Your tricks won't work on me. Beerus, arrogance is the first step toward failure. You won't see the next step. Malgrath, the shaper of chaos, against Rimuru. Appearance, a monstrous figure with a shifting, amorphous body that constantly changed form. His face was a grotesque mask, and his body radiated chaotic energy that distorted reality around him. Abilities, Malgrath commanded chaos manipulation, allowing him to reshape the battlefield and disorient his enemies. His ultimate skill, Reality Collapse, unraveled the laws of the world, making him nearly impossible to counter. Aura, a warped, mind-bending energy that made the space around him ripple and twist. Rimuru, you look like trouble. Guess I'll have to deal with you personally. Malgrath, you've come far, slime, but you cannot stand against pure chaos. Therian, the blighted colossus, against Draggle. Appearance, a towering, grotesque amalgamation of flesh and metal. His body oozed with corruption, and his mechanical limbs emitted a dark green glow. Abilities, Therian used corrupted growth, spreading infectious energy that weakened and consumed his enemies. His ultimate skill, Blightstorm, summoned a massive wave of toxic destruction. Aura, a foul, toxic energy that poisoned the very air and ground around him. Draggle, finally, someone worthy of being crushed. Therian, you're strong, but your destruction is nothing compared to mine. Isolde, the mistress of shadows, against Ramiris. Appearance, a tall, elegant figure cloaked in living shadows. Her piercing violet eyes glowed beneath her dark hood, and her movements were fluid and predatory. Abilities, Isolde wielded Shadow Dominion, giving her control over darkness and stealth. Her ultimate skill, Eclipse Veil, enveloped entire areas in impenetrable darkness, disorienting and isolating her enemies. Aura, a cold, creeping darkness that seemed to drain all light and warmth from the area. Ramiris, oh no, you look scary, but I'm not scared. Okay, maybe a little scared. Isolde, you're weak, little fairy. This will be over quickly. The demon lords stood ready, their ultimate skills resonating with their determination. Rimuru, via thought communication, don't underestimate them, everyone. These aren't like the fodder we've been fighting. Conserve your strength and fight smart. Artemis isn't done with us yet. Guy Crimson, smart's boring. I'll take mine down the old-fashioned way. Pure strength. Malim Nava, mine's so cool. I can't wait to smash her face in. Leon Cromwell, focus, Malim. These opponents are dangerous. We can't afford mistakes. Luminous, he's right. Stay sharp, everyone. These aren't enemies to take lightly. Draggle, finally, a real fight. Let's crush them. Ramiris, guys, mine looks really scary, but I'll do my best. As the generals fully emerged from their portals, the battlefield grew tense. The battle for the Cardinal world was about to reach a new level of chaos. In his celestial realm, Beerus lounged on his floating throne, surrounded by his wives, Zerna, Urza, Velzer, Beta, Delta, and Sigma. Their eyes were fixed on the projection of the Cardinal world's battlefield. The arrival of Artemis's 7 generals piqued their interest. The oppressive aura radiating from the enemies drew murmurs from Beerus's companions. Beerus, Artemis isn't holding back now, finally showing his trump cards. About time this battle got interesting. Zerna, these generals are formidable, but are they truly enough to turn the tide? Velzer, the mortals have grown strong, but they'll need every ounce of that strength to stand against this kind of power. Urza, what do you think, Beerus? Do they stand a chance? Beerus, they'll manage. These mortals have proven to be surprisingly resilient. But whether they'll survive unscathed, that's another matter entirely. In his shadowy throne room, Artemis watched with a wicked grin. His power pulsed through the dimensions as he observed the battlefield. The laughter that escaped his lips was both chilling and triumphant. Artemis, my finest creations. 7 harbingers of ruin, each crafted to perfection. These mortals think themselves strong, but they have yet to face true despair. Minion, do you believe they'll triumph, my lord? Artemis, triumph? They'll crush those fools. The demon lords will regret ever defying me. Malgrath emerged from the portal as a chaotic, shifting mass of energy and flesh. His amorphous body constantly distorted, his voice an echoing cacophony. Malgrath, Rimuru Tempest, the one they call the strongest. You won't last long against pure chaos. Rimuru, pure chaos? That just sounds messy. Let's see how you handle the infinite abyss. The battle began with Malgrath unleashing his chaos manipulation, distorting the battlefield. The ground twisted into spiraling patterns, and gravity shifted unpredictably. Rimuru responded with Azathoth, the infinite abyss, stabilizing the space around him and nullifying the distortions. Malgrath shifted into a monstrous form, lunging at Rimuru with elongated claws. Rimuru countered with Genesis Omega, summoning a massive energy barrier that deflected the attack. Rimuru retaliated with Deus, Ex Machina, conjuring a series of mechanical constructs that fired beams of pure energy at Malgrath. The attacks tore through his amorphous body, but he reformed quickly, laughing maniacally. The two clashed repeatedly, Rimuru using precision attacks to exploit Malgrath's weaknesses, while Malgrath overwhelmed the field with chaotic destruction. After an intense exchange, Rimuru used Azathoth to create a void that consumed Malgrath's chaotic essence, reducing him to nothing. Kael'Rose towered over Guy, his molten battle axe radiating heat that scorched the ground. Kael'Rose, Crimson King, your reign ends here. Guy Crimson, big talk for a walking furnace. Let's see if you can back it up. Kael'Rose swung his massive axe, creating rivers of magma that surged toward Guy. Guy activated Azazel, sovereign of the eternal abyss, summoning a black void that absorbed the magma. The two charged at each other, their weapons colliding in a clash that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Kael'Rose unleashed World Breaker, a devastating strike that cracked the earth and sent fiery debris flying. Guy countered with abyssal chains, binding Kael'Rose and dragging him into the void. The two continued their brutal exchange, each attack shaking the very fabric of the battlefield. Guy eventually overpowered Kael'Rose by combining Azazel and his ice manipulation, freezing Kael'Rose's molten core before shattering him with a powerful punch. Malim Nava versus Irindra, the Tempest Revenant. Irindra floated above Malim, her body surrounded by a swirling storm. Irindra, Wrath Incarnate? Let's see how your fury fares against the storm. Malim Nava, you're all talk. I'm gonna smash that storm to pieces. Irindra unleashed Tempest Dominion, summoning a massive tornado that engulfed Malim. Malim countered with Vritra, Wrath Incarnate, her aura exploding in a fiery burst that dispersed the storm. The two clashed in the air, trading blows that sent shockwaves through the skies. Malim's raw power was unmatched, but Irindra's control of the storm made her a formidable opponent. Malim eventually overpowered her by unleashing Eye of Wrath, a devastating energy blast that obliterated Irindra's form. Luminous versus Lysandra, the Harbinger of Torment. Lysandra's cold, oppressive aura made the battlefield feel like a graveyard. Lysandra, Queen of Temptation, I will break your will. Luminous, you'll try, but you'll fail. I am far beyond your reach. Lysandra used abyssal chains, attempting to bind Luminous magic. Luminous activated Lilith, Queen of Temptation, overwhelming Lysandra with a surge of seductive, mind-altering magic. The two fought a battle of willpower and magic, with Luminous ultimately trapping Lysandra in an illusory realm before finishing her with a burst of holy energy. Leon Cromwell versus Varix, the Silent Executioner. Varix moved like a shadow, his attacks swift and silent. Varix, your light will not save you. Leon Cromwell, we'll see about that. Leon activated Solemn, bringer of light and judgment, creating a radiant field that revealed Varix's movements. The two engaged in a deadly dance of swordplay, with Leon's precision countering Varix's speed. Leon eventually overpowered Varix with a blinding strike of holy energy, leaving no trace of his opponent. Draggle versus Therion, the Blighted Colossus. Therion's corrupted body oozed poison, but Draggle stood unflinching. Therion, you cannot destroy what cannot die. Draggle, then I'll break you until nothing's left. Draggle used Cows, the Annihilator, unleashing destructive waves that tore through Therion's corrupted mass. The battle was brutal and physical, with Draggle using his seismic powers to crush Therion repeatedly until the corrupted energy finally dispersed. Ramiris versus Isolde, the Mistress of Shadows. Ramiris, now in her adult form, faced Isolde's creeping darkness. Isolde, you are but a shadow of your former self. Ramiris, and you're about to regret underestimating me. Ramiris used her ancient magic to counter Isolde's shadows, summoning beams of pure light to pierce through the darkness. The battle was a contest of control, with Ramiris eventually overwhelming Isolde with a massive burst of ancient energy. As each general fell, their portals collapsed, and the battlefield fell silent once more. The demon lord stood victorious but weary, knowing Artemis himself was now the only challenge left. From his celestial throne, Beerus leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes gleaming with intrigue as the final remnants of Artemis's 7 generals faded into oblivion. His wives surrounded him, each wearing expressions of awe and curiosity. Beerus, well, they've exceeded expectations once again. Mortals are full of surprises, aren't they? Zerna, to defeat Artemis's prized creations, it's impressive. Their growth is undeniable. Urza, perhaps you should acknowledge them. Beerus, they've proven themselves worthy. Beerus, chuckling worthy? Maybe, but they've yet to face the real challenge. Artemis himself won't fall so easily. Sigma, do you think they can defeat him? Beerus, grinning, that depends. But watching them fight has been entertaining. Let's see how they handle what's coming. Meanwhile, in the heart of his darkened throne room, Artemis watched the battlefield through a swirling portal of chaotic energy. His fists clenched, and his usually calm expression twisted into one of disbelief and fury. The shattered remains of his 7 generals haunted him. Artemis, what? How is this possible? My perfect creations, turned to dust by mere mortals. He paced back and forth, his chaotic aura distorting the space around him. His loyal minions cowered in fear, sensing the rising tempest of his anger. Artemis's laughter, sharp and bitter, filled the room. Artemis, I see now. I've underestimated them, these so-called demon lords. But no matter, it only means I must handle this myself. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Artemis, prepare yourselves, mortals. The true storm is coming. I will show you despair unlike anything you've ever imagined. He extended his hands, summoning his power. The energy crackling around him grew so intense that even his loyal minions recoiled in pain. With a single motion, Artemis shattered the chains binding his remaining power, fully awakening as his chaotic form began to radiate across dimensions. Artemis, Cardinal World, your resistance ends here. I'll tear you apart, piece by piece, until nothing remains. As Artemis's declaration echoed across dimensions, Beerus felt the disturbance in the fabric of reality. A smirk played on his lips as he leaned back on his throne. Beerus, to himself, he's finally taking matters into his own hands. Took him long enough. This is going to be a show worth watching. Velzer, Artemis has unleashed his full power. Shouldn't we step in now? Beerus, calmly, no. This is their battle. I'll only intervene if it gets too messy. Besides, mortals have a way of surprising us, don't they? His wives exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. Beta, if Artemis is this powerful, they'll need every ounce of strength just to survive. Beerus, grinning exactly. Let's see if they're truly worthy of the power they wield. As Artemis prepared to descend upon the cardinal world, Beerus and his celestial court watched in anticipation, eager to see whether the mortals could rise to the occasion or fall before the wrath of a god. As the demon lords regrouped, battered but resolute, a dreadful silence blanketed the battlefield. They knew the final showdown was upon them. The sky above began to fracture, cracks spreading like a shattered mirror. A portal of swirling chaos tore through reality itself, releasing an oppressive wave of energy that seemed to choke the very air around them. Guy Crimson, gritting his teeth. This power, it's suffocating. He's finally here. Malim Nava, smirking but tense. This is the big bad we've been waiting for. Let's see if he can handle the wrath of Malim. Luminous Valentine. That aura, it reeks of death and despair. We must tread carefully. Leon Cromwell. Calm but focused. Stay sharp. This isn't like anything we've faced before. Draggle. His fists crackling with energy. Bring it on. Let's see how he handles true destruction. Rimuru. Standing at the front, his aura glowing with determination. Stay together. Don't let him break our formation. Remember, we're strongest when we fight as one. As the portal widened, a massive surge of chaotic energy poured forth, its sheer intensity causing the ground to crumble and fissure. The weaker creatures in the vicinity dropped lifeless, unable to withstand the oppressive force. Even the strongest generals and soldiers across the battlefield felt their knees weaken under the weight of the aura. From the portal, a figure began to descend. Artemis, the sovereign of ruin. His alabaster skin shimmered like polished marble, and his crimson eyes glowed with a malevolent light. Long silver hair flowed behind him like a cascade of liquid moonlight, and his obsidian armor, adorned with ancient runes, pulsed with chaotic energy. His weapon, Erebus, rested in his hand, shifting between a scythe and a spear as if alive. Artemis, laughing maniacally. Mortals, insects, you've impressed me. To think you've survived this long against my creations. But now, the true end begins. His voice echoed across the battlefield, shaking the very fabric of reality. Artemis hovered above the ground, exuding an aura of absolute dominance, as if the world itself bent to his will. The demon lords stood firm, their combined auras forming a shield against Artemis's oppressive presence. Guy Crimson, smirking despite the tension. You're quite the drama queen, aren't you? All this flair for an entrance. Artemis, grinning coldly. Mock me while you can, demon lord. Soon, you'll be nothing more than ash beneath my feet. Malim Nava, gritting her teeth, her fists glowing with energy. You talk big, but let's see how tough you really are. Luminous Valentine, calm but deadly. Careful, Malim. He's no ordinary foe. His aura alone is suffocating. Leon Cromwell, his sword glowing with radiant light. We've faced impossible odds before. Together, we'll take him down. Draggle, his voice a growl. Enough talk. Let's end this. Rimuru, stepping forward, his aura flaring. Artemis, your chaos ends here. We'll protect this world, no matter what it takes. Artemis raised Erebus, which shifted into a massive scythe, its blade radiating dark energy that distorted the space around it. Artemis, you think your unity will save you? I'll tear it apart. Let's see if your so-called resolve can withstand my wrath. With a single swing of his scythe, a massive wave of chaotic energy surged toward the demon lords. The sheer force of the attack cracked the earth and split the sky. Rimuru, raising his hand. Not so fast. Using Azathoth, Rimuru created a barrier of infinite density, absorbing the chaotic wave into a void of nothingness. Rimuru, you'll have to do better than that. Guy Crimson, grinning as he unleashed his power. My turn. Guy activated Azazel, conjuring a storm of dark flames and ice shards that spiraled toward Artemis, threatening to encase him in an eternal abyss. Artemis countered by spinning Erebus, creating a vortex of chaos that nullified the attack. Artemis, pathetic. Is that all you've got? Malim Nava, charging in with fiery determination. Think again. Malim activated Vritra, her body enveloped in crimson flames as she unleashed a barrage of explosive punches. Each strike created massive shockwaves, distorting the air and tearing apart the ground. Artemis dodged with inhuman speed, countering with an energy blast that sent Malim flying. The demon lords worked together, launching coordinated attacks. Leon Cromwell used Solemn to summon radiant blades of light that rained down on Artemis, forcing him to dodge and defend. Luminous Valentine activated Lilith, summoning illusions to confuse Artemis while launching devastating beams of condensed light. Draggle unleashed Cows, creating seismic waves that shook the battlefield and disrupted Artemis's footing. Despite their efforts, Artemis's chaotic power seemed limitless. He shifted Erebus into a spear, using it to parry attacks with effortless precision while releasing destructive blasts of energy. Artemis, laughing maniacally. Is this the best you can do? You're all insects before my power. He activated World Fracture, splitting the battlefield into fragmented dimensions. The demon lords found themselves separated, each battling against distorted versions of Artemis's energy. Rimuru, through thought communication. Don't lose focus. Regroup and counter together. Using his mastery over space, Rimuru nullified the fractured dimensions, pulling everyone back together. Rimuru, his aura surging. It's time we end this. Together, the demon lords unleashed their full power in unison, combining their ultimate skills into a single, devastating attack. The sky lit up with a cascade of colors as their powers merged, creating a force strong enough to shake the entire world. Artemis, overwhelmed by the combined might of the demon lords, was forced to go on the defensive. For the first time, his smug grin faltered. Artemis, gritting his teeth. Impossible. How can this be? The combined attack struck him head-on, creating a massive explosion of light and chaos. As the dust settled, Artemis emerged, wounded but not defeated. His eyes burned with rage. Artemis, you've pushed me this far, but this isn't over. I'll annihilate you all. The battle was far from finished, but the demon lords had proven they could stand against the sovereign of ruin. The final clash was imminent, and the fate of the cardinal world hung in the balance. The battlefield had turned into a desolate expanse of chaos, torn apart by the clash of titanic forces. Artemis, now fully unleashing his true power, was a sight to behold. His chaotic energy rippling through space like waves of destruction, his movements faster than light, his attacks more devastating than anything the world had ever seen. The demon lords, battered and bruised, stood their ground, refusing to give in, despite the overwhelming odds. Artemis stood at the center of the battlefield, his body glowing with chaotic energy that pulsed like a second sun. His smirk was gone, replaced with a cold, deadly glare. He raised his hand, and the very air around him distorted, bending and twisting under the sheer weight of his power. Artemis, his voice echoing like thunder. You've wasted my time long enough. Now, you will see the true meaning of despair. With a deafening roar, Artemis released a surge of power so immense that the ground beneath him disintegrated, leaving a massive crater. The demon lords barely had time to react before Artemis disappeared from view, moving faster than even the keenest of their senses could track. Malim Nava, her body glowing with the fiery power of Vritra, was the first to react. She swung her fists, sending shockwaves of wrathful energy toward Artemis. But Artemis weaved through her attacks with ease, appearing in front of her in an instant. Artemis, coldly, his sword Erebus glowing with chaotic flames. Wrath without control is meaningless. He slashed downward, his blade cutting through Malim's defenses like paper. The impact sent her crashing into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that shook the entire battlefield. Guy Crimson appeared behind Artemis, his hands glowing with the dark, infinite energy of Azazel. He unleashed a torrent of abyssal flames that consumed everything in their path. But Artemis merely raised his hand, absorbing the flames into his chaotic energy and redirecting them back at Guy. Guy Crimson, gritting his teeth as he erected a barrier. Damn it, he's adapting too fast. For the first day, Artemis dominated the battlefield. His speed was beyond comprehension, his strikes precise and unrelenting. He used his sword, Erebus, with such mastery that even Leon Cromwell, the master swordsman, struggled to keep up. Leon Solemn clashed against Erebus in a dazzling display of light and chaos, but Artemis's overwhelming strength pushed him back with every strike. Leon Cromwell, panting, his sword trembling in his hands. This is unlike anything I've ever faced. Luminous Valentine, with her new skill Lilith, tried to ensnare Artemis in an illusion of temptation, weaving a web of magical threads designed to trap his mind. But Artemis shattered the illusion with a pulse of chaotic energy, his eyes glowing with disdain. Artemis, mocking. Did you think such parlor tricks could work on me? He raised his hand, summoning a massive orb of chaos that exploded outward, scattering the demon lords in all directions. In his realm, Beerus and his wives watched the battle unfold, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. Beerus, lounging lazily with a goblet of wine, tilted his head as he observed Artemis' relentless attacks. Beerus, smirking. Humph, that Artemis, he's truly a monster, isn't he? His power is on a level that rivals the gods themselves. Zerna, the most analytical of his wives, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, his movements are perfect, almost like a dance. He's not just powerful, he's a master of combat. The demon lords are strong, but against this, I wonder how long they can last. Velzer, the Ice Queen, leaned forward, her fiery aura flickering with excitement. I don't know, they're holding their own better than I expected. That Rimuru, especially, there's something about him. Beerus, chuckling. Rimuru's a curious one, isn't he? Let's see how far he can push Artemis before crumbling. As the battle raged on into the second day, the demon lords began to adapt. Rimuru, using his Deus Ex Machina, analyzed Artemis's attack patterns and started coordinating the others more effectively. Rimuru, via thought communication. Malim, focus on his left side. Guy, aim for his blind spot. Luminous, keep him distracted with illusions. Anything to give us an opening. The coordinated assault forced Artemis to exert more effort, his movements becoming sharper and more aggressive. Draggle, with his devastating strength and cows, managed to land a direct hit on Artemis, sending him skidding backward for the first time. Draggle, grinning. Not so invincible now, are you? But Artemis merely laughed, his aura surging even stronger. Is that what you think? That was a mere scratch. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a chaotic tempest, a whirlwind of destructive energy that engulfed Draggle, sending him flying. By the third day, the battlefield was a hell's cape of destruction. The demon lords were battered and bleeding, their once pristine appearances now marked with the toll of battle. But they refused to give up. Malim Nava, despite her injuries, roared with determination. I'm not done yet. I'll take you down if it's the last thing I do. She unleashed her ultimate attack, Vritra's Wrath, a massive surge of fiery destruction that lit up the sky. The attack was powerful enough to shake the entire realm, but Artemis countered it with a single hand, absorbing the energy into his chaotic core. Artemis, mocking, his voice dripping with arrogance. You're persistent, I'll give you that. But persistence won't save you. As Artemis pressed the attack, Rimuru, realizing the dire situation, called out to Luna in his mind. Rimuru, desperately. Luna, I need you. If there's anything you can do to give us an edge, now's the time. Luna's voice echoed in his mind, calm yet determined. I'm working on it, Rimuru. Just hold on a little longer. The battle continued, a clash of gods and monsters that pushed the limits of power, determination, and survival. The third day of the battle had begun, and the demon lords, bruised and battered, still stood their ground. Their unyielding determination was the only thing keeping them moving. Artemis, however, was far from his limits. His overwhelming presence had transformed the battlefield into a chaotic void, every inch of it corrupted by his chaotic energy. The air was thick with despair, but the demon lords refused to succumb. As Rimuru stood amidst the devastation, he heard Luna's voice echo in his mind. Luna, calm but hesitant. Rimuru, I have something that might work, but I can't guarantee it will be enough. It's a gamble. Rimuru, determined, his eyes glowing with the power of his skills. I don't care if it's a gamble. If there's even a small chance, we have to take it. Let's do it, Luna. In an instant, a glowing ethereal symbol appeared on Rimuru's chest. Luna poured her essence into him, unlocking a forbidden technique called Aeon Nexus, a fusion of Rimuru's Genesis Omega and Luna's divine essence. The technique allowed Rimuru to briefly tap into the foundational energy of existence itself. The power surged through Rimuru, and the other demon lords felt a flicker of hope as they witnessed his form radiating with divine brilliance. Artemis, pausing, his eyes narrowing as he watched Rimuru. Interesting. You continue to amuse me, mortal, but I assure you, it won't make a difference. Rimuru, gritting his teeth as the energy coursed through him. We'll see about that. Rimuru unleashed Aeon Nexus, creating an explosion of pure, radiant energy that pushed back Artemis for the first time since the battle began. Artemis grunted as the energy enveloped him, forcing him to shield himself. The demon lords used this moment to regroup and launch a combined assault, their powers synergizing like never before. For a brief moment, the tide seemed to turn. The demon lords attacked with renewed vigor. Malim, empowered by Rimuru's surge, summoned Vritra's Wrath incarnate, a massive dragon of flames that clashed against Artemis, causing the ground to quake. Guy Crimson, wielding Azazel, opened an abyssal portal that unleashed a torrent of black flames and endless shadows, attempting to bind Artemis. Leon Cromwell, using Solemn, created a celestial sword of pure judgment, striking Artemis with beams of divine light. Luminous Valentine, with Lilith, manipulated Artemis's senses, creating illusions that momentarily distracted him. Draggle, using cows, unleashed a seismic blast that cracked the earth beneath Artemis, destabilizing his footing. Ramiris, attacked with a primordial magic. For a moment, Artemis was pushed back, his attacks disrupted, his aura flickering. The demon lords exchanged determined glances, believing they might finally have a chance. Guy Crimson, grinning, though blood dripped from his mouth. Maybe you're not so invincible after all, Artemis. Artemis, smirking as he straightened himself, his chaotic aura surging once again. You truly believe this is enough to stop me? You're more foolish than I thought. Artemis called upon the very core of his chaotic power. The battlefield trembled as the skies darkened, and a cataclysmic energy erupted from his body. His power amplified to an unfathomable level, and the demon lords could only watch in horror as the ground beneath them shattered, the air itself becoming toxic. Artemis, his voice resonating like a god's decree. Enough of this farce. You have entertained me long enough, but now it's time to end this. Witness true power. He raised his sword, Erebus, which now glowed with the power of countless dimensions. With a single swing, he unleashed a chaotic rift, a wave of energy so massive and destructive that it erased everything in its path. The demon lords combined their powers to block it, but the sheer force overwhelmed them. Malim and Ramiris, despite their fiery resilience, were struck down, their bodies crashing into the ground with a deafening impact. Guy, though powerful, fell to Artemis's relentless onslaught, his flames extinguished as he collapsed. Leon, using his celestial powers, managed to hold his ground for a while, but ultimately succumbed to Artemis's overwhelming speed and strength. Luminous and Draggle, though relentless in their attacks, were overpowered and defeated, their bodies battered and broken. One by one, the demon lords fell, their combined might no match for the god of chaos. As the last of the demon lords fell, only Rimuru remained, barely standing, his body glowing faintly with the remnants of Luna's power. Artemis approached him, his eyes glowing with triumph. Artemis, mockingly, you fought well, mortal. You should be proud, but this is the end. With a final, devastating attack, Artemis unleashed a chaotic nova, an explosion of energy so powerful that it engulfed the entire cardinal world. Rimuru, with the last of his strength, tried to shield as much as he could, but the power was too overwhelming. The explosion obliterated everything, leaving the cardinal world in ruins. In his realm, Beerus and his wives watched the destruction unfold. For once, the god of destruction's face was grim. Beerus, quietly, so it has come to this. I must admit, Artemis is more formidable than I expected. Even the demon lords couldn't stop him. Velzer, clenching her fists. Those mortals, they gave everything they had. Zerna, frowning. Perhaps it's time we step in. Beerus, if Artemis continues unchecked, even we might face his wrath. Beerus, sighing, standing up. Perhaps, but for now, let him bask in his hollow victory. He'll learn soon enough that even chaos has its limits. As the smoke cleared, Artemis stood alone in the ruins of the cardinal world. He looked around, his expression unreadable. Artemis, quietly, to himself. So, this is what victory feels like, unsatisfying. As Artemis looked around the ruined cardinal world, his chaotic energy pulsed violently, distorting the very fabric of reality. The ground was scorched, the skies torn apart, and the faint echoes of life extinguished. He smirked, his crimson eyes glowing with satisfaction. Finally, a blank canvas. No imperfections, no resistance, no foolish mortals to defy me. Now, it is time to erase this pitiful world and rebuild perfection in my image. He raised his hand, and the air itself screamed in agony. Chaotic energy surged upward, creating a swirling vortex of annihilation. The ground beneath him disintegrated into nothingness, the cracks in reality spreading like veins as he prepared to unleash his final blow to obliterate the cardinal world. But just as he was about to act, the air shifted, and a powerful, golden light cut through the chaos. A serene yet overwhelming aura descended upon the scene, causing Artemis to pause. Out of the light stepped Beerus, the god of destruction, flanked by his 5 wives, Zerna, Urza, Velzer, Beta, and Delta. They appeared unbothered by the chaos around them, their presence exuding calm authority. Artemis's smirk faded slightly as he turned to face the newcomers. Artemis, his voice low and dripping with venom. So, you've come at last, Beerus. Tell me, is this the part where you attempt to lecture me about morality or some other drivel? Beerus, arms crossed, his expression indifferent. Lecture you? Oh no, I wouldn't waste my time. I'm just here to see if you're actually worth the trouble. Artemis, grinning, his chaotic energy flaring around him. Trouble? You think you can stop me? I've destroyed everything in this world. What's left to save? The only thing standing is me. Beerus, raising an eyebrow, his tone calm but condescending. Destroyed everything? Impressive. But tell me, Artemis, now that you've won, what's next? What's the point of ruling over ashes? Artemis, his grin faltering for a moment before he sneered. The point is perfection. I will build a flawless world, free of weakness and imperfection. A true utopia. Beerus, chuckling softly, shaking his head. Perfection? You sound like every other egomaniac I've dealt with over the eons. Let me guess, you think destroying everything makes you a god. Artemis, scowling, his chaotic aura surging violently. You wouldn't understand, Beerus. You've always been content with mediocrity, watching over a flawed universe. I am the pinnacle of existence. Zerna, stepping forward, her golden eyes narrowing. The pinnacle? You're nothing but a child throwing a tantrum because the world didn't bow to you. True power doesn't come from destruction alone. Velzer, smiling faintly, her voice like ice. And for someone who claims to be a god, you seem awfully insecure. Do you even know what you're doing, Artemis? Artemis, snarling, his chaotic energy exploding outward. Enough. I've had enough of your arrogance. If you think you can stop me, then try. The tension was palpable as Artemis's chaotic energy clashed with the calm, destructive presence of Beerus and his wives. The void around them trembled, unable to contain the sheer power. Artemis raised his hand, summoning a massive sphere of chaotic energy. It pulsated violently, radiating death and destruction on a scale that dwarfed everything else. Artemis, his voice booming. Behold, the power of a true god. Chaos incarnate. Beerus, still calm, his aura flickering with destructive energy. A true god? If that's what you call this, I'm disappointed. As Artemis hurled the chaotic sphere toward Beerus, the force of the attack tore through the void, splitting the fabric of reality itself. Beerus remained still, raising a single hand to meet the attack. Zerna, to Beerus, her tone playful. Don't toy with him too much, darling. We don't want him thinking he's a real threat. Urza, smiling faintly, her voice cold. Let him struggle a little. It's entertaining to watch him flail. Beerus smirked as he caught the massive sphere of chaos with a single hand, the energy crackling violently against his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the sphere disintegrated into harmless particles. Artemis, staggering back, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. That was my strongest attack. Beerus, smirking, his golden eyes narrowing. Strongest? Oh, Artemis, you really are a disappointment. Let me show you how it's done. With a snap of his fingers, Beerus unleashed a wave of destructive energy that raced toward Artemis, forcing him to leap back. The ground beneath Artemis crumbled into nothingness as the energy passed. Artemis, gritting his teeth, his chaotic aura flaring even brighter. You think this is over? I haven't even begun to show you my true power. As he roared, Artemis unleashed a surge of chaotic energy that enveloped him, transforming his form. His body grew larger, his aura more menacing, and his power surged to unimaginable heights. Artemis, laughing maniacally. Now, Beerus, let's see how you fare against a true god. Beerus, unimpressed, his voice calm. True god, huh? Fine. Show me what you've got. But don't cry when it's over. As Artemis charged at Beerus, the battle of gods began, shaking the very fabric of existence itself. As the battle between Beerus and Artemis began, Beerus's calm demeanor remained intact, his golden eyes watching Artemis with a faint smirk. Artemis, brimming with chaotic energy, launched relentless attacks, each more devastating than the last. The air cracked with the sound of space itself being torn apart. Firestorms, collapsing voids, and chaotic waves surged toward Beerus, but the god of destruction either dodged with effortless grace or nullified them with a flick of his hand. Beerus, yawning, his tone taunting. Is this really all you have, Artemis? You claimed to be a god, didn't you? Or was that just your ego talking? Artemis, gritting his teeth in frustration. You dare mock me? I am chaos incarnate, the creator of annihilation itself. Your arrogance will be your downfall. He conjured a massive blade of raw chaos, its edge radiating destruction on a molecular level, and charged at Beerus with unmatched speed. The blade descended, its energy splitting the very dimensions apart, but Beerus tilted his head slightly, letting the weapon miss by mere inches. Beerus, mocking tone. Careful, you almost nicked me. Wouldn't want that, would we? Artemis roared, unleashing a volley of strikes, each blow powerful enough to erase entire realities. Yet every attack either dissipated before reaching Beerus or was dodged with minimal effort. Artemis grew more frustrated, his movements becoming wild and erratic. In a desperate attempt to regain control, Artemis stopped his attacks, panting heavily, his chaotic aura flaring wildly around him. He smirked, deciding to taunt Beerus in hopes of unsettling him. Artemis, grinning wickedly. When I'm done with you, I think I'll pay some special attention to your wives. Perhaps they'd make excellent slaves before I erase them from existence. Yes, I think I'll enjoy breaking them. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire multiverse froze. Every molecule, every atom, and every fragment of time came to a halt. Artemis felt an oppressive weight crush down on him as Beerus's aura shifted. Gone was the playful, taunting god of destruction. In his place stood something far more terrifying, a force of nature, a being whose very existence was the embodiment of destruction. Artemis's chaotic energy began to waver, trembling under the sheer pressure of Beerus's rage. The sky darkened, the ground shattered, and the void itself seemed to bend to Beerus's will. Beerus, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. You dare? You dare to insult my wives? To even think you could touch them? That was the last mistake you'll ever make. With a single glance from Beerus, Artemis felt his entire body freeze. An invisible force pulled him forward, dragging him to his knees before the god of destruction. Artemis struggled, his chaotic energy surging in an attempt to resist, but nothing worked. Artemis, his voice trembling for the first time. What is this? How are you doing this? Beerus, stepping closer, his gaze piercing. I gave you a chance to amuse me, Artemis. I even allowed you to believe you were worth my time. But now, you've overstepped. You think you're powerful? Let me show you the difference between a god and a fool pretending to be one. The slaps of humiliation. With a flick of his finger, Beerus stripped Artemis of all his powers. The chaotic aura that once surrounded him vanished as if it had never existed. Artemis gasped, his body trembling as he realized he was completely at Beerus's mercy. Artemis, desperate. No, This isn't possible. I am chaos. I am destruction. You can't do this to me. Beerus ignored his pleas. With a casual wave of his hand, he lifted Artemis into the air, suspending him in front of him. Then, with an almost bored expression, Beerus raised his hand and delivered the first slap. The sound echoed across the ruined cardinal world, louder than any explosion. The force of the slap sent shockwaves rippling through reality, yet Artemis remained intact, his face stinging with unbearable pain. Beerus, calmly. That was for your arrogance. Another slap followed, even harder than the first, sending Artemis spinning in midair before Beerus stopped him with a flick of his wrist. Beerus, his tone icy. And that was for threatening my wives. Slap after slap followed, each one carrying the weight of a dying star. Artemis screamed in agony. His pride shattered as he was reduced to nothing more than a toy for Beerus's wrath. Beerus had modified reality itself, ensuring that Artemis wouldn't die but would feel every ounce of pain. Beerus, his voice dripping with disdain. You claim to be a god, yet look at you now, begging, pleading, and writhing like a pathetic worm. Tell me, Artemis, where is your so-called chaos now? Artemis, sobbing, his voice broken. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I was foolish. Satisfied that Artemis had been thoroughly humiliated, Beerus lowered his hand. Artemis floated limply before him, his once proud form reduced to a trembling, broken shell. Beerus, coldly. You've provided me with some entertainment, but your time is up. You'll suffer a fate worse than death, Artemis. You'll exist in agony, in fear, in pain, for eons. You will not die, yet you will not live. This is the punishment for your arrogance. Artemis opened his mouth to plead once more, but Beerus raised his hand, cutting him off. Beerus, his voice like thunder. Enough. I grow tired of your existence. Hakai. With that single word, Artemis was consumed by a destructive energy so absolute that it erased him from existence. His screams echoed briefly before fading into silence, and then he was gone. Every trace of him wiped away as if he had never been. The multiverse, which had held its breath during the encounter, seemed to sigh in relief. Beerus turned to his wives, his expression calm once more. Zerna, smiling. You didn't even break a sweat. I almost feel bad for him. Urza, smirking. Almost. He got exactly what he deserved. Beerus, shrugging. Well, that was mildly entertaining. As the quiet aftermath of Artemis's defeat hung over the cardinal world, Beerus stood tall amidst the remnants of chaos. His wives gathered around him. The destruction left in Artemis's wake was evident. The world lay in ruins, with vast chasms, shattered landscapes, and entire regions reduced to ash. Yet Beerus, as calm as ever, surveyed it all with an indifferent gaze. Zerna, folding her arms, her crimson eyes watching Beerus. So what now, darling? You've dealt with the so-called god of chaos. Are you going to leave this world in ruins? Urza, smirking, her arms resting on her sheathed blade. They brought this upon themselves, after all. Their greed, their wars. It's not like they deserve your mercy. Belzer, with a soft, melodic laugh. But you're not one to destroy without reason, are you, Beerus? What's your plan? Beerus closed his eyes, a faint smirk gracing his lips, before he turned to face his wives. Beerus, calmly. I'll revive them, every last one of them, but I won't rebuild this world for them. They brought this destruction upon themselves with their endless greed and petty wars. If they're to have a future, they'll earn it by working together. That will be their lesson. His wives exchanged glances, some amused, some intrigued. Delta, nodding approvingly. A fitting punishment. Teach them the value of unity through their own hands. Beta, chuckling. Still, it's more mercy than they deserve. You truly are soft, Beerus. Beerus, his gaze narrowing slightly. Mercy? Hardly. This is justice. Now watch carefully. With that, Beerus raised a single hand, his aura swelling with divine energy. The shattered skies seemed to brighten as streaks of golden light began descending upon the cardinal world. The air grew still, vibrating with an otherworldly hum. Across the realm, shimmering orbs of light began to materialize, soul orbs. These orbs, each one glowing with the unique essence of its owner, floated silently in the air, forming an ethereal constellation that spanned the entirety of the world. Belzer, softly, awe in her voice. He's calling back every soul. Beerus stood amidst the countless orbs, his golden eyes scanning them to ensure no soul was left behind. The sheer scope of the revival was staggering, encompassing humans, monsters, animals, every living being that had fallen during the battle. Beerus, quietly to himself. Everyone is accounted for. He then spoke, his voice carrying across the world, resonating in every corner. Beerus, rise. The command echoed like thunder, and the soul orbs trembled in response. They surged forward, racing toward their respective bodies. One by one, the lifeless forms scattered across the land began to glow as the orbs merged with them. The dead stirred, their bodies rejuvenating as life returned to them. Humans, monsters, and animals alike began to open their eyes, confusion and awe etched into their faces. In the monster nation of Tempest, Rimuru's allies, Benimaru, Cheyenne, Diablo, Sui, and others, awoke with a start. They looked at each other, disbelief and relief in their eyes. Benimaru, rising to his feet. What happened? I was sure we. Cheyenne, gripping her weapon tightly, her expression fierce. Did we lose? Where's Lord Rimuru? Diablo, grinning as he dusted himself off. No, it seems Lord Rimuru's faith in Beerus wasn't misplaced. We're alive. Inhuman nations, soldiers and civilians alike gasped as they came back to life. Families reunited, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they embraced one another. Even the Eastern Empire's fallen soldiers, including Rudra's forces, found themselves alive once more. Rudra himself knelt on the battlefield, his eyes wide in astonishment. Rudra, whispering to himself, this power, to bring back every soul. It's beyond comprehension. In other parts of the world, monsters roared with renewed vigor, animals began to stir, and even the flora and fauna seemed to regain life. The cardinal world itself seemed to breathe again, rejuvenated by the overwhelming energy Beerus had infused into it. Beerus descended gently to the ground, his wives standing beside him as they watched the world come alive again. The revived masses looked up to the skies, where Beerus's presence was visible to all. His golden aura radiated with an authority that demanded attention. Beerus, his voice reverberating across the land, carrying an overwhelming authority that silenced all who heard it. You stand here not by your own strength, but by my will. I have brought you back from the brink of annihilation, but do not mistake this act for mercy. It is not forgiveness. This is your punishment and your final chance to prove you deserve the lives you've been gifted. Artemis came to destroy you because he saw you as weak, divided, and unworthy of existence. And you proved him right. You waged endless wars fueled by greed, consumed by your own arrogance, and when the storm came, you fell like leaves before the wind. You gave him the very justification he needed to erase you from existence. But hear me now, this world, this second chance, is your burden to carry. You will rebuild what was lost. You will mend what was broken, not with power, but with unity and wisdom. If I sense even a trace of the same greed, hatred, and division that led to your downfall, I will not intervene again. There will be no redemption, no revival, no second plea for survival. The next time, your annihilation will be absolute. I have restored this world, not for you to repeat the mistakes of the past, but to rise above them. Prove to me that you are capable of change. Prove to me that you are worthy of the lives I've returned. Fail, and I will make sure your failure echoes through eternity. His gaze swept across the trembling masses, the weight of his words sinking into their hearts. The once proud kings, warriors, and monsters bowed their heads in silence, shaken to their very core. None dared to speak, for they knew the truth in his words. The world had been spared, but the shadow of Beerus's warning hung over them like a storm cloud, a reminder of the price of their folly. After Beerus's intervention, the cardinal world was left in a state of utter devastation. The skies were torn, the landscape shattered, and the remnants of a once thriving world lay in ruins. Yet, through the power of Beerus, everything began to shift. The atmosphere changed, and a sense of impending rebirth began to manifest. While the world was beginning its recovery, the people were left with more than just the physical scars of the war. They had been forever changed by the atrocities they had witnessed and the destruction they had wrought. With the resurrection and Beerus's powerful words, each of the demon lords experienced a shift in their perspectives. The arrogance and pride that had once defined them were now tempered by the realization that the power they wielded could be stripped away at a moment's notice. Guy Crimson, always the calculating and intelligent leader, recognized the need for a change in approach. He had once seen himself as a supreme ruler of pride, but now, after witnessing the destruction caused by Artemis and the wrath of Beerus, he understood that true power lay in diplomacy and unity. Guy Crimson, the balance must be restored. I can no longer allow my pride to dictate my decisions. I will take my role as a mediator seriously now, forging peace and ensuring that no more chaos will arise from the greed of a few. He now fully embraced the role of mediator, focusing on negotiating peace and ensuring that the world would not return to the conflicts that had nearly destroyed it. His sharp mind would be crucial in forging strong alliances, guiding the world away from war and discord. Malim, who had once been seen as a force of nature, carefree and destructive, felt a change within herself. The enormity of the battle they had just fought, and the fear of what Beerus had done to Artemis, had humbled her. She realized that strength alone was not enough to keep peace. Her youthful exuberance was tempered by a new, more mature outlook on life. Malim, I understand now. Strength doesn't mean just smashing things. It's about protecting what's worth fighting for. I'll act more responsibly. I'll be the shield this world needs, not just a hammer. Her transformation was significant. Malim's power had always been unquestionable, but now she saw the importance of leadership, understanding, and restraint. She would no longer act on impulse, but would focus on creating a more stable world through her actions. As the revived beings began to regroup, Beerus turned to Reincarnated, his friend, who had been a bright but somewhat naive figure in the past. Beerus had seen her potential and, after the world's rebirth, knew she was the right person to guide the Celestra kingdom into the future. Beerus, Reincarnated, it is time for you to step up. I have given this world a second chance, and now I am giving you the task of leading Celestra. You will be the new queen, but your reign must not be based on power alone. You will build Celestra into a kingdom of wisdom, peace, and prosperity. Run it with wisdom, and do not fall to the same mistakes that led to this world's near destruction. Reincarnated, though shocked by Beerus's words, knew this was her moment. The playful and carefree queen would have to give way to a more serious and responsible ruler. Reincarnated, I understand Beerus. I won't let Celestra fall into ruin again. I'll build it into something worthy of the second chance we've been given. With the world on the brink of rebuilding, leaders from every corner of the cardinal world, both human and non-human, began to realize the importance of unity and mutual cooperation. The demon lords, Rimuru, and the other key figures all worked toward fostering stronger bonds between their respective nations and territories. Rimuru, ever the strategist, immediately began working with the leaders of the various factions to forge more meaningful alliances. He focused on creating a network of support, with treaties in place to prevent future wars. With his ability to mediate and empathize with others, Rimuru became the cornerstone of a new era of peace and collaboration. Guy Crimson, in his role as mediator, worked with Rimuru and the other leaders to establish a council, a forum for open discussion and diplomacy. He knew that, in the past, pride had clouded judgment. Now, his intelligence and experience would help steer the world in a better direction. Leon, with his sense of justice, took it upon himself to reform the military forces across the nations. His aim was to ensure that any remaining conflicts were dealt with quickly and justly, without the need for widespread bloodshed. He emphasized the importance of defending the innocent, and no longer would armies be used to conquer for the sake of greed. Luminous focused on spiritual and cultural healing, helping the citizens of the world cope with the trauma of the war. She worked to restore balance and harmony in the hearts and minds of the people. She also helped foster a new generation of leaders who understood the true cost of war. Malim, alongside Leon, helped to establish protective forces across the world. Her previous chaotic nature was replaced by a sense of duty, and she worked tirelessly to build a military that was focused on defense rather than aggression. As Beerus had commanded, the leaders of the various regions began to cooperate, setting aside their differences to ensure the world would remain united. There were still remnants of old conflicts and lingering fears, but the lesson learned from the destruction brought about by Artemis was clear. If the world returned to war and greed, it would face utter destruction again. This was a lesson that no one was willing to forget. Ridra and Velgrind, leaders of the Eastern Empire, took part in the rebuilding efforts as well. They focused on strengthening their borders and reinforcing alliances with the other nations, knowing that the strongest defense was unity. The cardinal world, reborn from the ashes of destruction, stood at a crossroads. The leaders, Rimuru, the demon lords, and all those who had been given a second chance, now had the power to shape the future. The hard lessons learned would guide them, and they vowed never to forget the cost of their mistakes. Beerus had given them this second chance, but he had also shown them the terrifying power of those who controlled life and death. His words had resonated through every soul, and they knew that they would have to work together to maintain peace or risk the wrath of a god who could erase them all in an instant. As Beerus and his wives observed from afar, their task was complete, for now. The future of the cardinal world lay in the hands of its people, and it would be up to them to prove that they had truly learned the lessons of the past. Beerus, I gave them the power to rebuild, but it is up to them to decide if they will keep it. With that, Beerus and his wives vanished from the world, leaving the reborn world in the hands of its new leaders. The cardinal world would never be the same, but now, there was hope for a future where unity and strength would prevail. This sets the stage for a unified, peaceful world, where the lessons of the past guide the future, and the people of the cardinal world must work together to ensure the destruction they experienced is never repeated. But how long will it last? Humans with their greed and foolishness. The cardinal world was unrecognizable from the shattered remnants it had been years ago. After 10 years, the people of the world now lived in a united, prosperous world where greed and ambition were no longer the primary driving forces. The harsh lessons learned from their near destruction were ingrained into the minds of the populace, and no longer would they allow chaos to dominate. The cardinal world was reborn, not just in terms of infrastructure, but in the hearts of its people, who had learned to work together for the common good. But humans forget. Humans are greedy. Humans are jealous, envious, and humans forget. Time skip 100 years later. Though Artemis was destroyed by Beerus, his shadow lingered in the cardinal world, not as chaotic energy or residual magic, but through the actions of those who once served him. Among the minions of Artemis, a select few had managed to escape the battle, retreating into the dark corners of the world. These were his most cunning and devious subordinates, those who specialized not in brute force, but in manipulation and subterfuge. They vowed vengeance upon the world that had defied their master, swearing to continue his vision of a perfect rebirth by more insidious means. They understood that humans, with their greed, ambition, and hunger for power, were the perfect tools to bring about destruction from within. Artemis's hidden minions were not ordinary creatures. They were the most dangerous manipulators of his army, skilled in exploiting the darkest aspects of mortal nature. Draconis, the shadow architect. Draconis was Artemis's chief strategist, a master manipulator who specialized in sowing discord and turning allies against one another. After Artemis's fall, Draconis went into hiding, carefully observing the nations as they rebuilt. He believed that the key to their destruction lay in exploiting their leaders' ambitions and greed. Abilities, mind control, illusion magic, and the ability to corrupt others by amplifying their darkest desires. Morana, the seductress of chaos. Morana was a succubus-like being whose charm and guile were unparalleled. She used promises of power, immortality, and wealth to lure mortals into servitude. Mirana's goal was to infiltrate influential circles, spreading Artemis's ideology among the most powerful leaders in the world. Abilities, charms, persuasive magic, and the ability to sow paranoia and distrust among allies. Ravik, the Whisperer, a spectral entity that thrived on fear and chaos. Ravik was Artemis's most loyal enforcer. He worked in the shadows, targeting influential figures and corrupting them from within. Ravik was also capable of summoning chaotic beasts to wreak havoc. Abilities, possession, fear-inducing magic, and summoning creatures infused with Artemis's chaotic essence. The surviving minions knew they could not challenge the demon lords or Beerus directly, so they shifted their focus to humanity. They believed that the greed, ambition, and hunger for power inherent in humans made them the perfect pawns for their schemes. In the dark depths of an abandoned fortress hidden within the mountains of an uncharted land, Artemis's surviving minions gathered in secret. The room was dimly lit, its air thick with lingering chaos energy. At the head of the table sat Draconis, the shadow architect, his sinister gaze sweeping across the room, where Mirana, the seductress of chaos, and Ravik, the Whisperer, stood among several lesser followers. They were shrouded in a foreboding aura, each exuding malevolence as they began plotting the next phase of their revenge. The gathering. Draconis tapped his long, clawed fingers on the edge of the ancient table, the sound echoing ominously in the cavernous hall. Draconis, years have passed since Beerus erased our master from existence. And in that time, these mortals, these insects, have dared to rebuild their pathetic world. They have forgotten the name of Artemis. But we, his true disciples, will ensure that his vision of a perfect rebirth comes to fruition, no matter how long it takes. Mirana leaned back in her seat, her enchanting voice dripping with mockery. Mirana, humans and their fickle memories. Give them a few seasons of peace, and they believe themselves untouchable. Their alliances are fragile, held together by scraps of treaties and promises. But their greed, oh, their insatiable greed, will be their undoing. It always is. Ravik's spectral form hovered in the shadows, his voice a chilling whisper that seemed to seep into the minds of those present. Ravik, the leaders of this world may have strengthened their armies, but their hearts remain weak. Fear will unravel their resolve. Greed will shatter their unity. All we must do is push them in the right direction. Draconis unfurled a large, enchanted map of the cardinal world, the intricate details of every kingdom, nation, and territory glowing faintly under his touch. With a cruel grin, he pointed to specific regions, his claw leaving scorch marks where it hovered. Draconis, the Eastern Empire. Once a symbol of dominance and power. Though they were humbled during the war, remnants of their old ambition remain. Their hunger for expansion will be easy to manipulate. A few whispered promises of regained glory, and they will march to our tune. Mirana leaned closer to the map, her finger tracing over the smaller, weaker nations that bordered the larger powers. Mirana, and these, the smaller nations, they are ripe for the taking. Their leaders are desperate for protection, for allies. With a little charm and a few well-placed puppets, we can turn them into unwitting pawns. Imagine their armies fighting battles they don't even understand, while we watch from the shadows. Ravik let out a low, hollow chuckle, his spectral form swirling around the room like smoke. Ravik, the alliances forged by the demon lords may seem unbreakable, but alliances built on fear and necessity are fragile. We will infiltrate their councils, whisper doubts into their ears. A false assassination here, a staged attack there. Soon enough, their trust will crumble, and they will turn on one another. Draconis raised a hand to silence his compatriots, his voice cutting through the dark energy in the room. Draconis, our strategy is twofold. First, we infiltrate the Eastern Empire. Its people still dream of their former dominance, and their new leaders are untested. They will be the spearhead of our chaos, the instigators of war. Second, we target the smaller nations. They are weak, divided, and easily influenced. Once they are under our control, we will use them as leverage to destabilize the alliances. Mirana smirked, her eyes gleaming with malice. Mirana, and what of the demon lords? They've been meddling far too much in mortal affairs. Shouldn't we distract them? Ravik's voice slithered into the conversation, his tone filled with grim satisfaction. Ravik, indeed, the demon lords may be powerful, but even they are not immune to fear and betrayal. We plant seeds of doubt among them, turn them against one another. If they suspect each other of treachery, they will waste their strength fighting their own battles. By the time they realize the truth, it will be too late. Draconis stood, his dark aura radiating authority. Draconis, it begins now. Mirana, infiltrate the courts of the Eastern Empire. Turn their ambitions into weapons for our cause. Ravik, spread your whispers among the smaller nations. Find their weaknesses and exploit them. As for me, I will ensure the alliances remain fragile, playing each nation against the other. Artemis's dream of perfection will rise from the ashes of their greed and chaos. Mirana bowed with a sly smile. Mirana, consider it done. These mortals are like clay, so easy to mold and break. Ravik's spectral form shimmered as he laughed, his voice fading into the shadows. Ravik, their fear will be their undoing. And when they finally see the truth, it will be far too late. As the dark meeting ended, the minions of Artemis dispersed, their sinister plans set into motion. Across the cardinal world, whispers of unrest and strange happenings began to emerge. Leaders found themselves tempted by offers too good to refuse. Nations teetered on the brink of conflict, and fear began to seep into the hearts of even the most stalwart defenders. Unbeknownst to the world, the shadow of Artemis lingered, and his surviving minions worked tirelessly to bring about the chaos and destruction he had envisioned. A rebirth through fire, fear, and greed. The question was not if the world would fall into chaos again, but when. A century after the devastating events of Artemis's attack, the Jurat Tempest Federation stood as a beacon of prosperity, strength, and unity in the cardinal world. Rimuru Tempest, as its leader, had not only fulfilled his vision of creating a safe haven for all races, but had elevated Tempest to unparalleled heights, becoming a symbol of peace, innovation, and unshakable power. The capital city of Tempest had transformed into a sprawling metropolis of magic and technology, blending natural beauty with advanced innovations. Skyscrapers crafted from enchanted materials stood alongside lush forests, and floating platforms carried citizens across the bustling streets. The city was protected by an impenetrable barrier powered by Rimuru's immense energy and the wisdom of his most trusted subordinates. The infrastructure boasted Magitech transportation, a network of magical trains and teleportation circles connected Tempest to allied nations. Universal marketplaces, merchants from every race gathered in Tempest's Grand Trade District, making it the economic hub of the cardinal world. The Academy of Magic and Science, a world-renowned institution where scholars, magicians, and engineers studied and developed groundbreaking advancements under the guidance of the brilliant demon scientist Vesta and Shinna's administrative expertise. As the supreme ruler of Tempest, Rimuru's wisdom had only grown over the years. Though he maintained his cheerful and approachable demeanor, his experiences had made him a seasoned leader capable of commanding respect and inspiring loyalty. His connection with the people was unmatched, as he often walked among them, listening to their concerns and sharing in their joys. Rimuru's skills had evolved immensely over the century. With his evolved abilities, Azathoth, Deus Ex Machina, and Genesis Omega, he had become a force of nature, rivaling even the gods themselves. Despite his power, Rimuru focused on diplomacy, ensuring that alliances remained strong and conflicts were resolved before they escalated. Benimaru, the unyielding flame, now hailed as the Crimson Sovereign, Benimaru had become one of the strongest warriors in the world. His mastery over fire magic and swordsmanship had reached legendary levels, making him the commander of Tempest's military forces. Under his leadership, Tempest's army had grown into an elite force, feared and respected across the cardinal world. Shine had matured into an unparalleled warrior and protector. Her once reckless nature was now tempered by discipline, making her the perfect balance of brute strength and strategy. She served as Rimuru's personal bodyguard and the chief of Tempest's internal security. The ever-loyal Sui remained the shadow of Tempest, leading an extensive intelligence network that kept the nation informed of any threats. His speed and stealth had become so refined that he could assassinate enemies before they even realized they were being targeted. Diablo, the loyal demon. Diablo, Rimuru's most devoted servant, had continued to solidify his place as one of the most powerful entities in the world. His charisma and cunning made him indispensable in handling diplomatic matters and ensuring that no one dared to oppose Tempest's authority. Zijin, the unstoppable vanguard. Zijin had become a living legend, his insectoid form now refined into a sleek and terrifyingly powerful warrior. As the leader of Tempest's elite guard, he ensured that no threat could breach Tempest's borders. Veldora, the storm dragon. Though still playful and somewhat lazy, Veldora had taken his role as Tempest's guardian more seriously. His presence alone deterred most potential invaders, as no one dared challenge a true dragon with such destructive power. The citizens of Tempest had grown immensely in both number and skill. Over the years, humans, monsters, elves, and other races had joined the Federation, contributing to its culture and economy. The integration of different races had led to a unique and harmonious society where everyone worked toward a common goal. Military. Tempest's army was a mix of powerful monsters and trained humans, all equipped with advanced magitech weaponry. Research. The Academy had made breakthroughs in combining magic and science, resulting in revolutionary technologies that improved life across the world. Culture. Festivals celebrating unity and peace were held regularly, fostering a sense of belonging among all citizens. On the 100th anniversary of Tempest's rebirth, Rimuru stood atop a balcony overlooking the grand city. The sight of children playing, merchants trading, and people of all races coexisting brought a smile to his face. Rimuru, thinking, we've come a long way. Tempest has become more than I ever imagined, a true utopia. But peace is fragile, and there will always be those who seek to disrupt it. I'll protect this world, no matter what. That's my promise to everyone. Though the world was flourishing, Rimuru and his generals remained vigilant. Whispers of Artemis's surviving minions manipulating events in the shadows had reached Tempest's intelligence network. Rimuru knew that peace would always require effort and sacrifice, and he was ready to face any challenge to protect the world he had built. The Jura Tempest Federation stood as a shining example of what unity could achieve, but beneath its surface, the remnants of chaos waited, ready to test its resolve once more. Following the defeat of Artemis and the revival of the cardinal world, Beerus, the god of destruction, and his 5 celestial wives, Zerna, Urza, Velzer, Beta, Sigma, and Delta, returned to their own divine realm. Though Beerus could have chosen to simply watch from afar, he and his wives had taken a more active role in shaping the future of the cardinal world, ensuring the lessons from the battle against Artemis would not be forgotten. Their actions over the decades reflected their divine purpose, wisdom, and unmatched strength, making their presence felt even if they rarely interfered directly. Beerus's realm, an ethereal plane that existed outside time and space, was a place of unparalleled beauty. Vast gardens of shimmering cosmic flowers sprawled across the landscape. Rivers of golden energy coursed through the air, and the sky was an ever-changing kaleidoscope of stars. Each of his wives had a domain within the realm that reflected their essence, and together they maintained harmony in their celestial sanctuary. Zerna, the most analytical and tactical of Beerus's wives, spent her time refining the strategies that had been used against Artemis and ensuring the mistakes of the past wouldn't be repeated. She delved deep into the archives of cosmic knowledge, unlocking secrets of the multiverse and perfecting the arts of war and diplomacy. Zerna also maintained communication with key leaders in the cardinal world, often offering subtle guidance through cryptic dreams and whispers of inspiration. Her domain within Beerus's realm was a massive library that held the knowledge of countless worlds. Scholars from across existence occasionally visited, seeking her wisdom, though few had the courage to meet her directly. Zerna often reflected on the fragile nature of mortals and their endless potential, balancing her strategic mind with an appreciation for their resilience. Urza, the most protective and nurturing of Beerus's wives, had taken it upon herself to oversee the defenses of their divine realm. She erected powerful barriers that ensured no external force could penetrate their sanctuary. Her innate power to manipulate space and matter allowed her to create training grounds where Beerus's generals, and occasionally chosen mortals, could hone their skills in an environment tailored to push them to their limits. Urza was also responsible for keeping an eye on the lingering remnants of Artemis's minions. She personally scouted the multiverse for any sign of their activities, sending warning signals to Beerus or Tempest whenever she detected suspicious movements. Her protective instincts extended to the cardinal world, as she secretly shielded it from cosmic threats too dangerous for mortals to handle. Velzer, the most creative and ambitious of the wives, focused her efforts on developing new forms of energy and power. Her mastery over creation allowed her to enhance the magical and technological advancements of the cardinal world without direct intervention. Velzer's subtle influence could be felt in the innovations of Tempest and other nations as she inspired their scientists and engineers to dream bigger. Her domain in Beerus's realm was a grand forge surrounded by pulsating stars. Here, Velzer crafted weapons, tools, and artifacts of unimaginable power. Occasionally, she gifted these creations to mortals or divine beings who proved their worth, ensuring they could tip the scales in their favor when facing overwhelming odds. Beta and Delta, the youngest and most unpredictable of Beerus's wives, represented the balance of chaos and order. Beta thrived in unpredictability, while Delta maintained control and structure. Together, they acted as Beerus's enforcers, ensuring balance across the worlds under his watch. Beta enjoyed observing mortals and testing their resolve by creating small, controlled disturbances in their lives. Whether it was a sudden storm or a twist of fate, Beta's actions often spurred growth and resilience in those affected. Meanwhile, Delta restored balance, subtly guiding mortals back on track and ensuring Beta's chaos didn't spiral out of control. Their domain was a swirling vortex of light and shadow, where opposing forces clashed and blended in perfect harmony. They were often seen sparring with each other, their battles a representation of the delicate balance they maintained across existence. Sigma had a profound connection to nature. She was the caretaker of the floating gardens and worked closely with Beta to maintain their beauty. Sigma possessed a unique ability to communicate with the flora and fauna of the celestial realm, and her gardens flourished under her care. Despite her gentle nature, Sigma was a formidable combatant. She trained under Urza and Velzer, blending their techniques with her own style. Sigma's duality of nurturing and strength made her an indispensable part of the family. While his wives were busy with their individual tasks, Beerus had taken on the role of a cosmic overseer. Though his demeanor was as laid back as ever, he was more vigilant than he let on. He spent much of his time observing the cardinal world, his sharp golden eyes missing nothing. Beerus occasionally descended to the cardinal world, disguising himself as a wandering traveler to experience the changes firsthand. He visited the rebuilt nations, engaging with mortals to understand their struggles and triumphs. His interactions were often brief, but his words left lasting impressions on those fortunate enough to meet him. One memorable visit was to Tempest, where he spent time with Rimuru and his generals. Beerus admired Rimuru's leadership and growth, often teasing him about his continued humility despite his immense power. He also took a liking to Veldora, engaging in mock battles that shook the skies but ended in laughter. Beerus, alongside his 6 wives, Zerna, Urza, Velzer, Beta, Delta, and Sigma, was living in a dynamic and harmonious balance within his celestial realm. Yet, for all their joy and duty as cosmic arbiters, there was one thing Beerus missed: the exhilaration of competition. The battle against Artemis and his minions had reignited his love for battle, a thirst for thrilling encounters that went beyond maintaining balance. One day, as the family gathered in the floating palace gardens, Beerus voiced his thoughts while sipping on a cup of divine nectar. Beerus, the universe has grown peaceful again. A little too peaceful for my liking. Velzer, raising an eyebrow, smirking. You're bored, aren't you? Beerus, chuckling perhaps. The mortals have rebuilt their world, and while I enjoy watching their progress, I crave something more exhilarating. Zerna, placing her chin on her hand, intrigued. Are you suggesting a return to the tournaments, my love? Beerus, grinning exactly. Those tournaments were a blend of chaos, excitement, and sheer talent. I want to revive that tradition, right here, in this dimension. The wives exchanged glances. They knew this was not just idle talk. Beerus had made up his mind, and his love for competition was infectious. Sigma, it would also be an excellent way to keep the strongest beings in shape. Even peace needs preparation. Delta, nodding thoughtfully, and a way to foster alliances. Competition unites people as much as it divides them. Beerus, grinning wider. Exactly why it's time for me to revisit my old dimension and bring some of the greatest fighters into the fold. Sengoku, Vegeta, Gohan, and others, they'll be perfect for this. Rimuru, with his extensive network of spies that spanned the entire cardinal world and beyond, began receiving troubling whispers. These fragments of information were scarce, almost ephemeral, but their significance was undeniable. Rimuru had trained his intelligence network to filter out noise and focus on meaningful patterns, yet this new threat was proving elusive. Hints of a shadowy group pulling strings behind the scenes, whispers of strange disappearances, and rumors of individuals suddenly gaining unnatural power pointed to a hidden danger. No matter how deep Rimuru's spies delved, they were met with dead ends. The web of information seemed deliberately tangled, as if someone, or something, was working to remain undetected. Rimuru's concern grew. He had seen how unchecked ambition, greed, and darkness could spiral into chaos, and he wasn't about to let the cardinal world fall into disarray after everything they had rebuilt. He decided that this matter couldn't be handled alone. If these whispers were indeed the remnants of Artemis's minions, then their cunning and manipulative nature would require the collective wisdom and strength of the demon lords to counter. Rimuru sent out summons for a Valpurgis meeting. This time, the stakes were higher than they had been in decades. The familiar setting of the demon lord gathering took on a tense atmosphere as each lord arrived. Guy Crimson was the first, his crimson cloak billowing as he sat at the head of the table with his usual smirk, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity. Luminous Valentine entered with her characteristic elegance, her cold demeanor masking her growing concern. Draggle's towering figure loomed over the others as he took his seat silently, while Malim Nava burst in with her usual boundless energy, though even she could sense the seriousness of the meeting. Leon Cromwell followed, his golden eyes scanning the room with suspicion, and finally, Ramiris fluttered in, muttering nervously about what Rimuru had called them for this time. Rimuru, seated calmly but exuding authority, began the discussion. Rimuru, his tone measured. I've called you all here because of a growing concern. My network of spies has uncovered fragments of information, barely more than whispers, but they all point to a potential threat. It's subtle, almost invisible, but it's there. Guy Crimson, leaning back, his crimson eyes narrowing. A potential threat? That's vague, even for you. Care to elaborate? Rimuru, the specifics are scarce, but the signs are troubling. Strange disappearances, sudden rises in power among individuals in weaker nations, and whispers of manipulation at the highest levels of some governments. It's as if someone is working in the shadows, destabilizing the world bit by bit. Luminous, her voice calm but icy. And you believe this could be the work of Artemis's remnants? Rimuru, nodding. It's the most plausible explanation. His most cunning and manipulative minions managed to escape. They're likely using human greed and ambition as tools to sow chaos, all while staying hidden. Malim, slamming her hands on the table, her usual grin replaced with a rare seriousness. If that's true, we can't let them get away with it. We need to find them and crush them. Leon Cromwell, his tone skeptical. If they've remained hidden this long, they won't be easy to root out. This could take years. Draggle, his deep voice rumbling. We don't have years. If they're allowed to grow unchecked, they could become a threat greater than Artemis himself. As the demon lords debated, trying to piece together what little they knew, the air around them suddenly shifted. Time seemed to freeze, and the very fabric of reality warped. Before they could react, they were transported to a different realm entirely. And in an instant, the demon lords found themselves in a realm unlike any they had ever seen. The atmosphere was indescribable, a realm of endless beauty, where the very air shimmered with celestial hues. The sky was an ever-changing masterpiece, blending colors that didn't exist in the mortal spectrum. The land beneath their feet felt alive, pulsating with an energy that resonated with their very souls. Towering mountains floated in the distance, their peaks crowned with golden clouds, while rivers of pure starlight wound their way through emerald plains. At the center of it all stood a castle that defied mortal comprehension. Its spires reached beyond the heavens, and its walls shimmered as though made of liquid diamond. Every brick seemed to hum with power, and the castle exuded an aura so divine and majestic that even the proudest among the demon lords felt humbled. Guy Crimson, his usual smug grin replaced with wide-eyed awe. What is this place? Luminous, her voice soft, almost reverent. I've seen beauty in my time, but this is beyond words. Malim, spinning in place, her usual energy bubbling over. It's so pretty. I didn't think anything could look this cool. Leon, his voice low, his golden eyes scanning their surroundings. The power here, it's overwhelming. It feels timeless. Ramiris, hovering in the air, her wings fluttering nervously. I don't know if I should be impressed or terrified. This place feels alive. Before they could gather their thoughts, a voice echoed through the realm, deep, commanding, and filled with undeniable authority. Beerus, his tone calm, but carrying an undercurrent of power. Welcome to my realm, demon lords. I hope it meets your expectations. They turned as one to see Beerus standing behind them, his presence effortlessly dominating the space. His golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he observed their reactions. His 6 wives, Zerna, Urza, Velzer, Beta, Delta, and Sigma, stood nearby, each exuding their unique blend of beauty and power, silently observing the visitors with mild curiosity. With a snap of Beerus's fingers, a grand round table appeared before them, laden with an array of delicacies and drinks that seemed to glow with an otherworldly radiance. The chairs surrounding the table were as grand as thrones, each customized to the individual demon lord style. Beerus, gesturing for them to sit. Please, make yourselves comfortable. As they took their seats, the demon lords found themselves oddly subdued. The sheer magnificence of their surroundings had left even the boldest among them momentarily speechless. Beerus leaned back in his chair, sipping a drink that seemed to radiate warmth and light. Guy Crimson, breaking the silence, his tone casual but with a hint of respect. I have to admit, Beerus, this place is impressive. I've seen a lot in my time, but nothing like this. Beerus, smirking, impressive is the least I expect. This realm is a reflection of my will. Time does not flow here unless I allow it, and the weather bends to my desires. Beauty, power, and control, this realm embodies it all. Malim, grinning, already devouring a plate of snacks. This is amazing. You've got good food too. Can I stay here forever? Beerus, chuckling. You find it far less entertaining than you think, Malim. This is not a place for idleness. The conversation soon turned to Beerus's reason for summoning them. Beerus, I've decided to bring back something I once enjoyed immensely. Tournaments. Not just any tournaments, but battles between the strongest beings across dimensions. I want to see how you demon lords fare against fighters from other worlds. Guy Crimson, his crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. Now that's something I can get behind. A challenge worthy of my time. Malim, pounding the table with enthusiasm. Yes, this sounds like so much fun. I can't wait to fight some new opponents. Luminous, raising an eyebrow, her tone measured. And what's your purpose in this, Beerus? Is this for your entertainment, or do you have another motive? Beerus, smirking, perhaps. Or perhaps it's to remind you all that there's always someone stronger, somewhere out there. Consider it a test of your strength and unity. As the excitement grew, Rimuru, who had been quietly observing, decided to bring up the matter that had been troubling him. Rimuru, leaning forward, his tone serious. Lord Beerus, I appreciate the idea of the tournament, but there's something else we need to address. My network of spies has uncovered hints of another threat, a possible remnant of Artemis's influence. Beerus's expression didn't change, but his golden eyes sharpened, and the wives exchanged curious glances. Rimuru, the information is sparse, but it's enough to be concerning. There's a chance that some of Artemis's minions are still alive, hiding in the shadows and manipulating things behind the scenes. Guy Crimson, scowling. If that's true, we need to root them out before they become a real problem. Luminous, agreed. We can't afford to let Artemis's legacy fester. Beerus listened silently, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he leaned forward, his gaze piercing. Beerus, I will not interfere directly. This is your world, and you must handle your own problems. However, I will say this. The shadows grow strongest where the light blinds. Be wary of the cracks in your alliances, for that is where your enemy will strike. His cryptic message left the demon lords thoughtful and uneasy. With another snap of Beerus's fingers, the table vanished, and the demon lords found themselves standing once more in the celestial gardens. Beerus, his voice echoing across the realm. Do not disappoint me, demon lords. When the tournament begins, I expect you to be stronger than ever. And as for your hidden threat, handle it wisely. Before they could respond, they were enveloped in light and returned to the cardinal world, each carrying the weight of what they had seen and heard. As the demon lords exchanged glances, their expressions were a mix of awe, determination, and unease. They had been given much to think about, both the upcoming tournament and the lingering threat of Artemis's legacy. Rimuru, his voice steady. Let's not waste any time. We have a lot of work to do. The others nodded in agreement, their resolve strengthened by the encounter with Beerus and the glimpse of his unimaginable power. The game had changed, and they knew they had to be ready for whatever came next. Back in the DBZ world, precisely in Beerus's world, Whis was reclining under a large tree by a peaceful river, a small cup of ice cream in hand, the spoon elegantly balanced between his fingers. His serene expression reflected his satisfaction with the day. He had spent part of the morning training Goku and Vegeta, though Goku's endless questions about Ultra Instinct and Vegeta's grumbling about rival power levels had left him needing this moment of solitude. The river glistened under the sunlight, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of blooming flowers. Whis closed his eyes, savoring the ice cream, already thinking of his next visit to Earth to persuade Bulma to whip up another feast. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere shattered. A brilliant golden light erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire area. Whis sat up abruptly, shielding his eyes from the dazzling display. He felt an overwhelming energy, ancient and divine, cascading over him in waves. The sheer intensity of the presence made even his usually calm demeanor waver. Whis, murmuring, now this is peculiar. Such energy, but it's unfamiliar. The light began to fade, and a figure stepped forward, taller and radiating an aura of unparalleled power. Whis froze. His usually composed expression gave way to shock. The figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Lord Beerus, but there were distinct differences. This Beerus was more muscular, his form exuding a divine strength that surpassed anything Whis had ever encountered. His violet skin seemed to glow with celestial energy, and his eyes, once sharp and playful, now held a deeper, infinite wisdom. Behind him stood 6 other beings, all radiating immense divine energy. Each carried an air of grace and power that rivaled the most potent deities Whis had ever known. Beerus, his voice carrying authority and amusement. Whis, I see you've been enjoying Earth's delicacies without keeping any for me. Typical. Whis blinked, momentarily stunned. The voice was unmistakable, yet the power, the presence, was beyond anything he had ever associated with his former charge. Whis, hesitant, and my lord, is that truly you? Beerus, smirking, indeed, Whis. It is I. Have I changed so much that you no longer recognize me? Whis stood, his usually relaxed posture replaced with one of respectful awe. He studied Beerus carefully, his mind racing to make sense of what he was seeing. Whis, still processing, but you're different. Your power, it's immeasurable. I cannot even begin to estimate it. And these beings with you, he gestures to the 6 figures. Who are they? Beerus, with a sly grin. Allow me to introduce my wives. Whis, blinking in disbelief. Wives? My lord, you've married? And not just one but 6. Beerus chuckled, clearly amused by Whis' reaction. His wives stepped forward, their presence further magnifying the divine aura surrounding them. Sigma, the serene and composed wife, inclined her head gracefully, while Mecha and Gord exuded an aura of overwhelming strength. The others followed suit, each displaying a unique charisma that left Whis momentarily speechless. Whis, regaining his composure. This is unprecedented. I must admit, I never imagined you, of all beings, settling down. And to think, you've grown even more powerful in the process. Beerus, his tone turning serious. More than you can imagine, Whis. What you see before you is the result of my ascension. I no longer hold the title of a simple destroyer god. That was merely a stepping stone. Whis tilted his head, curiosity shining in his eyes. Whis, ascension you say? Then, where does this place you in the grand hierarchy? Beyond Lord Zeno? Beyond the grand priest? Beerus, calmly, but with undeniable finality. I hold the ultimate power, Whis. To simplify it for you, it all starts and ends with me. There is nothing beyond me, for it is all within me. Reality itself bends to my will. A thought is all it takes to shape existence as I see fit. The words hung in the air, their weight palpable. For the first time in his long existence, Whis felt truly dwarfed. Even his father, the Grand Priest, or the Omni King Zeno paled in comparison to the being standing before him. Whis, his voice quiet. That would explain why I couldn't gauge your power. You've transcended everything I know. My lord, you've surpassed even the concept of power itself. Beerus nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Beerus, precisely. I no longer belong to the hierarchies you once knew. I am beyond them. However, I've not come here to boast. Whis raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As the conversation shifted, Beerus's expression grew more serious, a subtle shift that signaled he was about to divulge something of greater importance. Whis, sensing the change, straightened slightly, his casual demeanor fading as curiosity took over. Beerus, leaning forward. There is something else I must share with you, Whis. Something that might explain my journey. Whis tilted his head, intrigued, his attention fully captured. He could tell that this revelation would not be something trivial. Beerus had been through a tremendous transformation, far beyond the power of a typical destroyer god. But what was this new information? What could possibly surpass the unimaginable power Beerus had already displayed? Whis, I'm listening, my lord. Beerus let out a long breath, looking out into the distance for a moment, as if collecting his thoughts. Beerus, my old body, the one you knew, the lazy, indifferent Beerus, it's still in my room, resting as if nothing has changed. I left it there on purpose. Whis blinked, surprised by the revelation. Whis, you left it there? But why? Is it not unusual for a god of your caliber to simply leave their mortal form behind, especially when your power has evolved so dramatically? Beerus's lips curled into a faint smile, though it was more knowing than playful. Beerus, it was a necessary deception. I needed the universe to believe I was still inactive, that my power was still contained in the form of a mere destroyer god. It helped in keeping the peace, making the other gods think I was still under the control of certain limitations. Whis' brows furrowed as he processed this information. The complexities of divine politics were never simple, but Beerus had always operated outside of conventional boundaries. It was a characteristic Whis had come to expect from him, but this was a new level of strategic thinking. Whis, you deceived the gods themselves, and even me. That's quite the move. And here I thought you were just a destroyer who enjoyed sleeping and eating. Beerus chuckled darkly, his eyes glimmering with a hidden depth of experience. Beerus, I did what I had to. Whis, and what of Veldanava? I sense there's more to this story than just hiding your power. At the mention of Veldanava, Beerus's expression shifted again, this time to one of somber reflection. He leaned back slightly, as though weighing how much of his personal journey he was willing to share. Beerus, Veldanava, the one who guided me through my ascension. He was the one who chose me to be his successor. Whis' eyes widened. For as long as he had known Beerus, he had never once heard him speak of Veldanava with such reverence. Whis, Veldanava, you were his successor. Beerus, nodding yes. It was a pivotal moment in my existence. You see, Veldanava was the one who granted me the true understanding of what I was becoming. He saw the potential in me, far beyond what even I could grasp at the time. He gave me his knowledge, his wisdom, his power, and most importantly, his purpose. Whis watched as Beerus spoke, sensing the weight of the words. Whis, and with that, you became something greater. But why did he choose you? Was there a specific reason? Was it only about power? Beerus, no, it wasn't just about power, Whis. It was about understanding balance, about being the force that ensures the universe remains in its proper place. Veldanava knew that there had to be someone who could wield not just power, but the wisdom and responsibility to shape reality as it should be. As Whis stood there, still processing the immense shift in Beerus's power and his newly acquired role, Beerus waved a hand dismissively, signaling the end of the current topic. He could see the curiosity burning in Whis' eyes, but there was something else on his mind, something he wanted to discuss next. Beerus, now, Whis, before you continue asking questions about my transformation or the cardinal world, I have a question for you. What's been happening while I've been gone? Any noteworthy events you should update me on? Whis, who had been somewhat lost in thought, refocused and blinked, surprised by the sudden change in direction. He wasn't used to being caught off guard by his master's questioning, but he quickly nodded, tapping into his vast knowledge of recent events. Whis, well, Lord Beerus, there have been a few developments in your absence. The Scion warriors, Goku, Vegeta, and even Gohan, have been growing stronger, as usual. They've been training relentlessly, especially with the looming threats from the multiverse. There's also been an uptick in battles between certain factions in the universe, power struggles, mostly, but nothing that's escalated into a real conflict. Beerus listened intently, nodding as Whis recounted the events, but his mind was already drifting back to his own plans. He had something bigger in mind, something that would serve not only as a challenge to the strongest beings in existence, but as a reminder of his power and control. His desire for something more grandiose had been growing for some time. Beerus, well, that's interesting, but I'm planning a different kind of tournament. Whis, what do you mean, my lord? A different kind of tournament? Beerus, nodding with a slight grin, exactly. I've been thinking a lot about the tournament and the strength of the beings I've encountered. I have a plan to bring together some of the strongest entities in existence. This tournament will be more than just a mere test of strength. Whis, and who? Pray tell, do you plan on including in this tournament? Goku and Vegeta are strong, but surely you're thinking beyond that. Who else do you have in mind? Beerus chuckled, the amusement clear in his voice. Beerus, oh, much more than them, Whis. You see, back in the cardinal world, there are beings far beyond anything you've seen. The demon lords, for instance, powerful, ancient entities who, though they've been kept in check, hold an immense amount of potential. They're a unique breed of power, prideful, strong-willed, and ready to challenge anyone. They're not your typical warriors, but that makes them all the more intriguing. Whis' eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Whis, demon lords, you say? I've never heard of such beings. Are they as formidable as you claim? Beerus smirked, enjoying Whis' curiosity. He was still processing the information at a rapid pace. Beerus, oh, they are. Trust me, I've encountered them. They're beings who rule entire regions of the cardinal world. This tournament I'm planning will serve as a reminder of who holds true power and how little they know of it. Whis, so, you're not just arranging a tournament for show. This is about something more than simply testing strength. It's about demonstrating control, isn't it? Beerus, nodding exactly. This is about setting boundaries, showing the demon lords, and anyone else who might dare to challenge the established order, that they are nothing more than pawns. And not only will they fight each other, but I'll also be inviting some of the strongest beings from different universes. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Jiren, Frieza. A mixture of power, pride, and strategy. Whis, very well, my lord. I'll begin preparations on my end. But before I go, is there anything else you'd like to discuss regarding the tournament or the future? Beerus paused, his expression turning thoughtful. He'd laid out his plans for the tournament, and now he needed to turn his attention to the next phase. Beerus, no. For now, I think we've covered everything. Just make sure the fighters are prepared. The tournament will be a test of more than just physical strength. It'll be a test of their will to survive. With that, Whis nodded in acknowledgement and vanished, leaving Beerus alone with his thoughts. Beerus could feel the excitement building within him as he considered the tournament, the entertainment it would bring. The cardinal world would be in for a rude awakening, and Beerus couldn't wait to see who would rise to the occasion. Whis, as Beerus's most trusted attendant and emissary, took his role seriously when it came to gathering the best fighters for the upcoming tournament in the cardinal world. This tournament wasn't just about power. It was about testing the very limits of will, strength, and character. With Beerus's instructions clear, Whis set out to recruit Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, Jiren, Gohan, Piccolo, and Top. Each of them had unique traits that made them ideal participants. However, Whis knew he'd need to approach each of them differently, as their motivations and circumstances varied widely. Whis' first stop was, naturally, Earth. He knew Goku and Vegeta would be easy to convince, as they both thrived on challenges and opportunities to grow stronger. He found them sparring on Beerus's old training grounds, a barren rocky expanse that had been shaped into a battlefield over years of intense battles. Whis, hovering in the air with his staff. Goku, Vegeta, I have a proposition for you. Goku stopped mid-punch, his face lighting up with excitement. Goku, a proposition? Oh, this is gonna be good. What is it, Whis? Another tournament. Vegeta, ever the skeptic, folded his arms. Vegeta, if this is just another ploy to pit us against each other, I'm not interested. Whis landed gracefully and smirked. Whis, oh, it's much more than that, Vegeta. Lord Beerus has planned a tournament unlike anything you've participated in before. This time, the battleground won't even be in our universe. It will take place in a world filled with beings of immense power, demon lords, as they call themselves. Lord Beerus himself has deemed them worthy of your challenge. Both Scions perked up at the mention of powerful opponents. Goku, demon lords? That sounds awesome. I'm in. Vegeta, narrowing his eyes. Demon lords, huh? If Beerus thinks they're strong, then they must be worth my time. I'll show them what true Scion power looks like. Whis chuckled, knowing their competitive spirits would be more than enough to secure their participation. The next stop on Whis' journey was a more delicate one. Convincing Frieza, the ruthless emperor, to join the tournament would require a combination of flattery, manipulation, and careful wording. Whis found Frieza overseeing the operations of his rebuilt empire from his throne aboard a massive starship. Frieza, smiling smugly as Whis appeared. Ah, the angel. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Whis, Lord Frieza, I bring an invitation from none other than Lord Beerus. He has requested your participation in a grand tournament, one that will take place in a realm beyond this universe. Frisia's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Frisia, a tournament? Why would I waste my precious time on such trivial entertainment? Wiss's expression remained calm, but his tone became slightly more persuasive. Wiss, because this is no ordinary tournament. The opponents you'll face are unlike anything you've encountered. Demon lords with power that could rival even your own. Imagine the prestige of conquering such beings, Frisia. You could prove yourself not only as the strongest in this universe, but as a force to be feared across realms. Frisia's smirk grew wider, his golden form flickering for a moment as his energy flared. Frisia, interesting. Very well, Angel. Tell Lord Beerus that I shall grace his tournament with my presence. But I hope for his sake that these demon lords live up to the hype. Jiren, the stoic and powerful warrior from Universe 11, was next on Wiss's list. Finding him in meditation atop a mountain in his homeworld, Wiss approached with respect, knowing Jiren's disciplined nature. Wiss, Jiren, the strongest warrior of Universe 11. I have come to extend an invitation on behalf of Lord Beerus. Jiren opened his eyes slowly, his imposing aura radiating calm, yet undeniable power. Jiren, why would a destroyer from another universe want me to fight in his tournament? Wiss, because this is no ordinary tournament, Jiren. The opponents you'll face are not only strong but cunning and unpredictable. They come from a realm called the Cardinal World, a place with its own hierarchy of power, including beings known as demon lords. Lord Beerus believes you are one of the few who can match their strength. Jiren remained silent for a moment, then rose to his feet. Jiren, if this is an opportunity to grow stronger and protect my universe, I will accept. But know this, I fight for justice, not for entertainment. Wiss smiled knowingly. Wiss, of course, Jiren. Your strength and resolve will be invaluable. Back on Earth, Wiss visited Gohan and Piccolo, who were training together in the wilderness. Gohan had been balancing his scholarly pursuits with his training, while Piccolo remained his ever-dedicated mentor. Wiss, Gohan, Piccolo, I bring exciting news. Lord Beerus has organized a tournament that requires the participation of the strongest warriors. Your names are on the list. Gohan, ever the intellectual, frowned slightly. Gohan, a tournament? What kind of tournament? And who are we fighting? Wiss explained the details, emphasizing the power of the demon lords and the unique challenges they would face. Piccolo, always calm and analytical, nodded thoughtfully. Piccolo, this sounds dangerous, but it's also an opportunity to test our limits. Gohan, this could be your chance to grow even stronger. Gohan hesitated for a moment, then clenched his fists with determination. Gohan, all right, I'm in. If these demon lords are as strong as Wiss says, then we'll need to give it everything we've got. Finally, Wiss visited Top, the leader of the Pride Troopers and a warrior of immense strength and conviction. Top was overseeing a mission to protect his planet when Wiss appeared. Wiss, Top, I have a request from Lord Beerus. He has selected you as one of the participants in a grand tournament that will take place in a realm beyond this universe. Top, ever the honorable warrior, looked intrigued. Top, a tournament? What is the purpose of this event? Wiss explained the nature of the tournament and the strength of the demon lords, appealing to Top's sense of justice and his desire to protect others. Top, if this tournament will bring together the strongest warriors, then I will gladly participate. Justice must always prevail, and I will ensure that the light of justice shines brightly, even in the darkest of realms. After gathering all the fighters, Wiss returned to Beerus with the news. Wiss, my lord, the participants have been assembled. Goku, Vegeta, Frisia, Jiren, Gohan, Piccolo, and Top have all agreed to join the tournament. Each of them is eager to prove themselves, and I must say, this promises to be a most fascinating event. Beerus, lounging on his throne with his wives by his side, smirked. Beerus, good. This tournament will be one for the ages. After months of effort, Wiss had successfully recruited the best fighters for the tournament. Goku, Vegeta, Jiren, Frisia, Gohan, Piccolo, and Top were all prepared to train for the 6 months leading up to the event. With this part of the plan complete, Wiss approached Beerus to deliver the news. The fighters are ready, my lord, Wiss said, bowing slightly. They seem quite eager to participate, though some are more motivated by their rivalry than anything else. Beerus smirked. Good. Let them train hard. They'll need every ounce of power when they face the demon lords of the Cardinal World. Speaking of which, Wiss, I think it's time you come with me to visit the Cardinal World. Wiss raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The Cardinal World? A place full of beings you've spoken so highly of? I must admit, my curiosity is piqued. But what are my duties here? Beerus waved his hand dismissively, already conjuring a body double of Wiss. This double was identical in appearance and mannerisms, imbued with a fragment of Wiss's consciousness to carry out his responsibilities seamlessly. This will suffice, Beerus said. We're only going for a short visit, and this realm doesn't require constant supervision. You'll see why the Cardinal World is worth your attention. As Beerus, Wiss, and Beerus' wives stepped through the shimmering portal into the Cardinal World, Wiss was immediately struck by the overwhelming beauty of Beerus's personal realm. It was unlike anything Wiss had ever seen in the multiverse. The landscape was a blend of divinity and nature, with glowing rivers of golden light, crystalline trees that shimmered like stars, and an ethereal sky that shifted colors in harmony with Beerus's mood. Impressive, Wiss murmured, taking in the sight. This is a significant departure from your old world, my lord. Your wives have certainly elevated your aesthetic sense. Sigma smirked. We couldn't let Beerus live in a barren wasteland anymore. Delta added. Everything here reflects our unity and his divine authority. This realm is a testament to what he has become. Wiss gave a small chuckle. Indeed, I can see that. It is fitting. Then Beerus decided their first stop would be the gathering place of the demon lords. Without any warning to the lords themselves, Beerus opened a portal directly into their council chamber. As he and Wiss stepped through, accompanied by Beerus's wives, the room was immediately filled with a palpable tension. Wiss followed Beerus through the portal and stepped into the council chamber of the demon lords. The grand hall was vast and majestic, decorated with a mixture of Gothic architecture and shimmering magical energy. The air buzzed with power, a suffocating pressure that was found fascinating. Seated around a massive round table were the demon lords, each radiating an aura of overwhelming strength. Rimuru Tempest, at the head of the table, blinked in surprise. Beerus, you could have sent a message first, you know. Guy Crimson, leaning back in his seat, smirked. And you brought a guest. Who's this, Beerus? A servant. Maline Nava, bouncing in her seat, exclaimed, oh, is he strong? Can I fight him? Luminous Valentine, the vampire queen, looked Wiss up and down with a cold, calculating gaze. Leon Cromwell gave a sharp, suspicious glance. Draggle, the towering giant, crossed his arms, his deep voice rumbling. What business do you have here? Ramiris, though tiny compared to the others, fluttered her wings excitedly. He looks so elegant. Is he as strong as you, Beerus? Beerus raised a hand, silencing them. This is Wiss, my former teacher and an angel. He's here to observe and meet the demon lords. Wiss gave a polite bow, his smile calm. A pleasure to meet you all. Lord Beerus has spoken of your power, and I must admit, I am intrigued by what this world has to offer. As the introductions proceeded, Wiss studied each demon lord in detail. Rimuru Tempest. Wiss noted Rimuru's calm, yet commanding presence. Your energy is unique, Wiss remarked. It's adaptable, almost limitless in potential. Fascinating. Guy Crimson. The chaotic yet controlled aura of the primordial red drew Wiss's attention. You're full of surprises, I can tell, Wiss said. Guy smirked. Stick around. I might surprise you even more. Maline Nava. Maleem's overwhelming raw power intrigued Wiss. She practically radiated energy. Such raw strength, Wiss mused. It's like a star about to go supernova. Maleem grinned. You bet I'm strong. Luminous Valentine. The vampire queen's regal, composed demeanor impressed Wiss. Her aura was sharp and cold like an eternal winter. A vampire with the power of light, Wiss said thoughtfully. A curious paradox. Luminous gave a small, prideful smile. Leon Cromwell. Leon's golden aura was sharp and calculated, reflecting his nature. Whis nodded. Precise and efficient. I can see why Beerus respects you. Draggle. The towering giant radiated raw, immovable strength. Whis smiled slightly. A mountain given form. Your presence alone is impressive. Ramiris. Though small, Ramiris carried divine energy. Don't underestimate me, she said, puffing her chest. Whis chuckled. I wouldn't dream of it. As the introductions wrapped up, Guy couldn't resist a jab at Whis. So, you're Beerus' teacher? You don't look like much. Are you sure you're not all talk? Malim's eyes lit up. Yeah, fight him, Whis. I want to see how strong you are. Beerus sighed. Guy, don't start. Whis isn't here to fight. But Guy was already standing, his aura flaring. Come on, Angel. Show me what you've got. Or are you afraid of losing in front of us? Whis gave a calm smile. I don't usually fight unless necessary. But if you insist, I'll indulge you briefly. The council chamber transformed into a massive arena, conjured by Beerus with a wave of his hand. The demon lords eagerly gathered to watch the match. Guy's aura blazed like wildfire as he grinned. Let's see if you're worthy of teaching someone like Beerus. Whis, holding his staff lightly, gestured for Guy to begin. Whenever you're ready. Guy launched himself forward, his speed and strength shaking the arena. Whis, however, moved like a ghost, effortlessly dodging every attack. You're fast, Whis remarked, his tone calm. But predictable. Guy smirked, his attacks growing more ferocious and erratic. Whis blocked a powerful blow with a single finger, sending a shockwave that echoed through the arena. The demon lords watched in awe as Whis countered Guy's most devastating attacks with minimal effort. Finally, Whis raised his staff, summoning a small but overwhelming wave of energy that stopped Guy in his tracks. Guy, breathing heavily, stepped back and laughed. Not bad. You're the real deal. Whis smiled. And you're quite formidable yourself. I can see why you're respected as a leader. As the arena dissolved back into the council chamber, the demon lords were buzzing with excitement and curiosity. Malim pouted. I wanted to fight Whis. Beerus smirked. You'll get your chance during the tournament. Whis turned to Beerus. This world is fascinating, my lord. The demon lords are unlike anything I've encountered before. Rimuru stepped forward. We'll be ready for your fighters, Beerus. This tournament will be an opportunity for all of us to grow stronger. Beerus nodded. Good. Just don't disappoint me. As Beerus and Whis prepared to leave, the demon lords were left in awe of Whis's power and intrigued by the promise of the tournament. Whis, for his part, was thoroughly impressed by the strength and diversity of the cardinal world. The upcoming clash promised to be a spectacle unlike any other. After the meeting with the demon lords, Beerus decided to give Whis a more in-depth look at the cardinal world. Whis, it's time you saw more than just the demon lords. This world is vast and diverse. There's much to explore, and I think you'll find it fascinating. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Beerus used powerful illusion magic to disguise himself, Whis, and his wives. Their appearances became more human-like, their divine auras subdued, making them blend seamlessly with the inhabitants of the world. Let's take it slow, Beerus said with a smirk. I don't want anyone ruining my day by recognizing me. Their journey began in the nation of Tempest, Rimuru's prosperous kingdom. As they strolled through the bustling streets of Rimuru City, Whis marveled at the harmonious coexistence of humans, monsters, and demi-humans. Monsters and humans living together without conflict, Whis remarked, his eyes scanning the lively marketplace. I didn't think such a thing was possible. Zerna, Beerus's first wife, nodded. Tempest is one of the most unique nations. Rimuru's vision of unity and peace has shaped it into a thriving society. Vendors called out to passersby, selling goods ranging from enchanted weapons to magical fruits. Children of various species played together, their laughter filling the air. Whis was particularly intrigued by the use of magic crystals powering streetlights and transportation. They've combined magic and technology in such innovative ways, Whis said, tapping a glowing lamppost. It's rudimentary compared to your old world, Beerus, but charming in its simplicity. The group enjoyed local delicacies at a small eatery, and even Beerus admitted that the food was delicious. Rimuru knows how to build a nation, he muttered between bites. From Tempest, they traveled to the dwarven kingdom of Dworgen. The city's underground architecture was a marvel, with massive stone pillars supporting intricately carved ceilings. The forges roared with activity as blacksmiths crafted weapons and armor of unparalleled quality. Whis watched as sparks flew from a forge, his expression one of admiration. The craftsmanship here is extraordinary. Even in my old world, few could rival this level of skill. Velzer, one of Beerus's wives, observed. The dwarves pride themselves on their work. They are a meticulous and dedicated people. Beerus chuckled. If you're impressed by their weapons, wait until you try their ale. They visited the royal palace and observed the dwarves' efficient governance. Whis was impressed by the structured and disciplined society. A kingdom of strength and order, he mused. It's no wonder they are allies of Tempest. The elven nation of Sarion, its cities were lush and vibrant, blending seamlessly with the surrounding forests. The architecture was elegant, with buildings made of living wood and adorned with intricate carvings. This place is breathtaking, Whis said, his usually calm demeanor showing genuine awe. The elves have a deep connection to nature, don't they? Beta, Beerus's wife, nodded. Sarion is a testament to harmony with the natural world. The elves have always valued balance. They attended a grand performance in an open-air amphitheater, where elven musicians played enchanting melodies. Even Beerus seemed relaxed, sipping on elven wine. This is what peace feels like, he murmured. The Eastern Empire, with its towering skyscrapers and advanced magical technology, was a stark contrast to the natural beauty of Sarion. Here, magic and science coexisted in perfect harmony, creating a metropolis of innovation. Whis was captivated by the Empire's technological advancements. They've harnessed magic in ways I didn't think possible, he said, examining a floating vehicle. This place rivals the technological marvels of our old universe. Delta, Beerus's wife, added. The Empire is a hub of progress, but it comes with its challenges. Rapid advancement often leads to inequality. Beerus observed the bustling streets with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Impressive, but their ambition could easily lead to arrogance. Ingracia, known for its academies and centers of learning, was their next destination. The city was filled with scholars, mages, and students from all over the cardinal world. Whis was particularly intrigued by the libraries and magical research facilities. The pursuit of knowledge is strong here, he said, flipping through a tome on advanced magic. They remind me of the scholars from the old universe. Zerna smiled. Ingracia plays a crucial role in educating the next generation. Their influence shapes the future of this world. The group visited the Free Guild headquarters, where adventurers gathered. Whis observed their camaraderie and dedication. A diverse and ambitious group, he said. They embody the spirit of this world. The Holy Empire was a land of faith and devotion, its grand temples reaching toward the heavens. The air was filled with the sound of hymns, and the streets were lined with pilgrims. Whis admired the Empire's architecture, noting the divine energy that permeated the land. It's rare to see faith so deeply ingrained in a society, he said. Their belief gives them strength. Luminous, the vampire demon lord, had a strong influence here, and Whis could sense her power in the land itself. She's woven herself into their faith, he mused. Clever. When Beerus, Whis, and his wives arrived in the kingdom of Falmouth, the transformation was evident. Under the leadership of the new king, Falmouth had undergone a dramatic revival. The once corrupt government was no more, replaced by a fair and just system of governance focused on rebuilding trust with its people and fostering alliances with neighboring nations. Walking through the city streets, Whis observed the renewed vitality among the citizens. Children played freely in clean neighborhoods, and merchants proudly displayed their goods in well-organized markets. The air no longer carried the heavy tension of a nation struggling with its identity. This is impressive, Whis noted, observing the unity between humans and demi-humans working side by side to rebuild the nation. The king must be quite the leader to inspire such harmony after Falmouth's troubled past. Sigma, one of Beerus's wives, replied with a smile. The king has been guided well by Rimuru. Tempest's influence and support ensured Falmouth's success, but it was the king's determination and vision that made it a reality. The group visited the royal palace, which was now a symbol of simplicity and functionality, reflecting Yung's humble beginnings as a warrior. Whis met the king briefly, disguised by Beerus's illusion magic. The king carried himself with a mixture of strength and humility, thanking his people for their hard work and dedication to rebuilding the nation. This man may not have overwhelming power, Whis remarked after their visit, but his strength lies in his ability to unite people and inspire loyalty. That's a different kind of greatness. Their next stop was Eurasania, the kingdom ruled by Rimuru, who took over after killing Carrion, the beast demon lord. This nation was a stark contrast to Falmouth. Its rugged landscapes, filled with dense forests and towering mountains, reflected the primal strength of its people. The beastmen who lived there were a proud and disciplined race, known for their ferocity in battle. Whis marveled at the kingdom's natural beauty, from cascading waterfalls to vast plains where beastmen trained in combat. This place radiates raw strength, Whis said, watching a group of beastmen warriors sparring. Their movements were precise and brutal, showcasing their mastery of hand-to-hand combat. They value strength above all else here, Velzer, one of Beerus's wives, explained. At the heart of Eurasania stood a grand fortress, its design inspired by the rugged terrain around it. Whis noted the camaraderie between the beastmen and their leader, a bond forged through mutual respect. They remind me of Scions in some ways, Whis commented to Beerus, watching the beastmen spar with unrelenting intensity. Strong, proud, and driven by the desire to improve themselves. Beerus smirked. Except these ones don't have a tendency to destroy planets in the process. Then to the forgotten dragon continent, a land shrouded in mystery and inhabited by ancient, powerful dragons. The landscape was wild and untamed, with towering mountains and vast forests. Whis was in awe of the raw, primal energy that filled the air. This place feels alive, he said. The dragons here are not to be underestimated. Beerus smirked. Even I respect the power of the dragons. They are the guardians of this world's balance. The group observed a massive, ancient dragon soaring through the sky, its roar echoing across the land. Whis watched with admiration. Magnificent creatures, he said. Finally, the group arrived at Celestra, a kingdom built by Beerus himself. From the moment they stepped into the kingdom, it was clear that this was the most advanced and majestic nation in the cardinal world. The city shimmered with divine energy, its architecture blending futuristic technology with ancient elegance. The streets were paved with enchanted stones that glowed softly at night, illuminating the city in a gentle, otherworldly light. Towering spires reached into the heavens, their surfaces etched with intricate designs that pulsed with magical energy. The air was crisp and invigorating, infused with the essence of divine power. Whis was immediately captivated. This is beyond anything I've seen in this world, he said, his voice filled with awe. It's as if every corner of the city was crafted with perfection in mind. Beerus's wives beamed with pride. Zerna, his first wife, explained, Celestra is more than a kingdom. It's a testament to Beerus's power and vision. Every stone, every enchantment, was designed to embody beauty and strength. The citizens of Celestra reflected the kingdom's greatness. Humans, demi-humans, and monsters lived together in perfect harmony, their lives enriched by the kingdom's advanced magical technology. Floating gardens adorned the city, providing food and beauty, while enchanted waterways kept the land fertile. The group toured the Celestial Palace, a structure that dwarfed even the grandest castles in the cardinal world. Its walls were made of gleaming crystal that refracted light into a dazzling array of colors. Inside, the halls were adorned with tapestries that told the story of Beerus's rule and the founding of Celestra. Whis paused to admire one particular tapestry, which depicted Beerus standing triumphantly, his energy radiating outward. It seems you've made quite an impression on this world, he said, glancing at Beerus. Beerus smirked. I didn't just make an impression, Whis. I set the standard. The group visited the kingdom's research facilities, where scholars and mages worked together to push the boundaries of magical and scientific knowledge. Whis was impressed by their dedication and ingenuity. The level of collaboration here is remarkable, he said. It's no wonder this kingdom is so far ahead. The final stop was the central plaza, where a massive fountain stood as a symbol of unity and prosperity. The water sparkled with divine energy, its surface reflecting the vibrant life of the city. Whis turned to Beerus. This kingdom is a masterpiece, my lord. It's a perfect blend of power, beauty, and harmony. You've truly outdone yourself. Beerus simply nodded, a rare hint of satisfaction on his face. Celestra is my legacy in this world. It's a reminder that strength and wisdom must go hand in hand. As they concluded their tour of the cardinal world, Whis couldn't help but feel a deep appreciation for the diversity and resilience of its people. Each nation they visited had its unique strengths and challenges, yet they all contributed to the rich tapestry of this world. You've done well here, my lord, Whis said as they returned to Beerus's realm. This world is unlike any other, filled with potential and promise. I look forward to seeing how it continues to grow, and, of course, to the tournament. Beerus smirked. The tournament will show them just how much potential they really have. But for now, let's rest. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. The group settled into the serenity of Beerus's realm, their minds already turning to the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Beerus and Whis spent days meticulously planning the tournament structure, ensuring it would be a spectacle worthy of the strongest warriors across dimensions. The concept of team battles was a new twist. Each team would have to balance individual strength, strategy, and the endurance to help their teammates when necessary. Beerus envisioned this tournament as a grand test not only of power, but also of teamwork and tactics. The arenas themselves were crafted with complexity in mind. Whis suggested creating dynamically shifting environments to challenge even the most seasoned fighters. With a wave of his staff and Beerus's divine will, they constructed multiple battlefields on a newly designed planet. Elemental arenas featured raging firestorms, frozen tundras with biting winds, and deep underwater zones where even the strongest would need to adapt. Gravity zones shifted between extreme gravity that pinned fighters to the ground and zero-gravity areas that required precision movement and energy control. Illusion arenas disoriented fighters with deceptive terrain, mirages, and echoing sounds, forcing them to rely on instinct rather than sight. The most unique aspect was the team-based format. Fights would occur simultaneously, but as fighters won their matches, they could join ongoing battles to assist their teammates. This created a layer of strategy beyond raw strength. Teams had to decide who to save and how to manage their resources. The matchups will be as follow: Rimuru versus Goku, Guy versus Jiren, Malim versus Frieza, Luminous versus Piccolo, Dragul versus Vegeta, Leon versus Toph, Ramiris versus Gohan. Beerus and Whis convened in Beerus's realm, the god of destruction reclining lazily on a golden throne while his angelic attendant stood poised and attentive. Having finalized the tournament structure, Beerus looked to Whis. Now, it's time to inform both teams about what's coming, Beerus said with a smirk. I want them to have enough time to prepare. It wouldn't be fun if they were caught completely off guard, after all. Whis nodded. Indeed, my lord. But should we approach them directly? The demon lords of the cardinal world, as well as Goku's team, deserve to know exactly what they're getting into. Beerus waved a hand lazily. Yes, just explain everything to them. Rules, matchups, all of it. I'll let you handle that part. And make sure the body double I left back in our old world handles Goku and his team properly. I want no mistakes, Whis. Of course, my lord. Whis replied with a bow, his ever-present smile in place. I'll make sure everything is executed flawlessly. With that, the two Whis, Beerus's angelic attendant and his body double, prepared to meet both teams. The original Whis descended upon the cardinal world, choosing to meet each demon lord in their respective domains. Using his angelic staff, he appeared before each ruler, bearing the message of the tournament and observing their reactions. Rimuru and Tempest. Whis arrived at Rimuru's grand throne room in Tempest, the capital bustling with energy. Rimuru sat casually, surrounded by his trusted subordinates. As Whis's radiant form materialized, the room grew silent. Rimuru Tempest, I bring a message from Lord Beerus, Whis began, his voice calm, yet commanding. commanding. Rimuru tilted his head. Oh, is it about the tournament? Whis explained the tournament structure, the dynamic arenas, and the matchups. Rimuru listened intently, his expression curious but cautious. So these fighters, are they strong? Rimuru asked. Wis's smile widened. Very strong. They hail from a dimension where battles are fought on a cosmic scale. They've faced gods and tyrants, much like yourselves. I assure you, they are formidable opponents. Rimuru leaned back, thinking aloud. Interesting. If they're as strong as you say, this might be a good challenge. I'll need to prepare. Wis nodded. Do not underestimate them. The tournament will test not just your strength, but also your strategy and endurance. Good luck, Rimuru. Next, Wis appeared before Guy Crimson in his Grand Ice Palace. Guy, lounging on his throne, greeted Wis with a smirk. Well, if it isn't Wis, what brings you here? A rematch perhaps? Wis bowed slightly. Lord Beerus has instructed me to inform you of the upcoming tournament and the details. You will face warriors from another dimension, beings of incredible strength. Guy's smirk widened. Incredible strength, you say? I hope they're not all talk. I'd hate to be disappointed. Wis chuckled softly. Oh, you won't be. One of your opponents, Jiren, is known as the strongest mortal in his universe. I believe you'll find him quite the challenge. Guy's eyes gleamed with interest. Good. I look forward to putting him in his place. Wis then visited Malim in her domain. The energetic demon lord practically bounced in excitement when she heard about the details of the tournament. Fighting strong people nonstop? It will be fun. Malim exclaimed. Wis smiled. Your enthusiasm is admirable, Lady Malim. Your opponent, Frisia, is a cunning and ruthless fighter. Do not underestimate him. Frisia? What kind of name is that? Sounds like someone I can crush. Malim declared confidently. In her opulent castle, Luminous Valentine greeted Wis with her usual air of elegance. Interesting tournament, she says, sipping from a goblet. And my opponent is this. Piccolo. What kind of fighter is he? Wis explained Piccolo's Namekian heritage and his exceptional skill in martial arts and strategy. Luminous nodded thoughtfully. Very well. If he's as strong as you claim, I'll take this seriously, she said with a faint smile. Wis traveled to the land of giants, where Draggle greeted him with a booming laugh. Ooh, so basically fighting one after another, interesting? Sounds like fun. Draggle said. Who's my opponent? Vegeta, a scion prince with immense pride and power, Wis replied. Draggle grinned. A prince, huh? Let's see if he can handle the might of a giant. Leon Cromwell listened carefully as Wis explained the tournament structure. So my opponent is Top? What should I know about him? Leon asked. Wis described Top's justice, pride, and immense physical power. Leon nodded. He sounds like a worthy opponent. I'll be ready. Finally, Wis met Ramiris in the kingdom of Celestra. Huh, why do I have to fight? Ramiris whined. Wis smiled. Your opponent, Gohan, is formidable, but you should see this as an opportunity to prove your strength. Ramiris sighed but nodded. Fine. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, Beerus's body double Wis met each member of Goku's team in their respective locations. Goku and Vegeta. Wis first visited Goku and Vegeta, who were training in a remote area. This tournament sounds exciting. Goku said, grinning. Who are our opponents? Vegeta asked. Wis explained the matchups, and both scions were eager to face their challenges. Frisia smirked when he heard about the tournament. I'll crush this Malim character. No one is a match for me. In Universe 11, Jiren and Top listened stoically as Wis explained the tournament. Jiren simply nodded, his resolve unwavering, while Top declared, justice will prevail. Finally, Wis informed Gohan and Piccolo, who began strategizing immediately. We'll be ready, Piccolo said confidently. With both teams informed, the countdown to the tournament began. Each fighter prepared in their own way, their excitement and anticipation growing. The stage was set for a clash of worlds, and Beerus could hardly wait to witness the chaos. The moment had finally arrived. Across different realms, Wis's body doubles appeared before each fighter, their presence marked by a large, towering door. This door was unlike anything the fighters had ever seen. Majestic, covered in golden engravings that seemed to pulse with energy. The sheer divine presence of the doorway radiated power, making it clear that this was no ordinary portal. As each fighter stepped forward, the door swung open soundlessly, revealing a long corridor bathed in ethereal light. The corridor seemed endless yet short at the same time, twisting reality itself. The walls shimmered, reflecting countless stars and cosmic nebulae, as if one were walking through the fabric of space itself. The fighters felt an immense pull as they took their first steps, their bodies suddenly weightless, as if floating in space. It wasn't teleportation in the traditional sense, but rather, they were being escorted through dimensions by Beerus's divine power. The arena, a realm beyond imagination. As each fighter stepped out of the corridor, their eyes widened in awe. Before them lay the grandest battle arena ever conceived, a planet-sized battlefield, crafted entirely by Beerus himself. The sky above them shifted colors, at times revealing a cosmic aurora, and at other times appearing as an endless galaxy of stars. The arena itself stretched far beyond the eye could see, divided into 7 unique zones, each featuring different environmental hazards. Elemental regions, a section where flames roared like living beasts, another where frozen winds howled, and yet another where the ground was made of shifting sands. Gravity-controlled zones, some areas where gravity increased tenfold, testing the strength of even the most powerful warriors. Illusion arenas, places where the very fabric of reality twisted and deceived, forcing fighters to rely on instinct rather than sight. In the center of it all, floating above them, was a magnificent throne, sculpted from celestial stone and bathed in divine energy. Beerus sat atop it, radiating an aura of ultimate dominance, his golden eyes glowing as he observed the fighters assembling before him. Next to him, 6 thrones stood, occupied by his wives, each exuding their own overwhelming presence. As each fighter emerged from their portal, they looked around in wonder, surprise, or curiosity at the arena before them. Team Rimuru's reactions. Rimuru, appearing in his human form, casually glanced around, taking in the grand architecture. Well, this is definitely over the top, he muttered, hands in his pockets. Guy Crimson smirked, crossing his arms. I must say, Beerus's taste. This is more refined than I expected. Malim looked around with sparkling eyes. This is amazing. She hopped around, testing the ground beneath her feet. I can't wait to fight. Leon took a deep breath, analyzing the battlefield. This is beyond anything I've fought in before. Draggle, the massive giant, stood unfazed, rolling his shoulders. A battlefield fit for true warriors. Luminous let out a soft chuckle. At least Beerus understands how to put on a spectacle. Ramiris, the least combat-focused, looked nervously. Guys, this might be a little too intense. Goku appeared next to Vegeta and immediately whistled. Wow, this place is something else. I can feel the energy from the arena itself. Vegeta smirked, arms crossed. TCH, this is nothing. We've seen crazier. Jiren remained silent, simply closing his eyes and taking in the feeling of the battleground. Frisia let out a chuckle. Heh, Beerus really knows how to create a dramatic setting. I approve. Piccolo adjusted his turban, scanning the battlefield. We'll have to be careful. This isn't just a normal fight. The terrain itself is a challenge. Gohan nodded in agreement. Yeah, the environment could give someone an advantage. Top looked around, clenching his fists. This will be a true test of our strength and justice. As the fighters stood in perfect alignment before him, Beerus's voice boomed across the battlefield, his tone carrying the weight of a god's decree. You have all trained, you have all prepared, and now the time has come. This is no ordinary battle. This is a test of strength, strategy, and endurance. The weak will fall, and only the strongest will remain standing. He gazed at both teams, his golden eyes glowing. Some of you are arrogant. Some of you believe yourselves to be the ultimate beings. Today, you will either prove your worth or be cast aside as nothing more than forgotten warriors. Your skills mean nothing if you cannot adapt. Your power means nothing if you cannot endure. And above all, your pride means nothing if you cannot win. The sheer force of his words sent a shockwave through the air, shaking the battlefield beneath them. Then, Beerus smirked, his expression shifting from divine authority to amused anticipation. Now, entertain me. With a snap of his fingers, the battlefield erupted with divine energy. One by one, the fighters vanished in a flash of light, instantly transported to their designated battle zones. Rimuru versus Goku, a celestial battlefield, surrounded by floating asteroids and shifting gravitational fields. Guy versus Jiren, a volcanic arena, with flames rising from the cracks in the ground. Malim versus Frisia, an icy wasteland, where the cold would sap the energy of weaker beings. Luminous versus Piccolo, a dense jungle with towering trees and dangerous beasts roaming. Drago versus Vegeta, a metallic wasteland, with shifting platforms and deadly traps. Leon versus Top, a battlefield high in the sky, suspended on floating islands. Ramiris versus Gohan, a mystical labyrinth, filled with illusions. As the fighters landed in their respective arenas, the air became thick with tension. They stared at their opponents, each knowing this would be a fight unlike anything they had ever experienced before. The ground cracked beneath their feet. As Guy and Jiren stared each other down, the air between them distorted from the sheer pressure of their combined power. Jiren narrowed his eyes, his muscles tensing. Let's see if you're as strong as they say. Guy Crimson let out a confident chuckle, his red aura flickering like hellfire. I was hoping you'd be more talkative, but I'll take what I can get. Boom. The battle exploded into action as the two warriors clashed with immeasurable force, shaking the entire battlefield. The tournament of the gods had begun. The battlefield, volcanic inferno. The volcanic battlefield trembled as the two titanic warriors faced each other. Flames roared from the cracks in the ground, and molten lava surged like rivers of fire. The air was thick with heat and power, distorting reality itself. The sky above was a swirling mixture of dark clouds and crimson lightning, a fitting stage for a battle of this magnitude. Jiren, the warrior of absolute power, stood firm, his red aura flickering like a burning star. His eyes were locked onto Guy Crimson, the primordial demon whose overwhelming presence rivaled even gods. Guy smirked, his crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. His long silver hair swayed as a powerful wind surged between them. Jiren, was it? Guy tilted his head slightly, a smug expression on his face. I've heard you're supposed to be one of the strongest warriors in your universe. I hope you're not all talk. Jiren exhaled, his gaze unwavering. Strength isn't about words. It's about actions. Good answer. Guy chuckled. Then let's see if your actions can keep up. Then, in an instant, they vanished. A shockwave exploded through the battlefield as Guy and Jiren collided midair, their fists meeting with such force that the entire arena shook. The sheer kinetic energy split the ground beneath them, sending cracks spreading like spiderwebs across the volcanic wasteland. Boom. The impact sent waves of fire and magma surging in all directions. In a blur, Guy reappeared above Jiren, his leg already swinging down toward the warrior's head. Jiren raised his arm, blocking the kick, but the force sent him crashing into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Before he could recover, Guy was already there. Guy's speed was unreal. He appeared behind Jiren, throwing a devastating punch aimed at his back. But Jiren reacted instantly. He twisted his body, catching Guy's punch with one hand. His muscles tensed, his aura flaring violently as he pushed Guy back with brute force. You're fast, Jiren admitted. But speed alone won't be enough. Guy grinned. Oh, I know. That was just a warm-up. Jiren exhaled deeply, and in that moment, the very air trembled. Then boom. His aura erupted like a supernova, a massive wave of energy blasting outward and melting the very ground beneath him. His muscles became even more defined, and his fiery red aura intensified, turning almost white-hot in its intensity. Guy whistled, genuinely impressed. All right, that's more like it. Jiren vanished. Before Guy could react, a fist drove into his gut, sending him flying backward at insane speed. He crashed through mountain-sized rocks, his body breaking through lava pillars like they were paper. But as the dust settled, Guy was laughing. Finally, he roared, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Someone who can actually make me feel pain. Jiren didn't hesitate. He charged forward, fists moving at lightning speed, launching a devastating barrage of punches. Guy dodged and weaved through the assault, his movements impossibly fluid. But Jiren was relentless. One punch connected, sending Guy skidding across the battlefield. Jiren immediately followed up, appearing above him and bringing both fists down in a double hammer strike. Boom. The force created an explosion so massive that a new canyon was formed in the battlefield. But then, a chilling aura spread through the air. From the thick smoke and shattered terrain, Guy Crimson emerged, his aura no longer burning like crimson fire, but instead, a dark, abyssal void surrounded him. His smirk remained, but his eyes glowed with an eerie, unholy radiance, a power that felt as though it could swallow existence itself. Jiren narrowed his eyes, his senses alert. He could feel it. This wasn't normal energy. It wasn't just magic, nor was it ki. This was something beyond mortal understanding. Guy tilted his head, stretching his fingers as if getting used to the power flowing through him. You're strong, Jiren, but I'm afraid you've pushed me far enough to show you something special. Jiren tightened his stance, his aura flaring violently around him. Then show me. I'll break through it. With a single step, Guy vanished, reappearing behind Jiren in an instant. Jiren barely had time to react before a devastating palm strike smashed into his back. Boom. The impact sent Jiren flying forward, his body cutting through the air like a meteor. But he twisted midair, planting his feet firmly and stopping himself before crashing. Not bad, Jiren muttered. Then he vanished. Guy's eyes widened. Bam. Jiren reappeared in front of Guy, his fist slamming into his jaw, sending the primordial demon Lord hurtling across the battlefield. Guy barely stabilized himself before. Boom. Jiren was already there, appearing right above him, hands clenched together, bringing them down in a double hammer strike. Guy Crimson was smashed into the ground. The earth split apart, creating a crater the size of a city, molten lava bursting from the impact zone. But Jiren didn't let up. He raised a single hand, gathering a ball of condensed ki, swirling like a miniature sun. HAA. He hurled it straight at Guy. The explosion rocked the entire battlefield, sending shockwaves through the very atmosphere. For a moment, everything was silent, until darkness surged from the crater. A massive black vortex erupted from the ground, swallowing the sky itself. The flames dimmed, the light flickered, and for the first time in a long while, Jiren felt something foreign, uncertainty. Then, from within the darkness, Guy's voice echoed. Impressive. You're even stronger than I expected. Suddenly, black chains erupted from the abyss, racing toward Jiren with insane speed. He dodged the first set, but they changed direction midair, twisting and chasing him. Jiren extended his arms, forming a barrier of pure ki, blocking the chains before shattering them with a pulse of raw power. But Guy was already in front of him. With an inhumanly fast kick, he struck Jiren's ribs, sending him flying. Jiren coughed, the force staggering even him. But before he could fully recover, Guy was already there. A spinning elbow strike slammed into Jiren's face, followed by a rapid barrage of punches so fast they blurred into a storm of blows. Jiren gritted his teeth, enduring each hit. His body tensed, his aura burning brighter, and then, boom, he released a pulse of ki energy, blasting Guy back. The ultimate exchange, power beyond limits. Jiren took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Then, his entire body began to glow, his red aura expanding outward, shifting to a pure white hue. His eyes sharpened, his muscles bulged slightly, and his very presence felt like an immovable force of nature. Guy wiped a trickle of blood from his lip. Finally getting serious, huh? Jiren nodded once. Then, they moved at the same time. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves powerful enough to split mountains. They vanished and reappeared across the battlefield, moving faster than light, exchanging hundreds of devastating strikes per second. Guy's abyssal energy clashed against Jiren's raw ki, each attack creating massive explosions. At one moment, Jiren launched a giant ki blast, which Guy countered by summoning a black hole, swallowing the attack before redirecting the gravitational energy back toward Jiren. Boom. Jiren dodged, but a chain wrapped around his leg, pulling him into a barrage of dark slashes that cut through even his durable skin. But Jiren roared, breaking free, his aura exploding outward, blasting Guy back. Breathing heavily, both warriors stood across from each other. For the first time in a long while, Jiren was breathing heavily. For the first time in a long while, Guy was excited. Let's finish this, Guy said, raising his hand. Darkness swirled around him, forming a gigantic abyssal sword, crackling with pure void energy. Jiren clenched his fists, his entire body glowing with his strongest energy yet. They charged one last time. Guy swung his abyssal sword. Jiren unleashed his strongest punch. Boom. The impact shattered the battlefield. The shockwave tore through the sky, splitting the planet's atmosphere. And then, silence. The dust settled, revealing Jiren on one knee, breathing heavily, blood dripping from his mouth. Guy stood tall, his body slightly damaged but still grinning. Looks like this round is mine. Jiren smirked, exhaling deeply. You are worthy. The fight was over, but the tournament was far from finished. Next fight, Malim versus Frisia, the chaos unleashed. The battlefield of destruction. As Guy Crimson and Jiren's battle was ongoing, another one had also started, to a different arena, for another explosive match. The very atmosphere shuddered as two powerhouses prepared to clash, Malim Nava, the destroyer, and Frisia, the emperor of the universe. Malim stretched her arms, a wide, eager grin spreading across her face. Oh, I've been waiting for this. Hey, lizard face, you'd better be strong enough to entertain me. Frisia chuckled, flicking his tail lazily. Humph, what an uncivilized brat. I don't fight for the amusement of lesser beings. Malim's eyes flashed dangerously, her battle aura flaring, shaking the ground. Oh, calling me lesser? You've got some guts. Frisia smirked, lifting a single finger. You'll find that my power far exceeds your little tantrums, child. With a snap of Beerus' fingers, the battle began. Before Frisia could even blink, Malim vanished. Boom. She reappeared right in front of him, her fist driving into his gut with an explosion of raw power. Frisia's eyes bulged, and his body bent from the impact. Crack. The ground beneath them shattered, forming an earth-splitting crater as Frisia was sent flying like a comet through the sky. Malim laughed loudly, stretching her arms. Too slow, lizard face. You sure you're not holding back? Frisia flipped midair, stabilizing himself. His eyes narrowed, his expression turning dark. TCH, insolent creature. Suddenly, he raised his palm, forming a gigantic purple key sphere crackling with dark energy. Die. He hurled the blast downward. Malim's grin widened. Oh, let's see what you've got. Instead of dodging, she punched the blast head on. Boom. The explosion rippled across the battlefield, sending waves of energy that even shook the sky. But as the smoke cleared, Malim stood unfazed, cracking her knuckles. Frisia's smirk twitched. What? Malim tilted her head. That tickled. Frisia's face twisted in fury. Don't mock me. Frisia's body glowed with an intense, fiery light. His purple and white form melted away, replaced by shimmering gold as his power skyrocketed. Golden Frisia had arrived. The ground beneath him melted from the sheer intensity of his aura. The air crackled as his eyes gleamed with ruthless intent. Malim's grin never faded. Oh, now we're talking. Frisia vanished. Boom. A fist slammed into Malim's face at blinding speed, sending her crashing through the battlefield. But before Frisia could savor his moment, boom. Malim stopped herself mid-flight, grinning wildly. Ha ha ha. That actually stung a little. You're fun. Frisia clicked his tongue. TCH. Then let's turn that fun into fear. The sky turned dark. Malim's aura erupted, turning into a burning crimson flame, distorting reality itself. Her ultimate skill, Vitra, Wrath Incarnate, awakened, forming a draconic apparition behind her, its roaring presence shaking the battlefield. Frisia smirked. Heh, let's see if your anger can match my power. He charged forward, fists glowing with unimaginable energy. Malim did the same, her body covered in crimson lightning. They clashed in a shockwave so massive it warped space-time. Boom. A single punch from Malim sent Frisia flying, but he quickly recovered, appearing behind her with blinding speed, landing a devastating energy-imbued knee strike to her back. Bam. Malim gasped in delight, not pain. Nice hit. She flipped midair, kicking Frisia into the sky. Frisia snarled, extending both hands. Enough games, brat. He created two enormous death spheres, then merged them into one gigantic ball of destruction, throwing it downward. Malim smirked. She raised her hand, a tiny orb of energy forming. Then, in a flash, the tiny orb expanded into an enormous burning sun, rivaling Frisia's attack. Frisia's eyes widened. TCH. Boom. Both attacks collided, creating a cosmic explosion visible from space. As the smoke slowly faded, both fighters stood amidst the shattered battlefield. The air was thick with power, the very fabric of reality struggling to stabilize after their explosive attacks. Malim wiped a streak of blood from the corner of her mouth, her feral grin unfading. Heh, that was pretty good. You actually got me excited. Frisia, still in golden form, clenched his fists, his chest rising and falling heavily. His pristine golden armor-like skin was cracked, faint burns decorating his body. You, brat, he spat, his voice filled with both rage and disbelief. How the hell are you still standing after all of that? Malim tilted her head playfully. Because I'm Malim Nava, the destroyer. Her aura flared again, but this time, it changed. Whoosh. A golden glow surrounded her, but it was different from Frisia's metallic gold form. This was divine, pure chaotic energy wrapped in an uncontrollable force. Her eyes sharpened, her pupils turning into draconic slits. Her muscles tightened, her hair shimmered, and a third eye opened on her forehead, Malim Eye. Malim Eye, the eye of absolute perception. With this, she could see through anything, from the smallest energy shifts to the slightest muscle movements of her opponent. Frisia snarled. TCH. Trying to intimidate me? I've fought gods before, little girl. Malim ignored him. Now that I'm warmed up, I'll show you a real battle. Her body shifted, her draconic aura expanding into what could only be described as a celestial phenomenon. Her battle form, destroyer mode, was fully awakened. Frisia growled, realizing that holding back was pointless. He had one move left, a power so destructive it was his final trump card. He raised both hands into the air, pulling every ounce of his ki, condensing it into a swirling black and purple vortex of destruction. This is my supernova dark ki annihilation. The orb grew, pulsing violently, threatening to tear apart the arena itself. The gravity surrounding them distorted, chunks of earth levitated, pulled toward the massive energy sphere. Frisia sneered. Even you can't escape this. Let's see how your confidence holds up against total obliteration. Malim, still in her battle stance, merely grinned wider. Wow, that actually looks kind of scary. Malim giggled, but then her expression turned serious. But you forgot something, lizard face. Frisia's eyes narrowed. What? I can hear everything. At that moment, Malim ear, the ear of absolute perception, activated. She could hear the energy flow inside Frisia's body, the pulses of his ki, the way his muscles twitched, preparing for an opening. And she found it. In a flash, Malim vanished. Boom. She reappeared right above Frisia, her fist charged with explosive draconic power. Dragon fist. Crack. Malim's fist slammed into Frisia's back, causing his entire golden form to distort as the energy he had gathered began to spiral out of control. Wow. Frisia gasped. Malim wasn't finished. With a single swing of her arm, she unleashed Drago Buster, a pure concentrated energy beam that pierced through Frisia's attack, nullifying it instantly. The giant supernova dark ki annihilation sphere imploded, sending waves of destruction in all directions. Frisia staggered, his eyes wide with shock. You destroyed my ultimate attack. Malim nodded excitedly. Yep. And now for the grand finale. Malim lifted her hands, gathering limitless magic energy. The very skies above the battlefield split apart, revealing a cosmic vortex of stardust energy. Frisia, for the first time, felt fear. No, I am Frisia. I cannot lose. Malim laughed. Then try and stop this. Drago Nova. Boom. A colossal burst of pure destruction magic erupted from her palms, engulfing Frisia in an explosion that rivaled the birth of a star. Boom. A deafening shockwave tore through the arena. The battlefield shook violently, and space itself wavered under the force of the attack. As the dust settled, a massive crater had formed where Frisia once stood. His golden form had faded, his body barely moving, and his aura flickering weakly. Malim floated down, placing her hands on her hips. Well, that was fun. Frisia tried to stand, but his legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. His pride was shattered. Malim leaned forward, grinning. Wanna go again? Frisia's eye twitched. TCH. I concede. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Beerus smirked from his throne. Now that's a battle. But the tournament wasn't over yet. Next match, Draggle versus Vegeta, the clash of giants. The battlefield trembled as Vegeta and Draggle stepped into their designated arena. Unlike the previous fights, this wasn't just a battle of sheer energy. It was a battle between unstoppable force and unbreakable will. The air crackled as Beerus leaned forward on his throne, his golden eyes narrowing in anticipation. His wives, seated beside him, watched with varying degrees of interest. Vegeta has been known to push past his limits, Zerna mused, twirling a strand of her silver hair. But Draggle, his power is absolute annihilation. Whis chuckled, sipping his tea. This will be quite the spectacle. Draggle is a force beyond comprehension, but Vegeta has something most beings don't, his relentless pride. Beerus smirked. Let's see if that pride can hold up against Chaos, the Annihilator. Vegeta cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders, his aura slowly building around him like a blazing blue inferno. His Super Saiyan Blue evolved form was already activated. He wasn't taking chances. Opposite him, Draggle stood tall, arms crossed, his crimson eyes glowing with an eerie, almost ancient intensity. He was a giant, towering over Vegeta, his body adorned with markings that pulsed with chaotic energy. Your energy reeks of destruction, Vegeta said, smirking. But I've faced gods of destruction before. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Draggle uncrossed his arms, stepping forward. Humph. I am no mere god of destruction, his deep voice rumbled. I am annihilation itself. The ground cracked beneath their feet, their combined auras sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Boom. In an instant, Vegeta vanished, reappearing right in front of Draggle with his fist cocked back, blazing with pure ki energy. Freya, his punch connected, or so he thought. Instead, his fist passed through Draggle's chest like smoke. Vegeta's eyes widened. What? Before he could react, Draggle reformed instantly and slammed his massive fist into Vegeta's gut. Crack. Vegeta flew backward, crashing through multiple floating islands of the arena before stopping himself midair, coughing. Beerus grinned. Ah, I see. Draggle's power is in full effect. Whis nodded. Yes, Chaos, the Annihilator. It allows him to neutralize all physical and magical properties of an object or being. If Vegeta doesn't figure out a way around it, he'll never land a meaningful hit. Vegeta wiped blood from his lip, his Saiyan instincts flaring. TCH. That's an annoying trick. Draggle raised a hand, his fingers clenching the air, and suddenly, Vegeta's arm twisted involuntarily. What? Vegeta growled as he felt his body being warped. Draggle's voice remained calm. You do not fight me, Vegeta. You fight the laws of reality itself. With a casual motion, Draggle flicked his wrist, and Vegeta was flung across the battlefield, as if gravity itself had betrayed him. But Vegeta was no stranger to impossible fights. Damn it, he roared, channeling his energy, forcing himself to move against Draggle's power. His ki erupted, blue lightning crackling around him. Then, in an instant, boom, he vanished again, but this time, he wasn't attacking physically. Instead, he unleashed a blinding flurry of ki blasts, each one infused with destructive force. Final Gallic Storm. A massive wave of energy surged toward Draggle, warping the air itself. Draggle stared at the attack, then raised a single hand. Chaos erosion. The moment the attack hit him, it dissolved. The entire attack was erased from existence before it could even make contact. Vegeta's teeth clenched. That power, it's more than just negation. It's like reality doesn't even acknowledge my attacks. Beerus smirked. He's catching on. Turn aside. Draggle's abilities are absolute. Even time and space bend to his will. There's nothing Vegeta can do. But Whis chuckled. Oh, don't be so sure. Vegeta lowered his stance, his eyes burning with determination. Fine. If reality won't acknowledge me. He closed his fists, his aura shifting, deepening. The blue Super Saiyan aura around him condensed, becoming almost solid, like a compressed storm of pure willpower. Draggle tilted his head. You struggle in vain. Vegeta smirked. That's where you're wrong. I am Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince. Struggle is what we do best. Then, suddenly, Vegeta's energy spiked. A roar shook the battlefield, and his aura expanded violently. His muscles bulked slightly, his hair shimmered with a deeper hue of blue, and his pupils vanished for a brief moment before locking into focus. Beyond evolution. Boom. A shockwave sent Draggle skidding back slightly, an event that had never happened before. Vegeta grinned. What's wrong? I thought you said reality bends to your will. He vanished again, faster than before. Draggle tried to twist reality, but Vegeta powered through, his will overpowering Draggle's law. Take this. Final flash. A monstrous golden beam erupted from Vegeta's hands, the sheer force bending the space around it. Draggle raised his arm, ready to annihilate it with Chaos erosion, but something was different. The attack did not disappear. Draggle's eyes widened as the beam slammed into him, sending him spiraling backward. For the first time, Draggle tasted defeat. As the smoke cleared, Draggle rose to his feet, his expression unreadable. He looked at his arm, where Vegeta's attack had left a burn, a mark. A slow smirk formed on Draggle's lips. Interesting. Vegeta, panting, stood tall. Heh, thought you were untouchable. Draggle chuckled. Perhaps I underestimated you. Draggle admitted, rolling his shoulders. Vegeta wiped the blood from his lip and smirked. Damn right you did. You thought I was just another fighter who would fall to your reality warping tricks. His blue aura crackled around him, his Super Saiyan Blue evolved form still burning brightly. Let me teach you something, Draggle. Scions don't bow to fate. Draggle laughed, a deep, resonant sound that shook the arena. Good. It has been too long since I've had to fight seriously. He extended his hand, and the air twisted unnaturally around it. Reality itself seemed to shatter as a black void opened in his palm, surging with chaotic energy. Chaos, annihilation surge. The void in Draggle's hand expanded instantly, swallowing the battlefield in a wave of darkness. The very concept of space bent and warped, dragging Vegeta's body against his will. Vegeta growled, digging his feet into the crumbling ground, trying to resist the pull of the abyssal energy. But it was relentless. Your power is impressive, Draggle acknowledged, stepping forward, his crimson eyes glowing ominously. But you still do not understand. This is no ordinary energy. This is the erasure of all things. Even gods fear this. Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling his very essence being unraveled. But his Saiyan spirit refused to yield. I don't give a damn about your laws of existence. He roared, forcing his ki to explode outward, shattering some of the black tendrils dragging him toward oblivion. His Super Saiyan Blue evolved aura shifted, growing denser, more refined, like a compressed star about to explode. Beerus leaned forward in his seat, eyes glinting. He's pushing past his limits again, that damn Saiyan. Whis smiled. That's Vegeta for you. Vegeta vanished, appearing right in front of Draggle with blinding speed, his fist already cocked back, crackling with golden lightning. Try and erase this. Boom. His punch landed square on Draggle's jaw, sending a shockwave so powerful it tore through the black abyss, shattering the void itself. Draggle's head snapped to the side as he was sent flying across the battlefield, crashing through several floating landmasses before coming to a halt. For a moment, silence. Then, Draggle laughed. From the debris, he emerged, his lips curled into a grin, a trickle of blood running down his chin. Finally, Drago muttered. A challenge. His eyes gleamed with something new, excitement. Then, in an instant, he vanished. Vegeta barely had time to react before Drago appeared behind him, bringing his massive fist down like a meteor. Cows ran. Vegeta crossed his arms just in time, but the force of the punch sent him plummeting like a comet, the impact shaking the entire arena. Before Vegeta could recover, Drago descended from the sky, his massive hand crackling with a destructive purple-red energy. Reality break. He slammed his palm down, and the moment it touched the ground, reality shattered like glass. A massive fissure tore through the battlefield, sending debris and energy blasts spiraling in all directions. Vegeta gritted his teeth, pushing against the distortion, but Drago was already on him. The fight escalated into a brutal hand-to-hand exchange, both warriors moving faster than most could comprehend. Drago swung, his giant fists warping space, but Vegeta dodged with razor-sharp reflexes, countering with precise, devastating blows. Vegeta landed a gut punch, a knee to the ribs, a roundhouse kick to the head, each blow fueled by sheer Saiyan willpower. But Drago wasn't slowing down. His hands tore through dimensions, striking from unexpected angles, catching Vegeta with unorthodox attacks that defied logic. One moment, Drago was in front of him. The next, he was above, then behind, his presence flickering like a mirage. Boom. Vegeta took a direct hit to the chest, sending him crashing into a floating island. He coughed, blood dripping down his chin, but his Saiyan pride refused to let him stay down. Beerus grinned. Heh, that stubborn fool. Zerna chuckled. He's earning Drago's respect. Vegeta staggered to his feet, his aura flaring wildly. TCH. Looks like I'll have to end this in one final blow. Drago nodded. Agreed. Let us finish this properly. They both took a stance. One final clash. Vegeta crossed his arms, his entire body radiating with divine energy. His muscles flexed, his eyes sharpened, and his entire being became like a living supernova. Final Gallic eruption. Drago raised both hands, summoning a colossal sphere of Chaos energy, swirling with the power of absolute destruction. Chaos Oblivion Surge. Boom. Both attacks collided midair, creating a cataclysmic explosion that swallowed the battlefield. The entire arena trembled. Space twisted, and for a brief moment, reality itself seemed to halt. When the dust settled, Vegeta stood, panting, his armor cracked, his body barely holding together. Drago remained standing, but his arm was scorched, the first real injury he had sustained in centuries. A deep silence followed. Then, Drago smirked. Humph. You win this time, Scion. Vegeta smirked back, despite his exhaustion. Damn right. Beerus grinned, leaning back on his throne. Looks like our Scion Prince just defied fate itself. Whis smiled. As expected from Vegeta, the crowd erupted in cheers, but the tournament was far from over. Next match, Leon versus Top, the Unbreakable Knight versus the Pride Trooper. The battlefield had barely settled from the explosive clash between Vegeta and Drago, and yet, the tension in the air had only thickened. The next match that caught the attention was ongoing. On one side of the arena stood Leon Cromwell, the Platinum Saber, the Unbreakable Knight, whose golden armor shone like the morning sun. His blade, Solomon, radiated an ethereal light, pulsating with divine judgment. His stance was poised and regal, his gaze calm but filled with unyielding determination. On the other side was Top, the Pride Trooper of Universe 11, his muscular frame towering like an unshakable pillar of strength. His energy crackled wildly, his aura vibrating with the power of destruction itself. A faint red glow pulsed on his chest, the mark of the god of destruction. His eyes burned with unyielding justice, locked onto Leon with fierce intent. Beerus grinned from his throne. This is an interesting one. A battle between the ideals of justice and the resolve of a demon lord. Whis chuckled. Yes, though Leon is unlike the others. He doesn't carry the same chaotic nature as Guy or Malim. His justice is his own. Leon took a step forward, his radiant energy intensifying. Top, you call yourself a warrior of justice, but tell me, what justice is there in absolute destruction? Top clenched his fists, his ki flaring, shaking the air around them. Justice exists to protect the innocent. Those who threaten peace must be erased without hesitation. That is the role of a god of destruction. Leon narrowed his eyes. Then your justice is no different from tyranny. Top growled, his energy surging as he took a stance. We'll see whose justice is superior. Beerus raised his hand and brought it down. Begin. The battle erupts. Top blitzed forward, the ground cratering beneath him, his fist glowing with destructive energy. Leon barely had time to raise his blade before Top's colossal punch met his sword. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, forcing Leon back as sparks exploded from the clash. The sheer force of Top's power cracked the very air around them. Leon's feet skidded back, but he barely flinched. His eyes shone with golden light, his blade humming with divine power. Top lunged again, this time unleashing a barrage of laser-like energy blasts from his fingers, each one laced with Hawkeye energy. Leon twirled Solomon in a flash, deflecting the incoming attacks with inhuman precision, his blade cutting through the destructive energy as if it were mere mist. Solomon's judgment. A massive wave of divine light erupted from Leon's sword, cleaving through the sky, heading straight for Top. Boom. Top crossed his arms, bracing himself as the attack engulfed him in a blinding explosion. For a moment, the entire battlefield was bathed in pure, golden light. But then, a terrifying red aura burst forth, dispelling the holy radiance like a storm tearing through the clouds. From within the light, Top emerged, his body now covered in the unmistakable aura of destruction. Humph. I was holding back. Leon's eye sharpened. So this is the power of a god of destruction? Top grinned, his body brimming with destructive energy. Now, let's see if you can survive it. God of destruction versus bringer of judgment. Top vanished. Leon's instincts screamed danger, but before he could react, Top was already upon him. A devastating uppercut. Leon barely had time to block with his sword, but the force behind the attack was astronomical. He was sent flying, crashing through floating islands in the arena. Before he could recover, boom, Top teleported right above him, clasping both hands together and hammering Leon downward, sending him plummeting like a meteor. The impact shattered the ground beneath him, forming a massive crater. Beerus chuckled, watching the spectacle. Top's not holding back anymore. I wonder how Leon plans to counter that raw destruction. Whis smiled knowingly. Leon is not one to falter easily. From within the crater, a blinding golden light erupted. Leon rose once more, his body surrounded by pure divine radiance. His golden armor gleamed, his blade now burning with celestial fire. Solomon's edict. Leon swung his sword, and 6 enormous rings of holy light formed around Top, encasing him in a celestial prison. Top growled, pushing against the barriers, but the holy magic resisted his destructive force. Your power is impressive, Top, Leon admitted. But destruction without control is nothing but chaos. Allow me to show you true power. Leon raised his sword to the heavens. A brilliant pillar of light erupted from his blade, piercing the skies. Solomon's wrath. A torrential wave of divine energy rained down upon Top, the sheer magnitude of the attack threatening to obliterate everything in its path. But then, Top roared, his Hawkeye aura flaring violently, and he shattered the divine rings imprisoning him. Hiya! He thrust his hands forward, and an enormous sphere of destructive energy formed, pulsating with raw, annihilating force. Hawkeye, absolute erasure. He hurled the deadly sphere at Leon, the battlefield trembling under its destructive pressure. Leon stood firm, his golden aura shining even brighter. I will not falter. He charged headfirst into the attack, slicing through the Hawkeye energy with one decisive slash. The energy split apart, dispersing into the void. Top's eyes widened. What? Before he could react, Leon appeared before him in a golden flash, his body radiating a blinding divine glow. His blade hummed with celestial energy, its power magnified to the absolute limit. Top barely had time to react. Boom. Leon delivered a devastating slash, Solomon's judgment, that tore through the very space around them, the sheer force sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Top crossed his arms, forming a barrier of Hawkeye energy, but the moment Leon's blade met it, crack, the barrier shattered like fragile glass, and Top was sent flying backward, crashing through floating islands in the battlefield. Leon didn't relent. He vanished again, then reappeared above Top mid-flight, swinging his sword downward in an earth-shattering strike. Divine saber. Top gritted his teeth, throwing up both hands, summoning a sphere of Hawkeye energy, and punching upward, releasing a cataclysmic explosion to counter Leon's descending slash. Kaboom! The collision ripped apart the battlefield, the sky splitting in two, shockwaves tearing through the distant void. Beerus leaned forward in his throne, intrigued. Not bad. Leon's divine energy is holding up against pure destruction. Wiz smiled. Indeed, this is a rare clash. Top's power seeks to erase all things, while Leon's light seeks to impose divine order. Which will prevail? Back in the battle, Leon and Top clashed in midair, their blows so fast that only flashes of light and destruction could be seen. Every punch, every strike, every counterattack created sonic booms that shook the entire floating battleground. Top suddenly spun midair, striking Leon with a devastating elbow to the ribs, sending him plummeting down. But just before he hit the ground, Leon flipped, his golden aura expanding, and he disappeared in an instant. Top's eyes narrowed. Where? Flash. A searing golden arc of light erupted across Top's chest as Leon reappeared behind him, blade dripping with divine energy. Top growled in pain, his muscles tensed. Enough of this. His red aura flared violently, and with a roar, Hawkeye pulse, he released an omnidirectional wave of pure destruction, obliterating everything within a kilometer radius. Leon barely managed to raise his sword, but the sheer force sent him flying, crashing through 3 floating islands before skidding to a halt. He took a deep breath, wiping a small trickle of blood from his lip. Top was pushing him. I see. So this is your conviction. He gripped his blade tighter. Then let me show you mine. Solomon's wrath. Leon raised his sword, and suddenly, the skies darkened. Multiple golden rings of divine energy appeared above Top, forming an enormous celestial construct in the sky. A moment later, a torrential storm of divine light rained down upon Top. Top braced himself, but the sheer force of the descending divine energy pushed him to his limits. His body glowed with destruction energy, and with a final roar, Hawkeye, absolute erasure. Top thrust his hands forward, creating a gigantic sphere of Hawkeye energy, one so massive that it dwarfed even the battlefield itself. The two attacks collided in the sky, and then, boom, a blinding explosion engulfed everything, its impact so great that even Beerus and Wiz watched with curiosity. For a moment, there was nothing but light. Then, as the smoke cleared, Leon stood tall, sword pointed downward. His armor was scorched, but his energy remained radiant. Top, however, was on one knee, his body battered, his destruction aura flickering. He grinned. Damn, I didn't think you'd actually match me. Leon extended a hand. You are strong, Top, but power must be wielded wisely, even destruction. Justice must be guided by wisdom. Top chuckled, taking his hand. Maybe you're right. As they stood, the battlefield erupted in cheers. Beerus smirked. That was an entertaining fight. Wiz nodded. Indeed. But the tournament isn't over yet. Next match, Ramiris versus Gohan. The battle of the unpredictable. The battlefield shifted once more as Ramiris and Gohan were teleported into their designated combat zone. Unlike the previous arenas, this one was a chaotic, ever-changing space, a labyrinth of floating platforms, shifting gravity fields, and unpredictable elemental zones. The moment Gohan arrived, he immediately sensed the dense magic in the air. It wasn't just an arena, it was a living battlefield, changing with Ramiris' will. Ramiris stood on one of the floating platforms, her adult form radiating powerful ancient magic, her wings fluttering slightly as golden energy pulsed around her. She smirked at Gohan. So, you're the so-called ultimate warrior of your world? Let's see if you're as strong as Beerus claims. Gohan clenched his fists, his aura flaring with white energy. I'm not one to take my opponents lightly. I'll give this my all. Ramiris grinned. Good, because if you hold back, I'll make sure you regret it. With a snap of her fingers, the entire battlefield shifted. The air crackled, the ground twisted. Magic circles formed in the sky. Before Gohan could react, Ramiris unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks. Giant lightning bolts crashed down from above. Sharp ice spikes erupted from the floating platforms. Blazing firestorms roared across the battlefield. Gale force winds blasted toward Gohan, threatening to send him flying. Gohan's eyes narrowed. In an instant, boom, he vanished, dodging the ice spikes, weaving through the lightning, and punching through the flames with his raw strength. Ramiris smirked. Fast, but let's see how you handle this. She clapped her hands together, and suddenly, the entire battlefield inverted. Gravity flipped, and Gohan found himself falling upward, caught completely off guard. Damn, he twisted midair, trying to adjust. But then, Labyrinth Prison. A massive labyrinth of shimmering barriers materialized around Gohan, trapping him in an ever-shifting maze. From outside, Ramiris chuckled. Good luck finding your way out. She raised her hands, summoning torrents of darkness elemental magic, sending them spiraling through the labyrinth, aiming to crush Gohan within. From his throne, Beerus chuckled. Ramiris is using her domain to its fullest. This is a true test of intelligence and adaptability. Wiz nodded. Indeed, this fight isn't just about brute force, it's a clash of strategy. Can Gohan escape before she overwhelms him? Inside the labyrinth, Gohan closed his eyes, focusing. He could feel the walls shifting, the magic surging around him. This isn't just a physical trap, it's an illusion. Suddenly, his aura flared bright white, his body vibrating as he tapped into his ultimate form. His eyes snapped open. I see through your tricks. Boom. He punched the air with immense force, releasing a key shockwave that disrupted the illusion, revealing the real path. He dashed forward at lightning speed, weaving through the closing barriers, until finally, crack, he punched straight through the labyrinth walls, shattering them in an explosion of energy. Ramiris' eyes widened in shock. What? That was supposed to keep you trapped for way longer. Gohan smirked. Not when I can break through anything. He vanished, reappearing right in front of her. Your turn to be on the defensive. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each one causing shockwaves that shook the entire battlefield. Ramiris barely had time to react, throwing up barriers of pure magic, but each one cracked under Gohan's sheer power. She gritted her teeth. You're fast, but let's see if you can handle this. She clapped her hands, and suddenly, the entire battlefield turned black. Gohan's senses blurred, his vision warped. He felt like he was floating in endless space. This is my darkness elemental domain. Ramiris' voice echoed. In here, you can't see, you can't sense, and you can't react. From the shadows, giant spectral hands emerged, grabbing onto Gohan. Tisk. Gohan struggled, trying to break free. Then boom, a massive explosion of light erupted from his body, dispelling the darkness instantly. He spun midair, locating Ramiris in an instant. Enough of your tricks. His aura erupted like a supernova as he powered up to Super Saiyan Ultimate. Ramiris barely had time to react before Gohan charged forward, unleashing a devastating energy punch straight into her defenses. Boom. Ramiris crashed through several floating platforms, gasping as she tried to stabilize herself. Beerus raised an eyebrow. He's more of a problem than I expected. One of Beerus' wives, Zerna, smirked. But Ramiris isn't done yet. And indeed, as Gohan prepared to finish her off, Ramiris smirked. You thought you had me cornered? Suddenly, her wings spread wide, glowing with divine power. I was only playing around. Now it's my turn to be serious. A golden magic circle formed beneath her, and instantly, her entire body erupted with light magic, her aura rivaling even Gohan's. Gohan's eyes widened. This energy. Ramiris pointed a single finger at him. Divine Drago, a gigantic golden dragon made of pure magic energy shot forward, its roar shaking the heavens. Gohan gritted his teeth, gathering his own energy. Masenko. The two attacks collided in a cataclysmic explosion, the battlefield torn apart as golden light and ki energy clashed violently. As the smoke finally began to dissipate, two figures stood firm amidst the devastation. Gohan, his aura still flaring with the remnants of his last energy clash, breathed steadily, his sharp eyes locked onto his opponent. Across from him, Ramiris, her adult form still shining with divine magic, floated above the battlefield, her wings shimmering with energy. Both fighters had exchanged powerful blows, but neither had given in. Ramiris smirked, wiping a small trickle of blood from her lip. You're smarter than I expected, Gohan. Most people get lost in my labyrinth of magic, but you figured it out quickly. Gohan cracked his neck. I've fought too many battles to be fooled by illusions and tricks. You control the battlefield, but that just means I need to break your control. Ramiris chuckled. Oh, let's see how you deal with this, then. She snapped her fingers, and suddenly, the battlefield collapsed into darkness. Gohan's eyes widened as the ground beneath him vanished, and he found himself floating in an endless void. A cold chill crept over his body. There was no sky, no ground, just a vast emptiness stretching infinitely in all directions. Then came the whispers. Thousands of voices surrounded him, murmuring, laughing, taunting. The shadows shifted, forming grotesque figures, faceless yet familiar. You can't win, Gohan. You'll never be strong enough. You should have stayed home. Gohan gritted his teeth. An illusion again? He closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Ramiris was testing him, pushing him to see if he would break. Stay calm. Don't let her dictate the battle. Slowly, he spread his senses outward, trying to feel the real battlefield beyond the illusion. And then, he felt it. A tiny ripple of magic, a fluctuation in the energy. Gohan smirked. There you are. Boom. In a flash of golden light, he powered up to Super Saiyan Ultimate, his energy exploding outward like a sun. The sheer force of his aura shattered the illusion, revealing Ramiris standing just a few meters away, her hands still raised in a spellcasting stance. Her eyes widened. You dispelled my eternal abyss so quickly. Gohan smirked. It wasn't real. And if it's not real, I can destroy it. Ramiris narrowed her eyes. Alright then, no more games. She clapped her hands together, summoning multiple magic circles around her. Elemental convergence. Instantly, fire, ice, wind, and lightning erupted from the circles, spiraling toward Gohan in a devastating vortex of elemental destruction. Gohan dodged midair, vanishing and reappearing with rapid teleportation, but the magic adjusted to his movement, the elemental storm chasing him relentlessly. Thinking quickly, he charged a concentrated ki sphere in his palm. If magic can track me, then I'll give it a bigger target. He hurled the ki sphere into the storm, forcing the elemental energy to latch onto it instead of him. The explosion that followed was massive, shaking the entire battlefield. Ramiris gasped. You redirected my attack? Gohan didn't hesitate. He closed the distance in an instant, appearing right in front of her. You rely on your magic too much. Before she could react, he unleashed a barrage of rapid punches, each one faster and stronger than the last. Boom, boom, boom. Ramiris barely managed to throw up a defensive magic barrier, but each of Gohan's strikes cracked it further. She gritted her teeth. Fine then, let's go all out. Her wings spread wide as she activated her ultimate skill, Labyrinth Sovereign. Immediately, the entire battlefield twisted and changed, forming an endless maze of corridors and shifting platforms. Gohan's vision blurred. One second, he was in an open space. The next, he was trapped between shifting walls, endless mirrors reflecting Ramiris from every angle. And then, all of them attacked at once. Hundreds of Ramiris clones launched magical blasts, forcing Gohan to block on all sides. Gohan narrowed his eyes. You're really trying to overwhelm me, huh? Instead of attacking randomly, he closed his eyes and focused. Through his heightened senses, he pinpointed the real Ramiris' energy signature amidst the fakes. There, his aura exploded outward, disintegrating the clones instantly. Then, he vanished and reappeared behind the real Ramiris, delivering a devastating energy-infused punch to her back. Crack. Ramiris crashed through multiple floating platforms, but she recovered midair, her magic healing her wounds instantly. She panted slightly. You're tougher than I thought. Gohan smirked. And you're craftier than I expected. From the stands, Beerus watched with keen interest. That boy, he's adapting quickly. One of Beerus' wives, Urza, nodded. He doesn't just rely on power. He analyzes, counters, and adapts mid-fight. That's what makes him dangerous. Whis chuckled. Indeed, he's learned well from his battles. Back on the battlefield, Ramiris held out her hand, summoning a final attack. Divine Drago, a massive golden dragon erupted from her palm, its roar shaking the battlefield. Gohan grinned. Let's see if you can handle this. He cupped his hands, charging his own attack. Masenko Ultimate. Both attacks collided in a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the entire arena. The blast sent shockwaves across the battlefield, the entire planet rumbling under the force of their power. For a moment, nothing but silence. Then, as the dust cleared, both fighters stood, panting heavily but smiling. Ramiris smirked. Alright, I admit it. You're strong. Gohan chuckled. You're not so bad yourself. Beerus grinned, leaning back in his throne. That was a damn good fight. Whis nodded. And the tournament is far from over. Next, the Vampire Luminous versus the Namekian Piccolo. As the dust settled from Gohan and Ramiris' battle, a hushed anticipation filled the battlefield. The tension was palpable, with the air thick with power resonating from the remaining warriors. Our spectators turned their tie into the next fight, one that promised a clash of two completely different, yet equally dangerous fighting styles. Luminous Valentine versus Piccolo. From one side of the battlefield, Luminous gracefully stepped forward, her regal presence commanding attention. Dressed in an elegant yet battle-ready gown, her silver hair shimmered under the artificial starlight of Beerus' constructed arena. Her ruby-red eyes gleamed with amusement as she observed her opponent. On the other side, Piccolo walked forward, his green skin illuminated by the flickering lights of the battlefield. He cracked his knuckles, his sharp eyes locked onto Luminous, already analyzing her movements. His long Namekian cape swayed slightly in the breeze, and he slowly removed it, tossing it aside with a thud that cracked the ground. From his throne, Beerus smirked. This will be interesting. Luminous is one of the most dangerous magic users in the cardinal world. Whis nodded, twirling his staff. And Piccolo is one of Universe 7's most brilliant tacticians. He might not be the strongest in raw power, but his intelligence and adaptability make him formidable. One of Beerus' wives, Zerna, leaned forward. The Queen of Temptation versus the Strategist. This should be entertaining. Beerus lazily lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. The moment the sound echoed, Luminous and Piccolo vanished, teleported directly into their designated battlefield. The arena shimmered as their surroundings transformed into a Gothic cathedral bathed in moonlight. Towering pillars stretched into the sky, casting long shadows. The entire battlefield was eerily silent, save for the distant echo of dripping water. Luminous smiled. Fitting, don't you think? A battlefield bathed in eternal night. A perfect place for a queen of vampires. Piccolo didn't flinch. I don't care where we fight. Show me what you've got. Luminous snapped her fingers, and instantly, the darkness moved. Shadows writhed and extended, forming countless blackened hands that shot toward Piccolo at blinding speed. Piccolo jumped backward, narrowly avoiding them as he fired multiple ki blasts, trying to dissipate the shadows. But the dark tendrils simply absorbed the energy before surging forward again. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Energy absorption, huh? Not bad. Suddenly, he disappeared. Luminous eyes widened. Oh, behind her, Piccolo reappeared, his arm stretching out like a whip, aiming to grab her. But just as his elongated arm neared, Luminous vanished into a cloud of red mist. Boom. Piccolo's attack smashed into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. But Luminous materialized above him, her hand glowing with dark energy. Darkness calamity. A massive blast of corrupt energy erupted from her palm, slamming into Piccolo and sending him careening through multiple pillars. Crash, crash, crash. Piccolo barely had time to react, but his regeneration kicked in almost instantly. He flipped midair, landing on his feet, his eyes narrowing. Luminous smirked. Impressive. Most would have been obliterated by that. Piccolo wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth. I've been through worse. Piccolo took a deep breath. If raw energy wouldn't work against her, then he needed a new plan. In a flash, he clasped his hands together, focusing his ki. Luminous tilted her head. What are you planning? Piccolo grinned. Let's see how well you handle my illusions. Luminous blinked, and suddenly, the battlefield changed. Multiple copies of Piccolo surrounded her from all directions, each radiating the same energy signature. Luminous chuckled. Trying to confuse me with illusions? Adorable. She extended her fingers, and hundreds of spears of crimson light shot forward, piercing through the illusions effortlessly. But Piccolo was already moving. Above her, he descended like a missile, his fist glowing with charged ki. Take this. Boom. His punch connected with her barrier, shattering it, and sent her crashing through the floor of the cathedral. But as he landed, he felt it. A shift in the air. A whisper of temptation in his mind. Why do you fight Piccolo? Piccolo's eyes widened as Luminous' voice echoed in his mind. The world around him blurred. Suddenly, he was standing on planet Namek. He saw his younger self, his past battles, his failures. He saw Gohan as a child, crying out for his help. He clenched his fists. This is fake. A soft laugh echoed. Are you sure? You could stay here, relive your greatest memories. No more fighting, no more pain. From the stands, Beerus chuckled. Ah, her Queen of Temptation ability. This might be troublesome for him. Whis nodded. It preys on the mind, making you see and feel what you desire most. But Piccolo gritted his teeth. Enough. His aura exploded outward, shattering the illusion instantly. Luminous gasped. You resisted it. Piccolo smirked. I've had my mind messed with before. I know how to break free. Before she could react, Piccolo placed 2 fingers on his forehead, his ki focusing into a single piercing point. Luminous eyes widened. No. Mechanica. A brilliant golden beam of spiraling energy shot forward, piercing straight through the battlefield. Boom. The explosion that followed shook the entire arena, sending shockwaves through the stands. As the smoke cleared, both warriors stood amid the battlefield, their bodies battered, their breathing heavy, but their wills unshaken. The Gothic cathedral around them bore the scars of their fight, crumbling pillars, shattered stained glass, and deep cracks in the stone floor. The eerie glow of the crimson moon above bathed the battlefield in an ominous light. Piccolo's sharp Namekian eyes remained locked onto Luminous, his muscles tensed, ready for another round. His green skin was scorched in places, but his regeneration had already kicked in, slowly restoring his form. Luminous wiped a trickle of blood from her lips, her regal stance unwavering. She grinned. I must say, Piccolo, I underestimated you. I assumed you'd crumble under my Queen of Temptation ability. Piccolo rolled his shoulders, shaking off the lingering effects of her illusion. I've been through worse. Your tricks won't work on me again. Oh, Luminous' smile widened, her crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. Then let's see how well you handle raw power. She raised her hand, and suddenly, the entire battlefield shifted. The shadows around them writhed violently, growing tendrils of pure darkness that slithered and cracked the stone beneath them. A massive surge of dark energy erupted, forming a storm of black lightning crackling around her form. Piccolo braced himself. TCH. Here we go. Luminous vanished. Before Piccolo could react, she reappeared behind him, her palm radiating a dense orb of condensed dark energy. Oblivion pulse. The attack exploded point blank, sending Piccolo hurtling through the air. He twisted mid-flight, barely managing to regain his footing, but Luminous was already on him. She teleported again, appearing at his side. Her elegant hands blurred as she unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes, enhanced with dark magic. Each blow sent waves of shockwaves through the air, cracking the very fabric of space. Piccolo barely blocked the first few strikes before. Bam! A vicious kick to the gut sent him crashing into a broken cathedral pillar. Dust and rubble rained down as he gasped for air. From the stands, Beerus smirked. She's fast. Faster than I expected. Whis nodded. Indeed. And more relentless than she lets on. Piccolo gritted his teeth and quickly regained his stance. He stretched his arms outward, charging a massive ki blast in each hand. Take this. He launched 2 massive ki blasts toward her. Luminous raised a single finger. A dark barrier materialized, absorbing the attack completely. Piccolo's eyes widened. TCH. Luminous flicked her wrist. Suddenly, the absorbed energy was redirected back at him, but multiplied in power. A massive wave of black and purple energy surged forward. Boom. Piccolo crossed his arms, tanking the hit, but the sheer force sent him skidding back, his feet tearing through the stone floor. Before he could recover, Luminous raised her hands to the sky. Moonlight cataclysm. The crimson moon above them flared brightly, and hundreds of blood-red energy spears rained down from the heavens like a divine judgment. Piccolo jumped, twisted, and dodged, avoiding most of the attacks, but several pierced through his limbs, pinning him momentarily. His regeneration kicked in again, but Luminous was already above him, her hands forming a large sphere of condensed dark magic, swirling with chaotic energy. This is the end, Piccolo. Eternal midnight. She released the attack, and the entire battlefield was swallowed in a cataclysmic explosion of darkness. Boom. The shockwave rippled outward, shaking the very core of the constructed arena. For a moment, silence. Then, as the smoke cleared, Piccolo lay on the ground, his body covered in burns, his energy completely drained. He tried to push himself up, but his arms gave out. Luminous slowly floated down, her gown untouched, her expression composed. She tilted her head. You fought well, Namekian. The battlefield shifted back to normal, the Gothic cathedral dissolving as the arena returned to its original form. Beerus leaned forward, grinning. Now that was entertaining. Whis smiled. Luminous Valentine takes the victory. A battle of wit, power, and sheer magic dominance. Piccolo grunted as he managed to sit up. He looked at Luminous and smirked. Not bad, for a vampire. Luminous chuckled. Likewise, for a green warrior. With that, the fight concluded, and attention shifted to the next battle. The arena fell into an eerie silence as Goku and Rimuru stepped forward, standing opposite each other in the grand battlefield. The air between them shimmered with raw energy, distorting reality itself. The other fighters watched intently, aware that this clash was unlike any they had ever seen. Beerus leaned forward on his throne, a smirk forming on his lips. This is it. A battle of 2 beings who stand at the peak of existence. This should be entertaining. Whis nodded. Indeed, my lord. This will not just be a contest of strength, but of technique, adaptability, and pure combat mastery. Rimuru's golden eyes met Goku's, a glimmer of amusement in them. I've heard much about you, Son Goku. You're supposed to be the strongest martial artist in your universe. Goku grinned, cracking his knuckles. Yeah? Well, I've heard about you too. Demon Lord, ruler of Tempest, and someone who rewrites reality just by thinking. Sounds fun. Rimuru chuckled, drawing moonlight edge, the sword glowing with a radiant blue hue. Then let's find out who stands at the peak, shall we? With a nod from Beerus, the battle began. Phase 1, the Dance of Martial Masters. In a flash, Goku and Rimuru vanished. The battlefield shook violently as the two reappeared mid-air, exchanging a flurry of blows faster than the eye could follow. Goku twisted, ducked, and countered, his strikes precise and calculated. Rimuru matched him blow for blow, using his sword to deflect Goku's punches while simultaneously launching fluid counterattacks. Boom, boom, boom. Shockwaves rippled across the battlefield as their fists and sword clashed, creating bursts of wind that forced the spectators to brace themselves. Impressive, Whis mused. Rimuru's skill with the sword is impeccable. His movements are as refined as Goku's hand-to-hand combat. Beerus grinned. Huh, but Goku isn't even serious yet. Goku suddenly vanished behind Rimuru, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the back. Rimuru twisted midair, using the momentum to slice upward with Moonlight Edge. Sparks flew as Goku barely dodged, the tip of the blade slicing his cheek. Goku wiped the blood off and smirked. You're good. Rimuru grinned. You haven't seen anything yet. Goku flared his aura, ascending to Super Saiyan Blue in an instant. The arena trembled as his power skyrocketed. Rimuru, unfazed, activated Deus Ex Machina, the Divine Architect. A massive golden circuit-like pattern formed around him, pulsating with divine energy. Goku charged. He appeared behind Rimuru in a blink, delivering a devastating kick to the ribs. But Rimuru vanished just before impact. Huh. Suddenly, Goku felt something cold against his throat. Rimuru reappeared behind him, Moonlight Edge resting just beneath his chin. You rely too much on direct attacks, Goku. Flash. Goku barely dodged, but a cut appeared on his shoulder, glowing with Rimuru's magic-infused power. Damn, you're fast. Goku laughed, wiping the wound. With a sharp cry, Goku powered up further, his aura shifting into a deeper hue, true Ultra Instinct. His silver hair shimmered as his entire presence became calm and untouchable. All right, he said, rolling his neck. Let's get serious. Rimuru's eyes narrowed. Now it's getting interesting. Goku blurred out of existence. Before Rimuru could react, Goku's fist slammed into his gut, sending him flying. Boom. Rimuru crashed through multiple floating islands, breaking apart the terrain. But before Goku could follow up, a black portal appeared behind him. A massive tendril of abyssal energy shot out. Goku dodged, but it changed direction midair, slamming him into the ground with enough force to create a crater. Rimuru emerged, his aura shifting. His golden eyes glowed brighter, and his power surged exponentially. Azathoth, the infinite abyss, full release. A black void expanded around Rimuru, warping reality. Everything in its range was consumed. Even light struggled to escape. Goku flared his aura, resisting the pull. But Rimuru warped directly in front of him and unleashed a devastating blast buster. A massive explosion of cosmic energy engulfed Goku. Boom. The entire battlefield shook violently. When the dust settled, Goku was bruised but smiling. That was insane, he admitted, cracking his neck. But I'm not done yet. He clenched his fists, his aura spiking once more. Goku closed his eyes. His energy became weightless. Then, his form changed. A new silver-gold aura enveloped him. His hair shimmered between silver and blue. His eyes became divine, a fusion of Ultra Instinct and his Saiyan power. Whis' eyes widened. This is something entirely new. Beerus leaned forward. Huh, he's broken another limit. Rimuru watched carefully. You're evolving in the middle of battle? Goku grinned. Yeah, that's kind of my thing. And then, Goku moved. Not even Rimuru's enhanced perception could track him. A fist connected with Rimuru's stomach, sending him hurtling into the abyss of space. Before he could recover, Goku was already above him. A massive ki blast forming. Dragon Fist. A golden dragon made of pure energy surged forth, crashing into Rimuru and exploding with a cosmic burst. The shockwave sent ripples across dimensions. For a moment, nothing. Then, from within the explosion, a golden light emerged. Rimuru stood, unharmed. He smirked. You're not the only one who can transcend. His aura shifted into an ethereal glow. His form became untouchable, beyond reality itself. Genesis Omega, the eternal core. The space around them cracked. The entire battlefield changed. Suddenly, Goku and Rimuru stood in a void of infinite possibilities, where time and space had no meaning. Goku exhaled, grinning wildly. This is awesome. The two warriors charged once more, and the battle continued. The battlefield was no longer a simple arena. It had become a cosmic battlefield, a realm outside of time and space, where the very fabric of reality bent to the will of the two combatants. Goku's new transcendent form radiated a divine aura, blending true Ultra Instinct with the pure might of his Saiyan heritage. Opposing him, Rimuru's Genesis Omega. The eternal core pulsated with absolute existence, making him a force beyond comprehension. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, boom, they clashed again, their movements so fast that only Whis, Beerus, and a handful of the strongest beings in the audience could follow. Each strike generated massive shockwaves, sending ripples through space itself. Entire planets that were caught in the wake of their battle dissolved into energy, unable to withstand the sheer force of their blows. Goku vanished, appearing behind Rimuru with an instinctive counterattack. But Rimuru's body shifted dimensions just before impact, his form becoming untouchable for a split second. Before Goku could react, Rimuru reappeared at his side, unleashing a sword strike with Moonlight Edge. Flash. A cut appeared on Goku's chest, glowing with divine energy that momentarily disrupted his aura. Goku backflipped, barely avoiding a second strike, then countered with a powerful Kamehameha at point-blank range. K-A-M-E-H-A-M-E, hi-ya. The entire void was engulfed in the blast, but as the energy wave tore through space, Rimuru raised his hand. Absolute nullification. The Kamehameha stopped mid-air, dissolved into nothingness, erased from existence. Goku's eyes widened. Whoa, did you just erase my attack? Rimuru smirked. Did you really think a simple energy wave would work? Goku grinned. Then I'll just hit you harder. He flashed forward with blinding speed, launching a barrage of devastating punches and kicks. Each hit connected, sending Rimuru flying through the shattered dimensions. But before Rimuru could regain his footing, Goku was already waiting. A massive ki sphere formed in his hands, pulsating with pure destructive energy. Came burst. Goku unleashed the devastating energy wave, combining Saiyan might and the principles of destruction energy. The blast collided with Rimuru, warping the very essence of space-time as it detonated. Boom. For a moment, all was silent. Then, from within the destruction, a blinding golden light erupted. Rimuru stepped forward, completely unharmed, his aura even stronger than before. Nice move, but you'll have to do better than that. Beerus smirked. Now this is a real fight. Whis chuckled. Indeed, both of them are beyond logic at this point. Their battle is no longer about who is stronger. It's about who can push themselves further. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, no more holding back. His ki spiked once more, his body glowing even brighter. His voice became calm, but absolute. True Ultra Instinct, full mastery. His hair shifted, flickering between silver and gold, his aura now weightless yet overwhelming. The sheer presence of his power distorted reality itself. Rimuru narrowed his eyes. Fine, then I'll match you. His golden aura turned deep blue, and then, a second Rimuru appeared. Goku's eyes widened. What? Genesis Omega, absolute duality. There were now two Rimuras, identical in power, speed, and skill. Try keeping up. Both Rimuras attacked simultaneously, overwhelming Goku with sheer speed and precision. One Rimuru used Drago Nova, a massive magical explosion, while the other used Moonlight Edge to strike at Goku's blind spots. But Goku moved like the wind. His body reacted on its own, dodging everything perfectly. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions filled the void as the three fighters clashed, breaking the very foundation of the tournament space. Kamehameha Overdrive. Goku unleashed his strongest ki blast, enhanced with the raw energy of true Ultra Instinct. But Rimuru did something unexpected. He opened his mouth and devoured the attack. Goku blinked. Wait, you just ate ki my Kamehameha? Rimuru grinned. Yup. And now, he thrust his hands forward, returning the attack 10 times stronger. Infinite Kamehameha. Goku barely had time to react. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted, sending Goku crashing through multiple layers of space. For a moment, all was still. Then, from the wreckage, Goku stood up, his body battered, bruised, but his eyes, they were sharper than ever. He smiled. Heh, that was awesome. Rimuru smirked. Had enough. Goku clenched his fists, his aura still burning brightly. Nah, but I think we both know, this fight isn't about winning. Rimuru nodded. At that moment, Beerus stood up. That's enough. Instantly, the battle space stabilized. Both fighters relaxed their stances, their auras slowly settling. Beerus smirked. I've seen enough. This was the battle I wanted. Whis chuckled. A true test of limits. And both of you have exceeded expectations. Goku and Rimuru faced each other once more. Then, they both smiled. We have to fight again someday, Goku said. Rimuru extended his hand. Agreed. They shook hands, and the arena erupted into cheers. The battle had ended, but the legend had only just begun. As the echoes of battle faded and the final clash between Goku and Rimuru came to an end, Beerus stood from his throne, his golden eyes surveying the battlefield. The tournament grounds, once a war-torn arena of devastation, still crackled with the residual energy of the titanic clashes that had taken place. But now, the time for battle had passed. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus waved his hand through the air. Instantly, the chaotic battlefield was transformed. The jagged, broken land beneath their feet shifted and reformed, smoothing out into a lush, vibrant landscape. The air, once charged with battle and destruction, now carried the sweet scent of food and drink. An enormous banquet hall manifested before them, seemingly woven from pure divine energy, lined with grand tables filled with the finest delicacies from across multiple universes. The warriors, who had fought with all their might, looked around in awe. From battle to celebration. All right, that's enough fighting, Beerus declared, stretching his arms before dropping back into his throne. You've all put on a good show, but a battle like this should be celebrated properly. Whis smiled knowingly. Indeed, a grand battle deserves a grand feast. With another wave of his staff, Whis added his own touch. A floating fountain of divine nectar appeared, along with glowing orbs of energy that gently floated in the air, illuminating the feast. The entire environment was now filled with warmth and festivity. As if on cue, the warriors began to relax, some sighing in relief, others laughing as they walked toward the tables, eager to replenish their energy. Goku, who had just fought Rimuru to a near standstill, was already sniffing the air. Whoa, that smells amazing, he said, eyes sparkling with excitement. Rimuru chuckled as he walked beside him. I thought you'd be more tired after that fight. Goku grinned. Me? Nah, I always recover fast when there's food involved. Vegeta scoffed. Typical Kakarot. You just had the fight of your life, and all you can think about is eating. Like you're not hungry, Vegeta? Piccolo smirked. Vegeta crossed his arms, but didn't deny it. Humph. I suppose a Scion's appetite is hard to suppress. Conversations among warriors. As the fighters took their seats, the conversations turned toward their battles. Jiren, sitting across from Guy, gave him a nod. Your power was unexpected. Guy smirked, taking a sip of his drink. I could say the same about you. I haven't had to push myself like that in a long time. Malim, who was busy stuffing her face with meat, grinned at Frisia. You're tough. I like that, but I totally won that fight. Frisia, who had returned to his sleek golden form, merely gave a cold chuckle. Oh please, don't flatter yourself. If I had been serious from the beginning, you would have still lost. Malim interrupted, laughing. Frisia twitched, but sighed, taking a sip from his drink. Humph. We'll have to settle that another time. Beerus, lounging back in his throne, watched the interactions with amusement. His wives sat beside him, each enjoying the feast in their own way. Zerna, the ever-serious warrior, smirked. You really put together quite the lineup, Beerus. I never imagined we'd see such battles. Urza, leaning forward with a playful smile, chuckled. I especially enjoyed the fight between Vegeta and Drago. That one was pure raw power. Belzer smirked. I think Rimuru and Goku stole the show though. That fight was something else. Sigma, sipping her drink gracefully nodded. Their battle was beyond what most beings can comprehend. If they fought any longer, they could have rewritten reality itself. Delta leaned forward. I think the best part is that nobody actually won. It was more about proving their strength to one another. Beta smiled as she watched the warriors interact. And now they feast together, just as warriors should after a battle. Beerus laughed, raising his glass. Well, of course, this tournament wasn't about crowning a champion. It was about pushing limits and enjoying the thrill of battle. Leon and Top sat across from one another, still feeling the energy of their battle. You fight with a lot of conviction, Top admitted as he took a large bite of food. For a demon lord, your sense of justice is interesting. Leon smirked. I could say the same about you. The way you wield your power as a destroyer was impressive. Meanwhile, Ramiris was teasing Gohan. He admitted. I totally got you a few times in that fight, she said, poking his arm. Gohan laughed, scratching the back of his head. You definitely surprised me. I didn't expect illusion magic to be so tricky to deal with. Ramiris grinned. That's right. You better not underestimate me next time. As the feast continued, Goku and Rimuru found themselves side by side once again. Goku grinned. I gotta say, you're one of the strongest fighters I've ever faced. Rimuru smirked. Same to you. I never thought I'd meet someone who could keep up with me like that. So, Goku leaned forward, eyes full of excitement. When's the rematch? Rimuru laughed. Let's enjoy the feast first. But yeah, I'd definitely like to fight you again someday. Whis chuckled as he walked past them. Now, let's not break the universe twice in one day. The table erupted into laughter. A night to remember. As the feast continued, warriors from different worlds bonded over food, battle scars, and mutual respect. There were no longer opposing sides. Only warriors who had tested their limits and now shared in the camaraderie that only battle could forge. Beerus watched over it all, satisfied. This was exactly what he had wanted. A battle for the ages, a celebration to follow, and the promise of even greater things to come. And as the night continued, with laughter, stories, and endless food, one thing was certain. This tournament would be remembered for eternity. In the weeks following the grand tournament, Tempest found itself host to one of the strongest fighters in existence, Goku. The Scion warrior, ever eager for a new challenge, was deeply fascinated by Rimuru's nation, its diversity, and its powerful warriors. Rimuru took great pride in showing him around, introducing him to his trusted generals, Benimaru, Zijin, Sui, Shine, Shuna, Hakuro, Geld, Maddox, Diablo, Shizu, and Chloe. Each of them greeted Goku warmly, intrigued by his battle-hardened aura and infectious enthusiasm. Goku was especially eager to test himself against the famed labyrinth, designed by Ramiris and enhanced by Veldora. Upon seeing the rigorous training grounds, magical enchantments, and the near-limitless battle opportunities it presented, he could barely contain his excitement. The variety of monsters, advanced training dummies, and strategic battle simulations within the labyrinth made it a warrior's paradise. However, the moment of peace was short-lived. One evening, as the leaders of Tempest gathered to discuss future diplomatic efforts, Sui appeared, his usual calm demeanor hiding an undercurrent of urgency. My lord, Sui spoke as he knelt before Rimuru. I bring troubling news. There have been multiple reports of conflicts erupting across the cardinal world. At first, they seemed like isolated incidents, border skirmishes, economic disputes. But as we have investigated further, a pattern has emerged. Rimuru furrowed his brow. Go on. Several nations have begun experiencing civil unrest, and their leaders have been making uncharacteristically aggressive decisions. It seems that someone is pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Assassinations, betrayals, and military escalations have all taken place in rapid succession. Shuna's eyes narrowed. Could it be Artemis minions? Sui nodded. That is the most likely scenario. We have identified a few key regions experiencing unusual turmoil. The Holy Empire of Rubrios. A faction within the church has begun to break away, denouncing Luminous and calling for a new order. Religious extremists, possibly influenced by outside forces, are inciting riots. The Eastern Empire, certain warlords, once subdued, have begun rebelling, causing chaos in the military structure. Sarion. The elves have reported mysterious figures influencing their political system, causing tensions between the noble houses. Falmouth. Despite Yum's strong leadership, unknown forces are attempting to destabilize the kingdom through economic sabotage and the spread of misinformation. Dworgen. An assassination attempt on a high-ranking official nearly succeeded, marking the first sign of internal strife within the Dwarven kingdom. The room fell into silence as everyone absorbed the gravity of the situation. Benimaru clenched his fists. It's just like last time. They're using politics, deception, and human greed as their weapons. If they keep pushing, war will be inevitable. Diablo smirked, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. This level of manipulation, it's almost impressive. Whoever is behind this isn't simply causing chaos for the sake of it. They have a goal in mind. Goku, who had been listening intently, crossed his arms. Sounds like someone's trying to take over from the shadows. If they're strong, I'd love to fight them. Rimuru shook his head with a small chuckle. Not everything can be solved with a fight, Goku. The Scion grinned. Yeah, but a good fight sure clears things up. Rimuru nodded. Agreed. We need to send people to investigate each of these regions. Sui, dispatch your intelligence network. Diablo, I want you to accompany them in secret. If things get out of hand, intervene as you see fit. Diablo gave a low bow. As you wish, my lord. Cheyenne slammed her fist against the table. Let me go too. I'll crush anyone who dares to mess with Tempest. Benimaru smirked. Easy there. We need a strategic approach, not brute force. Rimuru thought for a moment. We need a multi-pronged approach. We'll send diplomatic teams to smooth over tensions where we can, but we'll also prepare for the worst-case scenario. If these conflicts escalate into war, we need to be ready. Goku grinned. Sounds like things are getting exciting. Count me in. With tensions rising across the world and the shadowy forces manipulating events from behind the scenes, the peace of the cardinal world hung in the balance. Rimuru and his allies had overcome impossible odds before, but this time, the battlefield was not just one of power, but of strategy, deception, and a battle against the very nature of greed and ambition itself. The war in the shadows had begun. Deep within the hidden corners of the cardinal world, Artemis minions moved unseen, pulling strings and planting seeds of discord. Their master was gone, but their purpose remained. The fall of Artemis had not been the end, only the beginning of a greater scheme. Gathered in an underground chamber, far from the prying eyes of the world, a group of cloaked figures stood before a large, enchanted mirror. The reflective surface shimmered, revealing a veiled silhouette, one of their leaders, a being whose voice carried an unnatural, eerie resonance. Everything is proceeding as expected. The figure spoke, their voice layered as if multiple beings spoke at once. The Holy Empire fractures from within. The Eastern Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Sarion is mired in political strife. Falmouth's economy crumbles. Dworgen tastes the poison of betrayal. Soon, they will all turn on each other. Another figure stepped forward, their voice laced with venomous amusement. And Tempest? They are watching, waiting, but they are too late. By the time they move, the flames will have spread beyond control. A third figure scoffed. Rimuru is not to be underestimated. He crushed Falmouth, reshaped the world's balance, and now he walks with a god of destruction. If he intervenes too early, our efforts will be wasted. The veiled leader raised a hand, silencing the discussion. Rimuru is powerful, but even he cannot fight a war on 5 fronts at once. We will let him come. We will let him see the destruction with his own eyes. And when he does, he will realize that for all his power, he is still bound by the limits of time, choice, and consequence. A sinister chuckle echoed through the chamber as the shadows whispered their plots into motion. The streets of Rubrios burned with the fire of revolution. A faction within the church, calling themselves the children of the true divine, had declared Luminous a false goddess. They claimed that a new god would descend to lead them into an era of true salvation. A high priest, once a staunch supporter of Luminous, had been assassinated, leaving a power vacuum. Fanatic leaders filled the void, spreading doubt and hysteria among the people. Church loyalists and the rebels clashed in the streets, turning the once holy empire into a battlefield of faith. Behind the scenes, Artemis minions whispered to the fanatics, fueling their fervor, ensuring that the divide could never be bridged. The Eastern Empire, once a vast military powerhouse, was splintering. Warlords who had sworn loyalty to their new rulers suddenly turned, raising their banners in rebellion. At the heart of it all was a simple but devastating manipulation: false orders, forged documents, and assassinations of key military strategists. With chaos spreading, Artemis agents worked in the shadows, pushing the generals against one another, ensuring that the might of the empire was spent not on conquest, but self-destruction. The elven kingdom of Sarion prided itself on its stability, but even the strongest foundations could crumble from within. Influential noble houses began to turn against the royal family, their minds poisoned by whispers of treachery and deceit. Rumors spread like wildfire that the queen consorted with demons, that the royal family planned to sell the kingdom's secrets, that an internal coup was the only way to restore honor. Artemis minions did not need to act openly. They only needed to plant the seeds of paranoia and let human nature do the rest. Despite King Yum's efforts to rebuild, Falmouth was bleeding from within. Key economic advisors vanished without a trace. Trade routes mysteriously collapsed. Vital resources were siphoned away by unknown entities. Misinformation ran rampant. Whispers that Yum was weak, that his rule was cursed, that a new leader must rise before the kingdom collapsed. The people, already struggling to recover from their humiliating defeat at Tempest's hands, were desperate for someone to blame. Artemis minions worked quietly, methodically, ensuring that when the time came, Falmouth would be too weak to resist. The dwarven kingdom of Dworgen had long been a bastion of stability, but even the strongest walls could be breached from within. The first sign of trouble had been subtle, an attempted assassination on an esteemed council member. Then, trusted advisors began turning against one another, accusing their rivals of treason. Productivity in the kingdom's legendary forges slowed. Internal trade disputes erupted. It was a slow, creeping decay, one engineered by the hands of Artemis minions, who had infiltrated the kingdom's highest levels of government, ensuring that the once proud dwarves would find themselves standing on the edge of ruin. In the war room of Tempest, Rimuru sat at the head of the table, his closest advisors gathered around him. The weight of the world's turmoil pressed upon his shoulders. This is worse than we thought, Rimuru muttered, scanning the reports. They're not just causing chaos, they're engineering a collapse. Benimaru exhaled sharply. If we don't act now, we'll be dealing with a full-scale world war. Diablo, ever the tactician, smirked. It seems our unseen enemies are confident in their schemes. Perhaps it's time to remind them that their strings can be cut. Rimuru nodded. We need to move, but strategically. If we intervene too openly, we'll only confirm the paranoia they're spreading. We need infiltration, intelligence, and targeted strikes. Sui knelt. My agents are already moving. We will uncover the identities of Artemis minions and eliminate them from the shadows. Shine cracked her knuckles. And if you need someone to not be subtle, Goku, who had been listening with uncharacteristic seriousness, finally spoke. This is bigger than just fighting strong guys, huh? Rimuru sighed. Yeah, this is a game of patience, deception, and power. We can't just punch our way out of this one. Goku grinned. Well, I'll leave the thinking to you guys. But if you need someone to break through a wall, I'm your man. Rimuru chuckled. Noted. With the forces of darkness working to plunge the world into chaos, Rimuru and his allies prepared for the battles ahead. Not just on the battlefield, but in the shadows, where the true war was being waged. Time was running out, and the fate of the cardinal world hung in the balance. As the shadows of Artemis minions stretched across the world, the rulers of the great nations faced growing crises. Each of them knew that if they failed to act swiftly, their lands would fall into chaos. But to counter an enemy that thrived in secrecy required more than brute strength. It demanded strategy, wisdom, and decisive leadership. In the grand cathedral of Rubrios, the air was tense. Luminous Valentine, the true vampire and ruler of the Holy Empire, sat upon her golden throne, her fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest. Standing before her was Hinata Sakaguchi, the leader of the 10 great saints and her most trusted knight. The fanatics have become bolder, Hinata reported, her cold, analytical gaze unwavering. Their leader, a self-proclaimed prophet, is rallying the people against you, claiming that you are a false goddess. They're being manipulated by Artemis remnants, but their belief is genuine. We have to put an end to this before it spreads further. Luminous crimson eyes gleamed dangerously. How many have turned against me? Not many among the elites, but the common folk are divided. If we crush them outright, we risk turning them into martyrs, Hinata explained. Luminous smirked. Fools. Do they think their new god will save them from my wrath? She then stood up, her presence alone making the temperature drop. Very well. If they wish to question their god, I will grant them an audience. Hinata understood the meaning behind those words. Luminous would personally confront these so-called children of the true divine. It wouldn't be a negotiation. It would be a display of divine authority. As Luminous walked through the cathedral doors, her aura of absolute dominion spread throughout the city. The fanatics would soon learn the cost of their heresy. In the heart of the Eastern Empire, Emperor Rudra sat at the war council table, staring at the military map spread before him. Red markers represented rebel factions that had sprung up across the empire, sowing discord among his generals. Beside him stood Velgrind, the flame dragon and his most powerful ally. This is no mere rebellion, Velgrind noted, her fiery eyes narrowing. These uprisings are too well coordinated. Someone is pulling the strings. Rudra clenched his jaw. If we let this continue, the empire will collapse. Have we identified the traitors within our ranks? Velgrind smirked. Some of them, yes. Others are still hiding in the shadows. Rudra's hand slammed onto the table. Then it's time to flush them out. He turned to his generals. Send a decree. Any officer caught conspiring against the empire will be executed. No trials. No exceptions. We will burn out this treachery before it spreads further. Velgrind crossed her arms. And if that doesn't work, Rudra's eyes glowed with determination. Then I will personally march to the front lines. This empire was built by my will, and I will not let it be torn apart by cowards in the dark. The emperor's declaration sent a clear message. He would not allow his empire to fall, and he would use every ounce of his strength to crush those who opposed him. In the grand palace of Sarion, Queen Elmesia sat in her chamber, her usual playful demeanor replaced by a rare seriousness. She held a cup of tea in one hand, swirling it absent-mindedly as she listened to her intelligence officers. The noble factions are restless, one of her advisors reported. They believe the royal family has grown weak and are secretly plotting a coup. Elmesia let out a sigh. Politics. It's always such a mess. Her personal guard, a powerful warrior, stepped forward. Should we act against them preemptively? Elmesia shook her head. No, not yet. We need to lure them into a false sense of security. If we make a move now, they will scatter and regroup. But if we let them think they are winning, she smirked, her golden eyes gleaming. They will expose themselves. Her plan was clear. Let the traitors show their hands, then strike at the perfect moment. Sarion was a kingdom of intellect, and Elmesia was playing the long game. In the royal palace of Falmouth, King Yum sat at the head of a war council. His once rough appearance had changed since taking the throne, but his spirit remained the same. We're being sabotaged from within, one of his generals stated grimly. Trade routes are collapsing, our advisors are disappearing, and the people are losing faith. Yum scowled, and the bastards behind this. His intelligence officer hesitated. We have suspects, but no proof. Yum leaned forward. Then I don't give a damn about proof. If they're acting against the kingdom, they're enemies. Gather my elite knights. We're going to start making examples out of them. The room fell silent. Yum had been a warrior before he was a king, and he had no patience for political games. He ruled with strength, and he would remind the traitors exactly who they were dealing with. In the iron fortress of Dworgen, King Gazel Dwargo sat in deep thought. Unlike the others, he had not reacted with immediate aggression. He had seen wars, betrayals, and conspiracies before. This was nothing new. These assassinations, these betrayals, they are meant to push us into chaos, Gazel mused aloud. But chaos only works on those who panic. His right-hand man nodded. Shall we tighten security? Gazel smirked. No, let them think we are blind. Let them think we are weak. He stood, his towering presence filling the chamber. Then, when they move, we will strike them all down in one night. Unlike the others, Gazel was patient. He would not act rashly. He would let the enemy believe they were winning, until it was far too late for them to escape. Rimuru sat at the head of a long, polished table within his private war chamber, his fingers steepled as he considered the intelligence reports spread before him. Across from him, lounging in a chair with his usual air of amusement, was Guy Crimson, the strongest of the demon lords. The atmosphere was tense, though Guy seemed more entertained than concerned. This is more than just simple political unrest, Rimuru said, his voice measured. These incidents, the assassinations, the betrayals, they're all connected. Artemis may be gone, but his minions are still pulling the strings. Guy chuckled, swirling the wine in his goblet. I figured as much. Chaos is usually my kind of thing, but even I prefer it when it's, well, controlled. This is too precise. It's not a storm, it's a slow poison. Rimuru exhaled. Exactly. And I don't like fighting an enemy I can't see. Guy smirked. That's where you and I differ. I love it. Uncertainty makes things interesting. He leaned forward, his crimson eyes gleaming with excitement. So tell me, what's the plan? Rimuru tapped his fingers against the table. For now, I won't involve the other demon lords. They'll act if the chaos reaches their doorstep, but this situation calls for subtlety. Luminous, on the other hand, will be forced to act soon. Her nation is already under attack. Guy nodded. And what about you? Will you sit back and let the world burn? Rimuru's golden eyes flashed. No, I intend to move soon. But first, I need to fully understand what we're dealing with. Draconis, the shadow architect, the corrupter of minds. Deep in the underbelly of the Eastern Empire, in a candlelit chamber filled with thick, perfumed smoke, Draconis, the shadow architect, observed his latest work with a satisfied smirk. A group of generals and noblemen stood before him, their expressions vacant, their thoughts no longer their own. His magic coiled through their minds like dark tendrils, amplifying their ambition, their greed, their hunger for power. The Emperor is failing you, Draconis whispered, his voice dripping with venom. He rules with arrogance, blind to your worth. Would the Empire not prosper better under your guidance? One of the generals clenched his fists. Rudra has grown weak. He muttered. Draconis smiled. Another puppet on the board. Soon, the Empire would turn on itself. Marana, the seductress of chaos, the weaver of distrust. In the grand halls of Sarion, Marana walked gracefully through the noble courts, her beauty captivating, her words laced with insidious magic. She whispered into the ears of senators, high-ranking officials, and powerful merchants, planting seeds of doubt. The queen has grown complacent, she murmured to one advisor. She hoards power while you serve her like a loyal dog. To another, she purred, the royal family's influence wanes. It would take only a gentle push to shift the balance of power. Before long, the kingdom of Sarion was a web of paranoia, its leaders questioning one another, alliances crumbling. Marana smiled to herself. Chaos was delicious. Ravik, the whisper, the master of fear. In the shadows of Falmouth, a chilling presence stalked the streets. Ravik, the whisper, did not need to use words. His mere presence was enough to drive men to madness. He walked unseen through the corridors of the royal palace, his voice an eerie whisper in the ears of soldiers and advisors alike. Yum is not fit to rule. His voice slithered into their minds. He was a mercenary, a brute. He will lead this kingdom to ruin. At night, his summoned creatures, beasts of nightmare, infused with Artemis's chaotic energy, prowled the outskirts, their howls sending shivers through the capital. Fear spread like wildfire, and paranoia gripped Falmouth. Ravik watched from the shadows, a sinister smile on his face. Soon, the people would turn against their king. Within the grand cathedral of Rubrios, luminous Valentine stood at the altar, her presence overwhelming. In the pews below, kneeling before her in terror, were the ringleaders of the children of the true divine, the fanatical sect that had tried to turn her own people against her. She stepped forward, her heels clicking against the marble floor. You sought to defy me, she said, her voice dangerously soft. To turn my people against me. And for what? A false god. One of the fanatics trembled. Please, we were misled. Luminous raised a delicate hand, and the man was lifted into the air, suffocating under her divine pressure. No excuses. Her voice was cold. You made your choice. In a single motion, Luminous erased them from existence, their bodies dissolving into nothingness. She turned to Hinata. Find the source of this heresy. Leave no survivors. Hinata nodded. It will be done. The goddess would not tolerate insurrection. Ridra stood at his war council, his eyes blazing with fury. Execute every traitor. Burn out this rot before it spreads further. Belgrind smirked. Shall I handle it personally? Ridra exhaled. No, not yet. Let them think they're winning. Then we crush them in one swoop. Elmesia twirled a wine glass in her fingers. So they think they can manipulate my kingdom? She turned to her personal guard. Spread false rumors. Let them suspect each other. We will watch as they destroy themselves. She smirked. Politics was just another game. Yum slammed his fist onto his throne. Enough. We're cracking down on these cowards now. His knights moved swiftly, executing known conspirators in the streets. Falmouth would not fall without a fight. King Gazel remained calm, watching, waiting. His spies moved in secret, hunting Artemis minions without alerting the public. His patience would pay off. Goku's time in Tempest was divided into two great joys, food and battle. Whenever he wasn't stuffing himself with the extravagant feasts prepared by Shuna and the chefs of Tempest, he was deep within the labyrinth, trading blows with Veldora and Zijin. One particular match between Goku and Veldora had drawn a large audience, including Benimaru, Diablo, Cheyenne, and Rimuru himself. The arena floor trembled as Goku stood facing Veldora, rolling his shoulders with a grin. All right, Veldora, let's see if you've got more than just raw power. Veldora cracked his knuckles, his golden draconic eyes gleaming. Heh, I've been holding back before, but today, I'm going all out. With a single stomp, Veldora shattered the ground beneath them, causing the entire arena to quake. He vanished in an instant, his speed defying his massive size, and reappeared in front of Goku, swinging his clawed fist down with enough force to level mountains. Boom. Goku barely dodged, his instincts pushing him into Ultra Instinct Omen for just a moment. The shockwave from Veldora's punch sent rubble flying, shaking even the distant floors of the labyrinth. Not bad. Goku grinned, flipping through the air and retaliating with a rapid barrage of ki-infused punches, each one enhanced by his mastery over Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken. Veldora roared and countered, coating his fist with a dense layer of draconic aura, meeting Goku's strikes head-on. The impact created ripples of destructive energy, distorting the air around them. On the sidelines, Benimaru whistled, arms crossed. That Saiyan stamina is ridiculous. Diablo smirked. But Zijin might be a different challenge entirely. Goku versus Zijin, the clash of speed and power. If fighting Veldora was like facing an unstoppable force, then Zijin was a ghostly assassin, a shadow that struck before you could react. The battle between Goku and Zijin was one of pure speed, precision, and overwhelming skill. Zijin barely moved, and yet Goku was already sent flying, a deep cut across his cheek from Zijin's near-invisible blade technique. The Saiyan twisted in midair, switching to Super Saiyan Blue evolution, his aura flaring with blinding intensity. He vanished from sight, attempting to outmaneuver Zijin with instant transmission, only to be met with a devastating knee strike to the gut, followed by a sharp elbow to the spine that sent him crashing into the ground. Goku gasped, but his grin widened. Wow, you're fast. Zijin, calm and composed, adjusted his stance, his body glowing with an emerald sheen of divine energy. And you're strong, but you rely too much on brute force. Goku charged forward, pushing into Ultra Instinct momentarily, weaving through Zijin's near-invisible attacks before finally landing a devastating uppercut that sent Zijin rocketing into the ceiling. The battle continued for hours, pushing both warriors to their limits. In the end, Goku collapsed onto his back, laughing breathlessly. That was incredible, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead. I think I'm gonna need another feast after this. Rimuru chuckled from the sidelines. I had a feeling you'd say that. But even as Goku enjoyed his time, the world outside Tempest was growing darker by the day. Across the nations, the hidden war against Artemis minions had reached its turning point. The time for subtlety was over. Rimuru's spy network, led by Sui, had successfully identified many of the key operatives of Artemis' remaining forces. But the real battle had yet to begin. Luminous Holy Empire strikes back. In the Holy Empire of Rubrios, Luminous Valentine had drawn out the children of the true divine into the open. Their clandestine meetings, secret rituals, and shadow dealings had been carefully monitored by Hinata and her 10 great saints. The moment they gathered in what they believed to be a secure stronghold, the skies darkened. Luminous herself appeared, her power suppressing the very air around them. Fools, did you truly believe you could plot against me? The traitors barely had time to react before Hinata and her knights struck, cutting down the heretics with ruthless efficiency. Those who remained were given a single chance to repent, but few survived Luminous judgment. With this swift action, Beerus was purged of Artemis corruption. Ridra, having played the long game, allowed the corrupted generals to grow bold enough to act. The moment they attempted their coup, Velgrind descended upon them like a wrathful comet, incinerating their forces before they could even reach the palace gates. The traitors were erased in a single night, their rebellion crushed before it could begin. Queen Elmesia, ever the cunning ruler, had orchestrated an elaborate deception to make Artemis infiltrators believe they had won. Just when Miranda thought she had turned the nobility against the queen, the entire court turned against her instead. Elmesia sat on her throne, sipping wine. You were so busy sowing paranoia that you failed to realize. I let you do it. With a flick of her wrist, her elite royal guard executed Miranda's pawns, and the seductress of chaos barely managed to flee into the night. In Falmouth, Yum and his knights went on a relentless hunt, taking down Ravik's summoned creatures and executing every last conspirator. Meanwhile, in Dworgen, Gazel's spies struck with brutal efficiency, eliminating Dracani's remaining pawns before they could even realize they were discovered. With their forces dwindling, Artemis minions had no choice but to reveal themselves. Dracani's, Miranda, and Ravik, once masters of manipulation, now found themselves backed into a corner. In a hidden chamber deep in the wilderness, the three met in secret. Dracani scowled. Our plans are falling apart. Miranda sneered. We underestimated them. Ravik's voice was barely a whisper. Then it's time we stop hiding. The room filled with dark energy as the three prepared for their final move. Up in his divine palace, Beerus observed the unfolding chaos, lounging lazily as he sipped his drink. Mortals are amusing. They let their world descend into chaos, and then act all high and mighty when they restore order. Wish chuckled. And yet, Lord Beerus, you seem quite invested in this. Beerus smirked. Maybe, but let's see how this plays out. Back in Tempest, Rimuru sat in his throne, his fingers tapping against the armrest. His network had delivered the latest intel. Artemis minions were cornered. They would make their move soon. Rimuru's golden eyes narrowed. Let them come. A dark omen. Despite the victories against Artemis minions, Rimuru couldn't shake an ominous feeling. It was too easy. While Dracani's, Miranda, and Ravik had been forced into a corner, they were masters of deception, illusion, and corruption. They wouldn't act so carelessly. As Rimuru sat in the war room of Tempest, his advisors gathered around, discussing strategies. Suddenly, Sui appeared, his expression grave. My lord, we have a problem. Rimuru's eyes sharpened. What is it? Sui knelt. Dracani's, Miranda, and Ravik were only pawns. The real mastermind has revealed themselves. The room went silent. Sui continued. An ancient faction, believed to have been destroyed thousands of years ago, has resurfaced. They call themselves the Order of the Forgotten Abyss. The name sent a chill through the room. Artemis wasn't acting alone, Diablo murmured, his crimson eyes flickering. This was all part of something far greater. Rimuru frowned. So who was really pulling the strings? Sui's voice was like a whisper. Azazel, the fallen seraph. Somewhere deep in the void between dimensions, a figure bathed in shadow and violet flames stood before Draconis, Marana, and Ravik. Azazel, the fallen seraph, once a divine being, now a warbringer of chaos, stared down at his subordinates with piercing golden eyes. You have failed. Azazel's voice was cold, absolute, and terrifying. Draconis trembled. And my lord, we. Azazel raised a single hand, and a black chain of judgment wrapped around Draconis' throat, lifting him into the air. There are no excuses. With a flick of his fingers, Draconis was erased from existence. Ravik and Marana dropped to their knees. Master, give us another chance. We will. Azazel's dark wings flared, and the entire void realm trembled. The time for shadows is over. His gaze turned toward the mortal realm. It is time to descend. A massive, cursed portal began forming behind him. Thousands of shadowy figures could be seen within, an army unlike any before. I will bring the final judgment upon this world. And with that, Azazel's war had begun. The first sign of the abyssal invasion came without warning. Black rifts opened across the borders of Tempest, Rubrios, Sarion, Dworgen, and the Eastern Empire. From these tearing voids, monstrous creatures beyond comprehension emerged, abyssal titans, nightmare wraiths, and fallen archons. One such rift opened in the heart of Tempest itself. Rimuru, still in the war room, felt it instantly. His golden eyes burned with divine power as he rose from his seat. They're here. An earth-shaking roar erupted from outside. Rimuru teleported in an instant, appearing above the city, only to see an army of nightmare creatures pouring through the massive rift. Standing at the center of the invasion was a dark-winged figure, a general of the Forgotten Abyss. His aura alone made the air scream in agony. Rimuru's aura flared like a supernova. I don't know who you are. Rimuru's voice was calm but carried the weight of a god. But you've made a mistake coming here. The figure smirked, his crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. I am Malphas, the herald of Azazel. He spread his 6 demonic wings, and an enormous dark sigil appeared in the sky. Tempest shall burn. Boom. A massive energy blast erupted from Malphas' hands, aimed directly at the heart of the city. But before it could land, Goku appeared in a flash of white light, his hair flowing with true ultra instinct. With one hand, he caught the blast, compressing it into nothingness. Goku grinned. Oh yeah? Well, I say you picked the wrong place to attack. As chaos spread across the world, the demon lords received the warning. In Guy Crimson's domain, the air trembled. Guy sat on his throne, his aura flaring. So, Artemis was nothing but a prelude. He grinned. Now this is interesting. In Luminous Cathedral, she and Hinata prepared their forces for war. This is no longer a mere conspiracy, Luminous declared. This is an extinction-level threat. In Dworgen, Gazel unsheathed his blade, staring at the dark sky. The war we've all been preparing for has begun. From his realm, Beerus watched with mild amusement. Well, I didn't think things would escalate this much. Whis sipped his tea. This does seem beyond mere mortal conflicts. Beerus leaned forward, his golden eyes narrowing. I wonder, will they prevail this time? Whis smiled knowingly. Are you entertained, my lord? Beerus smirked. Perhaps. With the Forgotten Abyss now fully revealed and Azazel's army descending upon the world, the greatest battle in history was about to unfold. The demon lords, the heroes, the warriors of Tempest, and their allies would have to unite, or risk complete annihilation. The true war had begun. The cardinal world trembled. Black rifts split the skies, seeping corrupting darkness into the land. The air itself grew heavy, poisoned by an overwhelming malice. From the depths of the void, legions of horrors poured forth, monstrosities twisted by Azazel's abyssal energy. Cities burned, kingdoms crumbled, and chaos reigned. But worse than the armies were the heralds of Azazel, each a world-ending calamity in their own right. The heralds descend. Azazel, seated upon his throne in the void, observed the cardinal world with a cruel smile. Let the purge begin. His voice echoed throughout the cosmos. Across the vast lands, 10 figures emerged from the abyss, each one an embodiment of destruction, corruption, or madness. These were Azazel's heralds, titanic beings of unspeakable power, each stronger than the last. They sought to bring absolute ruin to the cardinal world. Malphas, the herald of destruction, already engaged with Rimuru and Goku in Tempest. Zeraphis, the abyssal warbringer, a warrior of endless battle, facing Guy Crimson. Vale, the dark seraph, a corrupted celestial waging war upon Luminous and Rubrios. Kael'Zoreth, the endbringer, a titan of fire and ruin, battling Gazel and Draggle and Dworgen. Nixera, the queen of madness, corrupting the minds of Elmesia's people in Sarion. Draconis, the shadow architect, manipulating the leaders of the Eastern Empire, attempting to break Rudra's will. Marana, the seductress of chaos, spreading paranoia and betrayal in Falmouth. Ravik, the whisper, summoning horrific creatures to terrorize Ramor's labyrinth. Sethys, the abyssal reaper, a being of void and decay, challenging Velgrind alongside Rudra. Mordain, the devourer of light, an entity seeking to consume the core of the holy empire itself. Azazel, watching from his domain, smiled. Burn it all. Reduce their spirits to ash. Let this world become my kingdom. A thunderous shockwave shattered mountains as Malphas' void-clad fist met Goku's ultra instinct punch. Boom. Reality itself trembled. The battlefield was pure chaos. Benimaru, Diablo, Zijin, and Tempest warriors fought against an endless tide of abyssal monsters. Rimuru, wielding Moonlight Edge, vanished and reappeared behind Malphas. A single slice cut through dimensions, aimed at Malphas' core. Clang. Malphas' aura deflected the attack, and his abyssal chain shot out, attempting to restrain Rimuru. But before they could touch him, Kamihami. A blue energy wave engulfed the battlefield, obliterating the chains. Goku's beam tore through the heavens, forcing Malphas to guard against the overwhelming blast. Malphas laughed. Yes, more. Show me your power. He raised his hands, summoning a cataclysmic void sphere larger than a mountain. Try surviving this, mortals. Rimuru and Goku exchanged glances. Goku smirked, his aura flaring into true ultra instinct. This is getting fun. Rimuru's Azathoth pulsed, consuming the void energy. The battle was far from over. Guy Crimson versus Zeraphis, a clash of kings. Zeraphis' spear pierced through space itself, tearing through the air at light speed. But Guy caught it with a single hand, his eyes blazing. Not bad. Crack. With a simple grip, Guy snapped the spear in half. Zeraphis grinned, unfazed. Good. I was hoping you'd be fun. He vanished. Guy barely had time to react. Boom. Zeraphis' punch sent Guy crashing through multiple dimensions, warping reality with each impact. But as Guy recovered, his ultimate skill, Azazel, sovereign of the eternal abyss, awoke fully. Dark fire erupted from his form. Let's see who burns first. With a snap of his fingers, a crimson inferno consumed the battlefield. The two warriors of destruction clashed, shaking the world itself. Luminous and her loyal knight, Hinata, stood together on the ruined spires of Rubrios Cathedral. Vale, a corrupted celestial, descended from the heavens, his wings casting an aura that drove mortals mad. You dare bring filth into my domain. Luminous called, her voice a roar of divine fury. Vale smirked, his corrupted spear of light gleaming with darkness. I bring enlightenment. He unleashed a barrage of divine-destroying lances, each one aiming to erase Luminous from existence. But Luminous, her ultimate skill, Lilith, queen of temptation, flared, wrapping her enemies in a storm of blood-red magic. Hinata, standing beside her, raised her blazing sword. We'll end this together, she said, her voice full of unwavering resolve. Together, they vanished, appearing behind Vale. Luminous blade of holy darkness pierced through his chest. Vale coughed black blood, but grinned. Oh, you'll need more than that. With a burst of corrupted light, he countered, and the battle raged across the skies of Rubrios, their blows creating rifts of madness as the very air twisted under their power. In the heart of Sarion, Elmesia faced the terrifying Tensura, who stood at the epicenter of madness. Tensura's mere presence twisted the very fabric of reality. Elmesia gritted her teeth, her heart heavy as she felt her mind fracture under Tensura's influence. But before the Queen of Madness could fully dominate her, Leon appeared, his golden lion's roar snapping through the corruption. Get a hold of yourself, Elmesia. With Leon's help, Elmesia focused, and together they launched a devastating attack, their combined aura burning away the madness. I won't let you take my kingdom, Elmesia shouted, her light piercing through the darkness. Tensura's eyes gleamed with insanity, but she could sense her control slipping. Kael'Zorth's colossal form loomed over Dworgen, flames of soul-consuming fire raging from his body. The very air scorched to nothingness. But before he could unleash destruction, a golden blade flashed. Flash. Kael'Zorth reeled back, a deep gash burning into his massive frame. Gazel, standing tall, exhaled. You'll not take my home. Beside him, Draggle's aura flared, a black and red storm of annihilation. Enough talk. Draggle lunged, his power warping reality itself. The Titan roared. The battle ignited the heavens. Inside Celestra, a strange disturbance tore through the land. Ravik, the whispering nightmare, moved across the realm, seeking to corrupt everything it touched. But Ivarich, now humanized after years of training under Beerus' private army, was ready. He stood tall in front of Ramiris, his aura brimming with power, his sword unsheathed. You think your whispers can break me? Ivarich challenged. Ravik's voice slithered through the air. You'll fall like the others. All will break under my touch. Ivarich smiled coldly. Not today. With a blinding flash, he closed the distance and struck, his sword cutting through the air. The battle raged as Ivarich countered every strike, his strength beyond even Ravik's expectations. Azazel, watching from his throne, narrowed his eyes. Interesting, they resist more than expected. He raised his hand, and from the abyss, an even greater presence began to stir. A presence that even the strongest warriors of the cardinal world had never encountered before. The war was far from over, and true despair was yet to come. A shadow loomed over Tempest, dark energy pulsating like a second sun. Malphas, a monstrous being clad in abyssal armor, hovered in the sky, his very presence warping reality. His glowing, crimson eyes locked onto Rimuru and Goku, radiating contempt. This world resists. Malphas muttered, his voice echoing like 1,000 tortured souls screaming in unison. But resistance is meaningless. He raised his hand, and the sky split apart. A sphere of pure annihilation, larger than a city, formed above him. Its surface churned with black lightning, its gravitational pull crushing the land beneath. Without hesitation, Malphas hurled it downward. Boom! A brilliant streak of light shot forward. Goku, in true Ultra instinct, met the attack head-on, his aura clashing violently against the abyssal energy. Rimuru appeared beside him in an instant, moonlight edge drawn, his own power surging. Goku, we're stopping this together. Yeah. Goku smirked, his silver hair glistening. Wouldn't have it any other way. Their combined power collided with Malphas' attack, and the world shook. The impact erased entire mountain ranges, the force of their clash distorting time itself. But Malphas only grinned. Foolish. He vanished, reappearing behind them, a spear of abyssal energy aimed straight for Rimuru's heart. Clang. Rimuru twisted midair, blocking the strike with moonlight edge, but the force sent him crashing through miles of terrain. Malphas whirled toward Goku, launching a barrage of energy slashes that cut through space itself. Goku dodged at impossible speeds, countering with a devastating Kamehameha that engulfed Malphas in divine light. The explosion was cataclysmic, but Malphas emerged, unscathed. Rimuru, now fully unleashed, appeared next to Goku. This is going to take everything we have. Goku nodded. Then let's go all out. And so, the battle for Tempest raged on. In the depths of the Dwarven Kingdom, flames roared. Kael'Zorth stood taller than mountains, his body a fusion of living magma and void energy. His every breath melted steel, his mere presence a walking apocalypse. Gazel, blade drawn, stood firm before him. Draggle, the giant warrior, cracked his knuckles, eager for battle. Kael'Zorth laughed. Pitiful mortals, you will burn. He swung his arm, and a tidal wave of black fire surged forth, capable of reducing entire nations to ash. Gazel reacted instantly, his sword slicing through the flames, cutting a path through the inferno. Draggle, grinning, charged straight through the fire, his scales resisting the abyssal heat. With a mighty punch, he drove his fist into Kael'Zorth's chest, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. But the Titan barely staggered. You amuse me, Kael'Zorth rumbled. But amusement is fleeting. With a roar, his entire body exploded in fire, consuming the battlefield in a storm of death. Gazel and Draggle vanished into the flames. But the fight was far from over. A battle of light and corruption waged above the Holy Kingdom. Vale, a fallen angel, hovered above Rubrios, his wings dripping with abyssal energy. His spear of dark divinity radiated power, a weapon capable of ending entire civilizations. Luminous stood before him, her blood-red aura burning like an eclipsed sun. You are filth, she spat. Vale smirked. And you are weak. He vanished, reappearing behind her, spear thrusting toward her heart. Clang. Hinata intercepted, her sword meeting the abyssal spear, their clash splitting the heavens apart. Diablo and Zijin, who were sent by Rimuru to help Luminous, struck simultaneously, their attacks so swift that Vale barely had time to react. The battle was chaos incarnate. In the floating islands of Celestra, dark tendrils of madness crept through the air. Ravik, a being of nightmares, hovered in the sky, his form shifting and twisting, his voice a whisper that could shatter minds. Ramiris, wings spread, glared at him. You're a real pain, you know that? Beside her, Ivarich, now in his human form, cracked his neck. I'll handle this one. Ramiris blinked. Wait, what? Ivarich stepped forward, his aura igniting like a celestial blaze. Ravik laughed. You? A mere child? Ivarich smirked. Try me. And so, the battle in Celestra began. In the throne room of the Eastern Empire, whispers spread like a plague. Draconis, unseen, wove his influence into the minds of rulers and generals, turning allies into enemies, friends into betrayers. The empire collapsed from within, its leaders becoming puppets of the abyss. And all of it, without a single drop of blood spilled. Yum gritted his teeth as his own soldiers turned against him, their minds clouded by Mirana's honeyed words. Maline, who came to help, floating beside him, clenched her fists. That's enough, she growled. She punched the air, and a shockwave tore through the battlefield, erasing the abyssal corruption. Mirana smirked. Oh, you'll have to do better than that. Within the endless corridors of the labyrinth, chaos reigned. Veldora roared, unleashing a storm of pure destruction, shattering Ravik's illusions. You think your tricks will work on me? Raza grinned. No, but let's see how you handle true fear. A wave of abyssal nightmares engulfed the labyrinth. A black void consumed the holy empire, erasing all light, all hope, all existence. The people screamed, their souls ripped from their bodies. Mordain laughed, the end of an era unfolding before him. But the battle was not over yet. In his realm, Beerus watched, eyes narrowed. So, my adopted son has chosen to fight. Whis smirked. Interesting, isn't it? Beerus sighed. TCH, this world is a mess. His wives observed in silence. The war had just begun. The battlefield had already been pushed past its breaking point. The land itself was scarred beyond recognition, cities reduced to craters, and the very fabric of reality trembled beneath the overwhelming forces clashing across the world. But the war was far from over. Azazel's heralds had begun to unleash their true power, proving that they had been holding back all along. Their presence alone distorted the world, warping space, summoning apocalyptic storms, and corrupting time itself. The demon lords and their allies, already at their limits, would have to go beyond everything they had ever known. Malphas laughed, his voice an unholy storm of chaos. His body shattered apart, revealing a core of living destruction, a fusion of pure storm, fire, and entropy. He was no longer bound by physical form. He became the storm. Tempest itself began to collapse, the sky swirling into a monstrous vortex of lightning and hellfire. Goku wiped blood from his mouth, his ultra instinct unstable. This guy, he's not even fighting us anymore. He's turning into a damn natural disaster. Rimuru's mind raced. He was absorbing the damage, but even his regeneration was struggling to keep up with Malphas's attacks. As Rimuru felt the overwhelming destruction radiating from Malphas, he made a desperate call. Luna, he called out in his mind. I need more power. Not just for me, but for all of us. Can you evolve the other demon lord's ultimate skills? For a moment, silence. Then, Luna's voice echoed, smooth and absolute. I can, but power has a price. Once they accept it, they will no longer be the same, unless they are able to control it and keep their minds sane. Rimuru clenched his fists. We don't have a choice. I know we can do it. I will let the demon lords know. Rimuru's voice broke through the silence, reaching every demon lord through thought communication. Listen to me. I can help evolve your skills again, but you need to stay in control. This power will be unlike anything you've ever felt before, but if you lose yourself to it, you'll become monsters no better than the heralds. The response was unanimous. We don't have a choice. Guy's voice growled. Do it, Rimuru. Malim shouted, her battle-hungry energy surging. If we fall here, the world is lost, Leon said grimly. We accept this burden, Luminous whispered. No more words, Rimuru. Just give us the power, Draggle said, his dragon blood roaring in his veins. They all agreed. And so, Rimuru called upon Luna once more. Luna, one last time. Evolve our skills beyond their limits. A pause. Then, her voice, calm, absolute, and filled with divine power. So be it. Then, the world itself trembled. A pulse of divine and abyssal energy surged through Rimuru's body. His ultimate skills began to fuse, merging into a singular force beyond comprehension. Azathoth, Deus Ex Machina, and Genesis Omega began to intertwine. His body shook, his soul fracturing for an instant, before reforming into something new. Skill evolution complete, Eternity Overlord, Aeon Genesis. Rimuru exhaled, his presence now overwhelming even Malphas's storm. Goku, sensing the shift, grinned. You're finally getting serious, huh? Rimuru's eyes burned with infinite light. Let's end this. Zeraphis laughed as he devoured entire portions of the battlefield, his form growing larger, becoming a walking void that consumed existence itself. Guy wiped blood from his mouth, his crimson eyes burning with rage. Do you want more power? Luna's voice echoed. Guy spat on the ground. Huh, you even have to ask? Of course. The moment the words left his lips, his soul ignited. His ultimate skill Azazel, the sovereign of the abyss twisted, cracked, and evolved into something far darker. Skill evolution complete, Apocalypse Monarch, Pandemonium. A black crown formed above Guy's head. The world shook as his presence rewrote the battlefield, summoning a literal hellscape around them. Zeraphis's laughter stopped. Guy cracked his knuckles. Oh, now you're scared? Then he vanished, moving faster than light, and slammed his fist into Zeraphis's core, tearing into his very existence. Malim had been pushed back, her once overconfident grin fading as Mirana's nightmare world enveloped everything, turning the battlefield into an endless hell of tortured souls and abyssal horrors. Do you want more power? Luna's voice reached her. Malim wiped her mouth, her eyes burning with fury. You're damn right I do. Give it to me. Her ultimate skill Vritra, Wrath Incarnate shattered apart, only to be reborn as something even more primal. Skill evolution complete, Calamity Sovereign, Dracaena Ragnarok. Malim roared, and the entire sky exploded, revealing a colossal draconic form coiling around her. Her power tripled, and the mere force of her presence crushed Mirana's nightmare realm. Mirana screamed, realizing she was no longer the predator. Malim grinned. You're an MY nightmare now. And then, she descended like a falling star, her punch shaking the entire continent. Vale laughed, his divine wrath consuming the very concept of demons, threatening to erase Luminous herself. She gritted her teeth, feeling her body crack apart under the holy purge. Do you want more power? Luminous hesitated for only a second. Then she whispered, yes. Her ultimate skill Lilith, Queen of Temptation morphed, becoming something even more terrifying. Skill evolution complete, Eternal Night Empress, Lilith Requiem. The entire sky turned black. The sun was swallowed whole. Vale's eyes widened in horror. Luminous smirked, stepping forward as her mere presence erased divine light itself. Now then, how does it feel? Vale screamed. Nixera had dragged them into an eternal nightmare, a realm where reality itself twisted and broke. Leon knelt, struggling to keep his mind together. Then Luna's voice came. Do you want more power? Leon exhaled sharply. Yes. His ultimate skill Solomon, Bringer of Light and Judgment transformed. Skill evolution complete, Holy Executioner, Soul Invictus. Leon's sword ignited, the nightmare realm cracking apart as he banished the illusions with a single swing. Nixera's smile disappeared. Leon glared at her. This is reality, and in reality, you lose. Kael'Zorth's body had become a walking supernova, his flames turning Dworgen into a land of fire and ash. Gazel fell to his knees, his sword melting in his hands. Draggle snarled, his body burning from the heat. Do you want more power? Draggle growled, his dragon instincts screaming at him. Then he grinned. Do it. His ultimate skill Chaos, the Annihilator evolved. Skill evolution complete, Primordial Dragon King, Nyx. His body expanded, turning into a colossal dark dragon, the light around him vanishing into oblivion. Kael'Zorth stumbled back for the first time. Draggle smiled, showing his fangs. Oh, what's wrong? Not so hot anymore. Then he tore into the burning titan, crushing Kael'Zorth's molten heart in his jaws. Veldora was bleeding. For the first time in millennia, he had no arrogance left, only raw instinct. Raza had matched him completely, his every strike devastating, his power endless. Veldora wiped his mouth. I'll admit, I didn't see this coming. Luna's voice called to him. You are a storm dragon, but you could become something even greater. Veldora grinned. Go on. A surge of limitless power crashed through him. Skill evolution complete, Primordial Storm Deity, Bahamut Tempest. Veldora roared, his form expanding, his very breath creating an entire storm system. Raza, for the first time, hesitated. Veldora grinned. Now we're talking. The battlefield was drenched in blood and ruin, the air thick with the acrid stench of burning earth and shattered souls. The war between the Cardinal World and Azazel's army had reached its most hellish crescendo, as the heralds, those monstrous generals of the abyss, had all fallen. Each had been slain, their forms torn asunder, their unnatural screams fading into the void. The demon lords and their allies had pushed beyond their limits, breaking through what once seemed unbreakable. But as their bodies ached, as their wounds bled, as they felt the smallest flicker of hope that this nightmare was finally ending, Azazel laughed. It was a sound that rippled through the battlefield, a dark symphony of malice and amusement, as though this had all been nothing more than a cruel game to him. Then, without warning, he raised his hand. Azazel, you fought well. You struggled. You bled. You even won. Snap. A single motion. A single sound. And hell itself tore open. From the abyss, they came, not as mere soldiers, not as simple warriors, but as walking calamities, entities that had once laid waste to entire universes, being so powerful that even gods trembled before them. The fallen exarchs, sealed away eons ago, bound within the deepest recesses of the abyss, they had once been unstoppable conquerors, each responsible for the extinction of countless worlds, each having subjugated entire pantheons, each standing as a monument to annihilation. And now, they stood upon the battlefield, each one descending upon the strongest warriors the world had left to offer. The war was far from over. The skies above Tempest darkened as a thunderous presence manifested. The air itself collapsed inward, as if reality was suffocating, and from the abyssal gate emerged a figure of towering malevolence, wreathed in shattered celestial armor, black wings dripping with divine ichor, and eyes burning with the light of dying suns. His very presence warped the battlefield, erasing the remnants of Malphas' storm, replacing it with pure despair. Azazel, commentary. Zariel, the unforgiven wrath. The executioner who once bathed in the light of a dying pantheon. How poetic that he will now be your end. Rimuru's entire being screamed in warning. Even after all he had fought, all he had endured, this was something else entirely. Zerial. So, you are the one they call the voice of the world. Humph. A pathetic title. Goku, his aura flaring brighter than ever, grinned. I don't care what you've done. If you want to fight, you found one. He charged. Faster than light. An afterimage was all that remained. His fist struck, only for Zerial to catch it effortlessly. Goku what? A single blow. Zerial's counterattack ripped through space-time, sending Goku hurtling through mountains, forests, and into another country entirely. Rimuru gritted his teeth. This was worse than he thought. Guy Crimson stood amidst the icy wasteland, his crimson aura clashing against the blackened sky. Zeraphis, the abyssal warbringer, had been obliterated, but now something far worse emerged. A towering mass of entropy, shifting, flickering, like a living distortion in reality. Thousands of voices whispered in overlapping agony, echoing the cries of the countless civilizations it had consumed. Azazel, commentary, and here we have Necros, the doomed beyond time. The one who devoured an entire multiversal cycle. Guy, I wonder how long you'll last against something that exists outside of causality itself. Guy grinned, but for the first time, there was unease behind his smirk. Guy, damn, this one might actually be a problem. Then, Necros moved, and suddenly, Guy's existence flickered, his very essence wavering like a dying flame. Guy, oh hell no. A being draped in living chains, each link etched with the names of fallen civilizations, stepped forth. His mere presence erased color from the world, reducing everything to shades of black and gray. Azazel, commentary. Karen, the nameless king. A godslayer who erased his own name to transcend mortality. Sarion will fall this day. Leon gritted his teeth, golden light flaring. Leon, not while I breathe. Elmesia, usually calm, felt sweat bead on her brow. This was no longer a fight they could afford to hold back in. Kale Zorith had fallen, but the earth split apart, and something walked forth from the abyss. A monstrous colossus, scarred from eons of battle, wielding a blade forged from the bones of fallen gods. Azazel, commentary. Varkas, the tyrant of 1,000 wars. Draggle, I hope you're ready for the fight of your life. Draggle laughed, his blood boiling with excitement. Draggle, finally, a real fight. But then, Varkas merely grinned, and Gazel dropped to his knees, coughing blood, fell by a mere glance. Draggle, you bastard. He turned toward the sky. Brother, I need you here. Now, Evarge and Ramiris barely had time to react before the air around them crystallized into pure death, and a figure wreathed in spectral chains appeared. Azazel, commentary. Ah, Severus, the end that comes for all. A being who even the gods feared. Celestra's final hour may be upon it. Ramiris shuddered, for the first time in millennia, feeling true terror. Evarge stepped forward, flames of divine destruction erupting around him. Evarge, I don't care who you are. You think you can take my home? Severus merely smiled, raising a single skeletal hand, and death itself descended upon Celestra. Malim had just dealt with Marana, but then the sky ripped apart, and something descended, a figure clad in a burning cloak of dying stars, wielding a spear forged from the remnants of obliterated dimensions. Azazel, commentary. Terex, the Starkiller, the one who ended the celestial order of Zathoria. Malim, I wonder if even you can handle him. Malim snarled, eyes burning. Malim, I don't care who you are. I'll crush you. But then, Terex pointed at her, and suddenly, her energy was ripped away, as if the very fabric of existence was rejecting her power. Diablo appeared beside her, smirking. Well now, this just got interesting. Beerus, Whis, and Sigma observed the battlefield with grim expressions. Beerus, TCH. I figured Azazel had more tricks up his sleeve, but this is on another level. Whis, the fallen exarchs. Oh my, now this brings back memories. These are the monsters that once forced entire pantheons to flee across dimensions. Sigma narrowed her eyes. If they're here, then even the demon lords might not be enough. Beerus clenched his fist. Rimuru, you better not die here. The battlefield had become a living nightmare, a stage set for utter devastation. The demon lords, once confident, now stood against the fallen exarchs, warriors who had conquered entire universes before being sealed away in the abyss. Their very presence warped reality, their mere movements shattered the land, and their voices dripped with malice beyond comprehension. Even Rimuru and Goku, despite their evolved powers, felt the crushing weight of true cosmic terror. The demon lords, battered and wounded, realized they had never faced anything like this before. The tide had turned once again, and this time, it seemed insurmountable. Yet, high above the chaos, in his realm beyond mortal comprehension, Beerus observed in silence. His golden eyes flickered with an emotion that had not surfaced in eons, annoyance. They are losing, murmured Delta, one of Beerus' wives, her silver eyes gleaming as she leaned against his throne. How disappointing. Not unexpected, Beta added, crossing her arms. The fallen exarchs were meant to be the pinnacle of destruction. Even with their new power-ups, the demon lords are still mortals playing at godhood. Azazel hasn't even shown himself yet, Sigma noted, her voice calm but sharp. If the fallen exarchs alone are overwhelming them, what happens when the true nightmare arrives? A long silence stretched through the divine halls. Then, Beerus rose to his feet. I think it's time, he said, voice resonating with power that made reality itself tremble. Whis raised an eyebrow. Time for what, my lord? Beerus' lips curled into a sharp grin. To remind the cosmos that I do not sit idly by. With a snap of his fingers, 12 golden portals erupted across the battlefield, vast and radiant as miniature suns. The very air trembled, space twisted, and the skies howled at something. No, someone began to descend. The 12 zodiacs had arrived. The first to emerge in Tempest were two figures, each radiating an aura so powerful that even Goku, in his heightened ultra instinct, felt his muscles tense. One, Leo, the indomitable king. A warrior clad in golden armor engraved with cosmic patterns. His mere presence was like staring into the heart of a supernova. His deep voice echoed with absolute command. I am Leo, the king of the cosmos. Your struggle ends here, mortals. Step aside. The exarch before Rimuru snarled, but even he hesitated under Leo's presence. Scorpio, the abyssal executioner. Next to Leo stood a figure clad in jet black armor, his twin scimitars gleaming with an eerie violet glow. A single glance from him made even the air burn. Your arrogance has led you to a battlefield where gods walk. You will pay the price. His voice was sharp, ruthless. Without warning, he moved, so fast that even Rimuru barely registered the attack. The exarch before him screamed as a massive gash appeared across his chest, dark ichor spraying. In Dworgen, another portal split open, and a figure stepped forth amidst the destruction where Draggle, Gazel, and Draggle's brother stood. 3. Taurus, the mountain that walks. A massive, towering behemoth, clad in obsidian battle armor. His steps shook the ground, and his arms, covered in golden runes, radiated raw, infinite strength. I am Taurus, and this battle, this war, it ends with me. He raised his colossal fists and slammed them together. The resulting shockwave erased an entire mountain range. In Rubrios, where Luminous, Hinata, Diablo, and Zegan struggled against their exarch opponent, a single figure descended. 4. Virgo, the judging hand. A woman clad in a long flowing robe, her 6 wings shimmering with starlight. Her gaze alone paralyzed the exarch before her. You are weighed. You are measured. You are found wanting. She lifted her hand, and a celestial sigil appeared above the battlefield. The moment it activated, the Exarch screamed as divine chains wrapped around him, sealing his power. In Sarion, where Leon and Elmesia fought against the Queen of Madness, another two figures stepped forth. 5. Gemini, the twin stars of fate. Two beings, their forms flickering between shadow and light, mirroring one another's every movement. Madness, one of them whispered. We have seen true madness, the other replied. And you are but a cheap imitation. With a flick of their hands, the reality-warping effects of Nixera began to unravel. In Celestra, where Evarge and Ramiris fought with every ounce of strength left in them, a storm began to form. 6. Aquarius, the ever-flowing abyss. A woman, her body half liquid, half cosmic energy, descended in a spiral of ethereal waves. The Exarch in front of her froze, not out of fear, but because she had already severed his connection to the abyss. A creature of the void fears drowning? How ironic. With a gesture, she crushed the Exarch's very essence under an impossible gravitational field of water. Above the ice continent, where Guy Crimson stood against a monstrous Exarch, a figure descended from the portal, landing with a crash. 7. Capricorn, the eternal juggernaut. A knight forged from cosmic stone, his horn helm glowed with infinite power. You have entertained this thing for long enough, Guy Crimson. Guy Crimson smirked, crimson flames licking at his fingertips. About time someone interesting showed up. Above Falmouth, where Malim and Yum were fighting desperately, another figure descended. 8. Ares, the infernal storm. A warrior wreathed in scarlet flames, her very presence warping the battlefield. I am Ares. Stand back, children. The real war begins now. Malim grinned wildly. Finally, someone who gets it. One by one, the zodiacs spread across the battlefield, overwhelming even the unbeatable fallen Exarchs with effortless, terrifying ease. Even Azazel, watching from the abyss, narrowed his eyes. What is this? For the first time, his confidence wavered. In his divine realm, Beerus smirked. You thought you were the only one with warriors beyond reason, Azazel. You thought the abyss was the ultimate force. You know nothing of true strength. Azazel clenched his fists. The battlefield was no longer his. The zodiacs had changed everything. The war was no longer his to win. The cardinal world trembled as the 12 zodiacs descended like divine executioners, erasing the presence of the fallen Exarchs from existence. These warriors, unknown to even the gods themselves, radiated a power that surpassed logic, fate, and reality itself. As the battle raged, Whis and Beerus' wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, watched in stunned silence. Whis and Beerus' wives demand answers. Velzer, the most composed, broke the silence first. My love, who are they? Her crimson eyes locked onto Beerus, her usual calm shattered by the sheer magnitude of what she was witnessing. Urza's fingers curled into fists. I've seen countless warriors, countless battles, but this is different. They don't just fight, Zerna whispered, eyes wide. They erase. Delta, Beta, and Sigma felt a chill deep in their souls. Even Whis, who rarely showed surprise, tilted his head slightly. My lord, I was unaware you had warriors of such caliber. Are they beings beyond the angelic order? Beerus smirked. His golden eyes gleamed with something that was not amusement, but absolute authority. They are my personal army, Beerus said, his voice dripping with power. The 12 zodiacs. They do not belong to this world, nor to any world. Each one lives in a dimension of their own. Dimensions I personally created. His words hung heavy in the air. They cannot die. They cannot be killed. Only I can destroy them. His wives' eyes widened. Even Whis felt an unnatural weight behind those words. They answer to no one but me. Their power surpasses everything you can imagine. The realization sank in like a blade to the heart. These were not warriors. They were absolutes. Even the angels of the Grand Priest's realm seemed insignificant compared to them. In the battlefield, the demon lords watched, frozen. Even after their own unprecedented evolutions, they were nothing compared to these monsters in humanoid form. Guy Crimson, the self-proclaimed strongest demon lord, narrowed his crimson eyes. This is beyond what I anticipated. Luminous Valentine, despite her calm nature, clutched her own arms. This power, it isn't divine, nor demonic. It is something else. Leon Cromwell clenched his fists. Rimuru, you knew about this? Rimuru didn't answer. For the first time since ascending, he felt something akin to fear. Not fear of death, but fear of how small he truly was in the grand scheme of things. Malim, usually reckless, for once didn't charge forward. Even I, she muttered. Even I know not to fight something like that. Diablo, watching from behind Malim, grinned, yet his hands trembled. Heh, Lord Beerus, you truly are an enigma. The fallen Exarchs, beings that had conquered entire universes, suddenly felt something they had never experienced before. Fear. This is impossible. The one facing Leo and Scorpio in Tempest took a step back. His abyssal form, once eternal and unshakable, began to tremble. The one fighting Taurus and Dworgen felt his own power slipping away. This war was already ours. How is this happening? The Exarch facing Capricorn in the ice continent let out a monstrous roar. We are the abyss. We do not fall, then die screaming. Capricorn responded, shattering the Exarch's arm with a single punch. Each of them struggled, but it was futile. Tempest, Leo and Scorpio erased an Exarch. Leo, the Golden King, raised his hand. The space around the Exarch twisted, burned, and shattered into golden dust. You are no king, Leo said coldly. You are nothing. The Exarch ceased to exist. Scorpio, standing beside him, wiped his blade clean. A waste of time. Dworgen, Taurus crushes an Exarch. The Exarch screamed as Taurus' hands wrapped around its skull. With a single clench, he crushed it into oblivion. Not even worth the effort, Taurus muttered. Rubrios, Virgo's chains of judgment. Virgo snapped her fingers. Golden chains tightened around the Exarch, compressing it into a single point of nothingness. Judgment has been served. Sarion, Gemini's cosmic execution. The Exarch lashed out desperately, but Gemini simply smiled. We already knew your fate. With a whisper, the Exarch unraveled into a million pieces. Celestra, Aquarius drowns an Exarch in the void. Aquarius gestured, and an entire ocean engulfed the Exarch, dragging it into a dimension where no light, no sound, no existence remained. Sleep forever. The ice continent. Capricorn breaks the Exarch's body. Capricorn stepped forward and swung his fist. The Exarch's entire torso imploded. Pathetic. Falmouth. Ares reduces an Exarch to ash. Ares simply raised a hand. A single scarlet flame erupted, and the Exarch was instantly turned to dust. Begone. In Belmund's kingdom, under the barrier of Beerus' protection, thousands of refugees watched the battle from a safe distance. Tears ran down their faces, both in terror and awe. Who are these warriors? They are beyond demon lords, beyond gods. The world will never be the same after this. Even Belmund himself, a leader hardened by war, shook his head. This war has transcended what we mortals can comprehend. From the abyss, Azazel watched in silent rage. His heralds were dead. His Exarchs were annihilated. And now, for the first time, he felt something stir in his chest. Who is responsible for this? He clenched his fists. Who was behind this? His voice shook the cosmos itself. He didn't know. He didn't know about Beerus. But now he would find out. Very well. His wings unfurled. The abyss roared in response. Azazel, the lord of the abyss, the architect of the end, the god of ruin, was finally descending. If my army cannot win this war, then I will take matters into my own hands. The world held its breath. The final battle was about to begin. A universe of strength reduced to nothing. Whis and Beerus' wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, stood in absolute silence after hearing Beerus' explanation. None of them spoke, but they all felt something that they had never experienced before. Fear. Not the fear of battle, not the fear of death, but the fear of realizing how small they truly were. They had all believed themselves to be at the peak of strength, and yet, our power is nothing but a drop in the ocean, Urza muttered, her usual confidence shaken. Zerna, usually the most arrogant, had her hands balled into fists. There's far more we don't understand, she whispered. Beerus was not just the god of destruction. He was something beyond comprehension. Despite his carefree nature, he had built a force that surpassed the very laws of reality itself. They now understood. Beerus was truly the one above all. Still, they knew as long as they remained on his good side, they had nothing to fear. With all fallen exarchs obliterated, Beerus waved his hand, recalling the zodiacs. Massive, golden portals opened, pulling the warriors of legend back into their own isolated dimensions. No need for them to remain. The true battle has yet to begin. He smirked, golden eyes glimmering in amusement. I have another surprise for Azazel. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. For the first time since the Abyssal War began, the demon lords, the armies, and the cardinal world had a moment of peace. But that did not last. Something else was coming. The world changed again. A sound resonated through the world. A sound that sent shivers through every living being, every warrior, every king, and even the demon lords themselves. Laughter. A deep, chaotic, maniacal laughter that carried with it an energy of pure malevolence. Ha 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 yeah. The sky split apart. A massive crack tore through reality itself. It wasn't a portal. It was an open wound in existence. And from it, he came. A black vortex of writhing energy churned above the battlefield, swirling with an endless storm of darkness. The sun vanished. The moon shattered into a crimson void. Stars flickered out, consumed by a force beyond the abyss itself. Then, the form of a god descended. Azazel, the end incarnate. He was unlike anything they had ever seen. Azazel's body was an amalgamation of chaos given flesh. His wings, massive and tattered, oozed with a black fire that consumed light itself. His skin, a shifting tapestry of void and infinity, pulsed with every nightmare ever dreamed. His eyes, twin orbs of absolute nothingness, swallowed everything they gazed upon. His crown, broken yet regal, hovered above his head, dripping with the remnants of fallen universes. His hands, skeletal yet divine, crackled with a power that could erase time itself. And in his mouth, a wicked grin stretched from ear to ear. So, my little soldiers failed me. I suppose I should have expected that. His voice was a whisper that could shatter mountains, a scream that could silence gods. The land itself began to die. The very air was corrupted, filled with an oppressive aura that made even the demon lord struggle to breathe. The oceans boiled. The earth cracked. The stars continued to fade. Azazel wasn't just descending. He was bringing the abyss with him. For the first time in countless eons, the demon lords felt the weight of true despair. Guy Crimson, the embodiment of destruction, clenched his fists. This is worse than I expected. His usual arrogance was nowhere to be found. Luminous Valentine, the empress of the night, gritted her teeth. That thing isn't a demon lord, it isn't even a god. It's something that shouldn't exist. Leon Cromwell, usually the epitome of calm, clenched his holy sword so tightly it cracked. We fight, or we die. Rimuru, standing at the forefront, stared at Azazel without blinking. His mind raced. Even with his evolved ultimate skill, even with his new strength, he knew the truth. This is going to be the hardest battle of our lives. Maline cracked her knuckles, trying to suppress her nerves. Heh, he looked strong. No, Diablo whispered beside her, his golden eyes flickering with rare unease. He is beyond strong. Draggle gritted his teeth, flames erupting from his form. We're about to fight the end itself. The demon lords gathered together, their auras flaring as they prepared for the fight of their lives. Azazel descended further, his feet hovering just above the shattered land. I must say, I am impressed. Even after seeing the destruction of my heralds, my exarchs, you still choose to fight? He tilted his head, eyes gleaming with mockery. How admirable. How pathetic. His grin widened. Come then, show me how long you can last before I erase you. Azazel raised a single finger, and the world itself screamed. A wave of pure abyssal energy erupted from him, shattering mountains, splitting the skies, and consuming the land in a storm of black fire and void lightning. The demon lords didn't hesitate. Rimuru was the first to move, his eternity overlord. Aaron Genesis flaring as he unleashed a dimensional slash. Guy followed, his apocalypse monarch, pandemonium burning with hellfire strong enough to incinerate time. Malim roared, her calamity sovereign. Dracaima Ragnarok releasing a blast that could reduce entire planets to dust. Luminous, Leon, Draggle, and the rest unleashed their might, creating a cascade of destruction beyond anything seen before. But Azazel stood unmoving. The attacks collided with his form, and did nothing. Azazel sighed, brushing off the energy as if it were mere dust. Was that all? Then he raised his hand, and hell itself descended upon them. The battlefield became a nightmare. Azazel's chaotic might was beyond comprehension, and even the strongest beings in existence found themselves struggling to survive. If we fail here, Rimuru thought, there will be nothing left. We have to win. We have to win. The final battle had begun. The air was thick with chaos. The cardinal world trembled, unable to withstand the sheer forces that clashed upon its surface. Every battlefield before this had been monumental. Every opponent before this had been terrifying. But now they faced something beyond comprehension. The demon lords, the strongest beings in existence, stood side by side, forming an unbreakable line. Rimuru, Guy, Luminous, Leon, Draggle, Ramiris, Malim, Evarich, Rudra, Belgrind, Goku. They had defeated gods. They had fought wars that spanned eternity. Yet now, standing against Azazel, they felt something they had long forgotten. Fear. Well now, Azazel mused, his voice dripping with amusement. I expected you to run, to kneel, to break. Yet here you stand, ready to die. His grin widened, his abyssal aura spreading like ink spilling over the world. Very well, let's play. With no warning, he moved, and the world shattered. Azazel vanished. He reappeared in the center of their formation, without any of them noticing, and with a simple backhand, sent Leon Cromwell flying through multiple dimensions. Gah! Leon crashed through reality itself, his body bouncing off collapsed timelines before finally stopping, barely able to stand. Before anyone could react, Azazel twisted his body, blocking a punch from Goku with a single finger. Goku's face twisted in shock. TCH. Azazel simply chuckled before countering with an elbow to Goku's gut, sending the Scion warrior cratering into the planet's molten core. You're fast, Azazel said, but so disappointingly predictable. Rimuru took no chances. Spatial severance, void edge. A dimensional slash tore through space, aiming to cleave Azazel in two. But Azazel simply turned his head, letting the attack pass by harmlessly. What's wrong, Rimuru? Azazel whispered, suddenly appearing behind him. Rimuru barely had time to turn before a palm strike slammed into his chest. GHH. The impact sent Rimuru hurling backward, the entire landscape behind him being erased from existence. Malim screamed in fury, her aura erupting into a dragon's fury. I won't lose. She launched forward, throwing a punch powerful enough to obliterate planets. Azazel caught her fist with a smirk, then squeezed. You call this strength. Crack. Eh. Malim's arm shattered at the moment of impact, forcing her to recoil in agony. Azazel casually tossed her aside, sending her skidding across the battlefield. So fragile. Draggle roared, activating his primordial dragon king, Nixcaus. The skies darkened, and a storm of destruction descended. You want chaos? Then drown in it. He unleashed an all-consuming black fire, hotter than stars, capable of reducing gods to ash. Azazel simply stood there. The flames engulfed him, and then, how warm. Azazel stepped out of the inferno, completely untouched. He raised a single hand and snapped his fingers. The storm draggle summoned. It turned against him. What? The very chaos Draggle wielded was now devouring him, suffocating him in his own power. Luminous and Ramiris joined forces, launching a dual magic assault. Divine Lunar Cataclysm. Abyssal Fairy Storm. The skies cracked as a storm of holy and abyssal energy rained down, each blast enough to destroy a world. Azazel didn't even look. Child's play. He raised a hand, and all of their attacks froze in time. The very laws of magic stopped obeying them. Then, he reversed their spells. Now, let's see how you handle your own strength. The same magic they had cast now came hurtling toward them at double the potency. TCH. Luminous barely managed to erect a barrier, but even so, she was forced to her knees. Ramiris, despite her strength, was blasted away like a ragdoll. This is impossible. She muttered, blood dripping from her mouth. Rudra and Velgrind launched their assault, fusing their abilities into a divine lance of pure judgment. Azazel let it hit him. The attack erupted with enough force to shake the fabric of reality, and when the dust cleared, Azazel was still standing. Oh dear, was that supposed to hurt? With a casual wave of his hand, he split the ground beneath them, swallowing them into an endless void. Beerus watched the battle unfold, arms crossed, expression unreadable. His eyes were visibly shaken. Even Whis, the angelic observer of the universe, felt his grip tighten around his staff. My lord, they're losing. Of course they are, Beerus muttered. Azazel isn't fighting them seriously. Beta clenched her fists. You mean, he's toying with them? Sigma's voice wavered slightly. If he wanted to, he could have killed them already. Beerus smirked. And yet, he hasn't. Zerna narrowed her eyes. Why? Beerus chuckled. Because he's never faced resistance before. He's amused. He wants to see how far they'll go before they break. And he tilted his head, golden eyes shimmering. I want to see it too. Back on the battlefield, Rimuru coughed, struggling to stand. Blood dripped from his lips. Goku emerged from the molten core, his clothes tattered, eyes burning with determination. Guy forced himself up, his body covered in wounds. Luminous, Leon, Malim, Draggle, Ramiris, Rudra, Velgrind, and Evarich, all of them were injured, exhausted, struggling. And yet, they still stood. Azazel chuckled. Oh, you're still alive. He cracked his knuckles, his grin widening. Then let's make this fun. The battle was far from over. Azazel stood at the center of devastation. He had won. The demon lords lay broken across the battlefield, their once unstoppable wills shattered under his relentless might. Blood stained the ground where Guy Crimson, Rimuru Tempest, Malim Nava, and the others lay. Their bodies twitched, barely able to move. Azazel sighed, rolling his neck. That was underwhelming. His wings of pure abyss stretched wide, blotting out the heavens. The once thriving world of the Cardinal Realm had been reduced to ashes and ruin. Only one place remained untouched. Azazel's cold, golden gaze drifted towards Blumend. A strange barrier shimmered around the city, untouched and scathed, pristine. He scoffed. So this little city still stands. His clawed hand stretched forward. A spear of condensed abyssal destruction formed in his palm, radiating enough energy to erase entire star systems. With a casual flick, he hurled it toward the barrier. Boom! The world shook. The clouds split apart. The ground tore open. The demon lords, barely conscious, felt the impact even in their battered states. And yet, the barrier remained. Not even a crack. Azazel's expression darkened. What? He extended his hand again, this time summoning a planet-destroying vortex, condensed into a singularity. He unleashed it. Boom. And still, nothing. No cracks. No distortions. Blumend stood untouched. Azazel's laughter cracked through the air like thunder. Ha ha. No, 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 no. This doesn't make sense. I am the end. I am absolute. Nothing can defy me. His eyes burned with abyssal rage. I will erase this pathetic city. He raised both hands, summoning the full might of his divine destruction. A sphere of death the size of a moon formed above him, ready to erase Blumend from reality itself. The people inside the city trembled in fear. They watched in horror, knowing that their fates were no longer in their own hands. Yet, the barrier did not waver. Whis, who had been silently observing the battle, finally spoke. Lord Beerus, this barrier, what is it? Beerus smirked, taking a sip from his drink as if this entire war was mere entertainment. Oh, it's simple. I held a tournament long ago. Blumend won. Their wish. He turned his gaze toward the struggling Azazel, who was growing more furious by the second. A barrier around their country that no one, not even a god, can destroy. His wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, all looked at him. Whis' voice trembled slightly. And you just granted that? Beerus shrugged. Of course. A wish is a wish. Sigma clenched her fists. Even Azazel. Even he can't break it? Beerus chuckled. Nope. I made it after all. Whis' eyes narrowed. Then what happens now? Beerus placed his drink down, stretching lazily. Well, I suppose this little game has gone on long enough. He raised one hand, and with a single, effortless motion, reality itself tore apart. A gaping void opened in the skies above the battlefield. The cardinal world trembled violently. The demon lords, barely clinging to life, felt it instantly. Their souls screamed in terror, their instincts telling them something had arrived that should not exist. Rimuru, despite being near unconscious, shuddered uncontrollably. What is this? Malim, blood dripping from her mouth, tried to lift her head but failed. It hurts. Guy Crimson, the strongest demon lord, known as the Lord of Darkness, clenched his shaking fists. This presence. The world darkened. The sky broke apart, splitting into a fractured abyss of swirling black and crimson. Azazel froze. His golden eyes flickered with confusion, then realization, then something else. Fear. What is this? Who is this? From the depths of the void, a being stepped forward, a presence beyond the concept of strength itself. You have overstayed your welcome, Azazel. A voice deeper than the abyss, echoing power beyond comprehension. And then, he stepped forth. A figure clad in absolute darkness descended. His form was both real and unreal, shifting between the planes of existence. His armor was crafted from the void itself, pulsing with endless destruction and boundless creation. His eyes, glowing pools of pure entropy, stared at Azazel with disdain. I am Nixian, Emperor of the Abyss, leader of the 12 Zodiacs. Each step he took made the world crumble. The mere weight of his presence made the air suffocating. The very concept of existence around him warped, twisted, shattered. Azazel, the one who had just humiliated the demon lords, the embodiment of despair itself, took a step back. And no, this is wrong. Nixian's voice was cold, absolute, final. You believe yourself to be the end. You are nothing. He raised a hand, and the entire cardinal world screamed in agony. Azazel clutched his chest, feeling something he had never felt before. Pain. His wings trembled. His aura flickered. For the first time in eternity, he doubted his own strength. Back in the heavens, Beerus stretched, letting out a lazy yawn as if the entire spectacle before him was nothing more than a passing amusement. His golden eyes flickered with interest as he observed the battlefield below, where Nixian, the leader of the Zodiacs, had finally descended. The world itself seemed to suffocate under Nixian's presence. The sky was nothing but fractured void, the land weeping in despair, and even the winds refused to move, afraid of disturbing the stillness that had fallen upon reality. Whis, always composed, but now with a rare hint of tension in his voice, glanced toward Beerus. Lord Beerus, who exactly is this? Beerus smirked, his tail lazily flicking behind him. Ah, that is Nixian, the leader of my Zodiacs. His words sent a cold chill through the air. Velzer, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes. The leader? You mean he's above the rest of the Zodiacs? Beerus grinned, his fangs glinting slightly. Oh, far above. A long silence settled between them. Urza crossed her arms, watching as Nixon took a single step forward, and with just that movement, the very laws of existence around him seemed to break apart. She clenched her fists. Just how strong is he? Beerus exhaled slowly, his expression unreadable. Stronger than all the other zodiacs. The air grew colder. Zerna's eyes widened in shock. That's impossible. You said the zodiacs were the apex of power. Each one surpasses the concept of strength itself. And now you say this one is even beyond them. Beerus nodded casually. Exactly. Delta's voice came out shaky, her usual arrogance nowhere to be found. Then what does that make him? Beerus chuckled darkly. The finality of power. The peak beyond the peak. Sigma, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Lord Beerus, did you create him? The question hung in the air like a blade pressed against fate's throat. Beerus' smirk grew wider, but there was something ominous behind it. Yes, I did. The simple admission sent shockwaves through them. Whis blinked, genuinely surprised. You created something like this? But why? Beerus closed his eyes as if recalling an old memory. Because I thought it would be wise to have an army for work like this. Belzer's throat went dry. Work like this? You mean situations where you don't want to step in personally? Beerus opened one eye, looking at her with bored amusement. Exactly. Why should I dirty my hands when I have something that can do it for me? His words sent a shiver of dread through them. Zerna took a deep breath, steadying herself. Then tell us, Beerus, what is Nixian? Everyone turned toward him, waiting for an answer. Beerus' smirk faded slightly. His golden eyes flickered, looking down at Nixian, who stood before Azazel, a being who was supposed to be unstoppable, now trembling for the first time in his existence. And then Beerus spoke. Nixian is both existence and void. He is the beginning and the end, the space between reality and the abyss. His voice was devoid of humor, and the weight of his words crushed the very air around them. Delta took an uneasy step back. Existence and void? Beerus nodded. He is not a god, nor a demon, nor a force of nature. He is the embodiment of that which should not be. A paradox made flesh. A walking contradiction that should not exist, yet does. Whis narrowed his eyes, realizing something terrifying. That would mean he is beyond even conceptual destruction. He cannot be erased. Beerus chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. You're starting to get it. Sigma's hands trembled, her entire body rejecting what she was hearing. That's madness. Something like that shouldn't exist. Beerus turned toward her, his grin widening into something almost sinister. And yet, he does. Silence fell again. Nixian had arrived, and all of existence was about to witness what true despair looked like. The battlefield was silent. The moment was suffocating, the weight of finality hanging in the air like an executioner's blade. The demon lords, beaten and broken, could barely lift their heads to witness what was about to happen. Azazel, the so-called unstoppable force, stood motionless. His chaotic, writhing energy flickered violently, like a caged beast about to lash out for the last time. He knew this was it, his last stand. I refuse to be erased. I am Azazel. I am the harbinger of the abyss. I am eternal. His voice boomed across the battlefield, shaking what little remained of the world around him. He raised his hand, conjuring an abomination of an attack, a swirling, monstrous void of annihilation, larger than the sky itself. This was an attack beyond destruction, something that should have erased even the concept of existence itself. Die, Nixian. And then, nothing. Nixian didn't even raise his hand. He didn't defend himself. He didn't even acknowledge the attack. Azazel's attack simply ceased to exist. Not destroyed, not countered, erased, as if it had never been there to begin with. Azazel froze. For the first time in all of creation, he felt fear. What? Nixian spoke, his voice void of emotion, devoid of care, as if the thing before him was so insignificant it was beneath his notice. You were an insect that thought itself a god. Your struggles, your ambitions, they never mattered. You were always beneath my lord. He lifted a single finger. Azazel screamed, unleashing every ounce of power he had left, but it was futile. With one minuscule movement, Nixian simply erased him. Azazel was no more. No explosion, no spectacle, no final, dramatic confrontation. He was simply gone. Just like that, the greatest nightmare of the cardinal world had ended. The cardinal world restored, time reversed by God. The battlefield, once a scarred wasteland, remained eerily still. The demon lords were in shock. Not just them, but every living being who had survived. After all their struggles, all their pain, all their sacrifices, Nixian had ended it with a gesture. Malim, once so full of fury and determination, could only stare, her bloodied fists trembling at the sheer incomprehensibility of what had just happened. It's over, she whispered. That's it. Leon muttered, barely able to move. After everything, he just erased him, like it was nothing. Luminous' voice was hollow, devoid of understanding. Guy Crimson, the strongest demon lord, clenched his bloodied fists. His ultimate skill, his power, everything they had was meaningless against Azazel. Yet Nixian ended it all in a blink. This is what true power looks like. Guy muttered. This is what we could never reach. Beerus gives the order, restore the world. Above them, in the heavens, Beerus yawned once more, stretching casually as if he had just woken up from a nap. His golden eyes flickered toward Nixian. All right, Nixian, time to clean up this mess. Restore the cardinal world. Nixian nodded immediately, not even questioning the order. As you command, my lord. He raised his hand, and reality itself began to fold. The very fabric of existence trembled beneath his will. Time did not just rewind, it unraveled, as if Nixian was simply reweaving the world like a painter correcting an imperfect canvas. The ruined cities, rebuilt in an instant. The scarred lands, healed as if they had never been touched. The oceans, skies, and forests, returned to pristine beauty. To the world, it was as if the war had never happened. Hashtag Whis and Beerus Wise react, the power to undo catastrophe. Watching from the heavens, Whis and Beerus Wise were left speechless. Velzer gripped her arm, her golden eyes filled with a mixture of disbelief and fear. He's making time go backwards. Urza took an uneasy step forward, her usually proud demeanor shaken. No, this isn't time manipulation. Zerna's lips trembled as she spoke. This is something else entirely. He isn't rewinding time. He's simply deciding what reality should be. Whis, usually the calmest of all, let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. A power beyond the gods. To not just destroy, but to completely dictate what is and isn't. Sigma spoke, her voice low. No one else could have done this. Not even us. Beerus is truly the only one above all. Beerus, however, simply grinned, tail swishing behind him lazily. Told you. This is why I made him. Hashtag Nixian's speech, a warning to the cardinal world. As the world was restored, Nixian turned, his piercing gaze sweeping across every living being. Though he had obeyed Beerus' command to restore the land, there was one thing he had not done. The dead remained dead. The lives lost in this war had not returned. Nixian's voice rumbled across the entire world, reaching even those who had not fought, those who had hidden, those who had simply prayed for survival. Listen well, mortals, and remember this day. His voice was absolute, a decree, a judgment. Your world stands because of my lord's mercy. Do not mistake this as your own victory. You have survived because it was decided you would survive. You have fought, but you have not won. A deep, terrifying silence filled the air. The destruction I have undone today was not for your sake. It was only because Lord Beerus willed it. Do not grow complacent. Do not forget your place in the grand design. His eyes flashed, the weight of his power pressing down on every soul. Understand this. The power to protect your world does not belong to you. Your struggles were meaningless. Your victories were false. The only reason you still breathe is because my lord willed it so. The words cut deeper than any sword. The demon lords lowered their heads, the truth weighing upon them. And one final thing. His next words sent a shiver through the souls of every being. I have restored your world, but I will not restore your dead. That is your burden to bear. I am not your savior. I am your reminder. His gaze was cold, empty. Lord Beerus has saved you once before, when Artemis sought to devour this world. He has saved you again today. There will not be a third time. The heavens shook. The very sky shattered as Nixian vanished. The era of reckoning had passed. Hashtag the aftermath. A world that cannot forget. The cardinal world was whole again, yet its people had never felt so broken. Malim, for once, had no words. Luminous clutched her arms, eyes downcast. Guy let out a heavy breath, his gaze lost in thought. They had survived, but not because of themselves, and they could never forget that. In the heavens, Beerus stretched again, yawning. Well, that's enough of that. I've done more than enough already. He turned to Whis and his wives, grinning. Let's go get something to eat. I am hungry. And with that, the gods left, leaving behind a world that would never be the same. The war was over. The cardinal world stood once more, its lands restored, its cities rebuilt. But despite the world's renewed beauty, there was no sense of victory, only emptiness. For those who had fought, for those who had bled, for those who had lost everything, this was not a moment of triumph. It was a reckoning, a realization that the universe was far greater than they had ever imagined, that their power, their status, their entire existence meant nothing in the face of absolute authority. They had fought with everything. Yet in the end, Nixian erased Azazel like he was nothing. And the demon lords? They had been toys in a game beyond their understanding. They gathered in Tempest, the weight of reality pressing down on them. There were no celebrations. There were no victories. Only the truth, that they were still small, that they were still weak, that their survival was not because of their own power, but because Beerus allowed it. Guy leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, his usual arrogant smirk gone. He stared at his own hands, clenching and unclenching his fists. The power he once believed to be absolute, it had meant nothing against Azazel. I thought I was untouchable, he muttered. I thought I was at the top. He let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. But in the eyes of true gods, I was never even a contender. Luminous sat, silent, her arms wrapped around herself. She wasn't speaking. She wasn't moving. She was processing. The sheer hopelessness of what had happened, of what she had witnessed, still weighed down on her. We keep acting like we are gods, like we are untouchable. Her voice was cold, her scarlet eyes sharp. But compared to Beerus and his creations, we are nothing, not even dust. Malim, usually energetic and confident, sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, staring into the distance. I've never felt so powerless, she admitted, voice quiet. It was a painful confession. I always thought if I trained enough, if I got strong enough, I could protect everyone. Her fingers dug into the ground, trembling. But I couldn't even protect myself. Leon sat with his sword resting against his shoulder. His expression was calm, but his thoughts were chaotic. He had always believed in absolute power, in controlling his own destiny. But now, if we had fought alone, we would all be dead. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Even now, I wonder, what's the point? If beings like Nixian exist, what does our power even mean? Draggle, always prideful, always certain of his strength, felt something he had never truly felt before. Doubt. We were mere insects before them, he admitted. And if Beerus had not stepped in, this world would already be lost. His voice was low, serious. We need to train. We need to grow stronger. Not because we want power, but because we need to be ready if something even worse comes next. Despite the devastation, one place remained untouched, Blumend. Thanks to the barrier granted by Beerus, thousands had been saved from the war. It was the only true sanctuary in the world during the chaos. As the people of the world began to emerge from the ashes, they looked to Blumend in awe. Some wept, falling to their knees in gratitude. Some feared the power that had protected it. Some questioned if the gods had chosen it as their new holy land. But one thing was certain, without that wish, they would all be dead. Despite everything, there was still one great tragedy. The dead remained dead. The cities and lands had been restored, but countless lives had been lost. Rimuru looked out at the world, feeling a deep sadness. This isn't right. He clenched his fists. I can't accept this. The other demon lords turned toward him. Normally, reviving them would be simple for us, he admitted. But most of the souls are gone. And then, a voice echoed in his mind. A voice only he could hear. Rimuru, what you ask is not impossible, but it is beyond you. Rimuru stiffened. Luna, yes, I have been watching. Her voice was calm, yet filled with sorrow. The souls have not simply disappeared. They have moved beyond, into the cycle of reincarnation, or into the void beyond death. Rimuru's heart sank. Then tell me how to bring them back. Luna hesitated. It is not about power. It is about permission. Rimuru's eyes widened. Permission? From who? There was silence. Before Luna spoke a name that sent chills down his spine. Beerus. Rimuru froze. Beerus? Yes. He holds the keys to existence itself. Nothing is born, nothing ascends, nothing grows beyond its limits unless Beerus allows it. Rimuru swallowed. Then what must I do? Luna sighed. To surpass your limits, to ascend beyond what you are, you must be recognized by him. You must earn his approval. Only then will you be given the right to bring back what was lost. Rimuru's mind raced. You mean, unless Beerus acknowledges me, I will never be able to revive them? Correct. The weight of that truth settled over him like a storm cloud. Then tell me, Luna, how do I earn his recognition? Luna's voice grew soft, but powerful. You must ascend, Rimuru. You must become more than a demon lord. You must become something that has never existed before. Rimuru's breath caught. And if I fail, then you will remain as you are, and the dead will never return. The war had ended, but in its place, a new journey had begun. A journey to defy fate. A journey to bring back the lost. A journey to become something greater. For the first time, the demon lords had a new purpose. They would not remain weak. They would not be playthings of the gods. They would rise, and in doing so, they would challenge the will of Beerus himself. Rimuru stood solemnly in the heart of the meeting hall, his mind heavy with the knowledge he had just imparted to the demon lords. The aftermath of the war with Azazel had left the cardinal world in ruin. Thousands had fallen, and the devastation was not just physical, but also spiritual, as the souls of the dead had already entered the reincarnation cycle. Despite their immense power, the demon lords were powerless to stop the inevitable cycle of life and death. There was, however, a glimmer of hope. In the silence that followed his announcement, Rimuru let the weight of his words sink in. It wasn't just about power, it was about saving what had been lost. The demon lords had already proven their strength in battle, but this next step was unlike anything they had ever faced. They had to ascend, not only to have the power to bring back the souls already lost to the reincarnation cycle, but also to prepare themselves for the unknown threats that might come in the future. The cardinal world had already witnessed the chaos Azazel's invasion caused, but there were always new challenges lurking beyond the horizon. Rimuru looked around at the demon lords as they digested his words. Their expressions were a mixture of shock, contemplation, and uncertainty. Each of them had lost so much: followers, allies, and friends. The idea of ascending to a level of power beyond anything they had ever imagined was a daunting one, but it was their only chance. And it wasn't just about reviving the dead. It was about being strong enough to protect the cardinal world from anything that might threaten its existence again. To bring back the lost souls. To restore everything that was taken from us. Rimuru began again, his voice steady and filled with conviction. We must ascend. We need to reach a level of power that can transcend the laws of reincarnation itself. The only way to do this is by seeking the permission of someone who holds the keys to such power. He hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts before he continued. That person is Beerus. The name sent a ripple of unease through the room. Beerus, the one who was omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. The being whose power was so vast that it dwarfed even the might of the demon lords. Asking for Beerus' help was not a matter to be taken lightly. It was a decision that could alter the course of the cardinal world forever. Beerus, Malim murmured softly, her voice laced with awe and a hint of fear. Her usual playful nature had been replaced by a deeper, more thoughtful side as the reality of their situation began to sink in. Malim had always sought power, but Beerus represented something far beyond her understanding. A being who transcended all rules, all logic, all existence itself. Rimuru nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed on the ground. Yes, to ascend, we need Beerus' permission. And it's not just about becoming stronger. It's about proving that we are worthy of this power. We must show him that we can use this strength for more than just our own gain. That we will use it to protect the cardinal world and to safeguard the balance of all worlds. A heavy silence settled over the room. Guy Crimson, always the most composed and calculating, spoke first. His voice was dark, almost contemplative. Ascend to what exactly? To what level do we need to reach to even be considered worthy by Beerus? How do we prove ourselves? Rimuru let out a deep sigh. I don't know the specifics. Beerus is beyond anything we can comprehend. But I do know that to earn his approval, we cannot act recklessly. This isn't about taking power for the sake of power. It's about understanding the greater responsibility that comes with it. Luminous Valentine spoke next, her voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of uncertainty. So, you're saying that this ascension isn't just about reviving the dead? We also need to prepare ourselves for whatever new threats may arise. Her eyes met Rimuru's with a level of seriousness that was rare for the eternal being. Yes, Rimuru replied. We don't know what the future holds. Azazel was just one threat, one that we barely overcame. There could be others, more powerful, more dangerous, and we need to be ready. Ascending will give us the strength to not only bring back those we've lost, but also to defend the cardinal world from whatever comes next. Draggle, always the warrior at heart, clenched his fists in quiet determination. I don't care what it takes. If this ascension will give us the power to protect what's left, then I'm in. Malim's gaze softened, and for a moment, the usual spark of excitement in her eyes flickered. But what about the dead? She asked. What about the souls that are already in the reincarnation cycle? Will we be able to bring them back? Her voice was tinged with a deep sadness, something that even Beerus would have a hard time erasing. Rimuru's expression softened as well. That's the hardest part. The souls are already in the reincarnation cycle. Even with our strength, bringing them back won't be easy. But ascension is our best chance. If we can reach the level of power necessary to transcend the reincarnation laws, we may be able to restore what was lost. The room fell into quiet contemplation. They all understood the stakes. Ascension was the only path forward, but the road ahead was uncertain and fraught with peril. They needed to prepare themselves not just for the challenges ahead, but for the consequences of seeking Beerus' approval. To even ask for such power was to step into a realm where they could no longer act on their own terms. Beerus' approval meant they would be held to a higher standard, a standard beyond the cardinal world itself. Rimuru let the silence linger for a moment before speaking again. I don't want any of you to make this decision lightly. We'll hold a Valpurgis in 1 week. At that time, each of you will announce your decision, whether you are willing to seek ascension and whether you believe you are ready for what it entails. But before we do that, I want each of you to spend time reflecting on the responsibility that comes with such a power. Each of the demon lords nodded slowly, the weight of Rimuru's words settling in their hearts. Ramiris, ever the optimist, seemed deep in thought, her usual bubbly demeanor subdued for once. I need time to think, she murmured, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. Of course, Rimuru said with a reassuring nod. Take all the time you need. This decision will shape the future of the cardinal world. We can't rush it. As the demon lords left the hall, each of them retreated to their domains, their minds swirling with the implications of what had been said. Some were eager to ascend, ready to prove themselves worthy of Beerus' approval. Others were more hesitant, uncertain of what the price of such power would be. For Malim, the thought of becoming stronger was an irresistible lure, but she couldn't ignore the reality of the situation. She wanted to save the souls, yes, but what was the cost? Was it worth it? Luminous, ever the strategist, understood the need for power, but she was also keenly aware that gaining Beerus' approval meant accepting a responsibility far beyond their current understanding. Ascension would change them all, whether they were ready or not. Guy, the so-called most powerful and calculating, knew this was their best chance, but the thought of seeking Beerus' approval left him with a nagging sense of discomfort. Could they truly trust someone who stood above all realms? The decision wasn't easy. Each of them would need to reflect deeply on what ascension meant, not just for themselves, but for the cardinal world as a whole. Would they take the risk and seek the power to restore the dead, or would they choose to move forward and face the challenges ahead without it? But for now, they could only wait. The Valpurgis would come, and with it, their decisions would be made. Back in the serene quiet of his own realm, Beerus sat at the pinnacle of his throne, a slight smirk playing at the edge of his lips. His golden eyes shone with the wisdom of countless ages, and the depth of his power and knowledge filled every corner of the universe. He had been watching, of course, as the demon lords deliberated over their monumental decision. He knew the weight of what they were considering, the choice to ascend, to gain powers that transcended their current limits. Ascension was no simple matter, and they had to understand the full depth of what it entailed. He sat silently, his fingers steepled in front of his face as he considered the actions of each of them. Rimuru had already shown remarkable restraint, knowing that the path ahead would lead them into a realm that even the most powerful could not easily control. But that was exactly why he had chosen Rimuru as a leader of the demon lords. The young being had the wisdom to see beyond mere power. He understood what responsibility truly meant. As Beerus continued watching, he felt the subtle pressure of those in his immediate presence. Whis floated by his side, his usual calm demeanor unchanged, while the wives of Beerus, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, hovered around, each of them curious, cautious, or even excited by the unfolding events in the cardinal world. Lord Beerus, Whis began, his tone as casual as ever, though there was a clear note of curiosity in his voice. You've been observing the demon lords quite intently. They are certainly considering a great deal, but the question remains, are you going to allow them to ascend? His voice was laced with a subtle hint of amusement, yet it carried an air of respect. Beerus let out a long sigh, his gaze never wavering from the scenes unfolding before him. His eyes glowed with the knowing of something far beyond their understanding. He was beyond all things. He had already anticipated their thoughts, their deliberations. After all, they were little more than fleeting shadows in comparison to him, and yet he found their struggles amusing. But that did not mean he was dismissive of them. I am watching them, Beerus muttered, his voice almost contemplative. Each of them is teetering on the edge, unsure of whether to take the leap. Some want power, others want to protect their world, and some are just curious. He paused briefly, his expression unreadable. But they're missing something. To ascend is not simply to gain power, nor is it merely to bring back the dead. It's a responsibility that will shape their very beings. I will allow them to ascend if they prove worthy. Whis nodded slowly, his calm gaze remaining on Beerus. He could sense the depth of his lord's contemplation. Ascension was a dangerous path, not to be taken lightly, but it was also one that Beerus had made available. And now it was up to the demon lords to demonstrate their strength and resolve. But, my lord, Zerna spoke up, her tone filled with a hint of concern. Are they truly ready for such a monumental change? Even the most powerful of beings would falter if faced with such a responsibility. We know how destructive power can be, especially in the wrong hands. Beerus gave a small, almost imperceptible smile at Zerna's concern. The world is about balance, my dear. If they seek to ascend, they must understand what that truly means. They must be ready for the consequences, whether they succeed or fail. Urza leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with interest. Do you believe they have what it takes to prove themselves? After all, these demon lords are not insignificant. They've already proven their strength in battle. Perhaps they are worthy. Worthy. Beerus repeated with a low chuckle. They've proven they can fight, yes. But that is not enough. Worthiness is not a simple matter of strength. They must show the kind of wisdom, restraint, and dedication that only the strongest can possess. Without that, even ascension will bring them nothing but ruin. The room fell into a brief silence as everyone considered his words. The demon lords were undoubtedly powerful, but that power alone was not enough. It was clear that Beerus held a deep understanding of the burdens that came with such power. To ascend meant far more than just enhancing one's abilities. It meant assuming an entirely different role in the grand scheme of things. A role that required an understanding of balance, life, death, creation, and destruction. After a brief pause, Beta spoke, her voice filled with quiet reflection. But what if they're not ready, my lord? What if their ascension brings about unforeseen consequences? Beerus' eyes glowed slightly, his calm expression betraying none of his true power. That is a risk they must be willing to take if they truly seek to protect the cardinal world. Ascension cannot come without sacrifice. It will challenge their very essence. If they succeed, they will reach a new tier of power, able to reshape the world in ways they would have never imagined possible. But if they fail, well, then they will be left to deal with the consequences. That is the price of seeking to transcend their limits. Whis nodded. So, you will give them the choice. Beerus didn't answer immediately. He turned his gaze towards the infinite expanse of his realm. Yes, he said softly, almost to himself. The choice is theirs, and they will learn that sometimes the greatest power comes not from strength, but from understanding the true cost of their actions. Meanwhile, in the cardinal world, the demon lords were preparing for the Valpurgis, a sacred meeting where they would all make their decisions known. It had been a week since Rimuru had given them the chance to reflect on the path forward, and now the time had come for each of them to announce their choice. Rimuru stood at the head of the gathering, his eyes scanning the room. He could feel the weight of the decisions that each of them would make. Some were eager, while others were hesitant. But there was no turning back now. They had all witnessed the destruction caused by Azazel, the fallen exarchs, and the chaos that followed. But even more than that, they understood the deeper implications of ascension. As each of the demon lords stepped forward to make their decision, Rimuru could sense the gravity of their choices. Guy Crimson, the calculating and ever-cautious strategist, was the first to speak. I will ascend, he said, his voice cold but resolute. For the sake of the cardinal world and its future, I will do what is necessary. But know this, ascension is not a mere gift. It is a challenge, and it will require more than just strength. It will demand all of us. Malim followed, her usual exuberance replaced by a solemnity that Rimuru had rarely seen in her. I, too, will ascend. I will bring back the lost souls, and I will protect the cardinal world with all my power. But I will not do it for power's sake alone. I will do it to honor those who have fallen. Luminous and Leon both nodded in agreement, their expressions thoughtful but firm. Draggle, with his usual determination, spoke last, his voice unwavering. I will ascend, not just for the world's future, but for the sake of those who need protecting. I will use my strength to defend, not just for personal gain. Finally, Ramiris, ever the optimist, stepped forward, her usual bubbly nature still present despite the weight of the moment. I will ascend too. I want to help, and I want to make sure everyone who's lost has a chance to return. I won't leave anyone behind. With their decisions made, Rimuru stepped forward, his voice carrying the weight of the responsibility they had all chosen to bear. Then it settled. We will seek Beerus' permission, and we will prove ourselves worthy of the power we seek. As Rimuru spoke those final words, the room fell into a tense silence. The path ahead was uncertain, and the stakes were higher than ever. Ascending would bring them closer to a power that could shape the very fabric of the universe, but it also meant they would be held to an entirely new standard. The future of the cardinal world rested on their shoulders, and their decisions would determine not just their fates, but the fate of all those they had sworn to protect. After a tense and pivotal week, the demon lords had all made their decision. They would ascend to a new level of existence in order to protect the cardinal world and revive the lost souls. The weight of their choices lingered in the air, but the urgency of the decision was undeniable. Now, with their intentions set, Rimuru called a meeting with his generals and wives, Shizu, Chloe, Cheyenne, and Shuna, who would need to be informed of the critical mission ahead. As Rimuru gathered everyone together in the main hall of Tempest, he could sense the tension in the air. His generals stood at attention, their faces lined with concern but also determination. His wives, ever supportive, were equally attentive, each processing the gravity of the news in their own way. Rimuru stepped forward, his expression serious but resolute. We've made our decision, Rimuru began, his voice calm, yet commanding. The demon lords have all agreed to ascend. It's the only way to ensure we can protect the cardinal world after everything we've gone through. And we need to revive the souls that were lost, souls that have already entered the reincarnation cycle. Cheyenne, ever the passionate warrior, clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with determination. So, we're truly going to face the Grand Order, and try to prove ourselves worthy of ascension. Rimuru nodded solemnly. Yes, it will require all of us to show our true strength, and not just physical power. Ascension is not just about strength, it's about understanding the consequences of our actions. If we can convince Beerus of our worth, we will gain the power to reshape the world and save the souls that we lost. Shizu, who had been quietly listening, spoke up with a calm but insightful tone. But, Rimuru, what if we fail? What if Beerus decides we are not worthy of such power? Rimuru paused, his gaze falling slightly as he considered the question. The thought had crossed his mind too. Beerus was beyond their comprehension. No one could rival his strength or influence. Yet, he knew the stakes. Failure was a possibility, but it was a risk they had to take. If we fail, the consequences will be dire. But we can't live in fear of failure. This is something we must do. For the sake of the cardinal world, we need to ascend. Shuna, always the nurturing one, placed a hand on Rimuru's shoulder. I trust in you, Rimuru. You've led us through so much, and I know this will be no different. But the journey ahead is uncertain. We must be ready for anything. Chloe, who had been unusually quiet, spoke up next. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, locked onto Rimuru's. What about us, Rimuru? If you and the demon lords ascend, what will happen to the rest of us? How will we fit into this new reality? Rimuru turned to face her, understanding her concern. He had not forgotten about the members of Tempest who had been with him through thick and thin. You will all be vital to the future of the cardinal world, whether we ascend or not. We still need your strength and wisdom to maintain order while we take on this new responsibility. You are not being left behind. Chloe nodded, although a faint unease lingered in her eyes. It was clear that no one truly understood the full implications of the ascension, but they trusted Rimuru and stood by his side. Cheyenne grinned, her usual fiery spirit evident in her words. I'll take this new challenge head on. As always, Rimuru, I'll follow you anywhere. Once the discussion concluded, Rimuru dismissed his generals and wives. He gave them time to absorb the news, but there was no time to waste. Guy, Luminous, Malim, Leon, Draggle, and the others needed to return to their domains and prepare for the journey. As Rimuru watched them leave to handle their respective matters, he couldn't shake the weight of the responsibility they were all about to take on. Yet he knew that they had no other choice if they were to protect the world they had worked so hard to build. Back in Guy Crimson's domain, the Archduke of Hell stood in front of his massive council chamber, a group of his most trusted subordinates standing before him. His expression was impassive, though inwardly he was calculating. Ascension was not something he took lightly. He had fought and schemed for eons to rise to his current position, and the thought of transcending that power was unsettling. I have decided to ascend, Guy finally declared, his voice cold and resolute. But know this decision is not just for me. It is for the cardinal world and its future. We will all face new challenges when we do. The power we seek will change everything. I trust that each of you will continue to lead our forces in my absence. One of his trusted generals, Lucius, spoke up with a sense of concern. Lord Guy, we have always trusted in your strength and judgment. But what will happen to us once you ascend? Will we still be under your command? Guy regarded his general with a rare moment of warmth in his gaze. You will always remain my trusted advisors. But the nature of my power will change, and I cannot predict the consequences. I trust you to manage things in my stead. Meanwhile, in Rubrios, Luminous stood in her private chambers, looking out over the landscape. She could feel the weight of her decision pressing on her shoulders. Hinata and a few of her closest subordinates stood quietly behind her, waiting for her to speak. Hinata, I've decided to ascend, Luminous said softly, her voice steady. But I cannot do this alone. I will need your guidance, your leadership, and the support of everyone in Rubrios. Hinata, who had long admired Luminous' strength and leadership, nodded. We will stand by you, Lady Luminous. But you must understand, this journey will not be easy. The power you seek is beyond anything we can comprehend. I know, Luminous replied. But it is a necessary step, not just for me, but for everyone. We have all seen what happens when we fail to act. Over in Celestra, Ramiris had made the same decision. She summoned Evarge, her most trusted aide, to her chambers. Evarge entered, bowing respectfully, but his usual jovial demeanor was replaced by one of quiet concern. Ramiris, I've heard of your decision, Evarge said, his voice filled with admiration and caution. But you realize the risks of ascension, don't you? Ramiris smiled, her usual bubbly nature returning. I know, Ivarich, but we cannot let fear dictate our actions. We must protect Celestra and the world. That's why I've decided to leave it in your hands. You will be the king now. Ivarich's eyes widened with surprise, but he quickly bowed deeply. I will do my best to protect Celestra and its people, Lady Ramiris. But please be careful on your journey. We will all be waiting for you. Over the next few days, each demon lord took the time to settle their affairs. They informed their closest confidants, made arrangements for their territories, and ensured that their subordinates would be well taken care of in their absence. It was a strange feeling for many of them, knowing that they would soon leave everything they had built behind in pursuit of something beyond their current comprehension. And then, the day arrived. Back at Tempest, the demon lords assembled once again, their faces set with determination. They stood together in front of Ramiris, who had brought forth a special artifact, one that allowed her to contact Beerus directly. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The portal shimmered to life, and in a flash, they were all transported to Beerus' realm. As they stepped into the vast, otherworldly space, they could feel the weight of Beerus' presence surrounding them. Whis and Beerus' wives, observing the scene with quiet amusement. Beerus, seated upon his throne, regarded the demon lords with an unreadable expression. Well, Beerus' voice echoed through the void. I see you've come. Let's see if you're truly worthy of what you seek. The demon lords bowed respectfully, each one acknowledging the weight of what was about to unfold. The time for decisions had passed. The only thing left now was to prove their worth to Beerus and demonstrate that they were ready to transcend their mortal limits. The fate of the cardinal world rested in their hands. The demon lords, standing before Beerus in his infinite realm, felt an overwhelming force press upon them. The vastness of his dominion was beyond their understanding. Stars, galaxies, entire dimensions formed and collapsed within the fabric of his existence. Even the most powerful among them, Guy, Malim, Rimuru, felt like nothing but mere dust before him. Beerus sat upon his divine throne, his golden eyes glowing with an unfathomable depth. His presence alone distorted reality, making time and space tremble. Whis and his wives stood beside him, watching in silence. The demon lords bowed, not out of servitude, but because the sheer weight of his being demanded it. Even standing before him was a privilege, not a right. Rimuru stepped forward first. Lord Beerus, we have come to request ascension. The war with Azazel showed us that we are not strong enough. If another threat of that magnitude arrives, the cardinal world will not survive. Beerus remained silent for a moment, then let out a small chuckle. Ascension, you say? His voice reverberated like an unshakable decree. You speak of reaching the realm of deities as if it were something one can simply achieve. Luminous stepped forward. We understand the weight of godhood, but if we remain as we are, we will never be able to protect what we cherish. The laws of this world bind us, limiting our potential. We must break those chains. Beerus narrowed his eyes, his energy pulsing through the void. You misunderstand something, child. Godhood is not granted, nor is it achieved. It is a state of existence beyond all reason. The very concept of power becomes meaningless in the presence of true divinity. The air grew heavier, suffocating. Even Guy gritted his teeth under the pressure. To ascend, you will have to undergo a trial, Beerus declared. And that trial is not set by me, but by the Grand Order. A sudden shift in the atmosphere made it feel as though the entire cosmos had turned its attention to them. Luminous narrowed her eyes. The Grand Order? Who are they? Guy Crimson, arms crossed, added. I've never heard of them. Malim tilted her head. Are they strong? Beerus smirked at their reactions. The Grand Order is not a person, nor a single entity. It is a system I established long ago, a force that exists to maintain balance across dimensions and realms. They are beyond mortal comprehension, beyond time itself. Where there is chaos, they restore order. Where there is imbalance, they pass judgment. The demon lords listened in silence, the weight of Beerus' words sinking in. So they are enforcers of your will? Leon asked, his golden eyes sharp with curiosity. Beerus chuckled, shaking his head. No, they are not mere enforcers. They are the embodiment of divine law. I decided not to dictate their every action. They have their own judgment, and they will decide whether or not you are worthy to ascend. For the first time in a long while, the demon lords felt something unfamiliar, uncertainty. Draggle frowned. And if they deem us unworthy? Beerus' smirk widened. Then you will remain as you are, forever beneath the threshold of godhood. A heavy silence fell upon them. Rimuru took a deep breath. Then how do we prove our worth? The air trembled as a presence. No, multiple presences began to manifest. An unseen force coiled around them, vast and immeasurable. Even before they appeared, the demon lords could feel it, an overwhelming authority beyond anything they had ever faced. Beerus simply leaned back and said, why don't you ask them yourselves? A rift opened in reality, and from it, the Grand Order descended. Their trial had begun. As the rift in reality fully opened, the demon lords felt an indescribable force pulling them in. It was not teleportation, nor was it like entering another realm. It was as if their very essence was being unwoven and reconstructed in an instant. When they came to their senses, they found themselves standing in a vast, endless white void. There was no sky, no ground, no horizon, just an infinite expanse of nothingness. Yet, despite the emptiness, an unnatural glow illuminated the space, as if existence itself was watching them. Rimuru looked around, trying to sense any sign of life. Where are we? Luminous narrowed her eyes. This place, it's unnatural. It's like the concept of space itself doesn't exist here. Leon instinctively placed his hand on his sword. This isn't just another world. This is something beyond the known dimensions. Then, a pulse of absolute divinity surged through the void, shaking their very souls. Before them, 12 colossal figures materialized from the emptiness. Their mere presence was overwhelming. Each radiated an authority that was beyond anything the demon lords had ever encountered. Even Guy Crimson, Malim, and Rimuru, beings of near absolute power, felt small. These were the Grand Order. Orion, the arbiter of balance. Appearance, a radiant celestial being with 12 golden wings and a body of flowing cosmic light. Power, maintains balance across dimensions, ensuring no force disrupts creation. Role, the primary judge who weighs the worthiness of those who seek ascension. Veilthorn, the herald of judgment. Appearance, a warrior clad in obsidian armor, with runic engravings glowing like stars. His eyes burn with the flames of truth. Power, can see into the depths of a soul, revealing true intentions. Role, the one who determines if beings are worthy of power. Nixura, the weaver of fates. Appearance, a shifting, formless entity with thousands of shadowy threads stretching into infinity. Power, can show infinite possibilities, revealing the consequences of ascension. Role, the one who tests the will of those who wish to control fate. Zerethkon, the destroyer of false gods. Appearance, a four-armed titan with a sword that consumes divinity. Power, eradicates those unworthy of godhood. Role, ensures that only those truly worthy may ascend. Alicia, the sentinel of souls. Appearance, a tranquil, silver-skinned figure, holding a staff of ethereal light. Power, controls the cycle of reincarnation, guarding the souls of the dead. Role, determines whether the demon lords should be allowed to defy the cycle of life and death. Astrion, the architect of ascension. Appearance, a being of pure golden energy, constantly shifting between forms. Power, holds the key to divinity. Role, the final gatekeeper of ascension. Zelrath, the keeper of knowledge. Appearance, a robed figure with an ever-changing face, as if it contains all knowledge of existence. Power, holds the accumulated wisdom of all dimensions. Role, ensures that those seeking ascension understand the burden of infinite knowledge. Invidia, the watcher of ambition. Appearance, a floating, eyeless specter with 1,000 shifting mouths whispering forbidden truths. Power, tests whether ambition is driven by righteousness or selfish desire. Role, ensures that power does not corrupt the ascended. Ophion, the serpent of time. Appearance, a massive, coiling cosmic dragon whose scales reflect different timelines. Power, tests the ability to exist beyond time, ensuring the ascended do not disrupt causality. Role, protects the integrity of existence from reckless gods. Zephyron, the avatar of will. Appearance: a burning figure of pure determination, with an aura that makes reality itself bend. Power: determines whether one has the willpower to bear the burden of godhood. Role: ensures that those who ascend do not break under the weight of absolute power. Nemura: the silent observer. Appearance: a ghostly, faceless figure wrapped in chains of cosmic law. Power: records all decisions and outcomes, ensuring accountability. Role: the silent witness to all judgments. Keldaros: the titan of sacrifice. Appearance: a massive warrior whose body is covered in the wounds of every fallen god before him. Power: tests whether one is willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for their power. Role: determines if the ascended are prepared to lose everything for the sake of their cause. As the demon lords trembled under the overwhelming presence, Orion, the arbiter of balance, spoke. His voice was neither loud nor quiet. It was absolute. You stand before the Grand Order, seeking ascension. The very space trembled at his words. Tell us, what makes you worthy? Rimuru, regaining his composure, stepped forward. We don't seek power for ourselves. We seek it to protect our world. The threats we have faced have shown us that we are not strong enough. We must be prepared. Veilthorn's burning gaze locked onto Rimuru. All who seek power claim it is for a just cause. Many who have ascended became tyrants. What makes you any different? Leon clenched his fists. Because we have seen what happens when we are too weak. We have suffered loss. We have failed. But we refuse to let that happen again. Nixera, the weaver of fates, raised her hand. The void around them fractured. The demon lords suddenly found themselves in another reality. Each demon lord was thrown into an illusion so perfectly crafted that it was indistinguishable from reality. Rimuru stood in a devastated tempest, where his friends lay dead and his people slaughtered. He saw himself, a version of himself that had lost all restraint, a tyrant ruling over a world of ash. Guy Crimson witnessed his continent collapse into chaos, his people cursing him as their failure of a king. Luminous saw Rubrios in ruins, her church torn apart by those who once followed her. Leon was betrayed by Claude, cut down by the very knight who swore loyalty to him. Draggle saw his brother turn against him, blaming his ascension for the destruction of their family. Malene relived her worst nightmare, losing everything she loved once again. Ramiris watched Celestra fade from existence, as if her presence had never mattered. Days passed, weeks, years. This was not a vision, it was reality to them. Would they realize it was an illusion? Would they remain themselves? Or would they become what they feared the most? This was the trial of the mind, and only those who could overcome it would take the next step toward godhood. Rimuru opened his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his mind, as if he had been ripped from one existence and thrown into another. The air was thick with the scent of burning flesh, the ground beneath him warm, not from sunlight, but from the lingering heat of devastation. As his vision focused, he realized where he was. Tempest. Or what was Tempest? The once lively city, filled with bustling streets, the laughter of children, and the warmth of friendship, was gone. The grand buildings lay in ruins, reduced to blackened rubble. The roads were cracked, littered with the bodies of the fallen, his people. The sky was dark, painted with swirling clouds of smoke and ash. The once clear blue heavens were now choked by the aftermath of destruction. Then he heard it. The wails of the dying. Screams of agony echoed from all directions. Some voices were calling out names, pleading for help that would never come. Others were just gasps, the final breaths of those whose lives were slipping away. No, 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 no. Rimuru staggered forward, his breath caught in his throat. His hands were shaking. He wanted to believe this was a nightmare, a cruel trick of the mind. But everything, the heat, the pain, the scent of death, felt real. Then he saw her, Cheyenne. She lay amidst the ruins, her body crushed beneath the wreckage of a collapsed building. Her once vibrant violet eyes were dim, lifeless. Blood had pooled around her, seeping into the cracks of the broken earth. No. Rimuru rushed toward her, his legs moving on instinct. But the moment he reached for her, her body crumbled to dust. Cheyenne. His scream tore through the burning wasteland, but she was gone. Dead. Forever. His vision blurred. His heart pounded violently, pain and fury mixing together inside of him. He turned, desperate for something, anything, to make sense of his horror. Then, another familiar figure caught his eye. Benimaru. He was slumped against the remnants of a stone wall, his body riddled with deep, gaping wounds. His once bright crimson hair was soaked in blood, his proud armor shattered. Even as he lay dying, his grip was tight around his katana, as if he had been fighting to his last breath. Rimuru-sama. Benimaru's voice was weak, his eyes barely open. I'm sorry. I failed you. Rimuru dropped to his knees beside him. No, no, you didn't fail. Just hold on. I can heal you. Benimaru smiled. A faint, sorrowful smile. There's no point. It's too late. Tempest has fallen. Rimuru's hands trembled as he desperately tried to channel his magic, but nothing happened. His healing skills, his restoration powers, were gone. No, no, don't do this. Don't leave me. Benimaru let out a weak chuckle. It's funny. I always thought I would die in battle, but I never imagined it would be like this. I thought we'd have more time. His hand fell limp. His breath stopped. Benimaru was dead. Rimuru screamed. A raw, broken wail that carried the weight of his sorrow, his rage, his despair. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. His vision darkened, a storm of emotions rising within him. Then, a soft whimper caught his attention. He turned. Shuna. She was standing there, her pink kimono torn and soaked in blood, her own blood. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her small frame shaking as she clutched her stomach, where a deep wound gushed crimson. Rimuru-sama. She sobbed, taking a step forward before collapsing. Rimuru caught her just in time, holding her delicate body in his arms. No, no, you're going to be okay, he whispered, his voice breaking. I won't let you die. Shuna's hand trembled as she reached up, her fingers gently brushing against his face. It hurts. I don't want to die. Tears streamed down Rimuru's face. He held her tighter, trying to pour every ounce of warmth, of love, into his embrace. Please, please don't take her from me too. But no matter how tightly he held her, her body turned to dust, just like Cheyenne, just like Benimaru. Gone. Forever. The rage inside Rimuru exploded. A wave of energy burst from his body, shaking the ruined land. His vision was red, his mind overtaken by a single, all-consuming thought. I will make them all pay. In an instant, the sky darkened completely. The clouds twisted, turning into monstrous vortexes of power. The earth beneath him began to crumble, breaking apart as his energy overloaded reality itself. His mind raced. There's no peace, no diplomacy, no mercy. He would erase everything. He would tear apart this world and rebuild it in his own image. He would ensure no one would ever challenge him again. Then he heard it. A voice. Soft, faint, yet undeniably familiar. Rimuru-sama. He turned. Cheyenne stood before him, her form bathed in soft light. Not dead, not suffering, just there. Rimuru's breath caught in his throat. Cheyenne. She gave him a gentle smile. Is this really what you want? Rimuru froze. His mind screamed yes, that he wanted vengeance, that he wanted destruction, but then he saw her eyes. Sad, disappointed. He saw the same expression in Benimaru's face, in Shuna's, in the faces of everyone he lost. And in that moment, realization crashed into him. This wasn't real. This was a trial. His people weren't truly dead. Tempest wasn't truly gone. But if he continued down this path, if he let himself be consumed by rage and despair, then he would become the very tyrant he had just seen himself as. He would become what he feared the most. Rimuru took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the anger wash away. I won't let this illusion define me, he whispered. I am not a destroyer. I am not a tyrant. As those words left his lips, the burning world around him began to crack. The sky shattered. The ground dissolved. And then, the world collapsed into light. Rimuru gasped as he found himself back in the white void, kneeling on the ground, his body shaking. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his breathing ragged. Above him, the 12 members of the Grand Order watched in silence. Then, Orion, the arbiter of balance, spoke. You have passed. Rimuru slowly rose to his feet. The trial was over, and he had won. Guy Crimson opened his eyes, expecting to see the white void once more. Instead, he stood atop a ruined landscape. The world he once knew was gone. The sky was black and crimson, torn apart by endless rifts, spilling chaotic energy into what remained of the cardinal world. The ground beneath him was nothing but shattered stone and molten rivers, the remnants of cities and civilizations burned to nothingness. There was no laughter, no voices, no life, only silence. A silence so deep, so hollow, it gnawed at his very existence. His breath was slow, steady, but his heart was hammering in his chest. This can't be real. Then he heard a voice. You failed. Guy turned, and standing before him was Veldanava, or at least a version of him, the creator of the cardinal world, the one who had entrusted him with his purpose, to maintain balance, to prevent the world from descending into destruction. But Veldanava's face wasn't warm like before. His golden eyes, once filled with wisdom and kindness, were empty, cold, judging. You failed, Guy, Veldanava repeated, his voice void of emotion. You were meant to be the balance of this world, the mediator, the one who keeps chaos at bay. He gestured around them, to the ruined world, the cardinal world that had fallen into chaos and ruin. And yet, look at what has become of it. Guy clenched his fists, his mind racing. No, this isn't possible. He had spent thousands of years doing exactly what Veldanava had tasked him with. He had kept the balance, ensured that wars never reached the point of total destruction, that none of the factions tipped the scales too far. He was the strongest, the ruler of the ice continent, the demon lord feared by all. There was no way this could have happened under his watch. Who did this? His voice was calm, yet sharp, demanding. Veldanava stared at him. You did. Guy's eyes widened slightly. What? Veldanava stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, the air shifted. Memories, visions of the past, unfolding before Guy's eyes. Cities burned. Nations crumbled. A war that had lasted for centuries, growing worse and worse, with no one strong enough to stop it. The demon lords fought among themselves, warring for power. The angels descended, slaughtering everything they deemed unworthy. The dragons, once rulers of the sky, had perished, their bodies torn apart by endless battles. And in the center of it all, Guy himself, standing motionless. What is this? His voice was cold, but his heart was racing. Veldanava answered without hesitation. The moment you stopped intervening. The words hit Guy like a punch to the gut. You had always been the balance, Guy, the one who maintained the world's order. But one day, you decided it wasn't worth it anymore. You let things take their course, believing that the strong should simply rule, that fate should decide the outcome. And so chaos took hold. Guy remained silent. You let the world destroy itself. His eyes narrowed. That's not me. His voice was firm, absolute. I would never abandon my duty. Veldanava simply stared. Wouldn't you? Then, the illusion shifted again. A new scene played out before him, one that sent a cold chill down his spine. Malim. She was kneeling in the ruins, bloodied, broken. Her once unstoppable power had been drained away, leaving her frail, barely breathing. Her once bright red eyes were dim, lifeless, filled with sorrow, and she was looking right at him. You let this happen, she whispered. His heart froze. The strongest demon lord, the one he had always seen as an indestructible force of nature, now lay on the ground like a dying ember. No, he said immediately. But Malim just laughed weakly. A sad, broken sound. You always acted like you didn't care, Guy. That nothing really mattered to you. But you were always watching, weren't you? She coughed, blood staining her lips. And this time, you decided to stop watching. The air was crushingly heavy. He couldn't move. You failed, Malim whispered again, her voice fading. And then, she turned to dust. A slow, painful, irreversible decay. Just like the world around him. Just like everything else. No. A raw, primal rage boiled inside of him. His fists tightened, his body trembling. No. And then, the illusion shattered. Guy opened his eyes. He was back, standing in the white void. His heart was pounding. Sweat clung to his skin, but his expression remained unreadable, cold. The 12 members of the Grand Order stared down at him, unmoving. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, Orion, the arbiter of balance, finally broke the silence. You have passed. Guy exhaled, closing his eyes for just a brief moment. The trial was over, and he had won. Luminous Valentine stood atop the highest tower of her castle, her gaze fixed on the city below, or what was left of it. Rubrios was in ruins. The grand cathedral, once standing tall and magnificent, was nothing but a shattered husk. Its holy spires collapsed into rubble. The once thriving streets, always filled with devoted followers, were now bathed in fire and blood. The scent of death and decay hung in the air, suffocating, inescapable. The very foundation of her kingdom, her people, her faith, her rule, had crumbled, and she had failed to stop it. Luminous fingers trembled as she took a step forward, struggling to process what she was seeing. This can't be real. Yet, the agonized screams echoing from the ruins below told her otherwise. Then she heard it, a familiar voice, weak and broken. Luminous. Her head snapped toward the source. Across the ruined tower, barely holding on to life, Hinata lay on the ground, her body pierced by dozens of swords, her silver armor shattered, blood pooling beneath her. The proud knight who had once stood before her, unwavering in her faith and strength, now lay defeated, broken, dying. Luminous rushed forward, her heart hammering in her chest. Hinata. She knelt beside her, immediately trying to heal her wounds. Her hands glowed with divine energy, but nothing happened. The magic refused to work. Hinata coughed weakly, her lips stained red. It's over, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Luminous shook her head violently. No, it's not over. You're not dying, do you hear me? She poured more magic into her healing spell, but it was useless. Hinata smiled softly, a smile filled with sorrow, yet acceptance. We were betrayed. Luminous froze. What? Hinata's gaze slowly drifted toward the burning cathedral in the distance. They turned against us. Luminous followed her gaze, and for the first time, she saw them. The holy church of Rubrios, her church, her followers, marching through the ruins, slaughtering the last of the vampires, purging everything that remained. At the head of the charge stood royal knights in golden armor, the very same knights she had personally blessed and raised, the ones who had sworn their loyalty to her. And at their lead, Gunther, Luminous' most devoted servant, the vampire who had followed her for centuries without question, now stood with a blade stained in vampire blood. Luminous' heart stopped. Gunther raised his sword, his expression devoid of emotion. The goddess has fallen, he declared. Rubrios must be cleansed. Luminous couldn't breathe. Gunther. Her voice was small, barely above a whisper. He turned to face her, and in his eyes, there was no reverence, no love, only judgment. You have failed us. Luminous staggered back, as if physically struck. Gunther raised his sword, and Hinata reached for Luminous' hand, her grip weak, trembling. Luminous. Hinata's breath was shallow, her eyes clouded. Run. Then, the blade fell. Luminous saw Hinata's head roll onto the ground, her eyes frozen in that last moment of warning. Something inside of her broke. And then, rage. A searing, uncontrollable rage unlike anything she had ever felt exploded within her. The sky darkened instantly, the air turning freezing cold. Her aura erupted, a massive pillar of pure destruction surging from her body, consuming everything around her in an instant. A monstrous blizzard descended upon Rubrios. The golden knights screamed as their bodies were frozen solid, their flesh turning to ice before shattering into nothingness. The flames that had consumed the city were extinguished in an instant, replaced by a storm of death and vengeance. Gunther tried to resist, but Luminous raised a single hand, and he was impaled by countless spears of blood ice, his body ripped apart. The church, the city, the people who had betrayed her, she wiped them out without hesitation. And in mere moments, Rubrios was gone. The storm faded, and Luminous stood alone, surrounded by a world of frozen corpses and ruins. She had nothing left. Her people, her faith, her kingdom, all gone. And she had been the one to end it. She stared at the desolate wasteland before her, her breath coming in slow, trembling gasps. For the first time in centuries, she felt lost. Was this really what was meant to happen? Was this the fate of Rubrios? She had given everything to her people, protected them, guided them. Would they really betray her? She clenched her fists, her sharp nails digging into her palms. No, she whispered. She forced herself to think, to remember. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. Luminous closed her eyes. She focused on what she knew, on what was real. Hinata would never fall so easily. Gunther would never betray her. Her faith was stronger than this. Slowly, she exhaled. I see. This is my trial. The world around her shook. The frozen corpses began to flicker. The ruined city warped and twisted. She had seen through the illusion. And just like that, it shattered. Luminous opened her eyes. She was back in the vast, white void. Her breathing was slow, steady. Her body still trembled, but she quickly steadied herself, masking her emotions beneath her usual cold, regal expression. The 12 members of the Grand Order stood before her, their gazes unreadable. Then, Aurelia, the arbiter of fate, finally spoke. You have passed. Luminous narrowed her eyes slightly. That was cruel, she said, her voice calm, yet sharp. Aurelia merely tilted her head. A trial is meant to test the core of your existence. You feared betrayal. You feared failure. You feared that your people would turn against you, that your kingdom would crumble beneath your rule. Luminous remained silent. You could have lost yourself in that illusion, given in to despair, to rage. But instead, you overcame it. Aurelia stepped forward slightly, her silver eyes gleaming. And so, you have proven yourself worthy. Luminous exhaled softly. The trial was over, and she had survived. Leon Cromwell stood on the balcony of his grand citadel in El Dorado, the golden city that had stood as a beacon of power and order for centuries. The sun bathed the white marble towers in a brilliant light, reflecting off the gilded streets where his people, his loyal subjects, walked peacefully. But beneath the beautiful facade, unease festered. Something was wrong. Leon could feel it. The air was too still, the city too quiet. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then, a scream. Leon's eyes sharpened as he turned toward the streets below. Chaos erupted. Flames burst forth from homes, marketplaces, and towers as masked soldiers clad in golden armor stormed through the streets, cutting down civilians without hesitation. His people, his kingdom, were under attack. Leon's expression remained calm, but his hands clenched into fists. Who dares attack El Dorado? Before he could act, a presence appeared behind him. A presence he knew well. Claude. Leon turned and froze. Standing before him was Claude, his most trusted knight, his right hand, his closest friend, the man who had followed him for centuries, the one who had sworn absolute loyalty to him. But now, Claude was holding a sword aimed at him. Leon's golden eyes narrowed. What are you doing? Claude's expression was unreadable. His usual composed demeanor remained, but there was something different. A coldness in his eyes. Determination. Leon. Claude finally spoke, his voice steady. You must surrender. Leon's expression darkened. Surrender? Claude took a step forward. El Dorado can no longer stand under your rule, he said. You have held power for too long. Your reign must come to an end. Leon's eyes widened slightly, but the shock was brief. It was immediately replaced with icy resolve. I see, Leon murmured, glancing past Claude at the city below. His people were being slaughtered. His knights, his own knights, were turning against him. A coup. Leon closed his eyes briefly. So, even you betray me. Claude did not respond. When Leon opened his eyes, they burned with cold fire. You swore your loyalty to me, he said, voice dangerously quiet. You dedicated your life to serving me, and now, you turn your blade against me. Claude's grip tightened on his sword. I swore my loyalty to El Dorado, he said firmly. Not just to you, but to the people. And they no longer need you, Leon. A sharp pain pierced Leon's chest. But it was not from the betrayal. It was from the deep, unshakable loneliness that suddenly enveloped him. Had he really lost everything? The people he ruled, the nation he built, the knights who once stood beside him, were they all abandoning him? For the first time in centuries, Leon felt truly alone. But he did not show it. He did not waver. Instead, he exhaled softly. Then, he said, drawing his golden blade Excalibur, I will cut down my enemies, just as I always have. Claude's expression hardened. If that is your choice. Then he moved. Faster than lightning, Claude dashed forward, his blade aiming for Leon's heart. Leon reacted instantly, raising Excalibur to parry. The clash of their swords shook the citadel, golden sparks flying from the impact. Claude was skilled. Leon had trained him himself. Every move, every strike, every tactic, he knew them all. And yet, Claude was faster, stronger. Leon barely had time to process it before a sudden pain tore through his side. Claude's sword pierced his armor. Leon staggered back, clutching his wound. His golden blood dripped onto the marble floor. For the first time in centuries, Leon Cromwell was bleeding. He stared at Claude, the knight who had sworn to protect him, and realization finally settled in. This was real. This was not a test of strength. This was the end. I see, Leon muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. So this is how it ends. Claude did not hesitate. He lunged forward for the finishing strike, and Leon did not move. His body refused to. He was too tired of ruling alone, too tired of carrying the burden of a king. Maybe this was what he deserved. Maybe this was his punishment for never trusting anyone fully. Maybe. No. Leon's eyes widened. No. He suddenly understood. This was not real. Leon gritted his teeth, and with sheer willpower, he forced himself to move. He raised Excalibur and stopped Claude's blade, just inches from his heart. Claude's eyes widened in shock. Leon tightened his grip. This is an illusion. The world shuddered violently. Claude's expression flickered. For a brief moment, his face was distorted, unnatural. Leon took a step forward. This is not real, he repeated. His voice grew stronger. I would never fall so easily. The world began to crack. The city, the flames, the screams, they all wavered like a mirage. Claude's face twisted, his form flickering between his usual self and something monstrous. You cannot escape, Leon. Claude's voice distorted, becoming inhuman. You are alone. You will always be alone. Leon's golden eyes burned with determination. Perhaps I was alone, he admitted. Perhaps I have always distanced myself from others, afraid of betrayal. But I'm still standing. He raised Excalibur high, and I will never fall. With one final slash, he cut through the illusion, and the world shattered. Leon's eyes snapped open. He was back in the white void, standing before the 12 members of the Grand Order. His body was whole. There was no wound, no blood. The trial was over. Aurelia, the arbiter of fate, gazed at him with an unreadable expression. You have passed. Leon exhaled. His grip on Excalibur loosened, but he did not let his emotions show. The illusion had tested him, had tried to break him, but he had endured, because he was Leon Cromwell, and he would never fall. A heavy silence loomed over Draggle as he stood atop a vast, crumbling mountain range. The skies above him were dark, swirling with crimson and black storms, as if the heavens themselves had been torn asunder. The air carried the scent of blood and burning earth, and in the distance, the once proud lands of the Dragon Kings lay in ruin. The great citadel of Draconix, the eternal sanctuary of his kin, was now nothing but scattered rubble. Draggle's golden eyes burned as he took a step forward. His massive, crimson-scaled wings twitched as he felt the weight of an unseen force pressing down on him. Something was wrong. Then, a roar shattered the sky. Draggle's eyes snapped toward the horizon as two figures emerged from the storm of fire and ash. Two dragons. Two of his brothers. Glassword, the steel tyrant. A being of obsidian black scales and molten veins. The enforcer of order, the strongest among them after Draggle. Fen, the storm devourer. A silver-scaled monstrosity, long thought to be sealed away. His power feared even by the gods themselves. Fen should have been imprisoned forever. But now he was free, and everything was burning. Draggle's breath hitched as the realization struck. The seal had been broken. Their family was collapsing. His kingdom was gone. Because of him. Glassword's glowing red eyes locked onto Draggle, his voice thunderous and cold. You did this, Draggle. The word struck deeper than any blade. Draggle clenched his fists. Glassword, what are you talking about? Glassword descended, his massive wings stirring storms in his wake. His towering form, clad in dragon steel armor, radiated rage and betrayal. You abandoned us, Glassword growled. You sought power beyond our realm, chasing after ascension, leaving your family behind. Draggle's eyes widened. I did it to protect us. Glassword snarled, baring his fangs. And in doing so, you left Finn to rot in his prison. Draggle's breath caught. Finn had been sealed away long ago, for good reason. A being too powerful, too unstable. His mere presence could shatter the balance of the world. Yet here he stood, free. Finn's silver eyes gleamed with madness, his wings crackling with storms that shredded the skies. You, my beloved brother. Finn's voice was twisted, filled with a sinister joy. You abandoned me to an eternity of nothingness, and now you return, expecting to still be a king. Draggle gritted his teeth. Finn, you know why I had to seal you. You chose power over family. Finn roared, and lightning tore the heavens apart. A flash, and suddenly, the battle began. Glassword lunged first, his claws tearing through the air like black meteors. Draggle barely had time to react, raising his arm to block. Crack. The impact sent shockwaves across the land, splitting the very earth beneath them. Draggle's bones shook from the force as he was sent flying backward, crashing through a ruined tower. Before he could recover, Finn appeared above him, a maelstrom of destruction in dragon form. Die, traitor! Finn unleashed a storm of pure devastation, lightning bolts the size of mountains crashing down toward Draggle. Boom. Draggle barely escaped, his wings beating furiously as he dodged the storm, but the sheer force still scorched his body. They were not holding back. They were trying to kill him. Draggle landed on the ruins of his kingdom, breathing heavily, his crimson scales cracked and bleeding. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. Why? Why was this happening? Why had his family turned against him? Glassword landed before him, his golden sword glowing with searing power. You left us, Draggle, he spat. You left our family to chase your own selfish desires. You sought ascension, and in doing so, you doomed us all. Finn descended, standing beside Glassword, his malicious grin widening. This is the price of your betrayal, brother. Draggle's heart pounded. The weight of guilt threatened to crush him. Was this his fault? Had his pursuit of power truly doomed his family? The thought tore at his soul. Draggle closed his eyes, the echoes of their words burning into him. But then, something clicked. No, this was not real. His brothers, they would never do this. Draggle's eyes snapped open, and the world cracked. Draggle exhaled, steadying himself. He looked at Glassword, looked at Finn. This isn't real, he murmured. Finn's grin faltered. Glassword's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Draggle stepped forward. I would never abandon my family, he said, voice unshakable. I sought power not for myself, but to protect us all. The world shuddered. Draggle clenched his fists. My brothers, my real brothers, would never betray me. Cracks appeared in the sky. Finn's form wavered, distorting like a reflection in water. Glassword's golden armor flickered, revealing glimpses of nothingness beneath. Begone. Draggle's voice was absolute, and the illusion shattered. Draggle gasped as his eyes snapped open. He was back in the white void, standing before the 12 figures of the Grand Order. The battlefield was gone. His wounds were gone. It had all been an illusion. Aurelia, the arbiter of fate, gazed at him. You have passed, she announced. Draggle exhaled deeply. His body trembled slightly, not from exhaustion, but from a lingering pain. Even knowing it was fake, the sight of his brothers turning against him had hurt deeply, but he had endured, because he was Draggle, the Crimson Dragon King, and he would never fall. Nava, the dragon princess, found herself standing in the middle of an open field. The wind blew gently, rustling the emerald grass that stretched endlessly in all directions. The sun hung in the sky, golden and warm, casting a peaceful glow over the land. Yet, something felt wrong. Her instincts, honed over millennia, screamed at her. Where was she? Why was she here? Her last memory was standing with the other demon lords before the Grand Order, ready to take on their trial. But now, she was here. And then, she heard it. A child's laughter. Maline froze. Her breath hitched. Slowly, she turned. And there she was. Her best friend. Her family. The only one who had ever truly mattered to her. Gaia, a young dragon hatchling, scales glistening under the sun, his sapphire eyes filled with warmth and trust. Maline's heart stopped. Her mind went blank. She took a shaky step forward. Gaia, her voice trembled. The dragon hatchling turned, tilting his head. Maline, you were spacing out again, he said with a pout. Come on, let's go play. Maline's entire body shook. This wasn't possible. Gaia was dead. She had held his broken body in her arms, her hands soaked in his blood, her soul shattered beyond repair. This had to be an illusion, but it felt so real. Tears welled in her eyes, but she wiped them away, forcing herself to stay strong. Gaia, she whispered. Is this real? The dragon laughed, his voice as bright as she remembered. Of course it's real, dummy. You're acting weird today, Maline. Maline clenched her fists, digging her nails into her palm. The pain grounded her. She had to stay in control. But then, the sky darkened. A foul, familiar presence slithered through the air. Maline's eyes snapped toward the horizon, and her heart dropped. A shadow spread across the land, swallowing the sky in a sea of black flames. The one who took everything from her. A massive dark entity, its body formless yet monstrous, its aura drenched in malice and cruelty. It was him, the one who had killed Gaia, the one who had shattered her world. Maline's blood ran cold. No, not again. She refused. Run, Gaia, she screamed, shoving him behind her. I'll protect you. But the dragon just stared at her with confusion. Maline, what are you talking about? No one's there. Her stomach twisted. She turned back, and the entity was gone. The sky was blue again. The sun was shining. Everything was normal, except she was trembling. What was happening? Maline, Gaia nudged her gently. Are you okay? Her head spun. What was this? A dream? An illusion? A trick? Or was this reality? Her hands shook as she touched Gaia's scales. They were warm. Real. Was she wrong? Was this truly real? Could she have him back? She had spent millennia mourning him. Millennia filled with pain, anger, and regret. But now he was here. He was alive. Tears blurred her vision. She slowly pulled Gaia into a tight embrace, her fingers clenching his scales as if he would disappear if she let go. I missed you, she whispered. Gaia chuckled, nuzzling into her. Dummy, I've always been here. Maline wanted to believe it. She really did. But something was wrong. Something about the way he spoke. Something about how he reacted to the presence of that entity. Or rather, how he didn't react at all. Gaia had been smart. He would have sensed danger. He would have reacted. Maline's eyes widened. Her chest tightened. This isn't real. The world shook. Gaia stiffened. Maline, what are you saying? Maline pushed him away slightly, her hands gripping his tiny shoulders. Tell me something, Gaia. Her voice was hoarse. Do you remember what you said to me before you died? Gaia blinked. What are you talking about? I never died. Crack. The sky splintered like glass. Maline's heart clenched. She wanted to believe. She wanted this to be real. But she knew the truth. Gaia was gone. And this was just a cruel illusion. Her grip tightened, her nails digging into her palms. She bit her lip, her entire body trembling. Tears streamed down her face, but she smiled. A bittersweet, broken smile. I love you, Gaia. Gaia stared at her. His sapphire eyes flickered, then cracked, and the illusion shattered. Maline gasped, her eyes snapping open. She was back in the white void, standing before the 12 figures of the Grand Order. Her body was shaking. Her breath was ragged. Her hands were empty. Gaia was gone. Again, slowly, she lifted her head, her expression unreadable. Aurelia, the arbiter of fate, gazed at her with unreadable eyes. You have passed, she announced. Maline didn't respond. She just stood there. Even knowing it had been an illusion, the pain lingered. Even knowing she had passed, the loss remained. For a long time, she didn't move. And then, she wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and lifted her chin. She had endured. She had overcome. Because she was Nava, the destroyer. And she would not break. Ram-Iris fluttered through the vast expanse of Celestra, her wings barely keeping her aloft. Something was wrong. She had been in Beerus' realm, ready to undergo her trial. But now, she was here. Or at least, what remained of it. The skies above were colorless, void of their usual warm golden glow. The sprawling, ancient trees that once pulsed with life and magic were now withered husks, crumbling to dust before her eyes. Celestra, her home, her domain, was dying. She could feel it. Or rather, she couldn't feel it at all. Her connection to the land, to the life force of the world she had nurtured for eons, was gone. Her breath quickened. No, 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 what is this? She whispered, clutching her head. This wasn't right. She had been protecting Celestra for ages, guiding the flow of spirits, life, and nature itself. She was the fairy queen, a guardian, the very heart of this land. And yet, it was as if she had never existed. Ramiris. A voice, soft but empty. She turned sharply. A group of Celestra's spirits, beings she had nurtured, watched over, cared for, stood before her. She smiled, relief flooding her. You guys, thank the heavens, something's wrong. I can't feel. They walked past her. Ramiris froze. Her wings faltered. Guys. She waved a tiny hand. Hey, I'm talking to you. No response. The spirits, the ones she had loved and protected, simply moved on. She reached out. Her hand passed through them, as if she wasn't there. Her heart pounded. What? Her voice was small. She turned, her gaze frantically searching for someone, anyone who would acknowledge her. But Celestra's people, its spirits, its creatures, they all walked past her, as if she was a ghost, as if she had never mattered. Her chest tightened. This was just a trick, a cruel joke, right? She flew up, searching for Evarage, for her knights, for anyone who would see her. But then, she saw Celestra's castle, or what was left of it. Her home, the sacred heart of her kingdom, lay in ruins. Shattered stone, collapsed towers, the grand, intricate tapestries she had once hung in the halls, burned. The throne where she once sat, dust. No. Her tiny hands curled into trembling fists. Her wings fluttered erratically as she flew down, landing amidst the rubble. She pressed a hand against the cold stone. She tried to feel it, to connect with the land, to make sense of this nightmare. But there was nothing. No pulse of magic. No warmth of life. No Celestra. It was all gone, and no one remembered her. Her knees buckled. She fell, her hands gripping the broken earth beneath her. Her breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. Why? She whispered. Why is this happening? She wasn't weak. She wasn't useless. She had fought. She had protected. She had given everything she had. So why? Why was everything fading? Why was she fading? A whisper curled around her, soft and cold. You were never needed. Ramiris flinched. The voice was not her own, but it came from within. You were never important. She shook her head, pressing her hands against her ears. Shut up. No one needed you. Celestra lived without you. It will thrive without you. Shut up. You were just a passing wind, a flickering light, and now you're gone. Her body shook. Was that true? Had she ever really mattered? Would the world have been fine without her? Would Celestra have been better off? Her breathing grew shallow, uneven. The shadows around her deepened. Her hands grasped at nothing. She was disappearing, and no one would remember. A whisper of light, a voice, a memory. You are Ramiris. A small warmth sparked in her chest. You are a protector. A flicker of light in the darkness. You matter because you chose to matter. Her breath hitched. She remembered. She was Ramiris. She was Celestra's guardian. She had fought for it, bled for it, given her heart and soul for it. And even if it was gone, that didn't erase everything she had done. She mattered. Even if no one remembered, she would remember. And that was enough. The shadows shattered. The illusion collapsed. And Ramiris stood. She gasped, air rushing into her lungs. She was back. The 12 figures of the Grand Order stood before her, their eyes unreadable. The trial was over. She had passed. Ramiris didn't say anything at first. She just breathed. Her hands trembled, but she clenched them into fists. She was here. She was still here. And no one could take that away from her. Good, she whispered to herself. Then, she lifted her head and faced the Grand Order with unwavering eyes. The air rippled with divine power as Valus, the Keeper of Ascension, stepped forward. His golden eyes, devoid of emotion, swept over the 7 demon lords standing before him. You have conquered your fears, he declared, his voice echoing through the void of existence itself. But to ascend is not merely to overcome nightmares. It is to endure the weight of divinity. A sudden, deafening roar of flames erupted from beneath them, golden and black, alive, screaming. It was not ordinary fire. It was the fire of the gods, forged from the very essence of existence itself. This is the divine inferno, Valus intoned. It will burn through your bodies, your minds, your very souls. It will test not only your power, but your conviction. To ascend is to endure. To ascend is to understand. To ascend is to suffer. The demon lords barely had time to react before the fire consumed them. And then, the world shattered. The first wave, the fire of agony. It began as an unbearable heat, searing, skin-melting, all-consuming pain. Every nerve in their bodies ignited at once. Every muscle twisted and tore itself apart. Their very bones groaned under the weight of the inferno, fracturing from the sheer pressure. They screamed, even the strongest among them. Rimuru felt his slime body boil, disintegrating and reforming, only to be burned away again. His regeneration failed, not because it was weak, but because this fire did not burn flesh. It burned the very essence of existence. Guy Crimson dropped to one knee, his unbreakable body fracturing like glass. His muscles spasmed as if the flames were rewriting his very existence. Malim clutched her head, her arms trembling, feeling something tearing at her from the inside. It was more than pain. It was destruction beyond comprehension. Luminous gasped as her very blood began to boil, as if the fire had seeped into her veins, corroding her from within. Leon clenched his teeth, his golden armor melting against his skin, his flesh blistering, peeling, regrowing, only to be burned away again. Ramiris screamed, clutching at her tiny form as her wings crumbled into ash. Draggle, the mighty dragon, let out a deafening roar as the flames pierced his scales, turning them to molten metal, his very bones exposed to the inferno. The fire of the gods was not merely fire. It was suffering itself, woven into reality, and it was only the beginning. The second wave, the collapse of logic. Then came the true horror. The fire crawled into their minds, twisting, contorting, rewriting truth into lies, lies into truth. Was this real? Had they always been here? Had they already failed? Rimuru looked down at his hands. They weren't his hands anymore. His body was foreign. Wrong. A mistake. Guy heard a voice that sounded like Veldanava. You were never real, Guy. You were merely a puppet created to play a role. His breath caught. Was that true? He had always thought himself a being of free will. But what if he wasn't? What if his very existence was a fabrication? Malim suddenly couldn't remember who she was. The name Malim Nava sounded alien, empty. She had power, but why? What was she? A child? A monster? A god? No, this wasn't right. She clutched her head, screaming, as the fire tore apart everything she thought she knew about herself. Luminous saw Hinata standing before her. But was that really Hinata? Or had Hinata never existed? Who are you? Hinata asked, her face void of emotion. Luminous staggered backward. No, this was a trick. Leon fell to his knees as Claude stood before him, sword in hand. You were never my king. Leon's eyes widened in horror. No, Claude was loyal. Wasn't he? Draggle heard the voice of his brother, Fen. You ruined everything, Draggle. You chased power, and you let our family be destroyed. Ramiris saw Celestra crumble into dust before her eyes, her people screaming, fading into nothing. She reached out, but there was nothing to grab. Nothing. Because she did not matter. And maybe she never had. The third wave, the shattering of the soul. Then came the voices. Millions. Billions. They whispered, screamed, laughed, wept. They spoke in 1,000 tongues, all at once, all inside their minds. Your existence is meaningless. You are nothing but a lie. This is your punishment for your arrogance. You do not deserve to ascend. You were never meant to exist. Their souls cracked. Not their bodies. Not their minds. Their very essence, being pulled apart, splintered, broken into dust. Rimuru collapsed, clutching his chest, feeling something inside him being torn away. His name was fading. The moment he forgot his name, his true name, he would be erased. But then, a single spark, a single memory, it ignited in each of them. Rimuru remembered Tempest, Cheyenne, Shuna, Benimaru, Sui, Veldora. He remembered why he fought. His identity was not something the fire could take. He gritted his teeth, forcing his mind to hold on. No, he whispered. I am Rimuru Tempest, And just like that, his soul reassembled. The fire raged around him, but he did not burn. Guy clenched his fists, grinning. Huh, you think this will break me? He laughed, even as his body continued to burn. I was never meant to exist. Then who the hell is standing here? Malim roared, defying the fire. I don't care what I am, she screamed, her energy bursting outward. I choose who I want to be. Luminous narrowed her eyes, forcing herself to remember. Hinata was real. Her people were real. She would not let this hell take them from her. One by one, they reclaimed themselves. One by one, the fire lost its grip. And then, suddenly, the flames disappeared. They stood in the white void once again, breathing heavily, exhausted, burned, but whole. The Grand Order watched in silent judgment. Valus stepped forward, his golden eyes piercing through them. You have withstood the judgment of divinity. You have faced oblivion, endured the unraveling of your very selves, and yet, you remain standing. He nodded. You are worthy. But then, a shadowed figure, another member of the Grand Order, stepped forward. His voice was like shattered glass and dying stars. There is one more trial. And as they prepared themselves once more, the realization sank in. They had endured hell itself, and yet, the worst was still to come. The demon lords had endured torment, annihilation, and rebirth. They had reclaimed their existence, defied insanity, and proved their right to ascend. But as the final threshold to godhood appeared before them, the Grand Order stood in silent judgment. Valus, the keeper of ascension, gazed at them with an expression devoid of warmth. You have survived the infernal judgment, but godhood is not about survival alone. To stand among the divine, one must be willing to sever the chains of mortality. The 12 members of the Grand Order spoke in eerie unison, their voices reverberating through the abyss of creation. A god is a judge, a creator, a destroyer. A god is not bound by emotions, attachments, or mortality. Their words shook the fabric of reality itself. The demon lords instinctively tensed. Had they not already given everything? Their pain, their souls, their sense of self? Valus raised his hand, and a great power surged forward. This is the final trial, the price of divinity. To ascend, you must abandon everything tying you to the mortal world. Then, everything shattered. This was no illusion, no deception. This was real. Their choices here would be final. Each of them was torn from the realm of ascension and thrown into a space where they faced the ultimate cost of godhood. Each of them stood at the precipice of their very existence, where they had to make the final choice. Rimuru, the sacrifice of humanity. Rimuru stood in tempest. It was exactly as he remembered it. His people laughed, thrived, lived. Then, they saw him, their eyes filled with terror. They backed away. Why, you're not our lord? Cheyenne whispered, tears brimming in her eyes. Rimuru-sama. You feel so distant, Shuna muttered. Sui, Benimaru, Hakuro, all of them stood before him. The world around him flickered. His very presence had become too great. A god could not belong among mortals. A god could never be one of them. The voice whispered in his mind. To become a god, you must abandon your humanity, your ties to the world. You will never walk among them as one of them again. Would he accept? Would he sever the last piece of himself that bound him to this life? Guy Crimson stood at the edge of a void. The world was still, empty, silent. Ahead of him stood Miko, Raza, Mecha, Gord. But something was wrong. They were cold, lifeless. Lord Guy, is this truly your path? Miko whispered, her voice almost robotic. Raza did not move. Did you ever really care? Gord asked, his tone devoid of warmth. Then he realized, his emotions were being stripped away. His love for battle, his joy in chaos, his pride as a ruler, all vanishing. A god cannot act on whims or desires. A god must be neutral, a being of absolute reason. Could he abandon the passions, his pride, his ego that made him who he was? Could he truly become an existence that no longer felt? Malim stood before Rimuru. He smiled at her. I'm proud of you, Malim. Then he faded. One by one, the people she cherished disappeared. Rimuru, Ramiris, Gaia, even the fleeting memory of her father. She was alone, utterly, completely. A god must not love, for love binds the soul to weakness. Love is what shackles the heart to mortality. Could she let go of the only thing keeping her from becoming a monster? Could she exist without love? Luminous stood in the ruins of Rubrios. The holy church, the people she guided, her loyal Gunther, all gone. The voice echoed in her mind. A god does not serve. A god does not lead. A god simply is. Could she live without purpose? Could she exist as a being who no longer had a reason to act? Leon stood before Claude. His knight smiled softly. But then, Claude raised his blade. I must kill you, my lord. Leon did not move. He knew the trial. He understood. To ascend, you must abandon the need for redemption. You are beyond mortal guilt. Could he abandon his regrets? Could he accept that atonement no longer mattered? Draggle stood before Glassword and Finn, his brothers. They were shackled in golden chains, their eyes hollow. Your bond to us is over, Finn muttered. You must forget us, Glassword said. The chain snapped, and they disappeared. A god is alone. You will have no equals, no companions. You will be absolute and untouchable. Could he let go of the only family he had? Celestra was erased. Her home, her kingdom, her people, her very existence. The voice whispered. A god has no past, no ties, no mortal identity. To ascend, you must no longer be Ramiris. Could she accept becoming something else entirely? Could she let go of who she was? The demon lords stood at their precipice. This was not just sacrifice. This was self-erasure. To ascend, they had to accept the truth. They would never be demon lords again. They would never be what they once were. One by one, they chose. Rimuru severed his ties to humanity. Guy abandoned his emotions. Malim let go of love. Luminous relinquished purpose. Leon rejected redemption. Draggle shattered his bonds. Ramiris erased herself. And then, they ceased to be. And in the next moment, they ascended. The 12 celestial beings watched as the new gods emerged. Their voices echoed across the void. You have sacrificed. You have risen. You are no longer demon lords. You are now divine sovereigns, keepers of creation, judges of existence, destroyers of what must be undone. You are gods. And as the cardinal world trembled beneath their presence, the age of demon lords ended, and the era of divine kings began. The tension in the air was palpable as the demon lords, now ascended to godhood, stood before the Grand Order and Beerus, their bodies glowing with divine power, their senses heightened beyond mortal comprehension. Each of them had passed the trial set before them, enduring pain, sacrifice, and emotional torment. They were no longer the beings they once were. They had ascended to a higher state of existence. And yet, despite the immense power flowing through them, there was something still unknown, a weight that lingered in the air, a task that remained unfulfilled. Beerus stood before them, his eyes glowing with cosmic authority. There was a quiet intensity in his presence, a calm that belied the immense power he held within him. The Grand Order was silent, their forms ever watchful, ready to respond to any request or command from the divine. The demon lords stood in anticipation, the weight of their new roles pressing against their consciousness. They had been tested, broken, and reshaped. They had witnessed their greatest fears and endured unimaginable sacrifices. And now they awaited the next step. What would their new purpose be? You will not immediately assume the full scope of your power, Beerus continued. For now, your task is to watch over the cardinal world. Observe it, guide it, and see how it unfolds. You will be its silent guardians, ensuring that it remains balanced. Only when I deem you ready will you be granted full dominion over your domains. Rimuru, Guy, Malim, Luminous, Leon, Ramiris, and Draggle exchanged glances. The thought of being tasked with overseeing the entire cardinal world, a world they had once ruled or protected in their mortal forms, felt both overwhelming and familiar. They had ascended, but this was their first true test as gods, observing from the shadows, without the power to directly interfere unless ordered by Beerus. Beerus' gaze softened ever so slightly, his expression inscrutable. You are no longer bound by the limitations of mortality. But you must understand this. Your judgment and actions will have consequences that ripple across existence. You will need to learn patience, wisdom, and restraint. As gods, you must be careful not to act on impulse, for a single misstep could lead to chaos. The demon lords nodded, understanding the gravity of their situation. Their ascension had not been an end, but a new beginning. Their roles were vast, and their responsibilities now stretched far beyond anything they had ever experienced before. They were no longer simply rulers of nations, kingdoms, or even realms. They were now guardians of the very balance of existence. But as Beerus continued, a subtle shift in his tone hinted at something more. And now, Beerus said, pausing for a moment, since you've passed the final trial, I will give you back what you sacrificed to ascend. You were willing to part with these things, your past, your attachments, your emotions. You showed that you were ready for this new path. And now, I will restore what you gave up. But understand this, you will not be the same as you were before. The sacrifice you made has shaped you. It has transformed you into something greater. The pieces of your old selves that you thought you had lost will return. But they will not be the same. You will not be the same. There was a collective breath, as if the air itself had thickened with the weight of Beerus' words. The demon lords stood, their minds racing with the implications. Their sacrifices had been deep, personal, painful, and often impossible to fully comprehend at the time. They had given up everything that tied them to their past lives, their regrets, their desires, their fears. It had been a painful decision, but one that had been necessary to pass the trial and prove their worth. Rimuru felt a familiar pang in his heart, the memory of Tempest, his kingdom, and the people he had loved. The faces of his friends, his subordinates, and those who had fought alongside him. All had been lost in the trials, in the choices he had made. He had stood before the ruin of Tempest, witnessed the destruction of everything he had built, and had been forced to confront his worst fear, that he could become a tyrant, driven by rage and the thirst for power. As Beerus spoke, Rimuru felt the first stirrings of the people he had loved, his friends, his citizens, returning to his mind. But they were not the same as before. They felt different, shifted somehow, as if they were now part of something greater. Rimuru took a deep breath, steadying himself, knowing that this was the next test. The temptation to let his emotions rule him, to lose himself in the desires of his past, would always be there. He had to remain focused, to stay true to his new self. Beside him, Guy Crimson was quiet, his expression unreadable. He had sacrificed his ties to his family, the bond he had once shared with Veldanava, his purpose as a mediator, and the weight of his guilt. But now, as Beerus spoke of restoring what they had given up, Guy felt a tug deep within his soul, the realization that his once burdened heart was beginning to mend, but it was not the same as it once had been. He would have to learn to balance his new divine nature with his ancient responsibility. The task ahead was daunting, but Guy had learned through his trials that he was no longer a prisoner of his past failures. The future lay before him now. Malim, too, felt the return of something she had long suppressed, her unrestrained desire for destruction. It was not an urge for chaos, but a thirst for freedom, a freedom that she had feared would consume her. The trials had stripped her of much, including her attachment to the past version of herself, but now that she had ascended, Malim could feel the return of her most primal desires, sharpened and tempered. She could feel the embrace of the cycle of life and death, creation and destruction. It was a part of her, but now she had the wisdom to wield it. Luminous stood next to her, the radiance of her divine form flickering as she processed Beerus' words. She had sacrificed her church, the ideals she had once cherished, and the bonds with those who had once followed her. The memories of Gunther, Hinata her most loyal companion, and the vampires who had been her family, flashed before her eyes. But as Beerus spoke, she felt the sharp pang of loss, replaced by a strange calm. She understood that to guide others, she could no longer cling to the past. But the loss was heavy, and the absence she felt would always remain. What she had lost would never truly return, but the person she was now, the eternal guide, was stronger, more refined. Leon Cromwell closed his eyes, the weight of his new divinity pressing against him. He had given up much, his knights, his country, the sense of loyalty that had once driven him. And now, Beerus spoke of restoring it. Leon understood the implications. The betrayal he had experienced was not something he could easily forget. It was a scar that ran deep, but now, as a god, he would be the one who decided the fate of those who had betrayed him. The memories of Claude still stung, but Leon understood that he could not be tied to his past. He was a god now, a judge of souls, and he had to move forward. Ramiris felt a rush of emotions as Beerus' words echoed in her mind. She had given up her old life, her kingdom, her people, everything she had once thought defined her. She had feared that she would never be able to let go of her old self. But now, she felt the return of something she thought was lost forever, her love for the worlds she had once created. Yet, it was different now. The love she felt was no longer rooted in the mortal plane, but transcended it. She could feel herself growing, evolving, becoming a creator in a new way. Draggle, standing beside Ramiris, felt a similar pull. His brothers, Finn and Glassword, had been the ones he had sacrificed most of all. Their memories haunted him. But now, as Beerus spoke of returning what they had sacrificed, he understood that the path forward was not about clinging to those memories, but about embracing the truth of his new role. His bond with life and death, creation and destruction, was now something that existed beyond the past. His new role as guardian of the everlasting cycle would define him, not his tragic past. Beerus' eyes swept over them all, his voice firm and final. You are now gods. You will watch over the cardinal world, as its silent guardians. Learn to embrace your new roles. Your old lives are gone, but your new forms are stronger, wiser, and more powerful than you ever were before. Remember, you sacrificed all that you were to become who you are now. Do not falter, for your ascension is just the beginning of a far greater journey. You are no longer tied to the mortal world, but it is your responsibility to watch over it. When the time comes, I will call upon you again. Beerus' voice boomed, echoing through the fabric of existence. Now, you will take on titles that reflect your divine purpose. You will ascend to your true forms, and I shall bestow upon you the powers and functions that will define your existence for all eternity. The demon lords felt a deep hum resonate in their beings, and before they could even comprehend it fully, Beerus' presence enveloped them all. One by one, their names echoed through the heavens, each carrying the weight of their new fates. Rimuru Tempest, you have been a leader, a creator, and a protector. You have transcended the mortal realm to become something far greater than yourself. Your title shall now be Etherean Sovereign, the primordial architect of eternity. Rimuru's body shivered as the title struck deep within his essence. Etherean Sovereign. The name itself radiated an ethereal power that was far beyond the earthly realm. The primordial architect of eternity. He was now a being capable of shaping the very fabric of existence. He was no longer just a ruler. He was the embodiment of time itself, an eternal being who would guide the paths of worlds, fostering creation and destruction in the endless cycles of existence. The weight of this responsibility settled into his core, but it felt right. He would protect the balance of the universe and ensure its continual evolution. Guy Crimson, you have borne the burden of maintaining balance in the universe, a task that is not easily shouldered. Your title will now be Eternal Harbinger of the Infinite Calamity, Monarch of Pandemonium. The word struck Guy like a thunderclap, and in an instant, his form was transformed. Monarch of Pandemonium. He was not just a ruler of chaos, but the very personification of the endless forces of creation and destruction, the one who would guide the universe's most primal forces. The name Eternal Harbinger of the Infinite Calamity resonated with his every fiber. He was now a cosmic force, a ruler of both order and chaos, tasked with ensuring that neither ever consumed the other. The power to unravel and rebuild worlds was now his, a responsibility that was as terrifying as it was awe-inspiring. Malim Nava, you are a being of immense power, capable of laying waste to worlds, but you have learned to wield that power with purpose. Your title will now be Celestial Tempest, Sovereign of the End and Rebirth. Malim felt the divine power surge through her as the title enveloped her being. Celestial Tempest. She was now a cosmic storm with the power to shape the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. As the sovereign of the end and rebirth, Malim was the eternal force of destruction that heralded a new dawn. She was not just a destroyer but the agent of renewal, ensuring that the cycle of destruction and creation remained unbroken. Her power radiated across the universe like a supernova, burning bright with the potential for both annihilation and creation. Luminous Valentine, your light has guided the lost, and your wisdom has helped shape the fates of countless beings. You now stand as something far greater. Your title will now be Eternal Radiance, the unfathomable Empress of Twilight. Luminous form shimmered as the title was woven into her soul. Eternal Radiance, she was now the living embodiment of light and hope across all existence. The title Empress of Twilight echoed with divine gravity, for she was not just the keeper of light, but the one who stood between light and darkness, guiding lost souls with her wisdom and love. The Twilight was a realm where light and shadow met, where the boundary between worlds blurred. She would now govern the souls who had passed into the next phase of existence, ensuring they found their rightful place. Leon Cromwell, your life has been marked by betrayal and loneliness, but you have overcome it. You shall now rise as the Celestial Executioner, the radiant scourge of the sun. Leon's heart swelled with the immense power that came with the title. Celestial Executioner. He was now the embodiment of judgment, the hand of divine wrath. Radiant scourge of the sun signified the eternal flame of justice, a force that would eradicate any who defied the balance of creation. He would be the executioner of all those who threatened the harmony of the universe, wielding the unyielding fire of the sun to purify all that was corrupted. This power was his to wield, a weapon of divine retribution. Ramiris, your role as a creator has always been essential, and now, you will be known as the primal architect of infinity, celestial guardian of the ever-flowing cosmos. Ramiris felt a rush of cosmic energy as the title was inscribed upon her soul. Primal architect of infinity. She was the architect of all things, the creator of worlds, and the force behind the formation of galaxies. As the celestial guardian of the ever-flowing cosmos, she would be the eternal protector of the balance of all life, ensuring that no world was left to fade into oblivion. Her power to create, to shape, and to guide was now unmatched. She was the one who would keep the cosmic flow intact, building the foundation of new realities and protecting them from decay. Draggle, you have seen the rise and fall of your kin, and you have become something beyond your past. You now stand as the Eternal Watcher, the celestial keeper of time's balance. The title Eternal Watcher washed over Draggle, filling him with the weight of eternity. As the keeper of time's balance, he would be the one to govern the eternal flow of time, ensuring that no event, no choice, no action ever disrupted the perfect flow of the universe. He would protect the sacred cycle of existence, watching over the delicate balance of time and space. He was no longer just a guardian. He was the watcher of all who existed, ensuring that every moment, every timeline, remained intact. Beerus stepped back, surveying the group of ascended beings. You are now gods, each one of you. You are no longer bound by the constraints of mortal life. You are the new gods of this reality, and it is your duty to oversee the cardinal world, ensuring that it remains in balance. Until I deem it necessary for you to take action, you will watch, learn, and grow accustomed to your new forms. You are the keepers of the cardinal world, and its future now lies in your hands. The demon lords, each now adorned with their divine titles and empowered with unimaginable abilities, stood united, yet each felt the weight of their new roles. They had ascended to be rulers of creation, bringers of judgment, and guardians of time itself. They were not mere rulers of a single world anymore. They were the architects of the eternal flow of existence. Each one of them felt the enormous responsibility of what they had become, but they also felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. They were now gods, watchers, creators, and destroyers, entrusted with a task beyond comprehension. And as they gazed at the vast expanse of the universe, they knew that their journey had only just begun. The future of the cardinal world and all that existed would now rest upon their divine shoulders. They were ready to take on the burden, knowing that they were the guides of reality, shaping the world's destiny for eternity. The moment had come. The keepers of the cardinal world, now divine beings, had passed every trial, endured every hardship, and transcended their mortal limits. Beerus, their supreme overseer, waved his hand, and in an instant, a majestic door of cosmic grandeur materialized before them. It shimmered with celestial energy, adorned with intricate patterns that pulsed like the heartbeat of the universe itself. This was the gateway back to the cardinal world, a world that had suffered, endured, and awaited their return. As the newly ascended gods stepped forward, they were engulfed in a radiant glow, their very essence harmonizing with the fabric of reality. Then, without a sound, the door swung open, and they stepped through. The cardinal world, a moment of peace before the divine arrival. The cardinal world had slowly begun to recover from the war with Azazel. Cities, once marred by battle, were being rebuilt. Streets were lively again, filled with the bustle of merchants, traders, and citizens trying to return to normal life. Children ran through the town squares, playing as if trying to erase the horrors their young minds had witnessed. But there was an unspoken sorrow that hung over everyone. No matter how much they moved forward, they could not forget the loss, the loved ones who perished, the sacrifices made, the scars that would never fully heal. In every kingdom, from Tempest to Dworgen, from Sarion to Falmouth, the memory of war lingered. And then, suddenly, the sky changed. At first, it was subtle, a shift in hue, a soft radiance that spread across the heavens. The deep blues of the daytime sky melted into a breathtaking display of celestial light, an ethereal blend of gold, silver, and amethyst. It was unlike anything the world had ever seen. Not terrifying, not chaotic, but majestic. A pressure descended upon the world. But unlike the suffocating weight of destruction, this was something different. It was divine, yet gentle. An overwhelming sense of security, warmth, and hope enveloped the land. People instinctively stopped what they were doing. Merchants halted mid-transaction. Soldiers on patrol gripped their weapons in astonishment. Mothers and fathers clutched their children, and rulers in their castles turned toward the sky, sensing something profound was about to happen. Then, the voice of the world echoed across every nation, every kingdom, every home. Attention! The new gods of the cardinal world are about to descend. A collective hush fell upon the world. Then, 7 majestic divine doors materialized in the sky. They were colossal, visible from every corner of the world, from the highest mountain peaks to the deepest valleys. Each door radiated an overwhelming divine presence, their surfaces adorned with celestial markings that shimmered like liquid stardust. The sight alone brought many to their knees, overwhelmed by the sheer beauty and power they exuded. Then, the voice of the world spoke again, announcing each name and their divine title. Rimuru Tempest is now Etherean Sovereign, the primordial architect of eternity. Guy Crimson is now Eternal Harbinger of the infinite calamity, Monarch of Pandemonium. Malim Nava is now Celestial Tempest, Sovereign of the end and rebirth. Luminous Valentine is now Eternal Radiance, the unfathomable Empress of Twilight. Leon Cromwell is now Celestial Executioner, the radiant scourge of the sun. Ramiris is now the primal architect of infinity, celestial guardian of the ever-flowing cosmos. Draggle is now the eternal watcher, the celestial keeper of time's balance. And that concluded the announcement. The names echoed like a divine decree, reverberating through the souls of every living being. As each name was spoken, their respective door began to open. And then, they appeared. The divine appearance, awe, reverence, and fear. One by one, the keepers stepped through their respective doors. As they emerged, a divine aura surrounded each of them, their very forms shimmering as if bathed in diamond dust. Their presence was overwhelming, their power undeniable, yet there was a grace to them, an elegance that spoke of their newfound divinity. Their eyes carried the wisdom of gods, their movements effortless yet commanding. The way they stood, the way their energy pulsed, made it impossible for anyone to look away. People found themselves captivated, their breaths stolen by the sight before them. The reactions varied. In Tempest, the people fell to their knees, their eyes wide with awe. Some whispered prayers, others clutched their chests, feeling as though their very souls resonated with Rimuru's presence. In Rubrios, the followers of Luminous openly wept, bowing in reverence at the return of their goddess. She has returned. The everlasting goddess has returned to us. In Dworgen, dwarven warriors who had once prided themselves on their unshakable resilience found themselves trembling, not in fear, but in sheer respect for the unfathomable might that Draggle exuded. In Falmouth, those who had doubted Tempest in the past now understood their foolishness, seeing Rimuru standing as a god before them. Even the most arrogant nobles could do nothing but bow their heads. Even in Sarayon, where magic had reached its peak, the elves watched in silent admiration, their hearts pounding as they bore witness to the divine. As the keepers descended further, whispers and voices filled the air. Is this real? They look like celestial beings. No, they're gods. I can feel their power, but why does it feel so comforting? Rimuru-sama, you've truly become a god. Even kings and queens, warriors and generals, scholars and priests, all who once held authority, could only watch in silence. And then, the keepers raised their hands in unison. The moment their hands moved, the sky seemed to tear open. A great rift formed above them, a golden light pouring out from its depths. And then, the lost souls began to descend. The return of the fallen, a miracle beyond miracles. One by one, the souls of the departed began to return, materializing into their bodies as if waking from a dream. Those who had perished in battle, those who had been lost in the war, all were brought back. Families who had been torn apart were reunited. Lovers embraced. Parents wept over children they had mourned. Soldiers found themselves standing once more, memories intact. Screams of joy erupted. Tears streamed down countless faces. Some collapsed to their knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Others reached out, touching the faces of their loved ones, unable to believe that they were real. Mother, my son, I thought I'd never see you again. Honey, I thought you were gone forever. This is a miracle. A true miracle. From the war-ravaged lands of Tempest, where fallen warriors rejoined their comrades, to the devastated regions of Falmouth, where grieving families were reunited, the entire cardinal world erupted in emotions too vast to contain. The keepers watched in silence, their expressions unreadable, yet there was something unmistakable in their eyes, purpose. And then, Rimuru spoke, his voice carrying across the entire world. To all the people of the cardinal world, we have returned. We are no longer the demon lords you once knew. We are now the keepers of this world, its guardians, its divine overseers. We do not ask for worship, nor do we demand obedience. But know this, we shall watch over you, protect you, and ensure that this world never falls into darkness again. His words echoed in every heart, and for the first time since the war, hope was truly restored. The keepers had returned, and the world would never be the same again. As the 7 keepers of the cardinal world returned to their respective nations, the air was heavy with anticipation, awe, and an unshakable sense of change. Their very existence had transcended mortality. They were no longer just demon lords, rulers of nations, or symbols of power. They were divine beings, their presence radiating an undeniable celestial might. Yet, with divinity came burdens. Would they still be the same? Could they still love, feel, and connect with the people they once fought for? Or had they ascended too far beyond the realm of mortals? These thoughts lingered in their minds as they stepped into the lands they once called home. The skies above Tempest shimmered with golden light, and a ripple of energy swept through the land, announcing the return of its ruler. The moment Rimuru set foot in Tempest, the entire capital erupted into cheers. The people had missed their king, their guardian, their savior. But among the sea of joyful faces, four stood out: Shizu, Chloe, Cheyenne, and Shuna. Cheyenne was the first to move, her golden eyes glistening with unshed tears as she rushed forward. Rimuru-sama, she cried, her voice shaking with emotion. She threw her arms around him, uncaring of the divine aura radiating from his body. Shuna followed, her hands trembling as she touched his arm. You really came back, she whispered. Chloe's eyes widened, feeling his power, his presence, so familiar, yet so vastly different. Rimuru, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Shizu, standing slightly apart, gazed at him with deep emotion. You've become something far greater, but you're still you, aren't you? She asked softly. Rimuru smiled warmly. Of course, I'm still your Rimuru. His generals, Benimaru, Sui, Hakuro, Geld, Gabaru, and the rest, knelt before him, their expressions a mix of reverence and relief. They could feel it. He was more than before, but he was still Rimuru Tempest, their lord, their leader, their god. I am back, Rimuru declared. And I promise you all, I will always be here to protect Tempest. The land of Rubrios trembled in reverence. The moment Luminous descended, her divine radiance illuminated the entire nation. Those who had once doubted her divinity, who had merely seen her as an ancient and powerful vampire, could now no longer deny the truth. The great cathedral was filled with gasps as Hinata Sakaguchi and Gunther stood before her. Hinata, ever the skeptic, clenched her fists. So it's true, she whispered, her voice barely audible. She had always believed in Luminous, but to see her return as a divine being shook her to her core. Gunther fell to one knee, his voice thick with emotion. My lady, you have always been divine in my eyes. But now, even the world acknowledges it. The priests, the knights, the followers of Luminous bowed in absolute reverence. Our goddess has returned. Luminous looked at them, her golden eyes flickering with unreadable emotion. Would they still follow her if she was no longer bound to them in the same way? Could she still be their queen, their protector, their god? She took a breath and spoke. I have ascended, yes, but I am still your Luminous. I will not abandon you. And in that moment, any lingering doubts were erased. Luminous was their eternal goddess, and she would never forsake her people. The dragonkin felt it before they saw her. Their goddess had returned. Midray, her most devoted follower, fell to his knees the moment she appeared. Malim-sama, you are even greater than before. His voice cracked with emotion. The dragons roared in unison, their cries echoing across the skies, celebrating the return of their sovereign. Malim looked at them, her usual playful expression replaced with something more serious. She clenched her fists. I'm still Malim. I'll always be Malim. Her words sent a wave of reassurance through her people. She had changed, yes, but she was still their ruler, their goddess, their protector. As Ramiris returned, she was met with an unexpected reaction. The fairies and spirits, once joyful and mischievous, hesitated. Evarge stepped forward, his golden eyes studying her with concern. Ramiris, you feel different. The fairies and spirits whispered among themselves, their small voices filled with uncertainty. She used to be one of us, but now, for the first time, Ramiris felt a sense of separation. She had always been one of them, the queen of the fairies, but now, she had ascended to something far beyond them. Would they still accept her? She knelt down, her celestial aura dimming slightly. I may have changed, but I will always be your Ramiris, she said softly. One by one, the fairies and spirits fluttered closer, their fear melting into warmth. You'll always be our queen, they finally whispered. As Draggle descended into his kingdom, his brother Glassword stood waiting for him. The air was tense. His children, his people, watched in awe and hesitation. Glassword narrowed his eyes. You are not the same. Draggle clenched his fists. No, I am not, but I am still your brother. A long silence stretched between them before Glassword finally nodded. Then prove it. Draggle smiled slightly. I will. His people roared in approval. He was still their king, their god, their eternal guardian. The golden city of El Dorado shone as Leon stepped back onto its streets. His knights, his people, his entire nation knelt before him. They had always worshipped him as a divine figure, but now, he truly was one. But one person did not kneel, Claude. Leon's golden eyes locked onto him. Would his most loyal knight still follow him? Claude did not bow. Instead, he stepped forward and placed a hand over his heart. I swore loyalty to Leon Cromwell, not a god. Leon felt a rare sense of relief. Then nothing has changed, he said. The people cheered in celebration. Their king had returned, greater than ever. The moment Guy Crimson returned, the demons of the Ice Continent knelt in reverence. Mecca and Raza, his most trusted aides, were the first to speak. Lord Guy, Mecca murmured. You have become something beyond what even we can comprehend. Raza smirked. Still planning to rule over us? Guy's eyes glowed with cosmic power. Of course. The demons bowed lower, their respect unshaken. Guy may have ascended, but he was still their ruler, their monarch, their eternal harbinger of calamity. The news of their return spread across the world. Ridra stood in stunned silence, gripping Velgrin's hand. They have truly become gods, he murmured. Velgrin narrowed her eyes. Will they still be the same? Or has their ascension severed their ties to this world? Across all nations, people whispered in awe, in reverence, in fear. The seven keepers had returned, but they were no longer just rulers or demon lords. They were gods, and the world would never be the same again. Time had passed, and the people of the cardinal world were beginning to adjust to the presence of the keepers. At first, their descent had shaken the entire world. Faith was solidified, doubts were shattered, and fear of divine retribution spread like wildfire. But as days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, the people slowly returned to their natural routines. Some felt an unparalleled sense of security, knowing that beings of divine authority now watched over them. They prayed to the keepers, offering thanks for their protection, their justice, and their guidance. Cities flourished, trade routes became safer, and conflict seemed to dwindle. Others felt a newfound peace, knowing that corruption and tyranny would no longer go unchecked. Leaders ruled more cautiously, aware that the eyes of gods were upon them. Kings and nobles who once acted on greed now hesitated, fearing that their ambitions would lead to their downfall. But there were also those who saw the keepers' watchful presence as a threat, a force that could snuff out their ambitions at a moment's notice. Greedy merchants whispered in back rooms, nobles and warlords schemed behind closed doors, and those with hunger for power, wealth, and status sought ways to evade the divine judgment looming over them. Even with gods watching, humans would always be humans. In Tempest, life thrived under Rimuru's reign. His return had been met with celebrations, festivals, and a renewed sense of purpose among his people. Shuna, Cheyenne, and Chloe remained close, ensuring that Tempest continued to flourish. Yet, Rimuru noticed a growing unease in certain corners of the city. Some foreign merchants, envoys, and even a few nobles from surrounding nations had become wary. While they pretended to bow in reverence, whispers spread in the shadows. The new gods, they see everything. Can we truly expand our influence with them watching? If they rule over balance, does that mean we can no longer scheme? Rimuru smirked. You think balance means inaction? Fools. He tightened his observation over those who plotted, letting them feel the pressure of his gaze. The moment they dared to act against Tempest's harmony, he would crush them. Among the demons in Guy's domain, there was growing tension. While Guy had crushed the initial infighting, his absence from direct ruling had led to new factions rising in the shadows. Some demons began to whisper among themselves. The Crimson King has become passive. He watches, but he does not act. Perhaps he grows complacent. Maybe it's time for a new era. Guy let out a low chuckle as he listened from his throne. Oh, you think I'm complacent? You think I don't see you? With a flick of his fingers, his divine aura spread like wildfire, silencing the whispers in an instant. Those who had been scheming felt their very souls tremble under his overwhelming presence. Go on, he whispered. I dare you to make a move. None did. They knew. Guy might be watching, but that didn't mean he wouldn't act. In the Dragon Kingdom, Malim had returned to adoration and celebration. Midray and her dragon followers revered her as their absolute sovereign, and her presence alone was enough to keep order. But unlike others, Malim noticed something different among certain groups of humans and demi-humans in her land. They weren't afraid. They were curious. Some scholars, mages, and alchemists had begun to study the Keeper's presence, trying to understand their divine power. Books were written about them, theories were formed, and some even began researching if their power could be replicated. Malim tilted her head as she listened to the scholars discuss their findings. Trying to copy us? This could be fun. She decided not to intervene, for now. Let them play their games of knowledge. If they went too far, she would remind them what a true celestial force was. In Rubrios, the Church of Luminous had reached new heights of devotion. With her true divinity confirmed, many flocked to her temples in worship. Faith was stronger than ever, but there was also a growing divide. Some followers saw her as an untouchable celestial force, to be revered but never questioned. Others believed she was still a ruler with flaws, one that should still be held accountable for her decisions. Even within her holy order, priests and knights debated among themselves. Inada, as always, was Luminous' most devoted warrior, but even she had sensed the growing tension. What do you want me to do, Luminous? She asked. Luminous smirked. Let them argue. Let them question. Faith without doubt is meaningless. She would let them struggle with their own beliefs, knowing that in the end, her divinity would be undeniable. In El Dorado, Leon Cromwell had maintained absolute order and justice. But among the noble elite, greed was never truly extinguished. Despite Leon's divine presence, there were whispers of secret deals, attempts to consolidate wealth, and those who still sought power beyond what was given. Leon saw them all. Even in the face of divinity, you cling to your foolish ambitions? He did not strike them down, yet. Instead, he let his golden aura brush against them, a silent reminder that he was always watching. And when the time came, judgment would be swift. In Celestra, magic flourished under Rammer's watch. But among the ancient scholars, some had begun seeking something dangerous, knowledge that was never meant to be touched. Some delved into the lost magics of Azazel, trying to uncover remnants of the abyss. They believed that if the keepers could ascend, then perhaps others could too. Ramiris furrowed her brows. You idiots, playing with fire. Evarge stood beside her, watching as these scholars obsessed over forbidden tomes and rituals. Should we stop them? Evarge asked. Ramiris sighed. Not yet. They haven't done anything stupid yet. But she made a mental note. The moment they crossed the line, she would erase every trace of that knowledge. Draggle, the keeper of time, had seen the future shift in unpredictable ways. Some futures were bright, others were not. He could sense it, a disturbance growing within the cardinal world. Not from an external force, not from an unknown enemy, but from within the hearts of mortals themselves. His brother, Glassword, stood beside him. Do you think it will come to war again? Draggle closed his eyes. Perhaps not war, but something is coming. Something inevitable. He would not act yet, but when the time came, he would be ready. For now, the keepers watched. Some found peace, others found amusement, and a few saw the growing seeds of defiance. Balance had been restored to the cardinal world, but balance is fragile, and soon, the world would test it once again. Then years have passed. As the keepers observed the cardinal world, each maintaining their own methods of overseeing balance, a presence far beyond their comprehension stirred. From his throne beyond existence, Beerus watched. He saw the keepers wielding their newfound divine authority, some wisely, others more recklessly. He saw Rimuru's ever-watchful eye over Tempest, Guy's crushing dominance over his demons, and Leon's silent intimidation over his golden empire. He saw Luminous allowing faith to divide, Ramiris carefully monitoring forbidden knowledge, and Draggle foreseeing a disturbance in the flow of time. Their efforts were commendable, but they had yet to understand the true nature of divinity. They were still thinking like kings, like rulers, but a keeper was not a ruler. A keeper was a force, a guide, a guardian of balance. Beerus knew they needed to learn this lesson, and so, he summoned his messenger, the herald of the supreme, Zephandros, the silver harbinger. The void of reality shook as Zephandros, the silver harbinger, was called forth. Zephandros was not just any servant. He was an ancient, a being woven from the very essence of the divine edicts Beerus had established. His form was ethereal, yet solid, a towering figure adorned in ornate silver armor that reflected the cosmos itself. His face was concealed beneath a flawless, expressionless silver mask with no eyes, no mouth. Only the impression of divinity. A flowing cloak of pure astral energy drifted behind him, shifting between the colors of twilight and dawn. His voice, when spoken, was not a sound but a decree, absolute, undeniable, unwavering. He knelt before Beerus, his head bowed in reverence. I am called, and I shall deliver. Beerus gave a nod, his gaze filled with omniscient authority. Go to the keepers of the cardinal world. Remind them of what they are. Zephandros rose, extending a hand as a silver portal manifested before him. With a single step, he descended into the cardinal world. Across the entire cardinal world, time itself seemed to pause as an unfamiliar, overwhelming presence spread through every nation, every city, every kingdom. The air hummed with an energy no mortal could comprehend. The sky shimmered, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to accommodate something beyond its understanding. And then, he appeared. Zephandros, the silver harbinger, materialized at the very center of the grand cathedral in Rubrios, where the keepers had gathered for a meeting. The moment he arrived, the air turned dense with an immeasurable divine pressure, not aggressive, not hostile, but undeniable. A presence above even the keepers themselves. The keepers, powerful as they were, immediately understood. This was Beerus made manifest. Zephandros stood before them, his silver mask reflecting their own forms as if showing them the reality they had yet to accept. He raised a single hand, and his voice, neither loud nor soft, neither spoken nor heard, commanded the air itself. By decree of the supreme deity, I bring forth his message. The keeper stood in silence, listening. You have taken your first steps into divinity. Zephandros began, his voice resonating through existence itself. You wield power beyond mortality, yet your minds remain tethered to the ways of rulers, kings, and conquerors. His head tilted slightly, the silver mask glinting under the ethereal glow of the cathedral's holy light. This is not your purpose. This is not your function. His words were absolute. A divinity does not rule as a king, nor does it govern as a sovereign. A divinity is balance incarnate. A divinity does not take the throne of men, nor the seat of rulers. Zephandros' presence expanded, surrounding them in the sheer enormity of Beerus' truth. You cannot directly interfere with the mortal world as rulers, nor dictate their fates like tyrants. You are no longer kings, no longer emperors, no longer warlords or judges in the way you once were. He turned his faceless mask toward each of them. If you seek to truly be divine, you must change how you act. A pause. The weight of his decree settled upon them. Then he continued. Balance must be upheld, but it is not your hand that must force it. You must become what is necessary, not as kings who command, but as forces that guide. His tone became sharper, filled with divine judgment. If you attempt to reign as rulers, you will bring imbalance. His voice carried the full weight of Beerus' omnipotence. If you fail to understand this truth, you will be stripped of your divinity. The keepers remained silent, absorbing every word. Zephandros slowly lowered his hand. You must decide. How will you guide this world? He then took a step back, folding his hands before him. The divine pressure lessened, allowing the keepers to breathe fully once more. Rimuru narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. So we must find another way, one that does not involve direct rule. Luminous folded her arms, clearly contemplating. I suppose a god cannot be bound by a throne. Leon exhaled slowly. So we cannot directly interfere, yet we must still uphold balance. Malim pouted. TCH. This is complicated. Draggle, the watcher of time, closed his eyes. Balance must be maintained without tyranny. I see. Ramiris floated, arms crossed. So we need to think like gods, not kings. Got it. Guy's smirk slowly widened. Heh, interesting. This just got a lot more fun. The message had been received. They could no longer act as rulers, but that did not mean they were powerless. They had to think differently, act differently. They had to become something greater. Zephandros, satisfied, took one final look at them. You have heard the supreme deity's decree. The choice of how you fulfill your roles is yours. With that, he turned and vanished into a silver light, leaving them to ponder their next steps. Now, they had to make a choice. Would they create divine laws and enforce them from afar? Would they establish messengers, avatars, or chosen champions to act in their stead? Would they shape the flow of fate itself, ensuring balance without direct interference? Would they build sacred orders, guiding mortals through faith and wisdom? They did not know yet. But what they did know was this. They were no longer rulers. They were keepers of the cardinal world. And now, they would truly begin to act as gods. The keepers of the cardinal world had come to terms with their divine nature. They could no longer rule as kings. As gods, their role was to watch over and guide, not directly govern. For Rimuru, this meant choosing a new leader for Tempest, someone worthy to continue what he had built. But he couldn't simply appoint one. Tempest was a nation of many races, warriors, and leaders, and the person to take his place had to prove they were the best choice. Thus, Rimuru devised a plan. The trials of succession. It would be a series of tests to determine who among his most trusted generals, his strongest subordinates, was worthy to lead. The participants were Benimaru, the flame general, a strategic warlord with an indomitable will. Diablo, the primordial demon, master of schemes and absolute loyalty. Zijin, the divine guardian, a warrior beyond mortal comprehension. Maddox, the titan of war, a general whose might and wisdom led armies. Geld, the indomitable shield, a leader of the orcs and a symbol of endurance. Hakuro, the sword saint, a master of combat and discipline. Gabaru, the dragon king, a proud warrior of the Dragonute race. Rimuru gathered them all in the great hall of Tempest, the heart of the city. The generals stood before him, confused as to why they had been summoned so urgently. Rimuru, standing with a divine glow, looked upon them with a solemn expression. I have made my decision. I will no longer rule Tempest. The room fell silent, even though they had suspected something was coming. Hearing those words directly shook them all. Benimaru, W what? Rimuru-sama, you're leaving us. Diablo, if you desire it, I will bring ruin to anyone who questions your rule. Geld, without you, what will happen to the people? Who will guide them? Zijin, I see. You intend to ascend beyond worldly matters. Rimuru raised a hand, silencing them. I won't be leaving, but as a keeper, I cannot rule as a king anymore. Tempest needs a new leader. That was when he revealed the trials. I will not simply name a ruler. You will have to prove yourselves. Each of you will undergo trials that will test your strength, wisdom, leadership, and ability to protect Tempest. Only the one who surpasses all others will take my place. They were not given a choice. If they wanted to lead Tempest, they had to earn it. The 5 trials of leadership. Rimuru devised 5 trials, each designed to test the qualities of a true ruler. Trial 1. Strength, the test of might. A ruler of Tempest must be strong, capable of defending the nation. Each general would face a powerful opponent, a divine construct created by Rimuru himself, an entity that surpassed even the most powerful magic-born. They had to defeat their opponent alone, no allies, no tricks. Results. Zijin won flawlessly, his power exceeding even Rimuru's expectations. Benimaru succeeded, but barely, proving his resilience. Diablo won, but had to use cunning, revealing his preference for strategy over brute strength. Geld and Maddox held their ground, but failed, proving their endurance, but lack of supreme might. Hakuro fought valiantly, but accepted defeat, stating that his era of leadership had passed. Gabaru was crushed. Trial 2. Wisdom, the test of strategy. A ruler must not only be strong but intelligent and strategic. Each general was given a hypothetical war scenario, where they had to defend Tempest from an invasion. They had to make difficult decisions, sacrificing troops, choosing allies, and determining the best course of action. Results. Diablo excelled, manipulating enemies into destroying themselves. Benimaru proved his tactical prowess, choosing direct but effective warfare. Maddox showed the best defensive strategies, ensuring minimal losses. Zijin, while powerful, struggled with strategic warfare, proving his strength lay in battle, not politics. Geld and Hakuro showcased wisdom, but their decisions were too conservative. Gabaru tried to make an inspiring speech. It failed, Trial 3. Leadership, the test of the people. A ruler must be beloved and respected. Each general had to spend time among the people of Tempest, governing for a short period. They had to handle disputes, make political decisions, and inspire the people. Results. Benimaru was the most loved, leading with charisma and decisiveness. Diablo was feared but effective, using intimidation to keep order. Gel was admired by the lower class, showing compassion for the weak. Hakuro was respected but distant, maintaining a warrior's discipline. Zijin, while admired, lacked the ability to connect with the common folk. Gabiru declared himself the people's champion and held a festival in his honor. Trial 4. Diplomacy, the test of allies. Tempest's leader must be able to forge alliances and negotiate peace. Each general had to meet with other nations' leaders and try to secure a trade deal, alliance, or peace treaty. Results. Diablo easily manipulated negotiations, securing multiple agreements. Benimaru earned alliances through strength and honor. Gel forged deals through trust and reliability. Hakuro and Madoc struggled, being more suited for battle than politics. Zijin simply didn't talk much. Gabiru tried to impress the Eastern Empire's envoy by performing a dragon dance. It did not go well. Final trial, the Keeper's decision. The trials had tested them all, but the final choice was up to Rimuru. He took all factors into account, looking at strength, wisdom, leadership, and the people's trust. After much deliberation, Rimuru chose Benimaru. Benimaru, you are not the strongest. You are not the most cunning, but you are the one who the people trust. Benimaru was stunned. He had struggled the most with the idea of ruling, but now, he accepted his destiny. I will protect Tempest in your place, Rimuru-sama. This I swear. Thus, Benimaru was crowned the new ruler of Tempest. The other generals accepted the decision, though Diablo still vowed to serve Rimuru alone. And with that, Tempest had a new leader, one who earned his place. The coronation of Benimaru, a new era for Tempest. With the trials completed and the decision made, the time had come for Tempest to accept its new leader. The city had been bustling with preparation for days. Banners of crimson and gold, representing Benimaru's lineage, adorned the streets. The people, though still in shock that Rimuru would step down, had accepted that a new ruler would take his place. The news had spread far and wide. Tempest was about to witness the crowning of its second ruler. A few days later, the heart of Tempest, the Grand Plaza, had been transformed into a place of celebration and reverence. A massive elevated platform had been constructed, draped in royal crimson with golden engravings. At the very top stood Rimuru, exuding a divine presence, watching over his people. Benimaru stood at the base of the platform, clad in ceremonial armor of red and gold, a cape flowing behind him. His face, usually full of confidence, showed a mix of pride and nervousness. The entire nation had gathered. The lizard men, the orcs, the goblins, the ogres, the Kijin, the high orcs, dragonutes, and demons. All the races that made up Tempest stood together, watching in anticipation. At the front of the crowd stood Rimuru's closest subordinates, who had served him from the very beginning. Shuna, dressed in an elegant white and pink kimono, her eyes filled with warmth and pride for her brother. Shine, standing tall in a formal battle uniform, trying her best not to cry. Diablo, smiling with his usual sinister elegance, but inwardly seething that someone else was taking Rimuru's place. Zijin, standing silently, observing with respect. Hakuro, his arms crossed, nodding approvingly at his student's ascension. Geld, standing proudly among his orc brethren, representing the will of his people. Gabiru, unusually silent, perhaps finally understanding the weight of leadership. Madox, the ever-stoic warrior, observing with deep respect and proud of his son. At the center of it all, Rimuru stepped forward, raising a hand for silence. The crowd immediately fell quiet. Rimuru's speech. Citizens of Tempest, today is a historic day. For years, I have ruled this nation, watching it grow from a small village into the mighty kingdom it is today. But the time has come for change. I have ascended beyond mortal leadership, and I can no longer rule as your king. That is why today, we welcome our new ruler, Benimaru. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Benimaru stepped forward, kneeling before Rimuru. Rimuru's aura flared, and a radiant golden light engulfed him as he placed his hand on Benimaru's head. Benimaru, you have proven yourself through strength, wisdom, and leadership. From this day forward, you will lead Tempest in my place. Do you swear to uphold justice, protect your people, and ensure that Tempest prospers? Benimaru, eyes filled with determination, raised his head. I swear it, Rimuru-sama. With all my strength, I will protect this nation and lead it with honor. The moment the words left his lips, a surge of power erupted from the platform. A golden crown of energy appeared above Benimaru's head, signifying his ascension as the new ruler. Shine was openly crying, trying to hide it by rubbing her eyes aggressively. Shuna simply smiled warmly, proud of her brother. Diablo clapped, though his eyes glowed with barely contained jealousy. Internally, only Rimuru-sama is worthy to rule, but if this is his will, I shall accept it. The orcs pounded their chests in unity, accepting their new leader with fierce loyalty. Gabiru, for once, remained humble, nodding in respect. The lizardmen cheered, fully embracing the new king. The people of Tempest erupted into cheers and shouts of loyalty to their new ruler. The cheers settled as Benimaru stepped forward, now standing at the highest position in Tempest. He looked out at the massive crowd, his heart pounding, but he took a deep breath and spoke. People of Tempest, I am honored to stand before you as your new leader. Rimuru-sama has entrusted me with this duty, and I will not fail him, or any of you. I swear upon my very soul that I will protect this nation. We are strong, we are united, and together, we shall rise even higher. The crowd exploded with cheers, the energy of Tempest never stronger. With the ceremony complete, the grand festival of succession began. Food stalls were set up throughout the city, serving exotic dishes from every race. Warriors held tournaments, displaying their strength in friendly matches. Musicians and dancers performed, filling the streets with joy. Fireworks exploded into the sky, illuminating the night in brilliant colors. As the festival continued, Rimuru sat at a high vantage point, watching it all. Shizu, Chloe, and his other close companions joined him. Chloe, it feels strange, not seeing you as the ruler anymore. Shizu, but it's also beautiful. This is what leadership truly is, building something that lasts beyond yourself. Rimuru smiled, sipping a drink. Yeah, it's finally their time. Benimaru, now king of Tempest, stood in the center of it all, surrounded by his people, carrying the weight of leadership on his shoulders. And though Rimuru had stepped down, his legacy would never fade. The Ice Continent, once a frozen wasteland dominated by endless blizzards and treacherous storms, had transformed under Guy Crimson's rule into a bastion of demonic power and civilization. But now, Guy could no longer rule directly. With the decree from Beerus, he had to step away from his throne. However, choosing a successor would not be simple. Guy was the strongest demon lord, and his kingdom was built on power. Only the worthy could rule. Among all his demonic subordinates, 3 stood above the rest. Mecha, a cold and calculating warrior, known for his intelligence and efficiency. Raza, a fiery and unpredictable fighter, with a brutal, war-driven mentality. Gord, the quiet but most physically powerful of the 3, known for his monstrous endurance and strength. Guy called them to his fortress of frozen obsidian, where he sat on his throne, his aura radiating absolute dominance. The 3 demons kneeled before him, awaiting his decree. Guy leaned forward, crimson eyes glowing like burning stars. You all know why you are here. The Ice Continent needs a ruler, and I can no longer be that ruler. One of you will take my place, but only the strongest will sit on my throne. He stood up, his aura flaring. The pressure was enough to make lesser demons crumble to dust. The Crimson Throne is not given, it is taken. Prove that you deserve it. The moment those words left his mouth, the trials began. The trials would test 3 core aspects that a ruler of the Ice Continent must possess. Strength, to dominate the wild demons and beasts of the land. Tactical prowess, to command armies and make war. willpower, to endure the frozen abyss and emerge unbroken. Each trial would push the candidates to their limits. First trial, strength, the arena of eternal war. The ice continent was home to countless demons and primordial creatures, some of which even Guy himself had once tamed through brute force. For this trial, Guy had unleashed the wildest, most uncontrollable monstrosities in a colossal arena of ice and lava. The rules: Mecha, Raza, and Gord must survive for an hour against endless waves of enemies. The longer they last, the stronger the creatures become. They are not allowed to help each other. Mecha used his tactical mind, eliminating enemies with precise strikes and using their own movements against them. He fought like a master assassin, weaving through enemies and never wasting energy. Raza fought with pure ferocity, laughing maniacally as he tore through the beasts with raw force. Every time he was injured, his rage only made him stronger. Gord, unlike the others, didn't dodge. He stood his ground, tanking every attack with his unbreakable body. With each blow, he only grew more monstrous, adapting to pain like it was fuel. As the trial neared its end, Raza began to falter, his reckless energy burning out. Mecha was still efficient, but the battle was taking its toll. Only Gord stood unfazed. He crushed the final beast beneath his massive claws, standing victorious. Guy nodded approvingly. Not bad, but raw strength alone isn't enough to rule. 2 trials remained. Second trial, tactical prowess, the war of shadows. A ruler must command armies, not just fight alone. For this trial, Guy created a massive battlefield, summoning 2 separate armies, one led by Mecha, the other by Raza. Gord, having won the first trial, was given a unique challenge. He would fight alone against both armies. The rules: Mecha and Raza must outmaneuver each other in a war simulation. Gord must survive against their combined forces. Mecha's army was fast and efficient, using ambush tactics, outmaneuvering the enemy at every turn. His troops moved like shadows, executing orders with machine-like precision. Raza, on the other hand, led with reckless aggression. His army overwhelmed Mecha's with sheer numbers and brutality. But then there was Gord. Against both armies, he fought alone. Instead of dodging or running, he broke through their formations, crushing entire battalions with monstrous power. The battle lasted for hours, and in the end, Mecha emerged victorious in strategy, while Gord remained unbroken in raw force. Raza lost. Final trial, willpower, the frozen abyss. The last trial was the most brutal. Guy banished all 3 into the frozen abyss, a dimension of endless ice and eternal torment. Whoever emerges last is the winner. Simple. Days passed. The abyss tested their minds. Mecha's intelligence could not save him from the endless void of frost. He emerged first, knowing he had reached his limit. Raza, for all his fury, could not endure the stillness. Without battle, he broke, screaming in madness. But Gord never emerged. A week passed, then 2. Finally, after a month, Gord stepped out of the abyss. He had not broken. He had become stronger. Guy sat back on his throne, watching Gord kneel before him. You endured what the others could not. You crushed them in strength. You survived against 2 armies alone. You have earned the Crimson Throne. Guy placed his hand on Gord's forehead, and a surge of demonic energy erupted, shaking the entire ice continent. The crimson mark appeared on Gord's chest, the mark of a ruler. From this day forward, you are the new demon king of the ice continent. The demons of the ice continent roared in approval. Mecha, I accept this outcome. But if you fail, know that I will take back the throne myself. Raza, TCH, whatever. Guess I'll just have to enjoy causing chaos under your rule instead. Gord, I do not desire the throne, but I will bear this burden, because I am the only one who can. Guy, huh? That's what I like to hear. Now, show me if you're worthy of keeping it. And thus, Gord ascended as the new demon king of the ice continent. Guy watched from above, knowing that his kingdom was now in capable hands. Malim Nava, the celestial tempest, once ruled the dragon kingdom with absolute authority. As a being of immeasurable power, she never needed a structured government, only her will and the fearsome presence of her dragons. However, with her ascension as a keeper, she could no longer rule directly, and so, a new ruler had to be chosen. But in a nation filled with proud and powerful dragons, selecting a leader was no simple task. Only the strongest, the wisest, and the most indomitable could take the throne. Among Malim's most loyal subordinates, 3 stood above the rest. Midray, a dragonkin warrior who was Malim's right-hand man, known for his unshakable loyalty and discipline. He was the most experienced leader and commanded the respect of the entire nation. Ryza, a wild and unpredictable battle-hardened dragon who relied on sheer instinct and brute force. She was feared but also unpredictable. Zodrak, a calm and strategic elder dragon, renowned for his wisdom and ancient knowledge. Though not the strongest in raw combat, his intelligence was unmatched. Each of them had the strength, charisma, and willpower to rule, but only one could inherit Malim's legacy. And so, the trials of the Dragon Queen began. Trial 1, the battle for supremacy. A ruler must be powerful. To prove their strength, the candidates had to battle against each other in a grand tournament, a no-holds-barred contest where only the strongest would emerge victorious. The battlefield was set in the heart of the dragon capital, a colossal arena carved from volcanic rock. The skies burned with dragon fire as thousands of onlookers gathered to witness the battle. Malim stood at the center, arms crossed, a fierce grin on her face. All right, you free. Time to see if you're strong enough to be my replacement. No holding back. Fight like your life depends on it. First match, Midray versus Ryza. Ryza charged first, unleashing a torrential blast of draconic energy, trying to overwhelm Midray immediately. But Midray, the calm and disciplined warrior, simply dodged with effortless precision and countered with a devastating punch, sending Ryza crashing into the ground. Ryza roared in frustration, summoning all her power, her body glowing with red-hot energy. She unleashed a storm of dragon fire, attempting to incinerate Midray. But Midray simply walked through the flames, eyes glowing gold, completely unfazed. If this is all you have, then you will never rule. And with one final punch, Midray knocked Ryza unconscious. Second match, Midray versus Zodrak. Unlike Ryza, Zodrak did not rely on brute strength. Instead, he created a battlefield of illusions, warping reality around Midray. The ground became unstable, and the sky turned into a vortex of shadows. But Midray did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes, focused, and felt the real presence of Zodrak. With one precise strike, he shattered the illusion and sent Zodrak flying. The battle was over. Winner, Midray. Malim clapped her hands, laughing loudly. Haha, that was amazing. But raw strength alone isn't enough to rule. Let's see if you can handle the next trial. And so, Midray advanced to the next challenge. Trial 2, the test of leadership. A ruler must inspire their people. For this trial, Malim presented Midray with a real-world problem. A faction of rebellious young dragons, unhappy with the changes in the kingdom, were threatening to leave and start their own rule. If allowed to leave, it would weaken the dragon kingdom. Midray had to resolve this conflict, but without simply using force. Instead of immediately fighting them, Midray gathered the elders and representatives of the kingdom to discuss a solution. Strength alone won't unite us. If the young ones wish to rule, then let's challenge them the way dragons always do, through a fair battle. If they win, they can leave. If they lose, they will stay and obey the throne. The rebellious dragons accepted the challenge, but were quickly defeated. However, instead of humiliating them, Midray offered them high-ranking positions under his rule, allowing them to grow stronger without abandoning their homeland. Through wisdom and fairness, he secured the loyalty of the entire kingdom. Final trial, the trial of the Sky King. The last trial was the most dangerous. Midray had to ascend the Sky Pillar, a titanic storm vortex that extended beyond the clouds, a place where only true rulers of dragons could reach. The winds were powerful enough to tear flesh from bone. Lightning struck endlessly, and the gravity was so strong that even the mightiest dragons struggled to move. Many had tried to reach the top, but none had succeeded. But Midray would. Step by step, he fought against the crushing pressure. Winds shredded his armor. Lightning burned his flesh. Gravity pulled him downward. But he did not stop. Dragons were watching from below, eyes wide with admiration. None had ever made it this far. And finally, after a grueling day of climbing, Midray stood at the top of the sky pillar. A golden light surrounded him, and a voice echoed in his mind. You have proven yourself worthy of ruling the Dragon Kingdom. The coronation of Midray. Malim stood atop a massive throne carved from dragon bones, watching as Midray kneeled before her. She grinned proudly, placing her hand on his head, bestowing upon him a golden aura of leadership. From this day forward, Midray, you are the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. Serve our people well. The dragons roared in approval, breathing fire into the sky. Midray rose to his feet, eyes burning with newfound power. I swear to uphold the honor of the Dragon Kingdom and lead our people to a glorious future. Malim laughed. Huh, good. But if you mess up, I'll be back to kick your ass. The crowd erupted in cheers, and thus, Midray became the new Dragon King. Malim watched from above, satisfied. Her kingdom was in good hands. Luminous Valentine, the eternal radiance, had always been a ruler both feared and worshipped. As the goddess of the holy empire of Rubrios, she ruled with divine grace. But now, her duties as a keeper meant she could no longer interfere with mortal affairs. Gunter, her most loyal servant, had long served as the pope and figurehead king, but he alone could not fully lead the holy empire. A queen was needed. Luminous had already chosen a worthy candidate, Hinata Sakaguchi, the woman who once stood against her as an enemy, but later became her strongest knight. However, titles were not given, they were earned. Thus, Luminous declared, if you wish to lead Rubrios in my absence, you must prove yourself worthy through divine trials. The trials would test not only strength but wisdom, leadership, and devotion. 3 of Luminous' most powerful subordinates were chosen to compete for the role of Queen of Rubrios. Hinata Sakaguchi, the leader of the 10 great saints and the strongest holy knight, known for her tactical brilliance, unbreakable will, and overwhelming swordsmanship. Lewis, an ancient vampire and Luminous' second in command, renowned for his wisdom and knowledge of governance. Celestine, a powerful and charismatic priestess, beloved by the people, capable of uniting both humans and vampires under one rule. Each possessed unique strengths, but only one could be the queen. Thus, the trials began. First trial, the divine duel. A ruler must be strong. To prove their power, the candidates had to battle each other in the holy arena, a massive coliseum built within Rubrios. Luminous stood on a throne above the battlefield, her radiant aura illuminating the night sky. The crowd, comprised of vampires, priests, and knights, held their breath as the first battle began. First match, Hinata versus Celestine. Celestine was fast and graceful, wielding divine magic with precision and elegance. Her light-based attacks could purify even demons. She attacked with holy chains, attempting to bind Hinata. But Hinata, calm and focused, deflected the attack with a single swing of her sword, slicing through Celestine's magic like it was nothing. Celestine tried to overwhelm Hinata with holy flames, but before she could finish chanting, Hinata appeared behind her in an instant. With a swift movement, Hinata placed her blade against Celestine's neck. You hesitated. In battle, hesitation leads to death. Celestine surrendered. Second match, Hinata versus Lewis. Unlike Celestine, Lewis was a master strategist. He didn't engage Hinata directly. Instead, he used illusions and barriers, trapping Hinata in a maze of light. A ruler doesn't need brute strength, Lewis said, his voice echoing. They need control. But Hinata simply closed her eyes, sensing the distortions in space. With a single swing of her sword, she shattered Lewis's illusions, leaving him exposed. Lewis smirked, realizing he had lost. I see. You were always the strongest among us. Winner, Hinata Sakaguchi. Luminous smiled in amusement. As expected. But power alone does not make a queen. Now, let's see if you can handle ruling. Second trial, the test of leadership. A ruler must be able to lead, not just fight. For this trial, Luminous presented Hinata with a difficult political situation. A group of vampire nobles was plotting against Gunter, believing that a human queen was unfit to rule. If not handled carefully, this could lead to civil war. Hinata was given 1 week to resolve the issue. Hinata's strategy. Instead of confronting the nobles directly, Hinata gathered support from key figures within the empire, strong vampire warriors, loyal priests, and trusted advisors. Then, she invited the rebellious nobles to a council meeting. At the meeting, the nobles demanded that a vampire be chosen as the next ruler. But Hinata, ever the tactician, played her trump card. She revealed evidence of their corruption, proof that the nobles had secret dealings with outside enemies. The entire council was shocked. The rebellious nobles had no choice but to submit, and the people of Rubrios accepted Hinata as their queen. Final trial, the blessing of the eternal radiance. For the last trial, Hinata had to prove her devotion to Rubrios and its people. Luminous led her to the holy temple, where she was asked to take a sacred vow. Will you rule not for yourself, but for the people? Will you uphold the faith, not with fear, but with justice? Will you serve as the light that guides Rubrios into the future? Hinata knelt before Luminous, placing her hand over her heart. I swear upon my soul. A golden light descended upon her, marking her as the true queen of Rubrios. Days later, a grand ceremony was held in Rubrios. Thousands of people, humans and vampires alike, gathered to witness Hinata's ascension. Luminous stood before them all, her divine presence undeniable. With my blessing, Hinata Sakaguchi shall be the queen of Rubrios. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Gunter himself bowed to Hinata, swearing loyalty. Hinata rose as the first human queen of Rubrios. Luminous, watching from her throne, felt a sense of relief. Her kingdom was in good hands. And so, the holy empire of Rubrios entered a new era, one led not by a goddess, but by a queen. Leon Cromwell, the celestial executioner, the radiant scourge of the sun, had long ruled El Dorado, the golden kingdom of knights, wealth, and order. As one of the strongest demon lords and a keeper, his power had been absolute. But with his newfound role as a keeper of balance, he could no longer rule directly. Thus, a new ruler was needed. Leon's expectations were uncompromising. Only the most disciplined, just, and powerful could inherit his throne. And so, he devised a series of trials to determine his successor. Among his most trusted subordinates, 3 knights were deemed worthy to compete for the throne. Claude, Leon's most loyal knight, a master of swordsmanship and strategy, known for his unwavering devotion to order. Elfina, a high-ranking noblewoman and mage, known for her intelligence, diplomacy, and mastery of magic. Dario, a fearsome warrior with a sharp mind, skilled in both combat and political maneuvering. Each represented a different aspect of leadership, strength, wisdom, and diplomacy. First trial, the trial of strength. A ruler must be strong. Leon summoned his candidates to the Golden Arena, a colossal coliseum where knights trained and battled for glory. The crowd gathered, thousands of knights, nobles, and commoners, eager to witness the trials. Leon stood atop his golden throne, his radiant aura casting long shadows across the arena. A ruler who cannot defend their people is no ruler at all. Strength alone is not enough, but without it, a kingdom is doomed. And with that, the duels began. Match 1, Claude versus Dario. Claude and Dario stood opposite each other, their swords gleaming under the midday sun. Dario, a brute force fighter, lunged first, his greatsword shattering the stone beneath his feet. But Claude, ever the tactician, sidestepped with perfect precision, countering with a swift strike to Dario's shoulder. Dario growled but grinned. Good, you're quick, but let's see how long you last. The two clashed in a frenzy of steel and sparks, but in the end, Claude's discipline won. Dario, though powerful, lacked control, and one mistake was all Claude needed. With a final stroke, Claude disarmed Dario, sending his massive sword flying. Dario laughed and conceded. Fine, you win this round. Match 2. Claude versus Elfina. Unlike Dario, Elfina fought not with brute strength, but with magic. She summoned golden chains of pure light, attempting to bind Claude in place. But Claude, anticipating her strategy, closed the distance before she could react. Elfina barely managed to teleport away, gasping as Claude's blade passed through the air where she once stood. She launched a barrage of fire and lightning, but Claude deflected each attack with calm precision. Realizing she could not overpower him, Elfina smiled and surrendered. I may be strong, but my battlefield is the court, not the arena. Claude won the first trial. Second trial, the test of judgment. A ruler must be wise and just. For this trial, Leon presented them with a complex political dilemma. A noble family had been accused of treason, but there was no clear evidence. If they were guilty, letting them live would be disastrous. If they were innocent, executing them would be unjust. The candidates were given one day to determine the truth and deliver a verdict. Claude investigated thoroughly, speaking with witnesses, knights, and spies. By analyzing the noble family's actions, finances, and allegiances, he uncovered inconsistencies. They are guilty, but not all of them. The son plotted treason, the father knew nothing. Rather than execute them all, Claude proposed a measured judgment. The guilty would be punished. The innocent would be spared. The people respected his fairness. Elfina manipulated the situation, orchestrating a trap. By feeding the noble family false information, she provoked the true conspirators into revealing themselves. With this, she exposed not just one traitor, but an entire hidden network. A ruler must see beyond what is obvious. If I had rushed to judgment, we would have punished the wrong people. The council praised her insight. Dario chose brute force, intimidating the noble family until one of them broke and confessed. Fear gets results, but a ruler must also inspire loyalty. I failed in that regard. His methods were effective but brutal, and Leon was not impressed. Winner, Elfina. Leon nodded in approval. A king must wield the sword, but a true ruler must also wield the mind. Elfina won the second trial. Final trial, the test of leadership. For the final trial, Leon gave each candidate temporary control of different regions of El Dorado. They had 1 week to govern effectively. Claude ruled with strict discipline, ensuring that laws were upheld and justice was swift. Elfina focused on diplomacy, forming alliances and negotiating peace between feuding factions. Dario, though strong, struggled with administration, preferring battle over bureaucracy. At the end of the week, the people overwhelmingly supported Claude and Elfina. Leon stood before his people, golden flames radiating from his very being. The time has come. I have watched and tested you all. Now, I shall name the one who will rule in my place. He turned to Claude and Elfina. A ruler must be strong like a knight and wise like a king. And so, I have made my choice. Claude, you shall be the king of El Dorado. Elfina, you shall be his queen. The people cheered, and both knelt before Leon. I swear to uphold your teachings, Claude vowed. I will guide El Dorado with wisdom, Elfina swore. Leon nodded, satisfied. Then rule well. The Golden Kingdom is now yours. And so, El Dorado entered a new era under the reign of King Claude and Queen Elfina. Draggle stood in the central hall of his citadel, overlooking the expansive land that had been his domain for centuries. The celestial glow from the ancient stones carved into the pillars bathed the room in a soft, ethereal light. It was here that Draggle had seen many leaders rise and fall, but now the time had come for him to make a decision of his own. The time had come to choose his successor. His mind wandered to the great responsibility that lay ahead. Ruling was not just about power. It was about wisdom, strength, foresight, and the ability to make choices that would affect countless lives. He had ruled for a long time, guiding his kingdom through countless challenges, but now, with the rise of the keepers and the shifting dynamics of the world, it was time for him to step down. He knew it would not be an easy decision, for the fate of his kingdom would rest on the shoulders of one of his own. As Draggle pondered this, the door to the hall opened, and Glassword, his elder brother, walked in. Behind him came his 3 sons, Dagura, the firstborn, who carried with him the raw power and strength of their lineage, Liura, the second son, calm and calculating, known for his wisdom and ability to analyze situations from every angle, and Dabura, the third son, with a fierce spirit and an unyielding will, who was often seen as the most unpredictable but also the most passionate. Draggle, Glassword said, his voice carrying the weight of years of experience. I know you have come to a difficult decision. It is time to choose your successor, but it cannot be done lightly. The kingdom you have built is one that requires not just power, but the wisdom to guide it into the future. Draggle nodded, his eyes scanning the faces of his sons. He knew that this was not an easy task, and he also knew that each of them had their strengths and weaknesses. He had seen them grow, each developing in their own unique way. But now, he would have to make a choice, a decision that would impact the future of the kingdom and his family. I have made my decision, Draggle said, his voice firm. I will not choose my successor lightly. Each of you will undergo a trial that will test your strength, your wisdom, your heart, and your leadership. The one who proves most worthy will take my place as the ruler of our kingdom. The citadel trembled as the trials began. Each of Draggle's sons was sent to a different realm, one designed to test the very core of their being. The trials would not only test their abilities, but would also force them to confront their own fears and limitations. Dagura's trial, the trial of strength and leadership. Dagura found himself standing in a vast, barren wasteland. The ground beneath him was cracked, and the sky above was a swirling mass of dark clouds. Before him stood an army of shadowy figures, enemies that seemed to emerge from the very fabric of the land itself. The trial was clear: defeat the army, but the challenge was greater than just fighting. He had to lead the charge and coordinate his attacks. As the enemy forces charged forward, Dagura summoned his divine power, raising his blade high. He struck the first wave of enemies with brutal force, his sword cleaving through them with ease. But as the battle raged on, Dagura realized that sheer strength alone would not win this fight. He needed strategy, coordination, and a clear mind. Lead them, Dagura, a voice echoed in his mind. With that realization, he took control of the battlefield, directing his forces with precision. His strength became a beacon for the others, rallying them in the face of overwhelming odds. He used his power not only to defeat the enemy, but to inspire those around him. After a fierce and exhausting battle, Dagura emerged victorious, standing tall amid the fallen foes. The illusion shattered, and he found himself back in the citadel, his heart racing. He had passed the trial. His strength, combined with his newfound leadership abilities, had earned him a place in the running for the throne. Liura's trial, the trial of wisdom and diplomacy. Liura's trial was set in a magnificent palace, where he was presented with a dilemma that only a wise ruler could solve. He found himself standing before a council of kings and queens from neighboring realms, each of them vying for his favor. A great war was on the horizon, and Liura had to find a way to prevent it without compromising his kingdom's interests. As the representatives argued and bickered, Liura remained silent, listening carefully to each side. He could feel the pressure mounting, knowing that the fate of millions rested on his ability to make the right choice. The room grew heated, and the council members became increasingly divided. Enough, Liura called out, his voice calm, yet commanding. This war will not be avoided through force. It will be avoided through understanding. He turned to each representative, carefully considering their concerns. He used his wisdom to suggest a series of compromises that would benefit both sides, ensuring that peace could be achieved without sacrificing his kingdom's strength. In the end, the council agreed to a treaty, one that would preserve the peace and ensure that Draggle's kingdom remained strong. The illusion dissipated, and Liura stood victorious. He had passed the trial, not through brute force, but through diplomacy and wisdom. Dabura's trial, The trial of willpower and sacrifice. Beerus' trial was the most difficult of all. He found himself standing in the midst of a raging storm, with lightning crackling around him. The storm represented his inner turmoil, the fear that he was not enough to lead, the doubt that he could handle the immense responsibility of ruling. In the heart of the storm, he saw his father, Draggle, standing on a distant cliff, watching him with a solemn expression. "You must prove your worth, Beerus," Draggle's voice echoed. "You must face the storm within you." Beerus knew that the storm was not just a physical challenge, it was a test of his resolve. He had always been passionate, but at times that passion led him to act recklessly. Now, he had to face the consequences of his past actions. With a deep breath, Beerus summoned every ounce of willpower within him. He confronted the storm head-on, using his fiery spirit to calm the raging winds and dispel the lightning. As he faced his inner demons, he understood that leadership was not just about passion, it was about balance, control, and sacrifice. When the storm finally subsided, Beerus stood at the center of the calm. His father's voice reached him again. "You have passed the trial, Beerus. You have proven that you can overcome the storms of your own heart." As the trials came to an end, Draggle stood before his sons, watching them with a mixture of pride and sadness. He knew that each of them had grown in ways he could never have imagined, but only one could rule. "Beerus," Draggle said, his voice strong, "your strength is unparalleled, but leadership is more than just power. You have the heart of a warrior, but I need more than that for my successor." "Beerus," Draggle continued, "your wisdom is beyond compare. You can lead with your mind, but you must also learn to trust your heart. Your path is one of intellect, but you must also embrace the strength of your bloodline." "Beerus," Draggle said, his voice softening, "your willpower is unmatched. You have faced your own inner turmoil and overcome it. But a ruler must always keep their emotions in check. Your passion is your greatest strength, but it can also be your greatest weakness." Finally, Draggle turned to Glassword, who had silently observed the trials. "Glassword," Draggle said, "you are the one who has carried the weight of this kingdom for so long. You have the wisdom, the strength, and the resolve to lead us into a new era." With a solemn nod, Draggle placed his hand on Glassword's shoulder. "You are my successor, Glassword. May you rule with both the wisdom of your heart and the strength of our bloodline." The kingdom erupted in cheers, and Draggle knew that his legacy would live on through his brother. The trials had proven that Glassword was the right choice to lead their people into the future. With the trials complete and the succession settled, Draggle stepped down, leaving the throne in the capable hands of Glassword. His sons, though disappointed, understood that their time would come in other ways. The kingdom was in good hands, and Draggle could now rest, knowing that his family would continue to guide the kingdom with wisdom, strength, and heart. The new era had begun. Reincarnated stood before the grand gates of Celestra, the land that had long been her domain. It was a land of beauty, with towering trees that reached the heavens, sparkling lakes that reflected the light of distant stars, and a shimmering sky that seemed alive with magic. Celestra had always been a place of harmony, a sanctuary for the fairies, spirits, and those who sought to live in peace. But as the time of the Keeper's interventions drew nearer, Reincarnated knew that she could not continue to rule forever. The responsibilities of being a guardian of both her kingdom and the spirits of the land had grown too great. Now, it was time to pass the mantle to someone worthy. Evarich, her trusted partner and the king of Celestra, had already taken his position, but Reincarnated knew that the fairies needed a queen, a strong, wise leader who could protect their realm. For centuries, she had ruled as their queen, guiding the fairies and spirits with a gentle but firm hand. But now, she could not do so anymore. Her decision was clear. She would make those who were the strongest among the fairies and spirits undergo trials, tests that would challenge them physically, mentally, and spiritually to determine who would ascend to the throne as the new queen. The fairies of Celestra had always been loyal and trusting, but the new ruler would need more than just loyalty. They would need the strength to lead, the wisdom to guide, and the heart to protect. Reincarnated, heart heavy with the knowledge that her time had come, she summoned the strongest fairies and spirits from across the land to her palace. The most powerful among them had gathered, each of them standing tall, their wings shimmering with an ethereal glow. Among them stood Alyssa, a powerful and graceful fairy warrior who had long been a protector of Celestra's borders, her wings blazing with golden light. Next to her stood Silas, an enigmatic spirit who had earned a reputation as the most strategic and intelligent of the spirits. Lastly, there was Liana, a young but fierce fairy who had quickly earned respect for her bravery and ambition to one day lead the fairies of Celestra and the world. Reincarnated looked at each of them, her eyes filled with both pride and sorrow. The trials she had prepared would not be easy, but each of them had the potential to lead their people. However, she would not make her decision lightly. Only one would emerge as the rightful successor. The trial of strength, Alyssa's challenge. Alyssa stood at the edge of a vast, enchanted forest. Before her lay a colossal beast, a creature of shadow and flame, summoned from the deepest corners of Celestra's magic. It roared, its claws raking against the ground as it lunged at her, a beast born from the nightmares of the world. Alyssa's task was clear, defeat the creature. But this trial was not just about raw strength. It was about control, precision, and power. With a swift motion, Alyssa summoned her magic, the golden glow of her wings flaring as she took flight, soaring high into the air to avoid the creature's vicious attacks. She released a barrage of spells, each one imbued with her radiant energy, but the creature dodged, retaliating with fiery blasts. Alyssa knew that brute force alone would not be enough. She had to outsmart it. Diving in a low arc, Alyssa weaved through the trees and launched a concentrated burst of magic into the ground beneath the creature's feet, causing the earth to tremble. The beast roared in frustration, but its movements grew sluggish, disoriented by the sudden shift in the terrain. Seizing the opportunity, Alyssa summoned a spear of pure light, channeling her strength into it. With a precise strike, she pierced the creature's heart, dissipating the darkness and sending it back to the realm from which it came. The trial was won, but Alyssa knew that strength alone would not earn her the title of queen. She had proven her power, but she would need more than just physical might to lead the fairies of Celestra and the world. The trial of wisdom, Silas's challenge. Silas, the spirit who was known for his quiet and thoughtful demeanor, found himself standing before an ancient library deep within Celestra's sacred grounds. This was not a place of physical trials. It was a test of the mind, one that would measure his intelligence and his ability to solve problems that affected the very fabric of their realm. The first task presented itself as a riddle, written on a scroll that was infused with powerful magic. What binds the world together, yet divides it in the hands of the unworthy? Silas pondered the question, letting his mind wander through the vast knowledge he had gained over the years. His eyes scanned the ancient text in the library, searching for clues. Finally, it clicked. Power, he whispered, realizing the answer. Before him, the scroll unraveled and vanished, revealing a series of ancient symbols etched into the walls of the library. The next test would require him to decipher these symbols, each representing a complex concept in the realm of Celestra's magic. Time passed as Silas carefully examined the symbols, his mind working quickly as he pieced together their meaning. After several hours, Silas finally unlocked the final puzzle, revealing the hidden truths of Celestra's magical foundation. The trial had tested not only his intelligence, but also his understanding of the delicate balance of magic that governed their world. As the final door opened before him, Silas stepped forward, victorious. But he knew that wisdom alone would not be enough. He would need to unite the fairies with not just knowledge, but with the strength to lead them. The trial of heart, Liana's challenge. Liana's trial was perhaps the most personal of all. She found herself in the heart of the forest, standing before a council of ancient spirits, beings who had watched over Celestra since the dawn of time. They would not test her strength, nor her wisdom, but her heart. The trial was to prove whether she had the compassion, courage, and selflessness to lead the fairies of Celestra and the world. Before her stood a village of fairies who had fallen into despair, their homes ravaged by a terrible storm that had swept through the land. The spirits told Liana that the village was in need of a ruler, someone who could bring them hope and restore their belief in the future. But the villagers were distrustful, broken by years of hardship and strife. To earn their respect, Liana would have to show them that she was worthy of leading them. Liana knelt in front of the villagers, offering them her help. At first, they resisted, unwilling to trust anyone, let alone a stranger. But Liana did not give up. She worked tirelessly to rebuild their homes, offering her magic and her energy to mend the broken spirits of the village. Slowly, the villagers began to trust her, seeing the sincerity in her heart. She spent days working beside them, not as a queen, but as a fellow being who understood their pain. In the end, the villagers embraced her, recognizing her as their leader. The spirits watched from afar, knowing that Liana had passed the trial of heart. She had proven that she was willing to sacrifice her own desires for the good of her people. As the trials came to an end, Ramiris gathered Alyssa, Silas, and Liana in the great hall of Celestra. Each of them stood before her, their faces filled with hope and determination. The trials had not been easy, and each had faced their own unique challenges. But Ramiris knew that the time had come to choose her successor. Alyssa, Ramiris began, her voice steady and kind. You have proven your strength and leadership. You have defended our people with unwavering courage. But leadership requires more than just strength. It requires wisdom, heart, and the ability to guide those who follow you. Silas, Ramiris continued, your wisdom is unmatched, and you have shown an understanding of the complex forces that govern Celestra. But to lead our people, you must also have the strength to inspire them. Knowledge alone is not enough. Liana, Ramiris said, her eyes softening, you have proven your heart. Your compassion and willingness to sacrifice for the people of Celestra have earned you their trust. You have shown that you possess the qualities of a true queen. With a final, deep breath, Ramiris made her decision. Liana, she said, you are the one who will lead the fairies as their queen. You have proven that you have the heart and the strength to guide our people into the future. May your reign bring peace and prosperity to Celestra and the world of the fairies. The hall erupted with applause as Liana knelt before Ramiris, humbled by the decision. Alyssa and Silas stood by her side, offering their support as the new queen rose to her feet. Ramiris, though filled with pride, knew that this was her final act as queen. With a smile, she stepped down, knowing that the future of Celestra was in capable hands. The fairies would thrive under Liana's rule, and Celestra would remain a place of peace and magic for generations to come. The grand ceremonies across the cardinal world had come to an end. The keepers, once rulers of their respective domains, had now chosen their successors. Each of them had undergone trials to prove their worth, and now, as the new rulers of their lands, they stood tall, ready to carry the weight of leadership. But before the keepers departed from their respective nations, they gathered one last time with their successors, bestowing upon them a final gift, a portion of their divine power, ensuring that they could govern not just with authority, but with the strength needed to protect their people. Rimuru stood before Benimaru, the newly appointed ruler of Tempest. The citizens, still overwhelmed with excitement from the grand ceremony, watched in awe as Rimuru raised his hand, blue gold energy swirling around him. Benimaru, Rimuru said, his voice carrying the weight of responsibility. You have proven yourself worthy of leading Tempest. As my successor, you must stand not only as a ruler, but as a guardian of all those who call this place home. Benimaru knelt before his former lord, his eyes resolute. I won't let you down, Rimuru-sama, he vowed. Rimuru smiled and placed his hand on Benimaru's forehead, allowing his power to flow into him. A golden aura enveloped the new ruler, his strength skyrocketing as his very existence evolved. Benimaru gained the title of Infernal Sovereign, Lord of the Crimson Flame. His control over flames had reached a level beyond mortal comprehension, and he could now wield fire that burned through even concepts themselves. The citizens erupted into cheers, but Rimuru merely stepped back, nodding in approval. Tempest was in safe hands. In the frozen dominion of the Ice Continent, Guy Crimson faced his newly chosen successor, Gord. The land was silent, save for the cold wind that howled across the glaciers. You survived the trials, Guy remarked, arms crossed. But ruling a land of demons isn't about brute strength. You must be cunning, ruthless when needed, and wise enough to keep order among those who thrive in chaos. Gord bowed his head. I understand, Lord Guy. I will not fail you. Guy extended his hand, dark crimson energy swirling between his fingers. Then take this. With it, you shall not only rule, but be feared. A surge of energy crashed into Gord, his very existence shifting. Gord gained the title of Abyssal Tyrant, the monarch of everlasting night. His dominion over darkness and ice reached unfathomable levels, making him a force beyond comprehension in his territory. The demons watched in awe as their new ruler stood reborn, his power surpassing even their wildest expectations. The Dragon Kingdom was ablaze with celebration. The sky was filled with lightning and fire, dragons roaring in unison. Malim stood atop a stone altar, with Midray kneeling before her. All right, Midray, you've earned this, Malim said, placing a glowing hand over his chest. But remember, ruling is harder than smashing things. A golden dragon insignia formed on Midray's forehead as Malim's power merged with him. His aura became more refined. His draconic presence became more powerful. The dragons roared in unison, recognizing their new king. Midray smiled. I won't let you down, Lady Malim. Malim grinned. You'd better not, or I'll come back and kick your butt. Inside the holy cathedral of Rubrios, Luminous Valentine stood before Hinata Sakaguchi, who was already dressed in regal white robes. Luminous stepped forward. Hinata, you have been more than a protector. You have been the heart of this nation. Now, I leave it to you. Hinata bowed. I accept this responsibility, Lady Luminous. Rubrios will always be your home. Luminous placed her fingers on Hinata's forehead, transferring a part of her celestial divinity. Hinata's aura radiated like a holy star, signifying her divine right to rule. The church bells tolled as the citizens knelt, pledging their loyalty to Queen Hinata. In the golden city of El Dorado, Leon Cromwell stood before Claude and Elfina, his chosen rulers. Leon turned to Claude first. Claude, you've always been my most loyal knight. Now, you will rule as king. Claude knelt. It is an honor I will uphold. Leon then turned to Elfina. Elfina, your wisdom will guide this kingdom. You will rule as its queen. Elfina bowed. I accept, Lord Leon. Leon placed his hands upon them, granting them a fraction of his power. Their presence shifted, their strength magnified, and the golden throne of El Dorado now belonged to them. In the celestial halls of Draggle's kingdom, Glassword, now his chosen successor, knelt before him. Draggle placed a hand on his brother's chest, passing down his celestial power. You've proven your worth, Glassword. Led them well. Glassword's aura flared with cosmic energy, and his sons, Degura, Liura, and Debura, knelt before their new king. Draggle nodded. It is done. Rule wisely, my brother. In the mystical lands of Celestra, Ramiris hovered above Liana, her chosen successor. Liana, you're strong, but ruling isn't just about being strong. It's about protecting everyone, Ramiris said, tapping Liana's forehead. A burst of sacred fairy magic engulfed Liana as she absorbed Ramiris' essence. The fairies cheered, welcoming their new fairy queen. Liana bowed. I will not fail, Lady Ramiris. Far beyond the confines of the cardinal world, in a dimension beyond comprehension, Beerus sat on a golden throne, watching everything unfold. His piercing gaze never wavered, arms resting lazily on the throne's armrests. His wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, stood nearby, observing the unfolding events with mild interest. Whis floated beside him, smiling. They are adapting well, Lord Beerus. Their ascension did not strip them of their intelligence, and their methods are quite efficient. Beerus remained silent for a moment before chuckling. They are learning, but this is only the beginning. Let's see if they can maintain their balance when true adversity strikes. Zerna smirked. They're being cautious, but they have potential. Belzer leaned forward. Do you think they'll succeed? Beerus closed his eyes. That depends. A god does not simply rule. They observe, judge, and act only when necessary. If they truly wish to uphold their divine status, they must prove they can resist the urge to interfere when the world faces trials of its own making. Whis nodded. Then we shall continue watching, my lord. Beerus opened his eyes again, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Indeed. Let's see if they are truly ready. Later on, after all the celebration, the keepers gathered again to decide on how to push the cardinal world to create a new demon lord council without their interference. Seated on thrones made of celestial energy, their presence alone was enough to warp reality around them. The air crackled with divine might, their forms radiating immeasurable power. Rimuru leaned forward, his sapphire eyes sharp. So, we've all chosen our successors, but how do we push the world to form a council without them suspecting our involvement? Guy crossed his legs, arms resting on the throne of pandemonium. Simple. We allow chaos to brew. Power vacuums always call for someone to take control. Malim frowned. You want to let the world fall into disorder? Luminous folded her arms. Not complete disorder, but enough tension that the strongest in the world realized the need for a new governing force. The demon lords were always the ones to balance power, whether through fear or cooperation. If the mortals think it's their idea, they'll fight harder to maintain it. Leon tapped his fingers against his throne. We could start by having our successors engage in political talks with the remaining powers. If multiple factions start discussing the absence of a demon lord council, it'll spread like wildfire. Draggle nodded. That would work, but it may not be enough. Some rulers might want to take advantage of our absence rather than establish balance. Ramiris, sitting cross-legged on a floating orb of golden light, tilted her head. Then what if we allow minor conflicts to arise? Nothing catastrophic, but enough to make them feel vulnerable. They'll start looking for a higher authority to stabilize everything. Rimuru considered this. So we allow conflicts to escalate just enough to make the idea of a new council desirable. But what about our successors? They can't be seen as orchestrating this, or it'll be obvious. Guy smirked. We make sure their hands are clean. Let the nations themselves cry out for leadership. Malim slammed her fist on the armrest. Then we'll need to make sure the right individuals step up. There are still powerful beings out there who might claim the title of demon lord for their own selfish gain. Luminous nodded. That's where we indirectly intervene. If someone unworthy tries to rise, we subtly guide events to push them aside. Leon's golden eyes gleamed. Then we should ensure the strongest, most qualified individuals begin considering the role of demon lord. This means nudging certain individuals in the right direction. Rimuru exhaled. So, to summarize, we allow tensions to rise, let our successors engage in diplomatic talks, and make sure the right candidates take interest in forming a new council, all without direct intervention. They all nodded. Then let's begin, Draggle said. In the realm of absolute power, beyond time and space, where no force could rival his will, Beerus resided in the divine citadel, a magnificent floating palace that existed outside the known dimensions. This was not just a home, but a cosmic paradise, a realm sculpted by his very desires. From its balconies, one could see entire galaxies swirl in artistic patterns, shaped by his mere amusement. The skies shimmered in hues unknown to mortal eyes, and the atmosphere was filled with an ever-present melody of divine harmony, a music that played to Beerus' mood. Here, Beerus lived, not as a god burdened with responsibilities, but as the supreme being, indulging in existence itself. Despite being beyond all needs, Beerus enjoyed certain rituals, for they were the essence of amusement. Mornings in the divine citadel were a spectacle of indulgence and laughter. Breakfast of the gods. Every morning, the grand dining hall was filled with an unimaginable feast, prepared not just by celestial chefs, but by the will of Beerus himself. If he wished for a dish from a forgotten civilization that perished billions of years ago, it would manifest. If he desired a drink brewed from the essence of collapsing stars, it would pour itself into his goblet. Seated at the grand table, surrounded by his 6 wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, as well as Whis, Beerus would sip on a divine nectar that tasted different with every sip. The wives had their own preferences, and the chefs of the citadel would compete endlessly to craft something new, hoping to surprise the omniscient Beerus. The honeyed flames of the celestial phoenix? I suppose it's decent. Beerus mused, taking a sip of a golden drink that flickered like fire, yet felt like silk in his mouth. Velzer, the most powerful of his wives, smirked, leaning on the table with her arms crossed. Admit it, dear husband, you simply enjoy seeing mortals struggle to impress you. Urza, the warrior queen, was already digging into a meal that looked like a roasted beast from a forgotten era, carved from the essence of primordial storms. Food aside, husband, what shall we watch today? Whis, ever the observer, chuckled. Perhaps the new rulers of the cardinal world will entertain you? Beerus, reclining on his golden throne-like chair, waved a finger, and before them a vast projection of different worlds appeared in the air. Each world played like a separate show. Tempest, Benimaru, the new ruler, was holding a council meeting, already annoyed with paperwork. The Ice Continent, Gord was imposing order, proving himself to be as meticulous as his predecessor. Dragon Kingdom, Midray was already off sparring with warriors, leading with power rather than words. Rubrios, Hinata handled matters with ruthless efficiency, ruling with an iron hand wrapped in faith. Eldorado, Claude and Elfina were struggling to balance leadership and their own ambitions. Glassword, already feared, making bold moves to redefine his domain. Celestora, Liana, the new queen of the fairies, was learning the delicate balance of divine politics. Zerna, the strategist, smirked. They are trying so hard. It's adorable. Sigma, ever the tactician, commented. Glassword is adjusting faster than expected. Perhaps we underestimated him. Beerus merely sipped his drink, unimpressed. Let them struggle. That's the fun of mortal existence. There was a collective laugh, and the projection shifted to other universes, other beings attempting to rise, to challenge fate, to defy the very fabric of their existence. Afternoons in the divine citadel were reserved for entertainment. Unlike mortals, Beerus' idea of fun was limitless. Some days, he would challenge his wives to battles that would shatter galaxies. Yet, of course, he held back. Other times, they engaged in games beyond mortal comprehension. Today, the wives decided to challenge Beerus to a game of cosmic creation, where each of them would craft a new world and see whose civilization thrived the longest before collapsing. Beta, the playful one, laughed. I shall create a world where emotions dictate reality itself. Delta smirked. I shall create a world of endless war. Let's see which civilization lasts longer. Zerna sighed. You two will get bored in a few minutes. Beerus, watching them toy with existence, leaned back. Create whatever you like. But I already know the outcome. Velzer rolled her eyes. Then what's the point? Beerus smirked. The point is, I enjoy watching you try. As the stars shifted in the skies of the citadel, another feast was prepared, this time, filled with music, dance, and indulgence. Musicians composed songs never heard before, notes that could only exist in the presence of Beerus. The wines poured were crafted from the essence of dying stars, each sip revealing a vision of forgotten futures. Dancers performed movements that defied physics, creating spirals of light and energy with every step. Whis sipped his drink calmly. And to think, mortals believe their pleasures even compare to this. Beerus chuckled. Mortals need simplicity. We do not. His wives surrounded him, some leaning on him, some enjoying themselves. Urza smirked. And yet, for all your power, you still enjoy these little things. Beerus smiled, watching the vastness of existence beyond them. Because I allow myself to. That is the difference between power and amusement. As the festivities died down, as his wives lay resting or engaged in their own amusements, Beerus stood alone on the highest balcony of the citadel, looking down upon everything. The cardinal world was still shifting, rulers adjusting, nations rising and falling. The multiverse continued its endless cycle of creation and destruction. And Beerus? He simply watched. For he was Beerus, the supreme authority, the absolute power, the one who decides. And all of existence was nothing more than a grand performance for his endless amusement. Even in a life of absolute power and divine indulgence, there were times when Beerus sought greater amusement, and nothing entertained him more than testing his wives in cosmic games that defied reality itself. Tonight was one such occasion. After another luxurious feast, where they dined on the essence of collapsing stars and celestial beasts, Beerus leaned back on his throne-like chair and smirked. His golden eyes gleamed with mischief. "I have decided," he announced, swirling a goblet of starfire wine in his hand. "It is time for another game." His wives, who had been reclining in bliss after their meal, immediately perked up. Velzer, ever the warrior, smirked. "A game? Are you finally going to let us challenge you directly?" Urza, the battle-hardened queen, cracked her knuckles. "Don't toy with us, Beerus. If this is a fight, you'd win instantly." Zerna, the strategist, leaned forward, intrigued. "What rules are you setting?" Delta and Beta, the chaotic twins, giggled. "Oh, this is going to be fun." Sigma, the calm and methodical one, simply observed, waiting for Beerus to reveal his challenge. Beerus raised a hand, and before them, 6 separate cosmic spheres formed, each containing a blank world, devoid of life, physics, or logic. "Your challenge is simple," Beerus explained. "Each of you shall craft a world within these spheres. You will shape its land, its laws, its inhabitants, and then we will observe. The goal? To create a world that lasts the longest before either destroying itself or becoming too stagnant to be interesting." Wiz chuckled, sipping his tea. "A test of creation and sustainability? Fascinating. Will you be participating, Lord Beerus?" Beerus smirked. "No need. I already know how to win." His wives exchanged looks. They knew Beerus would never lose, but that didn't stop them from playing. With a mere thought, each of Beerus' wives summoned their own divine powers to shape their worlds. Velzer, the strongest warrior, created a world where strength determined one's place in society. Only the powerful would survive, and the weak would perish. Urza, the disciplined queen, made a world of honor-bound warriors, where duels and battles decided every conflict, but were bound by strict codes of conduct. Zerna, the strategist, crafted a world of intelligence and political intrigue, where rulers had to constantly outwit one another to stay in power. Delta and Beta, the chaotic twins, created a world of pure randomness, where physics changed every day and nothing made sense for long. Sigma, the most calculating, built a world based purely on logic, removing emotions entirely, making beings that functioned only on rational decisions. Beerus and Whis watched with amusement as these worlds took shape. Days passed in the divine citadel, but in the cosmic spheres, eons went by. Each world struggled in its own way. Velzer's warrior world collapsed first. Stronger warriors killed the weak too quickly, leaving no one to build a sustainable future. Urza's warrior code worked, until leaders bent the rules and manipulated others, leading to corruption and downfall. Zerna's world of politics thrived the longest, but eventually, the web of lies became too complex, and the world fell apart. Delta and Beta's chaotic world somehow lasted. It shouldn't have, but the randomness created something that constantly reinvented itself. Sigma's purely logical world became stagnant. Without ambition, greed, or emotions, nothing ever changed, leading to eternal boredom. Beerus laughed heartily. "Ah, as expected. None of you can surpass me." Velzer scoffed. "I'll get it right next time." Whis, smirking, spoke up. "And what of the twins' world? It still persists." Beerus narrowed his eyes. The chaos world was still functioning, a mess of unpredictability, yet somehow surviving. Delta and Beta giggled, hugging Beerus. "Does this mean we win, darling?" Beerus chuckled. "No, it means you're too chaotic to be predictable. That in itself is amusing." Beyond their games, Beerus and his wives found countless ways to enjoy existence. Beerus and his wives would sometimes watch wars between civilizations, commenting as if it were a grand play. Zerna loved predicting outcomes, while Velzer often wanted to jump in and fight. Sometimes, Beerus would let his wives spar with one another, but of course, none of them could challenge him. Velzer was the strongest, but Beerus always toyed with her. Urza once tried a sneak attack, only to be stopped instantly. Beerus once played a game where he created stars with his left hand and destroyed them with his right. His wives tried to stop him, but they all failed. At the end of the day, after countless amusements, Beerus returned to his throne, reclining as his wives relaxed beside him. "Existence is so amusing," he murmured. Sigma leaned against him. "And yet, you never tire of it." Beerus smirked. "Why would I? As long as I exist, there will always be something new to enjoy." And so, as the cosmos turned, Beerus continued his eternal rule, watching, laughing, indulging in the joys of omnipotence. For he was Beerus, the supreme authority, the unmatched power, the true god of everything. And existence itself was his playground. In the boundless expanse of his domain, Beerus, the supreme sovereign of all existence, reclined on his celestial throne, his golden eyes glowing with infinite knowledge. Surrounding him were his 6 wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, each of them unique, powerful, and divine in their own right. Whis, his ever-faithful attendant, stood nearby, observing as the gods indulged in a feast that transcended mortal comprehension. Celestial delicacies, crafted from the very essence of the cosmos, were laid before them. The wine they sipped was distilled from the dreams of entire civilizations, and the food shimmered with the glow of collapsed stars. Yet, amidst the indulgence, Beerus's expression remained unreadable. His mind, though beyond mortal understanding, was preoccupied. A disturbance, a mere ripple in the fabric of existence. But even a ripple, in the presence of the one above all, was enough to demand acknowledgement. Whis noticed the shift in his master's aura. Though Beerus had not spoken, Whis had served him for eons, and he understood the slightest change in his demeanor. "Ah, Lord Beerus," Whis said, refilling his master's goblet. "It appears you have sensed something of interest." The wives, mid-conversation, turned their attention to Beerus. Velzer, the warrior queen, smirked. "Another foolish realm playing with fire?" Urza chuckled. "Or perhaps another set of mortals that have forgotten their place." Beerus leaned back, eyes half-lidded, tapping his clawed fingers against the armrest of his throne. His voice, calm yet absolute, sent tremors through the stars. "A civilization has begun to believe that gods are unnecessary, that they are the peak of existence." A silence fell over the chamber. Zerna's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Arrogance. How predictable." Beta and Delta snickered. "Oh, this should be fun." Sigma, ever the analyst, sighed. "I assume they are tampering with powers they do not understand." Beerus merely nodded. Before his throne, a rift in space opened, revealing the universe in question. The rulers of this realm, self-proclaimed deities, tyrants, and mortal emperors drunk on their own delusions of supremacy, were devising ways to surpass the very concept of divinity. They sought forbidden knowledge, played with unstable energies, created weapons designed to challenge celestial forces. They had no idea how insignificant they truly were. Beerus exhaled, amused yet indifferent. "They bore me already." Zerna tilted her head. "Will you erase them then?" Beerus smirked. "No, that would be too easy. Instead, I think it's time one of my subordinate had some exercise." At the mere mention of the subordinate, the air in the chamber grew heavier. These were not mere warriors. He was part of Beerus's private army, each of them possessing power that exceeded comprehension. They were stronger than strength itself, beyond the concept of limitations. And now, one of them would descend. Whis gave a knowing smile. "Shall I summon him, Lord Beerus?" Beerus swirled his wine, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Only one is needed for this. With a mere flick of his wrist, a golden sigil burned into existence before his throne, and in an instant, a towering figure emerged. A being clad in ornate black and gold armor stepped forward, exuding an aura so overwhelming that even gods would bow before him. His presence alone was enough to warp reality, his golden eyes glowing with untamed cosmic fury. His name was Azeroth, the bringer of finality. Azeroth knelt before Beerus. "You summon me, my lord?" Beerus's voice was calm, yet absolute. "A universe has forgotten its place. You will remind them." Azeroth nodded. "Shall I erase them?" Beerus waved a hand lazily. "No, that would be merciful. I want them to understand." His golden gaze flickered. "Show them the truth of their insignificance. Let them gaze into the abyss before their fate is sealed." Azeroth's golden eyes gleamed with cold amusement. It shall be done. The rulers of the arrogant universe gathered in their grand halls, discussing their ascension. They believed themselves at the cusp of becoming supreme beings, ready to seize dominion over existence itself. And then, the sky split open. A rift tore through reality, and from it descended Azeroth, draped in golden radiance, a harbinger of ultimate judgment. The moment his feet touched the ground, time itself bent beneath his presence. The so-called gods of this realm gasped, their bodies unable to move, their minds barely comprehending the horror before them. Azeroth spoke, his voice shaking the cosmos. You have dared to call yourselves gods? His words alone sent waves of divine pressure crashing down, shattering entire mountains in the distance. One of the mortal rulers, shaking, attempted to respond. We are on the verge of. Azeroth raised a hand. Instantly, the ruler was erased, not just from existence, but from history, as if he had never been born. The others screamed in terror. Azeroth took a step forward, and the world trembled beneath his feet. Your arrogance has reached its peak. But tell me. He leaned in, his golden eyes piercing into their souls. What do gods fear? The rulers whimpered. They had no answer. Azeroth's expression was unreadable. They fear me. And with that, he unleashed his power. The so-called gods of that realm were forced to witness the infinite, true divinity, the boundless power they could never obtain. Their minds shattered. Their bodies crumbled. Their civilizations, their histories, their ambitions, all undone in an instant. The lesson was learned. The universe would not repeat its mistake. Azeroth returned to Beerus' domain, kneeling before his master once more. It is done. Beerus, lounging on his throne, merely sipped his wine. Of course it is. His wives chuckled. Delta grinned. Did they scream? Azeroth smirked. Louder than most. Belzer nodded. Then they understood. Beerus set his goblet down, sighing. Mortals always forget their place. It is tiresome. Wish chuckled. And yet, my lord, you still find amusement in watching them fail. Beerus smirked. Of course. After all, what is existence, if not my entertainment? And with that, the supreme being reclined once more, the cosmos nothing more than a spectacle before his golden gaze. For he was Beerus, the absolute, the supreme, the one above all. And the game of gods and mortals would never end. In the vast dominion of the supreme being, Beerus, where the laws of existence were woven by his will alone, 12 celestial entities were brought into existence, the 12 zodiacs. Unlike any other beings, they were forged from the very essence of creation, embodying different aspects of reality. Each of them was an unparalleled warrior, beyond the concept of strength itself, wielding power that could annihilate entire multiverses with a mere thought. They were not mere soldiers. They were aspects of the cosmic order, guardians of the supreme balance, and enforcers of Beerus' will. Each zodiac was given a realm, a cosmic dominion where they ruled as absolute authorities, shaping their realms according to their nature. While their duties varied, they were all bound by one undeniable truth. Nothing superseded Beerus' will. When Beerus first shaped the 12 zodiacs, it was not through a singular act, but through 12 cosmic trials, each forging a being that embodied a primordial force. He reached into the boundless void and wove their existence with absolute authority, each infused with an aspect of his own boundless power. Unlike mortals, or even the keepers of the cardinal world, the zodiacs were beyond time, beyond concepts, existing as cosmic forces given form. Once created, Beerus looked upon them and declared, "You are my zodiacs, my eternal watchmen. There is no force you cannot destroy, no rule you cannot uphold. You do not serve because you must. You serve because your existence demands it." With those words, their purpose was set. Each zodiac, while having its own will and personality, was an extension of the absolute balance dictated by Beerus himself. Each zodiac was assigned a cosmic dominion, a realm that reflected their essence and served as their seat of power. Ares, the blazing vanguard, his realm, Infernia, was an endless battlefield of eternal flames and molten rivers, where only the strongest warriors could stand. He was the embodiment of war and unrelenting will. Taurus, the indomitable titan, his dominion, Titanes, was a vast cosmic expanse of floating mountains and unbreakable landscapes, where raw strength dictated all. He was the immovable force that upheld endurance. Gemini, the twin fates, residing in Dualion, a mirror dimension where everything had two opposing aspects. Gemini controlled fate and duality. He was two beings in one, constantly shifting between creation and destruction. Cancer, the lunar sentinel, her domain, Celestra, was a realm of celestial waters, shifting between serenity and unrelenting tidal chaos. She was the guardian of hidden knowledge and unseen truths. Leo, the sovereign radiance, his throne lay in Solara, a kingdom of eternal suns, where he ruled as the embodiment of majesty and unshakable dominance. He was pride incarnate, the very concept of regality given form. Virgo, the untainted keeper, in Sanctus, an ethereal domain of sacred gardens and infinite libraries. Virgo preserved the knowledge of all worlds. She was purity and precision, the weaver of divine order. Libra, the cosmic equilibrium, his realm, balance nexus, existed at the heart of all realities, ensuring all things remained in harmony. He was the law itself, the judge of absolute balance. Scorpio, the abyssal stalker, in Nocturnus, a dark void filled with infinite illusions, Scorpio thrived as the silent enforcer of Beerus' law. None who betrayed the divine balance escaped his sting. Sagittarius, the celestial hunter, his dominion, Starhaven, was a boundless cosmos filled with endless targets, where he trained in pursuit of the strongest prey. He was the relentless seeker, embodying absolute precision. Capricorn, the unbreakable warden, his stronghold, Adamant, was a fortress of unyielding law. No force in existence could shake him, for he was the foundation of duty and perseverance. Aquarius, the abyssal flood, residing in Tethys, an infinite ocean of cosmic storms, Aquarius was both destruction and renewal, ensuring cycles never stagnated. Pisces, the eternal dreamer, her domain, Samnara, was a place where reality and dreams intertwined, shaping the future through visions yet to come. She was the one who saw all paths yet remained unseen. While they were not meant to rule over mortal worlds like the keepers of the cardinal world, the zodiacs were given roles that maintained balance beyond the limits of ordinary understanding. Enforcers of cosmic law, if a reality deviated from its destined balance, the zodiacs intervened. Guardians of Beerus' will, they ensured that no being, no matter how powerful, acted against the supreme will of Beerus. Cosmic adjudicators, they were sent when conflicts arose between realms, passing judgment that none could defy. Testers of the worthy, if a being sought to ascend beyond its station, they would face the zodiac's trials. Each zodiac, despite their divine nature, had a personality shaped by their aspect. Aries was fiery and impulsive, always eager for a fight. Taurus was calm and unshakable, speaking only when necessary. Gemini was chaotic, switching between mirth and menace unpredictably. Cancer was nurturing, but also the most ruthless when provoked. Leo was proud and regal, demanding respect from all. Virgo was quiet and analytical, devoted to logic and precision. Libra was the most neutral, passing judgment without bias. Scorpio was secretive and calculating, never revealing his true intentions. Sagittarius was a wanderer, always seeking challenges. Capricorn was a stern warden, expecting absolute discipline. Aquarius was unpredictable, shifting between stillness and fury. Pisces was the most enigmatic, speaking in riddles and dreams. Though they were the strongest warriors of existence, none of them questioned their place in the hierarchy. Beerus was beyond even them. He was the absolute. They did not serve out of fear, nor out of obligation, but because their very existence was defined by his will. At times, Beerus would summon them for cosmic games, testing their strengths against one another. Other times, he would assign one to a task, sending them to observe a reality or pass judgment on an anomaly. One unspoken rule among the zodiacs was that they never fought Beerus. It was not because they were forbidden, it was because they knew there was no point. He was beyond victory, beyond strength, beyond anything they could comprehend. And so, the 12 zodiacs remained as the ultimate cosmic enforcers, watching over existence, ensuring that all things moved according to the will of the supreme being. The birth of the first zodiac. Before time had meaning and before existence took form, there was only Beerus, the supreme being, the one above all, the first and the last. He had no beginning, for he was before all things, and he had no end, for he was beyond the concept of mortality. When Beerus willed something into existence, it became truth. When he denied something, it ceased to be. But even an absolute being such as himself desired to shape his dominion, to bring order to the endless chaos that once stretched infinitely. From this desire, the grand order was born, a structure set to maintain balance across all realities, ensuring that the laws of existence flowed according to his will. From this decree, the 12 zodiacs were forged, beings beyond power, each a pillar of the grand order. And their leader, the strongest, the most enigmatic, was Nixian, the supreme zodiac of eternal night. Within the void, where no light existed and where silence was eternal, Beerus willed Nixian into being. A shadow darker than oblivion itself coiled into shape, forming a towering figure, one who stood beyond strength, beyond reason, beyond the understanding of lesser beings. His body was an abyss, a cloak of infinite night, woven from the threads of primordial nothingness. His eyes were two golden stars, gleaming with knowledge that not even gods could fathom. He was neither good nor evil. He was absolute, a being who could swallow even light itself, bending time and space to his will. And yet, even at the moment of his birth, he knelt before his creator. My lord, Nixian spoke for the first time, his voice echoing across dimensions. It was neither deep nor light, neither warm nor cold. It simply was. Beerus gazed upon him with amusement, his golden eyes reflecting all of existence. You are the first, the greatest of my zodiacs, Beerus declared, his voice sending ripples through reality. You will be the watcher in the dark, the keeper of secrets, the harbinger of eternal night. Nixian remained kneeling, motionless like the void itself. I exist because you have willed it, my lord. What purpose shall I serve? Beerus raised a hand, and the cosmos trembled. The very laws of existence coiled at his command, and before Nixian, an entire realm was woven from the darkness of the void, a dominion untouched by time, where only silence ruled. This shall be your domain, the eternal abyss, Beerus announced. From here, you will watch over the grand order, ensuring that all who exist know their place. Nixian rose for the first time, his golden eyes gazing at the abyssal expanse that stretched infinitely before him. It will be done. Thus, the first zodiac was born, and his dominion was set. The realm of the eternal abyss. Nixian's domain, the eternal abyss, was unlike any other. It was not a kingdom, nor a world, nor a dimension in the conventional sense. It was the void between existence and non-existence, a place where time did not flow, where reality bent according to his will. There were no suns, no moons, no stars, only an endless expanse of swirling darkness, dotted with fragments of forgotten realities. Yet, despite its desolation, it was not lifeless. Nixian, in his solitude, created the Nightborn, beings forged from shadow, existing only in silence, their eyes gleaming with golden light like his own. These beings served as his eyes, his ears, his enforcers. They whispered through the void, watching and listening to the mortal realms, gathering knowledge and secrets that even the gods dared not seek. From his throne, a towering obsidian monolith at the center of the abyss, Nixian observed all things. He did not interfere. He did not judge. He simply watched. And when something dared defy the grand order, when something tried to escape the absolute will of Beerus, it was Nixian who descended first. The first judgment. Eons passed. Universes were born and destroyed. Civilizations rose and fell. The laws of Beerus's grand order were absolute. But then, a being emerged from the depths of reality. A cosmic entity who had unlocked the forbidden. A creature who sought to transcend beyond what was permitted. It had no name. It had shed all concepts of identity in its pursuit of something beyond even the gods. And in doing so, it had defied the grand order. Nixian, from his throne of eternal night, slowly stood. The Nightborn stirred in the abyss. They sensed what was coming. It is time. Nixian whispered, and in an instant, he was gone, vanishing into the shadows of existence. The being that sought transcendence stood at the threshold of a newly formed universe, gazing upon its creation, believing itself to have surpassed all limits. And then, the stars blinked out. The light faded. The laws of existence twisted unnaturally. The arrogant entity turned, its formless body shifting in confusion. And there, standing before it, was Nixian, golden eyes, staring into its very soul. The entity shuddered. It had witnessed gods. It had battled titans. It had surpassed all known limitations. But this was different. This was not a god. This was not a destroyer. This was something beyond. You have stepped beyond the boundary. Nixian spoke, his voice carrying no emotion. You were not meant to exist in this state. The entity tried to speak, but no words came forth. Nixian took a step forward. The entity backed away in terror. You have seen too much, Nixian continued. You have gone where none should go. The grand order does not allow this. The entity, for all its power, trembled. It had believed itself supreme. It had believed that it had surpassed the laws of existence. And yet, in Nixian's presence, it understood the truth. It was nothing. The entity screamed, but there was no sound in the abyss. Only darkness. Nixian raised a single hand, and the entity was undone. Not destroyed. Not erased. Undone. As if it had never been. And with that, balance was restored. Nixian returned to his throne, unshaken, unchanged. The Nightborn resumed their watch. The stars flickered back into existence, as if nothing had happened. And in the vastness of Beerus's domain, Nixian once again became the silent watcher. For this was his role, his eternal duty. He was the supreme zodiac of eternal night, the first and strongest, and he would forever serve the will of Beerus. For nothing existed before Beerus, and nothing would exist after him. In the vast expanse of creation, where entire universes flickered like candle flames, a grand celestial event stirred the fabric of existence. Once every 10 million years, the Festival of Eternity was held, a cosmic celebration where deities, eldritch entities, and primordial beings gathered to display their might, intellect, and influence. It was an event that even the strongest beings feared missing, for it was rumored that those who failed to participate risked fading from history itself. In his grand palace, Beerus, the Supreme One, sat upon his golden throne, listening to his wives discuss the festival. Let's go, Urza said, her scarlet hair glowing under the celestial lights. It's been ages since we've had some fun. Fun. Sigma, the most calculated among them, adjusted her glasses. Do you consider cosmic warlords, eldritch beasts, and reality-breaking battles fun? Yes, Urza replied, grinning. Belzer smirked. Besides, it's not like anything can actually threaten us. Beerus, resting his cheek on his palm, chuckled. You assume I would waste my time on such trivialities? But my lord, Zerna, his stormy-eyed wife, leaned in. I hear there will be a tournament of supreme destruction. Wouldn't it be amusing to watch some lesser beings struggle before us? Beerus closed his eyes and thought, a festival dedicated to flaunting power? Sounds like just another Tuesday for me. Delta, normally quiet, suddenly spoke. I heard they also have a reality warping cuisine contest. Beerus' eyes snapped open. Food. Fine. We'll go. His wives exchanged victorious smirks. Arrival at the festival. The Festival of Eternity was held on Zethrelos, the eternal plane, a massive floating continent that drifted between dimensions. As Beerus and his wives arrived, the very fabric of reality trembled at their presence. The moment their feet touched the sacred grounds, time itself seemed to hesitate. Cosmic beings, ancient horrors, forgotten gods, and celestial emperors turned to gaze upon them with fear and awe. One unfortunate deity, a dragon-headed warlord, stood too close to their path. His body spontaneously collapsed into dust, unable to withstand Beerus' sheer aura. Oops, Beerus muttered lazily. At least he didn't scream, Velzer said, unimpressed. As they walked deeper into the festival grounds, the air grew thick with cosmic tension. A golden-skinned herald of the festival, trembling but trying to maintain his dignity, approached them. "Am I Lord Beerus, Supreme One, creator of the Grand Order, and esteemed ladies," he stammered, bowing so low that his forehead cracked the marble floor. "We are humbled by your presence. What shall be your pleasure at the festival?" Beerus yawned. "I'll watch my wives play with you mortals for a while." The herald nodded so quickly his head nearly snapped off. "Of course, please, enjoy our most prestigious events." The wives exchanged glances, each eyeing a different contest. A grand coliseum, larger than galaxies, hosted the tournament of supreme destruction, where only the most terrifying warlords, abyssal titans, and calamity-class deities fought. Velzer strode into the battlefield, surrounded by creatures that could annihilate entire civilizations with a whisper. The announcer, a floating mass of eyes and mouths, bellowed. Let the first challenger approach. Zalgorth, the Universe Slayer. A monstrous figure, composed of screaming planets and living shadows, emerged. "I am the end of." Velzer blinked, and Zalgorth was instantly erased from existence. The crowd fell into stunned silence. "Was that my opponent?" Velzer asked, tilting her head. "I thought this was supposed to be fun." The announcer hesitated, then called forth another champion. Next challenger, the Devourer of Suns. A cosmic serpent, stretching across dimensions, lunged at her, only for Velzer to effortlessly catch its head and rip it apart like a piece of paper. The audience collectively recoiled in terror. By the time Velzer had obliterated her 20th opponent with a sigh, the remaining fighters fled in sheer panic. Velzer rolled her eyes. Weaklings. She walked out, victorious. Meanwhile, Beerus and Delta arrived at the celestial banquet, where chefs from across the omniverse competed to create the most reality-bending dishes. One chef, a four-armed celestial being, presented a starfire souffle, made from the dying essence of a collapsing star. Beerus took one bite. "This is mediocre at best." The chef exploded in shame. Another chef, desperate to impress, presented primordial ambrosia, a dish so divine it could grant infinite knowledge. Beerus yawned. "Tastes like air." The chef fainted on the spot. Growing bored, Delta snapped her fingers. Instantly, a feast beyond mortal comprehension appeared, an array of dishes crafted from fundamental forces of the universe itself. Time-flavored pastries, gravity-infused wines, and entropy-roasted meats. Beerus took a bite. "Now this is food." Delta smirked. Naturally. Meanwhile, Urza and Zerna decided to enter the trial of the abyss, a challenge meant to test one's insanity and resilience. "You know this is meant to break the minds of gods, right?" A festival judge warned. Urza cracked her knuckles. "Sounds fun." The challenge? Survive inside the maw of madness, a realm where time, space, and reality cease to make sense. The moment they entered, the sky screamed, and the ground turned into a river of liquefied fear. A twisted voice whispered, "There is no escape, no light, no sanity. You will be consumed." Zerna laughed. "You clearly have no idea who we are." The abyss itself recoiled in confusion. Instead of breaking, Urza punched the fabric of reality, and Zerna overloaded the chaos with her own energy. The maw of madness, a place that had swallowed countless gods, screamed in agony and imploded upon itself. When they walked out unscathed, the judge collapsed from sheer shock. The awakening of the forgotten dread. Just as the Festival of Eternity reached its climax, the air shattered like brittle glass. A deafening hum spread through the cosmos, and the very foundation of Zethrelos, the eternal plane, began to tremble. Deities, warlords, and eldritch horrors, beings who had ruled countless realities, froze in terror as something beyond their understanding began to awaken. A voice, one that did not belong to the living nor the dead, resounded across the festival grounds. "Who dares tread upon my domain? Who breaks the cycle of eternal dread?" The sky above tore apart, revealing an endless abyss of writhing shadows, twisting and contorting into a monstrous form that defied all logic. This was no ordinary god. It was a being erased from history, a forgotten terror sealed away before time itself. Its form constantly shifted. At one moment a colossal titan with 1,000 screaming mouths, the next a serpentine horror coiling around the very stars. Beings of unimaginable power fell to their knees, their minds crumbling at the mere sight of it. The festival herald, once so confident, was now cowering in despair. This wasn't supposed to happen. Entire sections of the festival collapsed into non-existence, devoured by the entity's mere presence. The being's voice rippled through the void, tearing the concept of reality apart. "You have forgotten my name, but I have not forgotten my hatred. I shall unmake you all." A hush fell over the cosmic battlefield. The gods, emperors, and warlords, beings who had shaped universes, were powerless before this nightmare. But then, a yawn. All heads turned toward Beerus, who stretched lazily, completely unfazed. His golden throne hovered effortlessly above the battlefield, untouched by the chaos. "Ugh, another cosmic reject waking up from its nap," Beerus muttered, rubbing his temple. "I swear, this happens every time I go out." His wives, still lounging beside him, exchanged amused glances. "Should we handle this, my love?" Zerna asked, her stormy eyes crackling with excitement. "Looks like fun." Urza smirked, cracking her knuckles. Beerus exhaled, reclining back on his throne. "Go ahead. I was hoping for a peaceful festival, but I suppose watching you all have fun is entertainment enough." The entity, witnessing Beerus' complete lack of concern, let out a bellowing roar that sent shockwaves through existence itself. "You mock me? I am the primordial nightmare, the void before light. I have consumed countless gods, erased entire histories." Yeah, Velzer interrupted, standing up with a playful smirk. "But have you ever fought a pissed-off wife of the Supreme One?" The air trembled as Beerus' wives rose from their seats, their divine presence eclipsing even the terror before them. The audience, gods, warlords, eldritch lords, backed away in awe and terror. The festival herald, still shaking, whispered, "They're going to fight it?" "No," a lesser god stammered. "They're going to play with it." The entity lunged, its form shifting into a vortex of screaming shadows, its very presence unraveling space and time. The stars in the sky flickered out as the void expanded, but before it could reach them, boom, Urza's fist collided with its core, sending the nightmare hurtling backward through multiple dimensions. The shockwave alone disintegrated lesser gods, reducing them to cosmic dust. Urza grinned, shaking her hand. "Not bad. That actually felt solid." The entity shrieked, regaining its form. It lashed out with tendrils of oblivion, each strike capable of consuming entire realities. Zerna intercepted, raising a single finger. The moment the tendrils touched her skin, they froze, turning into pure crystal before shattering into nothingness. She smirked. "You're going to have to do better than that, dear." The entity howled, shifting again, this time into an unstoppable tsunami of entropy, crashing toward them with the force of a collapsing multiverse. Velzer stepped forward, yawning. "I was hoping for more resistance." She exhaled, and the tidal wave stopped midair, not because it had been blocked, but because Velzer's presence refused to acknowledge it as a threat. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the attack back, forcing the entity to consume its own destruction. A massive explosion of void energy rocked the battlefield. Entire realms crumbled. The sky itself screamed in agony. The audience was in pure disbelief. "They're toying with it," whispered a celestial warlord, his body trembling. The entity realized it, too. For the first time in its existence, it felt fear. It tried to retreat, but Delta was already behind it. "Leaving so soon?" she asked, her usually calm eyes glowing with dangerous amusement. "We're not done playing yet." She snapped her fingers. The entity's own power turned against itself. The shadows that made up its body began to unravel, its form twisting, distorting. It screamed in rage and terror. This is impossible. I am the nightmare beyond nightmares." Delta leaned in, whispering, "No, dear. You're just a bedtime story." With a final snap, the entity was reduced to nothing, its very concept erased from existence. Silence. The battlefield was still. The festival herald, now pale and breathless, collapsed in shock. The audience, once filled with the most powerful beings in existence, could not speak. They had witnessed something beyond their understanding. Beerus, watching from his throne, clapped slowly. "Well, that was amusing." His wives returned, satisfied. "That was fun," Velzer said, stretching. Urza nodded. "I wouldn't mind another one popping up." Beerus rolled his eyes. "Let's not encourage more interruptions." The festival herald, still trembling, approached cautiously. "My lord, your wives, they..." Beerus smirked. "Yes, I know. They're terrifying." The festival resumed, but everyone there knew. A new legend had been written, and the Supreme One's wives had once again reminded the cosmos of their place. The keepers gathered in a floating citadel, suspended in the void between realities. A massive ethereal map of the cardinal world hovered in the center, shifting and glowing with power, displaying rising tensions, political struggles, and battles for supremacy. Rimuru, lounging lazily in his abyssal silk throne, broke the silence. "We need to push the world to establish a new council, but we can't force it." Guy Crimson smirked, his crimson eyes glowing with amusement. "So, we manipulate them instead?" Malim, ever the embodiment of chaos, grinned eagerly. "Sounds fun." Luminous, always the strategist, sipped her blood-red tea elegantly. "It has to feel like their own idea. If we force it, it won't last. But if we subtly influence key figures, they'll believe it was their choice all along." Leon, arms crossed, his golden eyes sharp, nodded in agreement. "We whisper to rulers, stir conflicts, and make them see the necessity of a council." Ramiris, floating on a crystal throne, swung her legs. "So we're playing a long game of trickery and influence? I like it." Draggle, the watchful guardian, remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the shifting world map. "Then let's begin. To make the world crave order, the keepers needed controlled chaos." Rimuru's subtle manipulation, the shadow's invitation. Rimuru had no need for direct involvement. Instead, he planted the seeds of doubt among rulers and influential warlords. Through anonymous messages, whispers in dreams, and well-placed rumors, he spread the idea that the world is on the brink of turmoil. In royal courts, rulers awoke from unsettling visions. A world without balance will fall into endless war. A new age must rise, led by those strong enough to claim it. The demon lords of old are gone. Who will take their place? These cryptic messages left kings and warlords restless, uncertain, yet intrigued. Guy, ever the puppet master, took a more direct approach. He stoked the flames of ambition. He leaked false rumors to powerful warriors and rulers, whispering that certain factions were already forming a secret council. "Have you heard? The Beast Kingdom is gathering its strongest warriors. They seek to claim the title of demon lords. The sorcerer kings of the East are forging pacts to divide the world among themselves. If you don't act now, you'll be left behind." This infuriated many, especially those who considered themselves worthy of ruling. Duels broke out. Alliances shattered. Kingdoms prepared for war, not out of hatred, but out of the desire to claim power before others could. And all the while, Guy watched with a smirk, knowing only the strongest would rise. Malim, of course, had no patience for subtlety. She descended upon the world like a storm, challenging powerful warriors, breaking cities, and testing rulers. She would land in the middle of a kingdom, point at the strongest warrior, and declare, You want to be a demon lord? Fight me." She demolished castles, tore through armies, and flattened landscapes, not killing, just proving that those who wished to rule had to be strong enough to handle true power. After every battle, she'd laugh, slap her opponent on the back, and say, "You should totally become a demon lord. You've got potential." This left many warriors shaken, but her words lingered in their minds. Could they claim such a title? Were they worthy? Luminous knew that raw power wasn't enough. Belief was crucial. She sent prophetic dreams to seers, oracles, and priests across the world. Visions of a new council, a gathering of demon lords destined to guide the world. Some priests woke up declaring a holy revelation. The demon lords must return to restore balance. Kings consulted their advisors, worried that divine will was forcing their hands. Holy orders debated among themselves. Was this a test or a true prophecy? Slowly, faith itself began pushing the idea of a new demon lords council. Leon used strategy and persuasion. He spoke to rulers and warlords, carefully planting doubt and fear. The world is unstable. If no one claims control, war will come. Would you rather let others decide your fate, or take a seat at the table? He never outright told them to form a council, but his words left a mark. Within weeks, diplomatic envoys spread across the world, discussing a gathering of the strong. Ramiris played the ultimate prank. She created a fake council. Using illusions, rumors, and staged encounters, she tricked the world into believing a demon lord's council already existed. Shadowy figures were seen meeting in secret halls. False messages were intercepted, hinting at decisions being made by the unseen lords. Mercenaries were paid to spread tales of a secret gathering of powerful beings. This infuriated many, who dared form a council without inviting them. And so, more warriors, kings, and mages rushed to claim their own seat. As the strongest contenders rose, Draggle descended upon them like an unstoppable force. Standing atop a towering battlefield, his voice boomed across the land. "If you seek to be a demon lord, prove your worth." And so began the great trial, a series of brutal battles, pushing warriors and rulers to their limits. Some fell, some rose, and the strongest endured. Through chaos, trickery, diplomacy, and trials, the world had been pushed toward a single conclusion. A new council must be formed. At a grand summit, the strongest gathered, unaware that every step had been orchestrated by the keepers. As they declared themselves demon lords, the keepers watched from the shadows. Rimuru smirked. "And they think it was their idea." Guy chuckled. "Perfect." Malim cheered. "That was so much fun." Luminous sighed. "At least the world has order again." Leon smirked. "And none of them will ever know." Draggle, arms crossed, watched the new council with silent approval. Back in Tempest, the newly crowned king of Tempest, Benimaru, sat at the head of a long obsidian table in Tempest's war chamber, a grand hall carved deep within the heart of the capital. He had heard the whispers, rumors spreading across the cardinal world about a new demon lords council forming. The news troubled him. The keepers had retired, but the world wasn't stable yet. If a new council was forming, who would lead it? Who would ensure that Tempest's influence remained strong? Around him sat his most powerful warriors and advisors, Diablo, Zijin, Geld, Hakuro, Maddox, and Gabaru. These were the pillars of Tempest, and together, they would decide the kingdom's next move. Benimaru tapped his fingers on the stone table, his crimson eyes sharp. "We all know why we're here. The world is changing, and the rumors are spreading. A new demon lords council is forming." A murmur spread across the chamber. "We don't know who started it," he continued, "but we do know one thing. If we don't take control of this movement, someone else will." Diablo chuckled, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. "Ah, how delightful. A council with no true leader yet? That's an opportunity just waiting to be exploited." Zijin, ever calm and composed, spoke next. "We need to consider our options. If this council is truly forming, then who among us will rise to claim a seat?" Hakuro stroked his beard, his eyes filled with wisdom. If we allow unknown forces to take power, they might become a threat. But if we control it from the inside, Maddox, the cold and calculating general, leaned forward. Then we control the fate of the cardinal world. Geld, ever the realist, grunted. We don't need war, but we do need dominance. If we let the wrong people rise, Tempest's authority will weaken. Benimaru nodded. Then we take action. But who among us will rise as a demon lord? The room fell silent for a moment. Diablo smiled, a dark and knowing grin. Well, my dear King Benimaru, let's be honest. Who in this world could defeat Zijin or myself? His words hung in the air, undeniable. Zijin's presence alone was suffocating, his power absolute. Diablo, with his cunning and ruthlessness, was a nightmare given form. Benimaru smirked. So, you're suggesting that you and Zijin proclaim yourselves as demon lords? Zijin nodded. It makes sense. There aren't many who could challenge us. And if Diablo becomes the leader of the council, then Tempest will always be at the top. Diablo's eyes gleamed with mischief. Exactly. The so-called demon lords of old have faded, leaving behind a vacuum of power. I say we fill it, and shape the council as we see fit. Gabiru, who had been listening quietly, suddenly stood up. Wait. What about me? I could be a demon lord too. Silence. Gabiru so cool. Diablo tilted his head, his smile polite but condescending. Gabiru, my dear friend, no. Gabiru crossed his arms, sulking. Maddox, ever the pragmatist, leaned forward. This plan is good, but it needs structure. Who else is rising as a demon lord? We need to know our competition. Benimaru conjured a holographic map in the center of the table, pinpointing regions of interest. From what we've gathered, these individuals are either preparing to claim the title of demon lord, or they're being pushed toward it. 1. Zephyrion, the Storm Tyrant. A beastman warlord from the untamed north. He has slaughtered rivals and gained a massive following. Rumors say he devours weaker challengers to absorb their power. Zijin's antennae twitched. He could be a problem if left unchecked, but he's too primal. He can be outmaneuvered. Diablo smirked. Or manipulated. 2. Zalvador, the Crimson Sage. A mystic from the Eastern Empire, master of forbidden magic. Seeks to become a demon lord to gain ultimate knowledge. Allegedly, he has been experimenting with resurrection magic. Luminous would have hunted him down if she were still active. Benimaru frowned. If he succeeds, he could be unpredictable. Hakuro nodded. We might need to eliminate him before he gains too much power. 3. Azariah, the Queen of Shadows. A vampire monarch rising from the ruins of an ancient kingdom, believed to be forming a faction of assassins. Her influence is growing in secret. Diablo chuckled darkly. Now she sounds like someone I could play with. 4. Dragon the Wrathful. A dragonkin warrior who has never been defeated in battle. Claims he will burn the world if denied his title. Wields a lost draconic weapon. Geld cracked his knuckles. He sounds like my kind of fight. Benimaru stood up, his sharp crimson eyes sweeping over his gathered generals. We will not wait for others to dictate the future of the cardinal world. We will shape it ourselves. His voice carried the weight of a king, and his advisors, Diablo, Zijin, Geld, Hakuro, Maddox, and Gabiru, listened intently. Diablo and Zijin. Benimaru continued. You will declare yourselves as the new demon lords. The world will bow to this announcement. A wicked grin spread across Diablo's face. Ah, how truly exhilarating. The world has been without true rulers for far too long. It's time we remind them what true power looks like. Zijin, ever composed, simply nodded. If we do this, we must do it completely. Our dominance must be unquestionable. Benimaru crossed his arms, looking at Diablo and Zijin. Your titles must send a message. They should strike fear and admiration into the hearts of the world. Diablo's golden eyes flashed with amusement. A title? Then I shall be known as Diablo, the abyssal chaos creator. A ruler not just of demons, but of fate itself. Maddox smirked. Fitting. No one plays the long game like you, Diablo. Diablo chuckled. Oh, my dear Maddox, you flatter me. But you're correct. I will ensure the entire world dances to my tune. All eyes turned to Zijin. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. Then I shall be Zijin, the insect god of dominion. Let them understand. Nature itself bows to me. Benimaru nodded approvingly. Good. Now, how do we make this known to the world? Diablo tapped his fingers against the table, his mind already crafting a grand strategy. We don't simply send messengers. No, that would be far too mundane. Instead, we create an event, an announcement that ripples across the world. Gabiru leaned forward. An event? Like what? Diablo's smile widened. We spread the news through whispers, rumors, and undeniable proof. We send my subordinates, each carrying the decree of our ascension, and they shall visit the major kingdoms, the rogue factions, and the rising warlords. But more importantly, he paused dramatically. We make sure the world knows that if they wish to be part of the Demon Lords Council, they must come to us. Geld grunted. That forces every potential candidate to acknowledge your power first. Diablo nodded. Exactly. They will either submit to our rule, or be destroyed for their arrogance. Benimaru smirked. Then it settled. Diablo, choose someone to handle this personally. Diablo stood up and summoned one of his most trusted subordinates, a high-ranking demon known as Nor, the Shadow Bearer. A dark mist swirled as Nor appeared, his form a blend of shadow and regal refinement, his voice smooth as silk. My lord Diablo, you called? Diablo grinned. Nor, my dear agent of chaos. You have a mission. You will spread the proclamation of our ascension to the world, but do so in a way that excites things. Nor bowed. Shall I whisper it into the ears of kings? Shall I carve it into the skies with fire? Diablo chuckled darkly. All of the above, dear Nor. All of the above. Nor vanished into the darkness, his form dissipating as he set off to spread the word. As the news spread, rulers of powerful kingdoms reacted with alarm and paranoia. In the Holy Empire, a meeting of archbishops was held in panic. Diablo and Zijin have proclaimed themselves demon lords. If those two control the new council, then we are doomed. One bishop slammed his fist on the table. We must prepare. If the demon lords rise again, war will follow. But some are more calculating. Perhaps we align with them instead. Those who had aspirations of becoming demon lords felt the weight of Diablo's challenge. Zephyrion, the Storm Tyrant, laughed. They think they can declare themselves above all. I shall go and show them what true power is. Zalvador, the Crimson Sage, smirked. Diablo's cunning is dangerous, but I shall not bow to him. If he wants to control the council, he will have to contend with me. Azariah, the Queen of Shadows, whispered to her assassins. If he underestimates me, he will regret it. A council is a game of power, and I always play to win. As the declaration of Diablo and Zijin's ascension spread across the world, the once fractured lands now found themselves on the brink of a new era. The ambitious, the power-hungry, and the curious all heard the call, the chance to join the ranks of the demon lords. Diablo, ever the strategist, had laid the groundwork for this grand event. The Valpurgis, a gathering of power unlike any other, would be the proving ground. Whoever could survive and prove themselves worthy would join the demon lord's new council, while the unworthy would fall in disgrace. To bring the challengers to the labyrinth, Diablo had devised a method that would strike fear and awe into their hearts. His subordinates, each a creature of unimaginable power, would venture across the world to personally deliver the invitation. But instead of simply sending messages or summons, Diablo's agents would use demonic doors, portals to another dimension, so the challengers could experience firsthand the overwhelming force of the new demon lords. Each demonic door was a masterpiece in its own right, imbued with chaotic energy, able to distort the very fabric of reality itself. It didn't just transport the challengers, it pulled them through a surreal, nightmarish passage that left them gasping for breath. Through these doors, the very laws of space and time twisted. The challengers would enter a world within the world, the labyrinth of Tempest, where the rules were set by Diablo and Zijin alone. In the mountainous range where Zephyrion resided, the skies had already begun to rumble with the distant power of a gathering storm. A figure cloaked in shadow appeared at the heart of the storm. It was Nor, Diablo's shadow bearer, moving through the thick winds as though they were nothing. He approached Zephyrion's grand citadel, where the Storm Tyrant resided in isolation. As Nor arrived, Zephyrion stood atop a massive, jagged spire, his storm-infused power crackling around him. So, the Abyssal Tyrant's invitation finally comes. Zephyrion smirked, raising his hand to summon a storm. Nor didn't flinch. Indeed, Lord Diablo and Lord Zegan have heard of your ambitions. They are intrigued by your power, but they need to see if you are worthy of being part of the new council. You are invited to Valpurgis, Zephyrion. Zephyrion chuckled darkly, intrigued by the offer. A Valpurgis, eh? I shall join, but not to be tested, only to crush those beneath me. Nor stepped forward, his eyes glowing with a shadowed fire. He extended a hand, and from it emerged a demonic door, swirling with chaotic energy. This is the way. Zephyrion hesitated for a moment before nodding. The portal felt like it was pulling at the very fabric of his being, but the challenge excited him. Without hesitation, he walked through the door, disappearing into the swirling vortex. Zalvador, a dark sorcerer of immense power, had long been a recluse, perfecting his forbidden magic in solitude. When Nor appeared at his towering citadel, with the ancient tomes and arcane runes etched into its walls, the Crimson Sage was deep in thought, eyes glowing with arcane knowledge. I know what you want. Zalvador's voice rang out before Nor even spoke. Nor was unbothered. Then you already understand. Lord Diablo and Lord Zegan offer you a chance to prove yourself. You are invited to a Valpurgis. Zalvador's eyes narrowed, a smirk creeping across his face. You think I need an invitation to prove my worth? I've already crushed half the world's most powerful wizards. But I will go. After all, a Valpurgis sounds entertaining. Nor raised a hand, and the portal once again manifested, its colors shifting, ever-changing. Then you'll find yourself among the best of the best. Let's see if your magic can stand up to the others. Zalvador's laugh echoed as he stepped into the demonic door, his form vanishing into the vortex. Azariah, the Queen of Shadows, was known throughout the land for her cunning and her ability to manipulate both minds and realms. Her hidden kingdom, a city submerged in darkness, had no ruler but her. When Nor arrived there, Azariah was seated upon a throne of blackened obsidian, casting her gaze on a gathering of spies and informants. So, Diablo has taken notice of me. How predictable. She purred, her lips curling into a sinister smile. You know why I'm here, Azariah. Lord Diablo and Lord Zegan have extended their invitation. A Valpurgis awaits. Azariah's eyes gleamed with interest. A council of demons, you say? I've watched the old council fall apart. But Diablo's rise is interesting. I shall accept. And when I arrive, I'll be the one manipulating the others. Nor's dark aura pulsed as he extended his hand toward her. This is the way. Azariah moved smoothly from her throne and walked toward the portal, her eyes glowing with predatory intent as she stepped into the vortex, disappearing without a sound. The last challenger was one who had long sought to rule over all others. Xyloth, the demon lord of pride. His city was filled with towering statues of his own likeness, and his power to manipulate perception and dominate others was nearly unmatched. A Valpurgis, eh? Xyloth mused aloud. Diablo and Zegan, a truly curious choice of rulers. He had heard the rumors, of course. Diablo's rise had shaken the world, and the potential for a new council had intrigued him. But could Diablo truly be the one to control the fate of the world? I will accept the challenge, Xyloth declared, his prideful smile showing no hint of doubt. Nor, standing before him, extended his hand. The way is open. Lord Diablo and Lord Zegan await your arrival. Xyloth stepped toward the portal. As he passed through, his powerful gaze lingered on Nor, who was watching him with an inscrutable expression. He disappeared into the labyrinth's twisted corridors, ready to prove that no one could challenge his dominance. As Zephyrion, Zalvador, Azariah, and Xyloth stepped through their respective portals, they found themselves in a strange, twisted dimension. The labyrinth itself was an interdimensional space, a place where the very laws of time and space twisted and bent. Here, they would meet one another. The labyrinth, while built into Tempest, had taken on a dark, foreboding appearance. It was an ancient structure of traps, hallways that led into different realities, and chambers that could drive a person mad with their disorientation. The challengers found themselves standing in the center of a grand arena, an ethereal place where nothing was real, and yet everything was real. The walls, seemingly alive with shifting energies, thrummed with power. From the edges of the arena, the figures of Diablo and Zegan watched from their thrones, Diablo sitting with his hands folded neatly, while Zegan stood with his aura of command surrounding him. The challengers, arriving from their respective realms, stood in awe as they gazed at the twisted grandeur of the labyrinth. The dimensional rift that had carried them here felt like the very fabric of existence had cracked open. Each of them, despite their immense power, felt the crushing weight of the uncertainty of what awaited them in the Valpurgis. Let the true test begin. Diablo's voice echoed across the labyrinth. He knew what awaited them, and they would soon understand that not all who enter will survive. The challengers had gathered in the labyrinth's grand arena, all bearing their respective pride, arrogance, and ambition. Diablo and Zegan sat like two beasts of the abyss, waiting patiently for the show to begin. Their thrones were placed at opposite ends of the arena, towering over the arena floor where the challengers now stood. The dim light shone through the cracks in the labyrinth's walls, casting eerie shadows that stretched like the hands of ghosts, waiting to claim their victims. The challengers sized each other up, their gazes intense, as they realized that they weren't just fighting for an invitation to the Demon Lord Council. This was a battle for dominance, for control over the new world order. Each challenger was keenly aware of the stakes, and how the very nature of the fight could determine who would emerge as the top Demon Lord among them. Zephyrion, the Storm Tyrant, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes crackling with power. His ability to control storms and lightning was legendary. He radiated an air of quiet confidence. Beside him stood Zalvador, the Crimson Sage, whose fingers twitched as arcane runes appeared in the air, his magical prowess apparent in every move. Azariah, the Queen of Shadows, stood apart from the rest, her eyes glinting with sharp intelligence and a deadly, alluring smile. Xyloth, the Demon Lord of Pride, stood arrogantly at the edge of the arena, his arms crossed as he sneered at the others. His prideful nature was evident in every subtle gesture, and his absolute confidence made it clear that he believed himself to be the rightful ruler of all. The challengers were bracing themselves, knowing that whatever came next, it would be a trial like no other. Let the games begin. Diablo's voice echoed through the arena, and with it, the reality of the Valpurgis began to take shape. The labyrinth began to shift, the very ground beneath their feet rumbling as dimensional energies started to swirl. Suddenly, the challengers were not alone. The arena transformed, becoming a battlefield, where the challengers would face both each other and the traps designed to test their abilities. Illusions flickered across the landscape, distorting the challengers' perception of time and space. We are all pawns in Diablo's game now, Zalvador muttered under his breath. He knew this was no mere contest of strength. It was a game of manipulation and endurance, a battle royale of chaos and carnage. The moment the trial began, the arena exploded into chaos. A thundering boom echoed through the labyrinth as the walls trembled, shifting like a living entity. The very ground beneath the challengers fractured, sending shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. The challengers barely had time to react before the battle royale commenced. Zephyrion, the Storm Tyrant, launched into the air with a burst of lightning, hovering high above the battlefield. Crackling energy surged through his body as storm clouds gathered overhead, his golden eyes flashing with anticipation. Let the weak fall first, he declared, unleashing a torrent of lightning spears down on the battlefield. The bolt struck indiscriminately, blasting chunks of the labyrinth floor apart and vaporizing several monstrous creatures that had begun emerging from the labyrinth's depths. Zalvador, the Crimson Sage, reacted instantly, conjuring a barrier of blazing crimson flames to deflect the lightning. His grimoire hovered beside him, flipping its pages rapidly as he chanted incantations. You'll have to try harder than that, Zephyrion, he muttered. With a flick of his wrist, crimson chains shot forth from his spell circle, snaking through the air to ensnare Zephyrion's legs. Before the chains could reach him, a shadowy figure appeared between them. Azariah, the Queen of Shadows, moved like a specter, her body dissolving into darkness before reforming behind Salvador. You men and your theatrics, she whispered, her voice dripping with amusement. With a snap of her fingers, shadowy daggers materialized and shot toward Salvador. But Xyloth, the demon lord of pride, was already moving. He smashed into Salvador with a single, devastating punch, sending the Crimson Sage hurtling across the battlefield, crashing through several beasts in the process. You'll have to fight me directly, Xyloth sneered, his entire body glowing with a golden aura. His prideful energy made him nearly impervious to attacks. Salvador twisted midair, landing on one knee, blood dripping from his lip. Bastard, he growled before raising his hand. The air around Xyloth condensed as gravity magic slammed into him, attempting to crush his body under an invisible force. But Xyloth grinned through the pain, his overwhelming willpower resisting the force of gravity itself. You think this will work on me? He scoffed. Meanwhile, the labyrinth continued its onslaught of monstrous creatures. Massive beasts, with twisted, grotesque forms, surged into the battlefield, some covered in spiked obsidian armor, others exuding a miasma of death, their bodies barely holding form. A colossal serpent, its scales glistening like molten lava, lunged toward the battlefield, its jaws wide enough to swallow several warriors whole. Zephyrion dove toward the beast, electricity surging from his palms, and punched the serpent's skull with enough force to send a shockwave through the entire arena. The creature screeched, thrashing wildly, but before it could retaliate, Azariah appeared above it, driving a shadow-forged spear straight through its eye. The ground quaked as another abomination, a titanic, horned behemoth, charged into the fray, its roar deafening. Xyloth met it head-on, catching its tree-sized fist with one hand before delivering an earth-shattering uppercut that sent the beast flying into the ceiling. Despite their struggles, it became clear that the true contest wasn't against the beasts. It was against each other. As the dust settled, the remaining three challengers, Zephyrion, Azariah, and Xyloth, stood at the center of the battlefield, their bodies battered but their spirits unbroken. Salvador had been knocked out, his body buried under a collapsed section of the labyrinth. The three warriors locked eyes, each realizing the inevitable truth. They were powerful, but to truly claim their place, they had to face the ones who orchestrated this battle, Diablo and Zidjian. Zephyrion stepped forward first. Enough of this, he growled, his stormy aura flaring wildly. If we're to be demon lords, we should face the two who declared themselves first. Azariah wiped the blood from her lips, a slow smirk forming. I have to admit, that does sound like a fitting conclusion. Xyloth cracked his knuckles. If we're going to rule, we should at least prove we can stand against them. Diablo and Zidjian exchanged glances from their thrones. Diablo stood, his aura of absolute malice filling the entire arena. You wish to challenge us? He purred. Very well. We shall grant you an audience. But I warn you, you won't enjoy the experience. Zidjian nodded, stepping forward. If you want to be demon lords, you must first understand true power. Then it began. The moment the battle started, it was over. Zephyrion blitzed forward, moving at speeds even lightning couldn't match. He aimed a devastating thunderstrike at Diablo's face, but before he could land the blow, Diablo caught his wrist with two fingers. Crack. Zephyrion's arm twisted unnaturally, and he barely had time to scream before Diablo drove his knee into his stomach, folding him in half. The shockwave alone sent him crashing through multiple walls, leaving a bloody crater in his wake. Xyloth lunged at Zidjian, his prideful aura surging, his golden fist crashing down like a meteor. But Zidjian sidestepped effortlessly and slammed his elbow into Xyloth's ribs with enough force to nearly shatter reality. The self-proclaimed demon lord of pride was launched into the sky, blood spraying from his mouth before Zidjian appeared above him in an instant, and hammer-fisted him back into the ground. Azariah barely had time to react before Diablo's hand appeared around her throat. He lifted her effortlessly, his golden eyes gleaming with pure, unfiltered amusement. You fought well, Diablo admitted, but this is where you fall. Then he drove her into the floor with enough force to send shockwaves through the labyrinth. The challengers didn't even last a full minute. As their beaten bodies lay strewn across the battlefield, Diablo and Zidjian stood before them, looking down with unreadable expressions. Then, Diablo clapped his hands once, his power washing over them like a dark tide, healing their wounds. Congratulations, he said, his voice silky smooth. You have survived the first test. You may have lost, but you have proven your worth nonetheless. Zidjian nodded. You are strong enough to rule. One by one, the challengers rose, their bodies still aching but their determination burning brighter than ever. Diablo turned to the darkness, summoning his subordinates. Spread the word, he commanded. Let the world know of the new demon lords. And so, the new demon lords were born. Diablo, the abyssal chaos creator. Zidjian, the insect monarch. Zephyrion, the storm tyrant. Azariah, the queen of shadows. Xyloth, the lord of supreme pride. Salvador, the phantom of the abyss. The world was about to change, and they would rule it from the shadows. The formation of the new Demon Lord Council had not gone unnoticed. From their divine realms, the Keepers, Rimuru, Guy Crimson, Malim Nava, Draggle, Luminous Valentine, Leon Cromwell, and Ramiris, watched as Diablo and Zidjian orchestrated the grand event, their eyes locked on the battlefield unfolding within the labyrinth. Meanwhile, beyond even their reach, in a realm of absolute supremacy, Beerus, Whis, and his wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, also observed the spectacle, their expressions ranging from amusement to mild interest. This was history in the making. Within a divine realm, far removed from the physical world, the Keepers, Rimuru, Guy Crimson, Malim Nava, Draggle, Luminous Valentine, Leon Cromwell, and Ramiris, gathered to observe the newly formed Demon Lord Council. The scene before them unfolded like a grand performance, orchestrated by none other than Rimuru's two most trusted subordinates, Diablo and Zidjian. As the battle royale raged within the labyrinth, the Keepers could only watch in amusement, intrigue, and, in some cases, shock. Rimuru sat comfortably, arms crossed, his golden eyes glowing with satisfaction. I gotta say, I'm really proud of these two. I didn't even have to do anything. Guy Crimson raised an eyebrow, smirking. You sly bastard. You didn't just create monsters, you created rulers. Malim leaned forward, her eyes wide with excitement. Whoa, look at Zidjian. He's moving so fast they can't even react. Luminous took a sip of her wine, watching the flawless way Diablo maneuvered the situation. Your subordinates aren't just strong, Rimuru. They're intelligent. They didn't seize power. They made the world come to them. Leon, arms crossed, nodded. That's the part that impresses me. Anyone can force their way to the top. But Diablo? He made everyone believe it was their idea to challenge him. And now that he's beaten them to a pulp, they'll follow him willingly. Draggle's golden draconic eyes glowed faintly as he watched the challengers struggling against Diablo's overwhelming power. There is no doubt now. Tempest has effectively taken control of the Demon Lord Council. Ramiris hovered midair, rubbing her temples. So, Rimuru, do you even need to do anything anymore? Your people are running everything. Rimuru chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I mean, at first, I was kind of worried about leaving things to them, but now, I feel like I made the right call. Guy let out a boisterous laugh. Huh, this is perfect. The world thought it was rid of us, and now, your people have taken over without even needing our help. Malim punched the air. So does this mean I can go and fight Diablo and Zidjian now? Luminous rolled her eyes. Malim, no. You'll just destroy everything. Leon smirked. She does have a point though. If those two are this strong, the real question is, can anyone even challenge them? As the battle royale concluded and the remaining challengers barely stood, Diablo and Zidjian loomed over them like deities. The defeated challengers gritted their teeth. Their bodies were battered, their pride shattered, but they refused to back down. Xyloth, his breathing ragged, raised his hand. If we are to be demon lords, we should at least be allowed to challenge you directly. Diablo's smile widened, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, you still have fight left in you? How delightful. Zijin, ever silent, simply nodded. Then come, prove yourselves. The final battle was a massacre. Zijin moved like a phantom, faster than light itself, his attack shattering space. Each blow crushed bones. Each strike drove fear into his opponents. Diablo, on the other hand, was a nightmare incarnate. He warped reality around him, manipulating space, time, and magic itself. Every attack aimed at him simply vanished, erased from existence before it could land. The challengers, though strong in their own right, were mere playthings to Diablo and Zijin. Within minutes, they were on the ground, barely conscious. Diablo laughed softly, kneeling beside Xyloth. You fought well, but now you understand, there is no one stronger than us. Zijin crossed his arms. Still, you have earned your seats. The challengers, though humiliated, nodded in respect. Rimuru grinned. See, I knew they had it handled. Guy whistled. I was expecting them to win, but I didn't think they'd completely dominate. Malim's jaw dropped. That was so cool. Diablo was just standing there and making people disappear. And Zijin, he's like a monster beyond monsters. Luminous nodded. They've established absolute authority. No one in the cardinal world will dare challenge them now. Leon smirked. Which means, Rimuru, your influence will never fade. Even if you step down, your people will keep ruling from the shadows. Draggle chuckled. I underestimated them. I thought we were the only ones capable of controlling the world. But now, it's clear. Tempest has taken over. Ramiris groaned. So now what? Are we just here to watch? Rimuru stretched lazily, a satisfied smile on his face. Pretty much. My people got this. In his celestial realm, Beerus leaned back, golden eyes glowing as he observed Diablo and Zijin. Humph, interesting. Wiz smiled. My. It seems Rimuru has groomed his subordinates well. Velzer smirked. They remind me of some of us. Urza chuckled. More like, they remind me of Beerus. They control without needing to say a word. Zerna observed closely. Their power is absolute. And yet, they let others believe they have control. Delta smirked. That's a divine level of ruling. Sigma, if they continue like this, no one in the cardinal world will ever be able to oppose them. Beerus let out a small chuckle, a godly aura radiating from him. Let them enjoy their little game of kings and rulers. His wives nodded in agreement. The world had changed. And yet, even with a new Demon Lord Council, the true power remained where it always had. As Diablo's subordinates spread across the cardinal world, declaring the formation of the new Demon Lord Council, shockwaves rippled through every kingdom, empire, and faction. Rulers panicked. Power-hungry warlords salivated at the opportunity. Some sought alliances, while others plotted rebellion. The world had changed, and the true game of power had only just begun. As the news of the new Demon Lord Council spread, the entire cardinal world trembled. Kings, rulers, and warriors alike whispered about the new age of demon lords. Some feared them, some wanted to challenge them, others sought alliances. But inside the labyrinth of Tempest, within the new Valpurgis, the new demon lord sat unshaken, their power absolute. Zijin snapped his fingers, and the grand battle arena twisted and distorted, the walls morphing like a living creature. The space collapsed inward, folding into itself, until a new chamber took shape, one dark and ominous, lit only by flickering blue flames. A massive obsidian table materialized in the center, surrounded by thrones carved from different elements, one of shadow, one of crystal, one of fire, and so on, each representing the essence of its occupant. The challengers turned demon lords, still nursing their wounds, hesitantly took their seats. Their eyes darted between Diablo and Zijin, the undisputed leaders of this new council. Subordinates entered in silent procession, carrying plates of exotic dishes, pouring glasses of aged demon wine, and setting before each lord a feast befitting their status. Diablo leaned back in his chair, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement as he raised a wine glass. To a new age, to a new rule, and most importantly, to us, the new rulers of this world. The others hesitated for a moment before reluctantly raising their glasses. Dark, ethereal energies pulsed through the obsidian walls, the air thick with unspoken power. At the center, a massive, glowing map of the cardinal world floated above the table, displaying all territories, some ruled, some in chaos, and others yet to be claimed. Zijin's eyes, gleaming with absolute control, surveyed the gathering. Tempest and the great Jura forest remain ours. His voice echoed through the chamber like an undeniable law. Diablo, swirling his wine lazily, added with a smirk. That includes Falmouth, Gistav, Eurazania, and Fulbrosia. They are part of Tempest's dominion now. We will oversee them directly. The other demon lords nodded in understanding. The lands that Rimuru had conquered, or those that had submitted to Tempest's rule, were not up for discussion. With Tempest's hold established, the four new demon lords turned their attention to the rest of the world, each selecting their territory of rule. Zephyrian's sharp, storm-filled eyes scanned the map before landing on Siltrasso, a land of towering peaks and vast skies. I will take Siltrasso, he declared, thunder cracking in his voice. The floating cities, the highlands, and the storm-ridden skies will be my domain. He smirked. Any who dare enter my skies uninvited will be met with divine wrath. Diablo chuckled, sipping his drink. How fitting. Azariah, the enigma cloaked in darkness, raised a slender hand toward Ingracia. This kingdom thrives in diplomacy, trade, and influence, she murmured, her voice like a whisper from the void. It will serve well under my rule. She narrowed her glowing violet eyes. But I will also claim the silent realms, the underground networks beneath Ingracia, where assassins and spies flourish. They will be my hidden army. Zijin nodded. A domain of deception suits you. Azariah smirked. It always has. Xyloth leaned forward, his golden mane catching the dim light. Coleus, it is a land of warriors, unrefined but brimming with potential. I will forge it into something greater. He then pointed to the barren lands, an unforgiving desert wasteland. And I shall claim the barren lands. If any dare enter without permission, they will be tested in the crucible of strength. The weak will perish. Diablo raised an eyebrow. So, you wish to create a realm of warriors? Xyloth grinned. No, a realm of gods. Salvador, the silent specter, finally spoke, his voice like a breath on the wind. The holy empire of Lobelia, a land shrouded in mystery, perfect for those who exist outside the laws of men. He then turned to the forgotten dragon city, a metropolis where dragons run. I will rebuild it in my image. A ghostly smile played on his lips. It will become the capital of the unseen. As the territories were claimed, Diablo and Zijin subtly ensured that each new demon lord's domain would strengthen Tempest's position rather than threaten it. Zephyrian skies controlled all aerial movement and trade routes. Azariah's Ingracia and underground network ensured Tempest's control over spies, diplomacy, and secrets. Xyloth's warrior kingdom meant an endless supply of elite soldiers, should Tempest ever need them. Salvador's forgotten ruins dragon city would grant Tempest access to ancient knowledge and hidden power. None of the new demon lords realized that they were strengthening Tempest's dominion rather than acting independently. Diablo tapped his wine glass, a resonant chime filling the room. Then it is settled. Zijin's voice followed, unshaken, absolute. This council shall stand united. There will be no pointless conflicts between us. If war must be waged, it will be against the world, not among ourselves. Azariah smirked. And if mortals resist? Diablo grinned. Then they will learn why demon lords are feared. The room pulsed with raw, overwhelming power. Diablo turned to his three most trusted subordinates, Nor, Rella, and Canilla. You know what must be done, he said smoothly. Nor bowed gracefully. Of course, my lord. The world will soon understand who their true rulers are. Rella giggled, licking her lips. Let's see who dares resist. Camilla cracked her knuckles. If they refuse to listen, we'll make them listen. With that, the three vanished, spreading across the cardinal world to deliver a single, undeniable truth. The demon lords have risen. Rulers of mortal nations called emergency meetings. Some sought alliances, others prepared for war. The Holy Church of Lobelia declared the new demon lords as harbingers of chaos. Mercenaries, adventurers, and rogue warriors saw opportunity. Some swore loyalty, others sought to test the new rulers. Old factions and hidden organizations resurfaced, hoping to exploit the chaos for their own gain. The world order had shifted, and none could ignore it. From a realm beyond mortal reach, the original demon lords, Rimuru, Guy, Malim, Draggle, Luminous, Leon, and Ramiris, watched the events unfold. Rimuru smirked. Diablo and Zijin pulled it off. Guy chuckled. They didn't just pull it off, they manipulated the entire world order. Malim grinned excitedly. This is so cool. Maybe I should challenge them. Luminous sipped her wine. Clever little devils. The new demon lords think they rule their lands freely, but Diablo and Zijin have them wrapped around their fingers. Leon nodded. They played the game perfectly. Each new territory strengthens Tempest's control. Ramiris sighed. I just hope this doesn't turn into another world war. Draggle, watching silently, exhaled. The world has changed forever. Even beyond the keepers, Beerus, Whis, and his wives observed from their divine throne. Beerus smirked. Diablo and Zijin are dangerous. I like them. Whis chuckled. Shall we intervene? Beerus yawned. No need. Let's see how far they can go. And thus, with the Demon Lord Council reborn, the Cardinal World entered a new era, one where unseen rulers controlled fate from the shadows. In the heart of the Cardinal World, Zephyrion, the Storm Tyrant, had cast his gaze upon the prosperous land of Siltrasso. Once a powerful kingdom ruled by the esteemed Rosso family, headed by the legendary Granbell Rosso, Siltrasso had now fallen into a state of uncertainty. Granbell had long passed, and with his death, the once great family had crumbled. While the name Rosso might still hold weight among the people, it was no longer the symbol of power and stability it once was. In the absence of the Rosso family, a power vacuum had formed. Various factions had risen to claim control of Siltrasso, each with their own ambitions, but none had the strength or reputation to unite the land under a single banner. This chaotic situation had created an ideal opportunity for Zephyrion to make his move and claim Siltrasso for himself. Zephyrion had not come with the intent of simply watching over the land. He came with a purpose, to claim Siltrasso as his own domain. As the embodiment of storms and tempests, he arrived with a display of raw power, summoning dark clouds that blotted out the sun. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the winds picked up, heralding his arrival. Zephyrion descended upon the capital of Siltrasso, his figure silhouetted against the ominous storm clouds swirling overhead. The citizens below watched in awe and fear as the storm tyrant landed at the city's center, his feet lightly touching the ground as though the very winds themselves were at his command. While Zephyrion had expected to face minimal resistance, what he encountered was not quite what he anticipated. The city of Siltrasso, though in disarray, was not without its defenders. A new power had risen from the ashes of the Rosso family, led by a mysterious group that had seized the opportunity left by Granbell's death. The group, known as the Crimson Dawn, had garnered support from former Rosso loyalists, mercenaries, and even some of Siltrasso's former military leaders. This organization, while not as established as the Rosso family, had quickly become a force to be reckoned with. The leader of the Crimson Dawn was a formidable woman known only as Valeria, a cunning tactician with the charisma and strength to unite Siltrasso's fractured factions. She had risen to prominence through ruthless battles and shrewd negotiations. Valeria was not just a ruler in the traditional sense. She had earned her place through her unmatched strategic mind and her ability to command respect from both the elite and the common folk. As Zephyrion entered the city, Valeria was quick to assess the situation. Her spies had already informed her of the Storm Tyrant's approach, and she had prepared for the worst. She quickly gathered her forces, which included well-trained soldiers, magical wards, and even powerful mages who could hold their own against supernatural threats. Zephyrion knew he could crush the Crimson Dawn with ease if he wanted to, but he had learned the importance of subtlety over time. Conquest by force alone could leave a kingdom in ruins, and that was never his goal. He needed to bring Siltrasso into his fold without destroying it, and without alienating the powerful factions already in place. Valeria stood at the forefront of the Crimson Dawn's military might as she confronted the Storm Tyrant. Zephyrion, sensing the resistance, spoke with his deep, thunderous voice, which rumbled like a storm cloud. You would stand against me? Zephyrion asked, his eyes crackling with lightning. I am Demon Lord Zephyrion, the Storm Tyrant. This land, Siltrasso, is now under my domain. Step aside, or face the full fury of the skies. Valeria, with no trace of fear in her eyes, met his gaze without hesitation. Siltrasso is not yours to claim. My people have suffered enough from the chaos of empty thrones. The Crimson Dawn has taken control, and we will defend our land against any who seek to impose their will. Her voice was calm, but there was an undeniable fire behind it. She was not just a leader, she was a protector of her people. Zephyrion saw this determination in her, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This woman, though not of noble blood, was something different. She had the spirit of a ruler, and that made her dangerous. I do not seek to destroy you, Zephyrion replied, his voice still carrying the weight of the storm. But Siltrasso will belong to me. If you wish to challenge my claim, then we shall see if your strength is worthy. Valeria didn't flinch. She was no stranger to battle, and though she knew Zephyrion's power far exceeded hers, she was not foolish enough to back down. If you want Siltrasso, you will have to prove you are worthy of it. I challenge you, Zephyrion. Let the skies decide. With that, the battle began. Zephyrion raised his arms, and in an instant, the wind began to howl. A vortex of raging gales spun around him, and bolts of lightning cracked the air. The sheer force of his power sent tremors through the ground beneath them, but Valeria was ready. She raised a hand, and her soldiers, positioned on the outskirts of the plaza, began to chant incantations that summoned barriers of magical energy to protect the people from the storm. Meanwhile, Valeria herself drew her sword, a blade forged in the fires of ancient magic. With a swift motion, she surged forward, her movements a blur of precision. Zephyrion summoned a powerful gust of wind, sending Valeria flying back, but she quickly regained her footing, rolling with the blow. She was fast, and though the storm raged around her, she moved with the grace of someone who had faced greater threats in her time. The clash of their powers was nothing short of cataclysmic. Zephyrion unleashed torrents of lightning, which Valeria deflected with barriers of magical energy. She struck with her blade, each strike seemingly leaving trails of fire in the air, but Zephyrion countered with waves of force that sent the ground itself quaking beneath them. The battle continued in this fashion for hours, with both sides testing each other's limits. Valeria fought valiantly, but the difference in raw power was undeniable. As the battle wore on, it became clear to both Zephyrion and Valeria that neither would give up easily. As the storm raged on, Zephyrion began to realize that simply overpowering Valeria wouldn't win him Siltrasso. She was too clever, too resilient. He had underestimated her, and it was a mistake he could not afford to make again. Realizing that brute force alone would not win him the battle, or the land, Zephyrion shifted his approach. Enough, he called out, his voice booming through the storm. I see now that you are no ordinary ruler. I do not wish to destroy Siltrasso, nor do I wish to see it divided further. Join me, and together we can rule this land. Siltraso will be stronger than it has ever been. Valeria, though bruised and battered, stood tall. She did not respond immediately, weighing his words carefully. You want an alliance then? She asked, her voice steady. What makes you think I would trust someone like you? Zephyrian's eyes flashed. I will not conquer you by force. I seek only to protect and guide this land to greatness. You are a strong leader, Valeria. Together, we can forge a future that will make Siltraso the most powerful kingdom in all the lands. Valeria stared at him for a long moment, her sword lowered. She had seen enough bloodshed and death to last a lifetime. Perhaps an alliance with the Storm Tyrant wasn't such a bad idea, especially if it meant keeping the peace and ensuring the survival of her people. Valeria slowly lowered her sword. Fine, you may have Siltraso, but remember this. If you ever break your word, I will be the first to challenge you. Zephyrion smiled. Agreed. With that, the storm began to subside. The winds calmed, and the clouds parted to reveal a clear sky. Siltraso had a new ruler, but it was not a conquest through force. It was a union born of mutual respect and strategic interest. Word of Zephyrian's alliance with the Crimson Dawn spread quickly throughout the land. The people of Siltraso were uncertain at first, but as the days passed, they saw the benefits of the new arrangement. Under Zephyrian's protection, the kingdom prospered, and Valeria was able to solidify her position as a strong leader. Zephyrion, now the demon lord Storm Tyrant of Siltraso, watched over the land with an ever-watchful eye, his storm always hovering in the distance, a reminder of his power and control. In the end, his conquest of Siltraso was not one of violence, but one of strategy and diplomacy. He had gained a powerful ally in Valeria and had proven that sometimes the storm could be calmed not by brute force, but by the strength of the mind. Thus, Siltraso became Zephyrian's, but it was a land that would never forget the resilience of its people and the cunning of its new rulers. Ingracia was a land of politics, wealth, and hidden power. Unlike the war-torn nations of the cardinal world, it had not been built on raw strength alone, but through diplomacy, control of commerce, and influence over the world's laws. Once ruled by the Ingracia royal family, the nation had long since evolved into a sophisticated oligarchy, with noble families, merchant guilds, and powerful bureaucrats all vying for control behind the scenes. Azariah, the Queen of Shadows, had set her sights on this land not because of its military power, but because of its influence. Unlike the other new demon lords, she had no interest in brute force. She was an assassin, a manipulator, a ruler of whispers and unseen forces. Her conquest of Ingracia would not be fought on the battlefield, but in the dark alleys, the courts, and the very minds of those who believed they held power. Azariah did not storm Ingracia with an army. Instead, she walked in as a shadow, unseen, unnoticed, already present before her enemies even realized she was there. Her spies had already infiltrated every layer of Ingracian society. The merchant lords, who controlled the economy, were being subtly manipulated through forged documents, false rumors, and sudden financial crises that only her hidden agents could resolve. The royal bureaucrats, who oversaw governance, began receiving strange messages and reports, subtly guiding them toward making decisions favorable to her. The criminal underworld, which thrived in Ingracia's dark alleys, had already been taken over from within, its leaders replaced with puppets who answered to her alone. For months, the ruling elite remained blissfully unaware that they were already dancing in Azariah's palm. Ingracia's strength was its stability, the web of noble families, merchant guilds, and military leaders who ensured that no single person ever had too much power. But this system had one flaw. It was fragile. Azariah exploited this. One by one, the key figures of Ingracia's ruling class began to disappear. Duke Falcroft, the wealthiest noble in Ingracia, was found dead in his chambers, his throat slit, but his doors locked from the inside. The guards swore that no one had entered, yet he was dead, all the same. Lady Maris, head of the merchant council, suffered a mysterious financial collapse overnight. Every trade deal, she had collapsed simultaneously. Every investor pulled out, and within days, her fortune was gone. Fearing assassination, she fled the capital, never to be seen again. General Durin, Ingracia's strongest military leader, suddenly turned against his own allies. He claimed he had received divine visions warning of traitors in the government, and before anyone could stop him, he executed 3 of his fellow commanders. Shortly after, he was found hanging from his own ceiling, his face twisted in horror. Rumors spread like wildfire. Was this a coordinated rebellion? A curse? A hidden war among the nobles? Panic set in. No one knew who to trust. And that was exactly what Azariah wanted. With the power vacuum growing, Ingracia's Council of Lords gathered to choose a new leader. The nation needed a strong ruler to stabilize it before it collapsed. It was during this moment that Lord Evrain, a previously unknown noble, stepped forward. Evrain was young, intelligent, and charismatic, seemingly the perfect ruler to bring Ingracia back from the brink. He had wealth, connections, and the full support of many nobles who feared further instability. What they did not realize was that Evrain was Azariah's puppet. He had been one of her agents all along, carefully positioned within the noble class years before she even made her move. Every crisis she had created, every noble she had removed, had been to ensure that Evrain would be seen as the only viable leader left standing. On the day of the coronation, as Lord Evrain was officially declared the ruler of Ingracia, Azariah watched from the shadows, unseen but fully in control. The people cheered for their new leader, believing they had saved their nation. But the truth was far darker. Ingracia was already hers. With her puppet king on the throne, Azariah wasted no time solidifying her rule. The noble houses that had resisted her influence were quietly dealt with. Some were executed under fabricated charges of treason, others suffered from accidents, and those who survived found themselves bankrupt and powerless. The military was purged of anyone who might oppose Evrain's rule. Loyalists were promoted, while the disloyal simply vanished. The economy was reshaped. The old merchant guilds found themselves losing influence, while new businesses, secretly funded by Azariah's agents, rose to take their place. All of this happened without a single war, without a single army marching in the streets. By the time the rest of the cardinal world realized what had happened, Ingracia was already under Azariah's complete control. To the outside world, Ingracia remained the same prosperous, peaceful land it had always been. Trade flourished, the people lived their lives, and the government functioned as usual. But in the darkness, everything had changed. The people did not know it, but their king answered to a master they would never see. The nobles who thought they held power were nothing more than actors in a grand play written by a woman whose name they would never speak. Azariah had conquered an entire nation without ever drawing her blade. She did not need to announce her rule, because she had already won the moment she stepped into Ingracia. Xyloth, the lord of supreme pride, was not one to manipulate from the shadows like Azariah. He did not believe in underhanded tricks or subtlety. He was a conqueror, a warlord who crushed those who stood in his way through sheer dominance. And so, when the time came to claim his territory, he did not slink in like a thief. He marched in like a god. His chosen lands were Coleus and the Barren Lands, regions vastly different in nature, but equally challenging to subjugate. Coleus was a land of warriors, known for its mercenaries and wandering battle clans. The Barren Lands, on the other hand, were home to the Giants, an ancient and powerful race that had once served under the demon lord Draggle. But Draggle was gone, and his brother, Glassword, now ruled as their king. The question was simple. Would they bow to Xyloth, or would they be crushed beneath him? And yet, demon lord Xyloth, the lord of supreme pride, was not a fool. He was an unstoppable force, a conqueror, a warlord who took what he wanted by sheer power. But power alone was not always the answer. His goal was clear: Coleus and the Barren Lands. Coleus would be simple. It was a land of warring clans, and he would dominate them with ease. But the Barren Lands? That was different. Glassword, the king, ruled there, and he was no ordinary opponent. Draggle, one of the keepers, had bestowed upon his brother a tremendous power, one that made Glassword nearly invincible. Xyloth was strong, but not reckless. If brute force wouldn't work, then he would bend the world to his will in another way. He would bargain. Xyloth marched into the great arena of Coleus, the heart of the warrior nation, where the strongest fighters gathered to prove their dominance. There was no king in Coleus, no central rule, Only warriors, mercenary clans, and warring factions. And now, Xyloth stood before them, arms crossed, his presence alone sending waves of terrifying authority through the crowd. Xyloth. I am Demon Lord Xyloth, the Lord of Supreme Pride. This land is mine now. The warriors of Coleus laughed. Jorvag, the Blade Tyrant, a Demon Lord? And Coleus? You think we care about your fancy title? Xyloth smirked. Xyloth, no, but you will care about this. He raised a hand. The moment he swiped his fingers through the air, an explosion of raw energy obliterated an entire mountain range in the distance. Silence. The warriors, who lived for battle, felt fear. Still, they were proud. They would not kneel so easily. One by one, the strongest warriors challenged Xyloth. The iron-blooded berserkers attacked in a blind rage. Xyloth broke their bodies with a single punch each. The Storfon clan rained lightning upon him. He absorbed the lightning into his own body and sent it back tenfold, vaporizing their leader. The Unbroken clan, who had never lost a battle, fought him for an hour straight, until they realized Xyloth wasn't even trying. By the end of the battle, Xyloth stood atop the corpses of the fallen. The warriors who remained alive, those strong enough to be worth keeping, looked up at him with a mixture of awe and terror. Xyloth. Coleus belongs to me now. Serve me, or be erased from history. The warriors of Coleus, proud as they were, bowed. Coleus had fallen. With Coleus under his dominion, Xyloth turned his eyes to the barren lands, a land ruled by giants, ancient titans whose strength was unmatched. And at their head was Glassword, the celestial keeper of time's balance. Unlike Coleus, Xyloth did not storm the barren lands looking for a fight. Instead, he requested an audience with Glassword himself. It was unheard of, a demon lord asking for a meeting instead of war. But Glassword, curious about Xyloth's true intentions, granted him an audience. Xyloth stood before the Titan's throne, where Glassword sat, his golden eyes piercing through the demon lord as if he could see the truth of his very soul. Glassword, you conquered Coleus. Now you set your sights on my land. Do you think I will simply hand it over? Xyloth met his gaze, unwavering. Xyloth, no, but I am not here for a fight. Glassword's eyes narrowed. Glassword, then why are you here, demon lord? Xyloth took a step forward, his voice laced with absolute confidence. Xyloth, because I know I cannot defeat you. The air shifted. The gathered giants, warriors who had expected Xyloth to issue a challenge, now listened intently. Xyloth, Draggle has given you power beyond reason. Even if I fought you, the outcome would be uncertain. He grinned. Xyloth, and I do not make bets I cannot win. Glassword watched him carefully. Glassword, so instead of battle, you wish to negotiate. Xyloth, I wish to offer you something greater than just war. Xyloth's plan was simple, yet brilliant. The giants were mighty, but they had always lacked proper governance. They were a warrior race, but not rulers. Coleus, now under Xyloth, was filled with some of the strongest human warriors in the world. If Xyloth and Glassword worked together, they could create an empire where only the strong survived. Xyloth, imagine a nation where warriors thrive, where only the most powerful rule. A land where weaklings are crushed and strength reigns supreme. Xyloth, you are a king, Glassword, but even a king can benefit from a demon lord. Glassword leaned forward, his fingers tapping against his throne. Glassword, and what do you gain from this? Xyloth smirked. Xyloth, territory, influence, power. He spread his arms. Xyloth, I do not need to conquer the barren lands. I need only to watch over them as their demon lord. The giants will keep their rule. You will remain their king. But together, we will forge a kingdom unlike any other. Silence filled the chamber. The giants murmured amongst themselves. Some wanted war. Others saw the brilliance in Xyloth's words. And finally, Glassword stood. His golden eyes locked onto Xyloth's, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, he extended his hand. Glassword, very well, demon lord Xyloth. We shall see if your rule is as strong as your words. Xyloth gripped Glassword's hand, a devilish grin on his face. The deal was made. With Coleus and the barren lands unified, demon lord Xyloth created one of the most fearsome territories in the cardinal world, a land where only the strong survived. The warriors of Coleus became Xyloth's enforcers, their bloodlust now serving a greater cause. The giants of the barren lands remained independent but allied, their unmatched strength a deterrent to any foolish enough to challenge Xyloth's rule. Glassword remained king, but now with the demon lord watching over the realm, ensuring its prosperity through war and conquest. As the world shuddered at the news, Xyloth stood atop Titan's throne, his empire secure, and his ambition only beginning. He whispered to himself, his pride swelling. Xyloth, this is only the start. Demon Lord Salvador, the Phantom of the Abyss, was not a conqueror who relied on brute force. He did not need to unleash armies or battle head-on. Instead, he thrived in the shadows, bending the world to his will with careful manipulation, subterfuge, and whispers. His goal was twofold. Lobelia, the Holy Empire, ruled by Hinata Sakaguchi, who had been granted tremendous power by Luminous Valentine, one of the keepers. Beside her stood Gunter and Lewis, loyal and powerful figures who would never allow their kingdom to fall easily. The Forgotten Dragon City, ruled by Midray, who had been empowered by Malim Nava, another keeper. Both were impossible to take by force alone. But Salvador did not need force. He would undermine them from within, turning their people, their allies, and even their own beliefs against them. Lobelia was a fortress of faith, its people devoted to the divine will of Luminous and their warrior queen, Hinata Sakaguchi. A direct invasion was suicide. Hinata alone was an unstoppable force, and with Gunter and Lewis, the defenses of Lobelia were airtight. However, power alone was not enough to rule. Faith, loyalty, trust. These were the foundations upon which Lobelia stood. Salvador would shake them all. Salvador knew that outright rebellion was impossible in Lobelia, but doubt was a slow, creeping poison. Disguised as a wandering scholar, he infiltrated Lobelia. He spoke in hushed tones in taverns, in markets, and among the merchants. Hinata is powerful, but does she rule with compassion or with force? Is the church truly devoted to Luminous, or is it devoted to power? Do you think Lobelia can stand forever when the world is changing? At first, these words were ignored. But doubt, once planted, grows on its own. The high priests of Lobelia were powerful, but they were still men. Power, greed, fear. These were weaknesses Salvador could exploit. Under a false identity, he approached several influential bishops, men who desired greater control over Lobelia's governance. Salvador disguised. Queen Hinata is strong, but strength alone does not rule a nation. You, the priests, are the true shepherds of the people. Shouldn't your voices guide the empire? The bishops hesitated, but the idea had been planted. Salvador did not need to tell them what to do. Their own ambitions would lead them down the path he desired. Salvador knew that Hinata, Gunter, and Lewis would not fall for simple deception. They were too strong-willed, too aware of manipulation. So instead, he orchestrated a fabricated crisis, one that would force them to take action. Using his agents, Salvador hired mercenaries to pose as foreign rebels, stirring unrest in the outer territories of Lobelia. False assassination attempts against priests were staged. Small uprisings were incited in remote villages. Political divisions were exacerbated between the military and the church. Rumors spread like wildfire that Hinata was losing control. The bishops and nobles of Lobelia demanded answers. Would Hinata rule with an iron fist, or would she yield to the clergy's guidance? It was a trap with no easy answer. Hinata was not blind to what was happening. She gathered Gunter and Lewis and immediately launched an investigation. Within days, she discovered the false rebels were manipulated by an outside force. Hinata, along with her two strongest allies, tracked down Salvador's informants and captured them. Under interrogation, the truth was revealed. Salvador was behind the deception. Hinata, coldly, A demon lord thinks he can walk into my kingdom and turn it against me? Lewis, we should purge these traitors and hunt Salvador down immediately. Gunter, no, he's not the type to fight head-on. He wants us to make the wrong move. Hinata clenched her fists. She would not let Salvador take her country. So she made a bold move. She gathered the people of Lobelia and revealed the entire scheme publicly. Hinata, to the people, a demon hides among you. A trickster who seeks to break our faith and turn us against each other. But I will not allow Lobelia to be torn apart by whispers. The people rallied behind her. Salvador's entire plan was undone in one stroke. Seeing that he had lost the battle of manipulation, Salvador vanished from Lobelia like a ghost. Lobelia remained unconquered. Unlike Lobelia, the Forgotten Dragon City was a land of warriors. Midray, their king, was empowered by Malim and held unshakable loyalty from his people. Salvador knew he could not manipulate them through words alone. So instead, he chose a different strategy. Salvador did not hide this time. He walked directly into Midray's throne room, unarmed. The dragon warriors snarled at his presence, but Midray raised a hand. Midray, a demon lord walks into my city. Either you are a fool, or you think yourself my equal. Salvador smiled. Salvador, neither. I am here to propose a contest. Midray's eyes narrowed. Salvador, your people respect strength above all. So I will offer you this. If I can best 3 of your greatest warriors in a battle of skill, you will listen to my offer. If I fail, I leave. Midray smirked. He had no reason to refuse. Salvador fought 3 of Midray's best warriors, but not with brute force. Instead, he used his shadowy techniques to confuse them, outmaneuver them, disarm them without killing. Midray watched in fascination. After defeating all 3 warriors, Salvador turned to Midray. Salvador, now will you listen? Midray, intrigued, nodded. Salvador did not ask to rule the Forgotten Dragon City. Instead, he proposed a pact. Salvador, I do not seek to take your throne. I seek an alliance. The world is changing, Midray. Even Malim will not rule forever. If you stand alone, you will be left behind. But if you stand with me, we can reshape this world together. Midray hesitated, but Salvador had proven himself. And so, a pact was formed. Lobelia remained intact, but Salvador's failed attempt only made Hinata stronger. The Forgotten Dragon City was not conquered, but Salvador secured an alliance. Salvador had not taken 2 lands, but he had left his mark on both. And in the end, the shadows always remain. Beerus sat upon his throne in the boundless void of his domain, surrounded by the infinite expanse of existence itself. It was time to return, time to remind the old world of the truth. He was the supreme one, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Everything existed beneath him. His golden eyes gleamed with an unknowable depth as he turned his gaze to his ever-loyal attendant. Whis, we are leaving. Whis, who had long known this moment would come, smiled. Of course, Lord Beerus. At his side stood his wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma. Each of them radiated unfathomable power, goddesses in their own right, but they knew their place beside the one above all. As Beerus rose, the fabric of reality trembled. The very laws of the universe parted before his will. With a single step, he tore open a path beyond time and space, leading them to the palace of Zeno. And so they left. Zeno's palace, an endless realm of pure energy, a place that had existed since the dawn of the current multiverse, a place where reality itself bent to the whims of a child. And yet, as Beerus and his entourage arrived, something changed. The palace, which had once stood as a symbol of ultimate authority, shook. The moment Beerus stepped foot inside, it was no longer the same. Something greater had entered. The Grand Priest was already there, waiting as if he had sensed them coming. He floated before them, his expression calm, but his presence tense. Yet, the instant he laid eyes upon them, upon Beerus, the Supreme One, and his wives, his composure wavered. Something deep within him stirred, a primal instinct, one that told him to kneel. He ignored it for now, but he knew. He had never felt this before. Taking a breath, he spoke. Lord Beerus, this is a surprise. You have been absent for so long. And who are these women? Before Beerus could answer, Wis stepped forward, his tone light, yet deliberate. These, father, are the wives of Lord Beerus. Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma. For a brief moment, silence fell upon the Grand Priest. He stared, processing Wis' words. Then, he did something unprecedented. He blinked. Wives? He repeated, as if the very concept was foreign to him. The Beerus he knew had lived for countless eons, feared by many, yet uninterested in companionship. And yet, before him stood 6 divine beings, each an extension of the Supreme One's will. But before the Grand Priest could ask anything more, Beerus moved forward. A single step. That was all it took. The moment Beerus took a step forward, the entire palace trembled. But it was not destruction. It was not chaos. It was something pure, something absolute. The very concept of existence itself recognized him. A force so immense, so overwhelming, that reality bowed before it. The Grand Priest, the second most powerful being in the known multiverse, felt his knees buckle. No, this was impossible. He had never bowed to anyone, only to Zeno, not to any other god. And yet, he was kneeling, without choosing to, without even understanding why. His mind raced. Why was his body doing this? Why was reality itself bending to Beerus' presence? And then, the realization hit him. Because this was not power. This was authority. True, undeniable, eternal supremacy. He lifted his head, staring up at Beerus, his voice quieter than he intended. What are you? Beerus tilted his head slightly. There was no arrogance in his gaze. No pride. Only truth. I am the Supreme One. The words alone sent a ripple through the multiverse. The one and only. The stars trembled. The absolute. Silence. The Grand Priest's breath caught in his throat. Everything he had ever known, every structure of power he had believed in, shattered. Because he understood now. Zeno was never the true ruler. He was merely a placeholder. A child left in charge of a throne that was never his. And now, the true ruler had returned. A sudden, high-pitched voice cut through the silence. Beerus. Yay. Beerus is back. The 2 Zeniths appeared before them, floating with childlike excitement. They clapped their hands, grinning. But then, they met Beerus' gaze, and froze. Their smiles vanished. Their childlike innocence shattered. Because in that moment, they remembered. They remembered something buried deep within their being. Something they had forgotten. A memory of who Beerus truly was. A memory of what he could do. And for the first time since the birth of creation, Zeno felt fear. He staggered backward. Velzer smirked. It seems even your so-called Omni-King remembers his place. Zerna chuckled. How amusing. The one who erases on a whim is shaking in fear. The Grand Priest saw it now. The way Zeno's very essence recoiled. The way the multiverse itself recognized its true ruler. Beerus raised a hand, and the laws of reality bent. But he did not erase anything. He did not need to. Because his presence alone had rewritten the truth. There was no longer any debate. The old order had crumbled. A new era had begun. Velzer stepped beside Beerus. Shall we erase them? Beerus smirked. No, there is no need to erase what is already beneath me. And with that, the age of the Supreme One began. The 2 mysterious guards who had always stood by Zeno's side, silent and unshakable, were frozen in place. These beings, whose power was unknown, whose very existence had never been questioned, could not move. Not because they chose not to, because they could not. The moment Beerus' divine presence filled the throne room, the very concept of resistance ceased to exist. They felt it deep within their essence. Even if they tried to fight it, even if they willed their bodies to move, they wouldn't. Because before the Supreme One, all things bowed. Step. Beerus continued forward. The sound of his footstep echoed like a divine decree. The universe itself seemed to pause, as if holding its breath. Step. With each movement, the weight of existence bent further to his will. Then, he reached the throne. Zeno's throne. No, his throne. With absolute calm, Beerus sat upon it. And the multiverse itself acknowledged the truth. There was no longer an Omni-King. There was only the Supreme One. Seated upon the throne, Beerus gazed down upon them. Zeno, once feared by all, now trembling like a frightened child. The Grand Priest, on his knees, his mind struggling to comprehend the truth. The 2 guards, paralyzed, unable to even lift their heads. There was nothing left to question. Beerus had no need to declare himself. Reality itself had done it for him. Finally, he spoke. Grand Priest. The Grand Priest flinched at his name. And yet, here he was, kneeling. Summon them all. The Grand Priest hesitated, but he already knew what Beerus meant. Summon, he asked, his voice unsteady. Beerus leaned forward slightly, resting his arm on the throne. Every god, every angel, every being that governs creation, the gods of destruction, the angels, the supreme Kais, the lords of creation. His golden eyes burned with authority. All of them. Now, the command was not merely spoken. It was. The moment the words left Beerus' mouth, they became law. The Grand Priest felt it ripple through existence, spreading across all universes, reaching every divine being. There was no resisting it. There was no choice. The Supreme One had spoken, and so they would come. The Grand Priest's head was bowed, but his mind was racing. This wasn't supposed to be possible. For eons, he had served Zeno. He had believed, without question, that Zeno was the highest authority. But now, with just one command, one presence, Beerus had undone all of that. It was not merely power. It was something beyond that. Zeno had been powerful, yes, but his power was chaotic, childish, like a reckless force of nature. Beerus was different. His power was pure, absolute, inevitable. The Grand Priest clenched his fists. If Beerus willed it, he could erase everything, all realities, all gods, all existence, with a mere thought. And yet, he had not. He had simply sat on the throne, and all of existence had bowed. Taking a deep breath, the Grand Priest lifted his head slightly. As you command, Supreme One. He lifted his hand and spread his divine energy across the multiverse. Across all the universes, every divine being felt it, a force beyond comprehension, a summons that could not be ignored. The gods of destruction, who had once ruled with arrogance, felt their very souls tremble. The angels, beings who had believed themselves untouchable, felt the weight of true divinity press upon them. The supreme Kais, the gods of creation, who shaped existence, felt their knees buckle. And they all knew, this was no ordinary summons. This was a decree from the true ruler. One by one, they gathered. In the grand palace, space itself tore open as portals formed. From every universe, from every realm, they arrived. The 12 gods of destruction, the 12 angels, the supreme Kais, the lords of creation. Every divine being stood before the throne. And the moment they laid eyes on Beerus, they knew the truth. They had come expecting to see Zeno. They had come expecting to see the Grand Priest. Instead, they saw Beerus, seated upon the throne, Zeno and the Grand Priest kneeling before him. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, they felt it. That pure, absolute presence. That divine force that made everything else feel meaningless. Every instinct, every fiber of their being, told them the same thing. They were beneath him. A shiver ran through the gods of destruction. They had always thought themselves powerful. Now they understood. They had never even glimpsed true power. Beerus opened his eyes. His golden gaze fell upon them. And without hesitation, they knelt. All of them. Every god, every angel, every being of creation. They knelt before the Supreme One. The vast, divine chamber, once a place of unshakable order, now trembled under a presence unlike anything before. The Supreme Kais looked at each other in confusion. The gods of destruction felt an unexplainable pressure weighing on their very souls. Even the angels, beings who had always believed themselves above all but Zeno, could feel the unmistakable truth pressing into their existence. Zeno was kneeling. The Grand Priest was kneeling. It was something none of them could process. Zeno was the Omni King, the highest power, the one who could erase anything with a flick of his fingers. And yet, he knelt before Beerus. How? Why? Who was he really? And then, their eyes drifted to the figures standing beside him. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais had never seen them before. Standing beside Beerus, 6 women of unparalleled presence and power. Each radiated a divine energy beyond anything they had encountered. Who were they? For the first time in their existence, the gods of destruction felt something alien, something they never thought they would experience. Fear. Not the fear of battle, not the fear of losing, the fear of the unknown. They had always believed they understood the hierarchy of creation. And yet, here was something, someone, far beyond that understanding. Their thoughts were racing, their minds desperately seeking an answer. Then, Beerus spoke. Rise. The word was spoken gently, yet it carried the weight of an undeniable command. At that instant, their bodies moved before their minds could even process it. The Supreme Kais, the gods of destruction, the angels, they all stood, not by their own will, by his. They looked at each other, realization dawning upon them. This wasn't an order they had obeyed out of respect. It was absolute law, just as gravity pulled objects down, just as the stars burned in the cosmos. When Beerus spoke, existence itself complied. And then, Beerus snapped his fingers. The instant his fingers clicked, every god of destruction, every Supreme Kai, every angel, their minds were flooded. It was not pain. It was not forceful. It was simply truth. Truth that had been hidden from them for eons. Truth that should have been obvious from the beginning. The gods of destruction gasped, clutching their heads as the overwhelming realization crashed into them. The Supreme Kai's eyes widened, trembling as the weight of what they had just learned shattered their previous beliefs. Even the angels, who had always thought themselves beyond the reach of change, felt something they never had before. Doubt. No, not doubt. Certainty. But they had been wrong. The images, the memories, the knowledge surged through them all. Beerus was the first. Beerus was the last. There had never been anyone above him. There never would be. Zeno? He was never the highest. He was merely given the illusion of authority, a fragment of existence, allowed to play his role. The Grand Priest? He had only been following a script unknowingly written by a force beyond his comprehension. And now, the false order was stripped away. The hierarchy they had known, destroyed in an instant. There was only one truth. Beerus, the ultimate one, the supreme one, the eternal absolute. Everything existed by his will. The cosmos, the realms, time itself. All things moved as he desired. If he wished it, entire realities would be unmade without a trace. If he willed it, new worlds would be born. They had believed in rules, in balance, in an order of creation. But Beerus was beyond all of it. Belmod, the god of destruction of Universe 11, fell to his knees again. His usual confidence, his arrogance, gone. Quitella, the rat-like god of destruction of Universe 4, trembled uncontrollably. He had always sought power, always tried to manipulate situations to his advantage. But now, he understood how foolish he had been. Kampa, Beerus' own brother, felt like a fool. All those years arguing with Beerus, believing they were equals. It had never been a contest. Every single one of them had been living a lie. The Supreme Kais were even worse off. Shin, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7, felt his very being shake. He had always thought himself important, one of the highest divine beings. Now he realized, he was nothing compared to Beerus. Even the angels, the highest-ranking beings in the previous order, were struggling to keep themselves composed. Whis, who had always known, simply smiled. He had waited for this moment, for them to finally understand. The Grand Priest lifted his head, his expression unreadable. For the first time, he was looking at the true ruler of all things. His voice, once always calm and composed, was now uncertain. This truth, it is undeniable. His mind, which had governed laws and maintained cosmic balance for eons, could not find a single argument against it, because it was not something that could be argued. You are beyond all things. His voice was barely a whisper. Zeno, who had always been the center of the multiverse's authority, was silent, like a child who had just realized they were playing pretend, because that's all he had ever been, a child, a placeholder, until the Supreme One returned to his rightful throne. Seated upon the throne, Beerus' golden eyes glowed with divine authority. He looked upon them all, the once mighty gods who now understood their place. There is no need for false thrones anymore. His voice was neither cruel nor kind. It was simply absolute. From this moment onward, the balance of creation will no longer be dictated by illusion. His gaze swept over them. Now that you know who I am, what will you do? The gods looked at one another. None of them had an answer. Not yet. The grand hall of Zeno's palace remained deathly silent. The truth had settled into the minds of every divine being present. There was no more doubt. There was no more resistance. Everything they had believed, everything they had built their existence upon, had been shattered in an instant. Beerus was the supreme one. There was no one above him, no one before him, and there would be no one after him. Zeno was nothing but a placeholder. The Grand Priest, merely a servant. The gods of destruction, nothing more than blind children given toys to play with. And now, they were faced with a choice. What will you do? Beerus leaned forward on his throne, resting his chin on his hand, his golden eyes surveying the stunned deities before him. His voice was calm, yet it demanded an answer. Now that you know the truth, what will you do? His words carried the weight of inevitability. There was no escape. There was nowhere to run. Now that they had seen the truth, there was no going back. Every fiber of their being trembled before him. Zeno, the once childlike ruler, had already accepted his fate. He remained kneeling, his head bowed, his small form frozen in reverence. The Grand Priest clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his composure. The Supreme Kais exchanged glances, their minds overwhelmed by the enormity of what they had learned. The angels remained still, their usual neutrality shattered by the undeniable force of reality. And the gods of destruction, beings who once took pride in their strength, their authority, their control over life and death, now stood powerless, useless, completely insignificant before the Supreme One. The silence stretched, suffocating and heavy. Then, one by one, they lowered themselves, kneeling, heads bowed, complete submission. We will serve. The first to break the silence was Zeno himself. There is no other path, he whispered, his childlike voice lacking any of its former playfulness. I exist because you allow it. I rule because you permitted it. Everything I have done, everything I have been, was only possible because you willed it. He clenched his tiny fists. If I am to exist, then I will serve. That is my only purpose now. The Grand Priest, usually unreadable, finally spoke. I have guided existence in accordance with the principles I believe to be absolute. But those principles were nothing more than shadows cast by your presence, hidden from my sight. He lowered his head further. There is no greater honor than to serve the Supreme One. One by one, the Supreme Kais, the angels, and the gods of destruction followed. We will serve. There is no other path. You are the Supreme One. We exist only by your will. Each of them spoke, not out of fear, not out of obligation, but because it was the truth. They had no choice but to acknowledge it. Because to deny it would mean denying reality itself. And Beerus had already shown them. He could erase that reality with a mere thought. Beerus sat upon the throne, watching them bow before him. His golden eyes were unreadable. His wives stood at his side, each one of them radiating unfathomable power, their presence reinforcing his absolute rule. For the first time in history, the divine hierarchy had changed. There was no longer a ruler of all. There was only one, the Supreme One, and all of existence now recognized this truth. Beerus did not smile. He did not celebrate, because this was how it was always meant to be. The universe had simply been corrected. He exhaled softly. Good. The single word sent a ripple through the room. It was not praise. It was not acceptance. It was acknowledgement. They had done the only logical thing, to submit, to obey, and now they would serve. The Grand Hall remained silent, the weight of Beerus' presence still crushing down upon all divine beings present. Zeno and the Grand Priest knelt at the foot of the throne. The Supreme Kais, the gods of destruction, and the angels stood before Beerus, their expressions unreadable. They had all submitted. They had all acknowledged the truth. Beerus was the Supreme One. Now, there was only one question left. Beerus finally spoke, his voice smooth yet heavy with authority. Each of you, he said, his golden gaze sweeping across the room, is responsible for watching over your respective universes. What is the status of the worlds under your care? A quiet shudder passed through the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kais. They had never been questioned like this before. Not by Zeno, not even by the Grand Priest. They had always operated under the assumption that their rule was the highest authority. But now, they were nothing but servants before the true master. Universe 1, Supreme Kai Anato and God of Destruction Aeon. Anato, the Supreme Kai of Universe 1, was the first to speak. He took a step forward, his hands clasped respectfully. Great One, he began, choosing his words carefully. Universe 1 has remained peaceful under our guidance. Civilizations flourish, and the balance between mortals and deities remains stable. Aeon, the God of Destruction, nodded. Our universe has always been among the strongest, but now, with your truth revealed to us, we seek only to uphold your will. If there is anything you wish of us, it shall be done. Beerus gave a slow nod. Maintain order. Should chaos arise, eliminate it immediately. Yes, Supreme One. Universe 2, Supreme Kai Pel and God of Destruction Hales. Pel hesitated before speaking. Our universe values beauty and harmony, he said carefully. But there have been disturbances, some mortals seeking power beyond their station. We have handled them so far, but if you wish for further action, Hales, the goddess of destruction, bowed deeply. If you so desire, I shall eradicate all who defy your natural order. Beerus smirked slightly. I will allow you to do as you see fit, but should you fail, I will not tolerate incompetence. Both deities lowered their heads. Understood, Supreme One. Universe 3, Supreme Kai EA and God of Destruction Moscow. EA adjusted his glasses, his expression calm, but his hands trembling slightly. Universe 3 remains deficient. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Expand. EA swallowed hard. We have prioritized technological advancement over spiritual growth. Our civilizations flourish in artificial intelligence and mechanized evolution, but many mortals lack understanding of divine existence. Moscow beeped in agreement, his attendant translating. Destruction is minimal. Machines follow logic, but they do not revere the gods. Beerus leaned back on his throne. A balance must be maintained. If mortals forget their place, remind them. You know what to do. EA lowered his head. Yes, Supreme One. Universe 4, Supreme Kai Kuru and God of Destruction Quitella. Quitella, usually arrogant, now stood with a rare look of unease. Well, Supreme One, he began, choosing his words carefully. Universe 4 thrives on deception and cunning. Many of our civilizations operate in secrecy, with power plays constantly shifting among rulers. Beerus' eyes gleamed. And where do you stand in that game? Quitella gritted his teeth, bowing his head. Nowhere but where you will me to stand. Kuru, the Supreme Kai, added. We ensure the balance does not break. Deception is a tool, but we do not allow it to consume our universe. Beerus tapped his finger on the throne. Continue as you have, but if I find your games disrupt the greater balance, you will answer to me. Quitella bowed deeply. It will be as you command. Universe 5, Supreme Kai Agma and God of Destruction Iraq. Agma, tall and composed, spoke smoothly. Our universe values knowledge and order. We have guided our civilizations toward enlightenment, and they thrive. Iraq nodded. We have no conflicts that require intervention. If any arise, we will act. Beerus simply nodded. Good. See that it remains that way. Universe 6, Supreme Kai Fua and God of Destruction Kampa. Kampa hesitated, sweat beading on his forehead. Fua coughed. Well, Supreme One, our universe has suffered due to certain incompetencies. Kampa twitched. Hey, that's. Beerus' glare shut him up instantly. Explain, Beerus commanded. Fua cleared his throat. Due to certain lapses in discipline, many of our mortal realms are weaker than they should be. Beerus narrowed his eyes at Kampa. Fix it. Kampa swallowed. Why yes, Supreme One. Universe 7, Supreme Kai Shin and former God of Destruction Beerus. Shin fidgeted nervously. Well, our universe has seen a rise in strong mortals. Some have reached levels of power once thought impossible. Beerus smirked. Yes, I am aware. Shin gulped. Shall we alter their progress? Beerus chuckled. Let them be. Their growth amuses me. Shin let out a breath of relief. Understood, Supreme One. Universe 8, Supreme Kai IRU and God of Destruction Laquire. Laquire, the fox-like God of Destruction, stepped forward confidently. Our universe remains strong. Mortals flourish under the trials we place before them. They know their place. Beerus nodded approvingly. Continue. Universe 9, Supreme Kai Ro and God of Destruction Sidra. Ro grumbled. Our universe is full of the weak and cowardly. It disgusts me. Sidra winced. But we have tried to maintain order, Supreme One. Beerus' eyes glowed. Weakness has no place in my existence. Fix it. Sitter shivered. At once, Supreme One. Universes 10 to 12. Each Supreme Kai and God of Destruction reported their status, all knowing one thing. They were now truly accountable. Failure was not an option. Beerus was absolute. Beerus sat upon the Omni King's throne, his golden eyes glowing with divine authority. The vast chamber of Xeno's palace was filled with an overwhelming silence, only broken by the labored breaths of the gathered gods of destruction and Supreme Kais. They had all arrived in haste after the Grand Priest's summons, only to witness an unthinkable sight. Both Xenos kneeling before Beerus, alongside the Grand Priest himself. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais exchanged uneasy glances. Never had they even imagined such a moment. Xeno was the highest authority in existence, or so they had believed. But here he was, kneeling like a child before a true sovereign. Then, Beerus spoke, his voice absolute, resonating through reality itself. You have all served under a system of false hierarchy, a flawed order built upon the whims of children. That illusion ends today. A crushing weight pressed down upon everyone in the room. Some gods of destruction gritted their teeth, trying to withstand the pressure, while the Supreme Kai struggled to even keep their heads raised. The raw power radiating from Beerus was beyond anything they had ever felt. His wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, stood at his side, their presences exuding authority in their own right. They watched in silence, knowing this moment was one that would redefine everything. Beerus looked down at the kneeling Grand Priest. You alone among them maintained the multiverse, despite the flawed system. You understood balance, though you were bound by limits placed upon you. I will remove those limits. The Grand Priest raised his head, his expression unreadable. Supreme One, what would you have me do? Beerus smirked. You will now take your rightful place as Omni King, the true ruler of creation. A ripple of shock swept through the chamber. The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, and the gods of destruction stiffened. Beerus raised his hand, summoning a swirling mass of golden energy, the essence of Xeno's omnipotence. It crackled with raw cosmic authority, radiating an infinite presence that surpassed all understanding. The very fabric of existence trembled as Beerus held this power in his grasp. The energy swirled around his fingers, forming an intricate pattern of divine symbols. The moment was surreal. Xeno's power, the force that had erased entire universes with a mere thought, now condensed into a form beyond comprehension. The Grand Priest closed his eyes, understanding the gravity of what was about to happen. Beerus extended his hand, and the golden energy surged forward like a cosmic storm. The moment it made contact with the Grand Priest, a brilliant explosion of divine light erupted, illuminating the entire palace. The Supreme Kais gasped as waves of divine energy washed over them, forcing them to their knees. The gods of destruction struggled to remain standing as the sheer force of the transformation sent shockwaves through reality itself. The Grand Priest's body absorbed the power seamlessly, his form glowing with an ethereal radiance. The energy did not change him physically, but his very presence became something greater, something beyond comprehension. When the light faded, the chamber fell silent once more. The Grand Priest opened his eyes, and in that moment, all of existence acknowledged his new authority. He was no longer simply an observer. He was now the true Omni King. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais bowed their heads, instinctively recognizing his new status. Beerus smirked. Your power is now absolute. Do you accept this responsibility? The Grand Priest slowly rose to his feet, his expression calm but resolute. Yes, Supreme One. I will uphold your will and guide this multiverse properly. Beerus then turned to the two Xenos, who looked up at him with an unusual mixture of understanding and reverence. Your time as rulers is over, but I will not erase you. The room tensed again. What fate awaited the two beings who had once held supreme authority? Beerus stepped forward, his gaze piercing through them. From this moment forward, you are no longer the Omni Kings. Instead, you will be reborn as my sons. A hushed murmur rippled through the Supreme Kais and Destroyers. Even the Grand Priest raised an eyebrow. The Xenos tilted their heads in unison. Sons, they echoed. Beerus nodded. Yes, you will be trained under the Grand Priest, not as rulers, but as warriors. You will learn the truth of existence, the balance between destruction and creation. One day, you may serve as cosmic guardians, beings who preserve balance rather than disrupt it. But for now, you will obey my will. The Xenos were silent for a moment, then they both smiled. Okay, father. The room was stunned. Even Beerus' wives exchanged amused glances, finding the development unexpected but fitting. Beerus simply smirked. Good. Then your training begins immediately. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement. I will see to their growth personally, Supreme One. Beerus then addressed the gathered Supreme Kais and Destroyers. Your universes have stagnated. Some of you have grown complacent. That ends now. He turned to the Grand Priest. As the new Omni King, you will determine the standard by which these universes will be judged. The Grand Priest closed his eyes in thought for a moment before speaking. Asterisk, the balance of existence must be maintained. From this moment, each universe will be judged on three core principles: structural integrity, evolutionary progress, and cosmic balance. Structural integrity. Each universe must be stable, with properly functioning laws of reality. Anomalies that threaten stability must be eliminated. Evolutionary progress. Life within each universe must advance, civilizations must grow, and knowledge must flourish. Stagnant worlds will not be tolerated. Cosmic balance. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais must work in harmony. Destruction must be purposeful, and creation must be guided. Reckless erasure or careless creation will not be permitted. Asterisk. The Supreme Kais nodded in understanding, while the gods of destruction looked more serious than ever. The Grand Priest continued. You all have 100 years to meet these standards. If your universes fail, the Supreme One will decide their fate. Beerus' golden eyes gleamed. That is correct. Do not disappoint me. The weight of those words sent chills down their spines. The gods of destruction and Supreme Kais bowed deeply, fully aware of the monumental task ahead. The Grand Priest, now the true Omni King, turned to Beerus. With your decree, the multiverse enters a new age of order and purpose. Balance will be restored. Beerus smirked. Good. Then my work here is done. With that, he turned, his wives following behind him. As Beerus walked away, the multiverse itself seemed to tremble in recognition of its true master. The Supreme One had spoken. Balance had been restored, and the new era had begun. With Beerus having reshaped the cosmic hierarchy, new challenges and developments will arise. The training of the Xenos. How will they develop under the Grand Priest? The race against time. Can the universes meet the new standards within 100 years? The Grand Priest's decision. As the new Omni King, the Grand Priest understood the importance of maintaining balance in Universe 7. With Beerus ascending beyond the constraints of his previous role, a new god of destruction was required. Before departing, Whis, Universe 7's former guiding angel, had given a final recommendation. If you seek a worthy successor, I suggest either Son Goku or Prince Vegeta. Both have surpassed the limits of mortals and touched the realm of divine power. The Grand Priest considered this carefully. These two scions were indeed exceptional, their battles having shaped the fate of the universe on multiple occasions. But to properly oversee a new destroyer, an angel must also be assigned. Thus, before choosing a destroyer, he would first create a new angel. Within the sacred halls of Xeno's former throne, the Grand Priest raised his hands, summoning forth the essence of cosmic energy. The air itself seemed to crystallize, rippling with an overwhelming, celestial force. The Supreme Kais and gods of destruction watched in awe. This was the birth of a new angel, a being woven from the purest divine order. A radiant vortex of gold and white light formed above the Grand Priest's palms. Swirling patterns of celestial runes spiraled around the growing figure, shaping its form with infinite grace. His power, though still taking shape, already felt profound, an angel in the making, yet untamed, still awaiting a name and purpose. Finally, with a pulse that shook the very fabric of the divine realm, the light subsided, revealing a tall, ethereal being with silver-white hair, his eyes shimmering with golden irises, glowing softly like miniature suns. He was clad in flowing robes of pure white and deep celestial blue, adorned with golden inscriptions that radiated the authority of an angel. A halo-like ring hovered behind his head, symbolizing his newly granted status. The Grand Priest lowered his hand, and the angel opened his eyes for the first time. Grand Priest, I name you Astrael, the celestial dawn, angel of Universe 7. You shall oversee its new destroyer, guide them, train them, and uphold the balance of existence. Astrael immediately bowed before the Grand Priest, fully aware of his purpose from the moment of his creation. Astrael, I exist to serve the balance. Who shall be my god of destruction? Grand Priest, that decision is yet to be made. You shall descend to Universe 7, seek out Son Goku and Prince Vegeta, and allow one of them to claim the mantle. Their choice shall shape the destiny of their universe. Astrael understood his mission. With a wave of the Grand Priest's hand, a portal of pure cosmic energy opened before him, leading to Universe 7. Without hesitation, Astrael stepped forward. His journey had begun. The new angel materialized above the skies of Earth, his radiant presence causing an immediate shift in the planet's energy. Those sensitive to divine power, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, felt the arrival of something beyond their understanding. Astrael's presence was unlike with serene, almost playful aura. His was absolute clarity, a presence that resonated like a celestial song that the universe itself responded to. At Capsule Corp, where Goku and Vegeta had been sparring, both warriors suddenly stopped. Goku, whoa, what was that? Vegeta, TCH. That energy, it's divine, but it feels different from Whis. In a flash of golden light, Astrael appeared before them, floating effortlessly in the air. His expression was calm, yet commanding. Astrael, Son Goku, Prince Vegeta, I am Astrael, angel of Universe 7. By the decree of the Grand Priest, one of you shall rise as the new god of destruction. A moment of silence followed. The weight of the words settled on both Scions. Goku scratched his head, his expression caught between curiosity and uncertainty. Goku, god of destruction? Don't get me wrong, that sounds cool and all, but isn't that Beerus' job? Astrael, Lord Beerus has ascended beyond the need for such a role. Balance must be maintained, and thus, one of you must take up the mantle. Vegeta crossed his arms, analyzing the situation carefully. He had trained under Beerus, walked the path of a destroyer in spirit, but to take on the full responsibility, that was an entirely different matter. Vegeta, and if neither of us accepts? Astrael's golden eyes met his gaze, unwavering. Astrael, then your universe will be left in imbalance. Without a destroyer, creation will stagnate, and the Grand Priest will be forced to intervene. This is not merely a title, it is a duty that the cosmos demands. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. They both understood the gravity of the situation. The responsibility of a god of destruction wasn't just about power, it was about judgment, balance, and carrying the fate of an entire universe. Goku was the first to speak. Goku, I don't know, Astrael. I love fighting strong guys, but I'm not really into destroying stuff. I like to protect people, not erase them. Astrael nodded, unsurprised. Astrael, then you acknowledge that this is not your path. Goku sighed and rubbed the back of his head. Goku, yeah, I think so, but I wouldn't mind helping out if needed. Astrael turned to Vegeta. Astrael, Prince Vegeta, and you. Vegeta's expression was unreadable. His past had been filled with destruction, his Scion blood thrived in battle. But he had grown, beyond his father's legacy, beyond Frieza's control, beyond Beerus' expectations. Then he smirked. Vegeta, TCH. If anyone's going to ensure this universe doesn't become weak, it's me. I'll do it. Astrael's golden eyes gleamed in approval. Astrael, then it is decided. Prince Vegeta, you shall be the new god of destruction of Universe 7. A wave of divine energy surged around Vegeta. A mark burned itself onto his right hand, the sigil of destruction, the same insignia that once belonged to Beerus. Goku grinned, slapping Vegeta on the back. Goku, looks like you're finally getting promoted. Vegeta. Vegeta smirked, clenching his fist as he felt the power of destruction flowing through him. Vegeta, let's see if I can surpass Beerus at his own game. Astrael, pleased with the decision, raised his hand. Astrael, then come, Lord Vegeta. Your training as a god of destruction begins now. With a final look at Earth, Vegeta stepped forward, his destiny now intertwined with the fate of the universe itself. Vegeta begins training under Astrael, refining his mastery of Hawkeye and divine judgment. Goku continues his own path, possibly seeking out new forms of divine power. Astrael learns about mortals, developing his own identity as a new generation angel. Beerus, watching from afar, smirks, pleased with the path the universe is taking. And so, a new era for Universe 7 begins. The Envoy's mission, spreading the Grand Priest's universal laws. In the wake of the Grand Priest's ascension to Omni King, the structure of divine governance had shifted. No longer would the gods of destruction act upon personal whims, nor would the Supreme Kais sit idly by as passive creators. The balance of destruction and creation had to be harmonized across all universes. Thus, the Grand Priest summoned an envoy of celestial heralds, radiant beings of divine light, each entrusted with delivering his message to all gods of destruction and Supreme Kais. These heralds descended upon every universe, appearing before each ruling pair. Their very presence shook the divine realms, causing an immediate reaction from the deities they visited. Universe 1, Lord Eun and Supreme Kaianato. In Universe 1, the domain of the most refined and advanced civilization, the herald materialized in the royal palace, where the destroyer Eun and his Supreme Kaianato were deep in philosophical debate. As the herald's voice rang with authority, they listened with calm, dignified expressions. Herald, the Grand Priest has issued a new decree. From this moment forward, all gods of destruction must consult their Supreme Kais before annihilating a world. Furthermore, Supreme Kais must actively nurture their creations, ensuring their evolution and prosperity. Anato nodded in approval, his hands clasped before him. Anato, a wise and necessary change. Creation without guidance is chaos. Destruction without reason is wasteful. Eun, though always measured, took a deep breath. Eun, TCH. I have never been reckless, but I understand. Very well, from now on, every world I consider for destruction will first pass through Anato's judgment. The herald bowed and disappeared in a flash of golden light. Universe 11, Belmod and Supreme Kai Kai. In Universe 11, the herald appeared in the Hall of Justice, where the Pride Troopers stood in silent vigilance. The Supreme Kai watched with intrigue, while the jester-like destroyer, Belmod, smirked but said nothing. After hearing the new laws, Belmod leaned back on his throne. Belmod, consult with Supreme Kais? Interesting. Guess that means I can't just erase criminals without discussing it first. Kai, nodding. It ensures that no civilization is unjustly wiped out. We must maintain order with wisdom, not just force. Belmod chuckled. Belmod, fine. We'll do things the Grand Priest's way. The herald bowed and vanished, leaving the Pride Troopers exchanging glances, aware that their universe's balance had shifted forever. Universe 7, Vegeta and Supreme Kai Shen. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, the newly ascended god of destruction, Vegeta, stood on the barren cliffs of a distant world, arms crossed, listening to Astrael, his new angelic attendant, read out the decree. Supreme Kai Shen floated beside him, uncertain. Vegeta, grumbling, I never destroyed for fun like Beerus, but now I need permission. Shin, smiling nervously. Well, it's more of a consultation than permission. We need to ensure the balance is fair. Astrael's golden eyes pierced through Vegeta's pride. Astrael, this is the path of responsibility, Lord Vegeta. If you accepted this role, you must embody its principles. Vegeta scoffed, but nodded. Vegeta, fine. But if Shin slows me down, I'll have words with him. Shin gulped, while Astrael merely smiled in amusement. Another aspect of the decree was the potential for mortals to rise beyond their limitations. If a mortal proved themselves worthy, they could be granted divine protection or even ascend to higher realms of existence. Universe 6, Cabba's Awakening. In Universe 6, the Scion warrior Cabba stood before Kampa and Vados, having received a celestial summons. Vados, smiling. The Grand Priest has deemed that worthy mortals may ascend to divine ranks. You, Cabba, are among the chosen. Cabba's eyes widened. Cabba and me? But I'm just a Scion. Kampa grumbled, but a part of him was proud. Kampa, TCH. If the Grand Priest sees potential in you, don't waste it, boy. Cabba, though overwhelmed, bowed in acceptance, his journey toward the divine beginning. Meanwhile, in the divine palace of the Grand Priest, the two Zeniths stood before him, their usual childlike expressions replaced with determination and curiosity. The Grand Priest raised his hands, and a radiant surge of power surrounded them. Their forms shimmered, their childlike stature growing slightly taller, their eyes now carrying the wisdom of rebirth. Grand Priest, from this moment forth, you are no longer Zeno. You shall be reborn as Zenith and Zephyr, the twin cosmic guardians. A wave of divine power surged through them. The palace shook, and celestial flames surrounded the twins, their very existence reshaped. As the flames subsided, two beings of radiant energy stood where Zeno once was. Zenith, the elder of the two, wore golden robes with streaks of silver, his aura calm yet vast, like an infinite cosmos. Zephyr, the younger, was clad in deep celestial blue, his energy swift, shifting like the endless winds of space. The Grand Priest smiled, his children reborn in a new role. Zenith, nodding, we understand now. We were once rulers, but now we shall be guardians. Zephyr, grinning yes. Instead of erasing things, we will protect what is worth saving. Their training began immediately. Zenith focused on cosmic equilibrium, learning to judge fate and balance existence itself. Zephyr mastered the flow of time and space, ensuring that reality would never spiral into disorder. The Grand Priest watched with pride. The once childlike Zeniths were now ascending beyond their past selves. The new era of the multiverse. With the new laws in place, the gods' power refined, and Zenith and Zephyr rising as cosmic guardians, the multiverse had entered a new golden age. The question now was, what new challenges awaited them in this ever-expanding cosmos? After the monumental changes within the multiverse, Vegeta found himself stepping into the shoes of the god of destruction for Universe 7. The mantle of responsibility weighed heavily upon him, as he not only had to embrace the full scope of his new role, but also adapt to the rigorous training required to be a god of destruction, a title that came with both immense power and equally immense responsibility. His angelic mentor, Astrael, a being of unmeasurable beauty and wisdom, was assigned to guide him in his transformation. Vegeta had always been a warrior, a Scion who thrived on power and the thrill of combat. However, becoming a destroyer was something entirely different. It wasn't just about strength or the ability to eradicate opponents. There was a deeper level of understanding required. Being a god of destruction meant understanding the delicate balance of creation and annihilation. It meant becoming a judge of fate, ensuring that the cycle of creation and destruction was kept in harmony across the universe. The first task was simple but significant. Vegeta needed to adjust to his new home, Beerus' old planet, where he would live and train. The desolate, barren world, once known for its bleakness, was now to become the birthplace of a new cosmic order. Vegeta's first day on Beerus' planet. The planet, now under Vegeta's dominion, was cold and silent, the remnants of its previous ruler's destructive capabilities still scattered across the surface. Vegeta landed in the same spot where Beerus used to meditate, his boots leaving indents in the ground as he stood there. He could feel the immense pressure of his new role, a weight that made his usual prideful stance feel somewhat out of place. Astrael, his angel mentor, stood beside him, her radiant presence casting a soft glow against the barren landscape. Astrael, calm, composed. This is where you will train, Lord Vegeta. The rules and laws of destruction are not like any combat you've known before. Here, you will face challenges not only of physical strength, but of understanding the delicate balance of the cosmos. Vegeta stood still, his brow furrowed in concentration. Vegeta, with determination, I've destroyed planets before. What's so different about this? Astrael, softly smiling. Destruction is not just about obliterating your enemies or destroying worlds. You must learn to decide when to destroy, when to preserve, and when to create anew. As a god of destruction, you are a force of balance, Vegeta. You are both creator and destroyer. Vegeta took in her words, his mind already shifting as he began to absorb the weight of this new reality. The first lesson in Vegeta's training was an important one, understanding the essence of destruction. Astrael led him to a large, rocky outcrop that overlooked the vast, desolate plains of the planet. Astrael, the first lesson is control. You will destroy something in front of me, but it must not be reckless. I want you to eliminate that mountain. Astrael pointed toward a large mountain in the distance, its jagged peaks reaching toward the sky. Vegeta focused intently on the mountain, his aura flaring with energy as he prepared to unleash a devastating blast. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, humph. I'll make it disappear in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Vegeta released a blast of destruction, a beam of pure energy aimed directly at the mountain. The blast collided with the peak, and the mountain disintegrated into dust in a matter of seconds. Vegeta lowered his hand, satisfied with the result, but Astrael didn't seem impressed. Astrael, calmly, you destroyed the mountain, yes. But did you take into account its purpose? Was it the right time for it to end? Destruction is not mindless, Vegeta. It is deliberate. Your power should be used only when needed, and you must learn when to stop to preserve the balance. Vegeta stood in silence, feeling a deep sense of humility creeping into him. He had always destroyed for the sake of strength or in the heat of battle, but now, as a god of destruction, he had to respect the purpose of each action. Over the next few days, Vegeta's training intensified. He went through rigorous physical conditioning, learning how to tap into the destructive forces of nature without losing control. Astrael tested him with various exercises, each one designed to expand his control over his immense power. On the fifth day, Astrael set up a simple test, one that would test Vegeta's patience and composure, qualities that a god of destruction needed in spades. Astrael, seriously, you will face a series of challenges today, Vegeta. This is not about brute force, it is about balance. I will send a series of illusions your way. Your task is to destroy only the ones that need destruction, while allowing the others to remain untouched. Do not destroy in anger or haste. Vegeta's expression hardened. He was a Scion warrior, accustomed to facing challenges head-on, but this test was different. It required a level of mental control that Vegeta had never needed before. The first illusion appeared before him, a giant fiery beast, roaring and charging at him with the intent to destroy. Vegeta's instinct was to obliterate it immediately, but he paused. Vegeta, muttering to himself, I can't just destroy it without reason. It may not be a threat. Vegeta squinted his eyes, studying the creature's movements. It was a mere illusion, a test of his resolve. With a deep breath, he flicked his wrist, sending a small wave of energy at the creature, enough to send it dispersing into the air. The beast vanished without a trace. He faced the second illusion, an earthquake causing behemoth that seemed to collapse the very ground beneath him. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed a devastating blast, destroying it completely. Vegeta, panting, that was a real threat. Astrael, approving, very good, Lord Vegeta. You have learned to control your instincts, but the true test is still ahead. By the 10th day of his training, Vegeta had grown accustomed to his new powers, but the true essence of being a god of destruction was still eluding him. The balance between destruction and creation was the central concept he still had trouble mastering. Astrael saw this as an opportunity to delve deeper into the law of destruction. Astrael, Vegeta, destruction is not just about power. It is a universal law. It has a purpose in the cosmos. Without it, there is no balance. Every action you take as a god of destruction must have a clear purpose. Astrael took him to a secluded spot where the essence of a world lay dormant in a cosmic orb. It was a world that had been on the brink of destruction but had been saved by the intervention of a supreme Kai. Astrael, explaining, this world is in a state of suspended animation. It is frozen in time. If you decide that it no longer serves the balance of the universe, it will be your task to end it. But be warned, once it is gone, it cannot be brought back. Vegeta stared at the orb, his mind racing. He felt a deep internal struggle. The old Saiyan warrior in him wanted to simply destroy it, but as a god of destruction, he had to weigh the consequences. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, I will do it. I'll finish it, if it's necessary for the balance. As he prepared to destroy the world, Astrael stepped forward and stopped him. Astrael, seriously, the law of destruction does not just take away. It makes room for new life. As a god of destruction, you must understand that sometimes creation follows destruction. There will be times when your duty is not to end a world, but to make room for a new creation to flourish in its place. Vegeta stood still, his face a mixture of frustration and understanding. This lesson was the hardest for him, as it demanded that he think beyond his own instincts. Vegeta, quietly, I understand. The destruction of one thing may lead to the creation of something better. Balance must be maintained. On the 15th day, Vegeta had come a long way. His powers as a god of destruction were immense, but his understanding of balance, creation, and annihilation had evolved. He had learned that a destroyer must not simply destroy for the sake of destruction, but to maintain cosmic balance. The universe itself needed both creation and destruction to flourish. Astrael led him back to the center of Beerus planet, where a final test awaited him. Astrael, softly, Vegeta, you have become a god of destruction in both power and mind. You now understand the role of destruction within the grand design. Today, you will decide the fate of an entire galaxy. Choose wisely. Vegeta's gaze hardened as he looked across the vast expanse of the cosmos. The training was over. It was time to prove that he had learned everything Astrael had taught him. Vegeta had transformed into something far greater than the Saiyan prince he once was. Now, he stood as the new god of destruction, a being of unmatched power, wisdom, and restraint. With the training complete, he was ready to take on his new responsibilities and bring balance to the universe. Astrael, his angelic guide, had shaped him into someone far beyond the destruction-driven warrior he once was. His pride and ambition had evolved into the realization that destruction was only part of a greater cosmic plan. Even after Vegeta had gone through many trials, learned the laws of destruction, and understood the balance between creation and annihilation, the true challenge was still before him. While he had gained control over his innate power as a Saiyan warrior, becoming a god of destruction required something far more profound: divine power. The energy of a destroyer wasn't something that could simply be wielded as easily as the energy of a Saiyan. It was a force that existed in a completely different realm of existence, one that demanded complete control, mastery, and synchronization with the cosmic laws. Astrael had prepared Vegeta for this step in his journey. She knew it would not be easy. The path to divine power would be one of immense trial, self-discovery, and sacrifice. Vegeta's pride and ambition as a warrior would be pushed to the limits, but through it all, he would discover what it truly meant to wield the power of a god. Vegeta stood on the barren landscape of Beerus' former planet. The skies above darkened with swirling cosmic energy, ready for his first lesson in mastering divine power. Astrael stood beside him, her calm presence unwavering as always. The air around them crackled with a strange energy, a divine aura that seemed to pulse through the very fabric of the universe. Astrael, with a calm tone, Vegeta, the energy you are about to learn to control is unlike anything you have ever encountered. It is the energy of a destroyer, the energy that flows through the cosmos to maintain its balance. You cannot simply attack with it as you would with ki. You must embrace it and learn to channel it at will. Vegeta, ever the skeptic, clenched his fists, feeling the weight of divine energy surrounding him. The aura was different from anything he had ever sensed. It wasn't raw destructive power like the blast he had released in battle, nor was it energy he could simply harness through his Saiyan instincts. This was something much deeper, much more primal. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, I'm ready. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that I can always grow stronger. Astrael, nodding. Your confidence is admirable, but the divine energy of destruction cannot be controlled by pure will alone. You must synchronize with it. It is not just a force to be commanded. It is a part of the very fabric of the universe. You will need to merge your essence with it to manipulate its true power. Astrael raised her hand, and a small orb of divine energy formed in front of Vegeta. Its glow pulsed like the heartbeat of the universe, radiating both warmth and coldness at the same time. Astrael, seriously, you must learn to draw the power of destruction from this essence, Vegeta. Feel its flow. You are not just its master, you are its servant. This power will reshape you, just as it reshapes the universe. You must accept its will, and in doing so, you will become one with it. Vegeta extended his hand toward the orb. A deep, unsettling sensation coursed through him as his fingers neared the divine energy. It was as though he could feel the cosmic void, the space between the stars, and the infinite cycle of birth and death that governed the universe. The energy swirled in response to his touch, embracing him but also testing him. He felt his body pulse in tune with the energy, but instead of seizing it, the energy seemed to recoil. It was like trying to hold the wind, impossible to grasp fully. The orb flickered and shimmered, as if unsure of Vegeta's intentions. Vegeta, groaning, this power is too vast. I can't feel its true form. I can't control it. Astrael, quietly, with understanding. It will not yield to you so easily, Vegeta. This energy is not like the ki you wield. The essence of destruction is about control and understanding. Your heart must not be ruled by pride or anger. It must be guided by purpose. When you no longer seek to dominate the energy, but to work in harmony with it, that is when you will begin to understand its true nature. Days passed, and Vegeta's training became intense. Each day, Astrael guided him through the process of learning to channel the divine energy of destruction. Yet, every time Vegeta attempted to grasp it, the energy seemed to slip through his fingers, slipping away as though mocking him. Vegeta, a warrior known for his strength, pride, and unyielding will, was now faced with a humbling truth. He couldn't simply force his way through this divine power. It wasn't about pounding the energy into submission as he had done with every enemy he had faced. It wasn't about sheer strength. It was about understanding the true nature of destruction and the limitations that came with it. In his most frustrated moments, Vegeta would pound the ground with his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. His mind, conditioned for years to think of power as the solution to everything, found it difficult to accept that his physical might wasn't the key to this challenge. One afternoon, as Vegeta sat cross-legged in deep meditation, Astrael appeared beside him, her expression calm but serious. Astrael, gently. You have been struggling with this energy, Vegeta. The divine energy of destruction flows through the universe like a current, constant, unchanging. You cannot force it, you cannot bend it to your will. You must become one with it. Think not of it as a tool or weapon, but as an extension of yourself. It is a part of the universe. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, frustrated. I'm not sure how to do that. I've always relied on power to overcome everything. I can't just become one with something I can't even control. Astrael, gently touching his shoulder. Asterisk, you do not need to control it, Vegeta. You must understand it, accept it, and flow with it. Asterisk, destruction is not chaos. It is necessary. It is a force that transforms everything it touches. If you try to control it as you would with your power, you will only break yourself. The words sank deep into Vegeta's mind. He had always sought dominance over everything, but now he had to rethink his entire approach. He couldn't just overpower the divine energy. He had to relate to it, see it not as a force to command, but as a force to guide. Weeks passed, and the intensity of Vegeta's training grew. But as the days went by, his frustrations began to turn into determination. His mind slowly began to shift, and he started meditating not with the intent to force the power, but to feel it, to let it wash over him. One morning, after hours of deep meditation, Vegeta finally felt something stir within him, an energy that wasn't his own, yet felt like it had always been a part of him. It was as if the essence of destruction had merged with his very being. The power was no longer alien to him. Instead, it was an extension of his will. He opened his eyes and slowly raised his hand, summoning the divine energy. For the first time, it obeyed his command, not in the way his Scion power did, but with purpose. The energy flowed through his hand in a calm, controlled stream, a wave of destruction that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the universe. Vegeta, in awe, I can feel it. It's not just destruction, it's balance. This is the true essence. Astrael, smiling softly. You have finally understood, Vegeta. Destruction is not a force of blind chaos. It is a force of change, of renewal. The universe needs it, just as it needs creation. You are now one with the divine power of a god of destruction. Vegeta closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the divine energy coursing through him. It was no longer an external force, but a part of his very being. The divine power of destruction had become something he could call upon at will, something that was in perfect harmony with his Scion nature. With his understanding of divine destruction complete, Vegeta's final step was to hone his control over this newfound power. Astrael led him through simulations of massive cosmic destruction, where he was required to maintain complete control of the energy while altering the fabric of reality itself. Astrael, commanding, now, Vegeta, you will test your mastery. You must create and destroy in equal measure. With your control over the divine power, you must not only annihilate, but also reshape the cosmos. Vegeta nodded, setting his mind to the task. He focused his energy, visualizing the destruction and rebirth of an entire star system. He erased a star with a single wave of his hand, watching as the void replaced its once glowing mass. He then summoned a new star, causing it to burst into life and shine brighter than the sun itself. Creation and destruction, working in harmony. Vegeta had completed the final phase of his training. He had mastered the divine power of destruction. His journey from a proud, arrogant warrior to a god of destruction was complete. He stood, facing Astrael, the weight of his new power settling comfortably within him. He was no longer the Scion Prince, chasing strength for the sake of pride. He was a destroyer, a being with the wisdom to wield his power responsibly. Astrael, smiling, you have done it, Vegeta. You are ready to ascend. You are now the true god of destruction. Vegeta looked to the stars above, a new sense of purpose gleaming in his eyes. He was ready to take on his responsibilities, to reshape the universe as only a true god of destruction could. And with that, his journey had come full circle. After weeks of rigorous training under Astrael's careful guidance, Vegeta's transformation from a Scion warrior to a destroyer god had reached its pinnacle. He had absorbed the divine energy of destruction, learned to synchronize his essence with it, and gained a deep understanding of its fundamental nature. The universe itself seemed to resonate with his newfound power, and his control over destruction had become flawless. But there was one final step that remained before he could be recognized as a true god of destruction: his ascension. Only the Grand Priest, the overseer of the cosmos, could fully bestow upon him the complete divinity and immortality that came with the title of destroyer. Astrael stood next to Vegeta as they gazed upon the horizon. The planet Beerus had once called home, now Vegeta's new domain, lay behind them. The endless fields of space stretched before them, an infinite ocean of stars. Vegeta stood tall, his usual pride still unwavering, yet there was a noticeable calmness in his demeanor. He had evolved, and this was the next step in his transformation. Astrael, calmly, Vegeta, you have come a long way. Your training is complete, and you have gained mastery over the energy of destruction. But now, you must be fully ascended. The Grand Priest will bestow upon you the true power of a destroyer. This is where your journey will take you into the ranks of the immortal gods. Vegeta nodded, his expression resolute. As the Scion Prince, he had always sought strength. But now, after months of rigorous training and self-discovery, he realized that this was no longer about just becoming stronger. This was about achieving the ultimate balance and becoming part of something greater than himself. He was about to be made immortal, to no longer be bound by the limitations of time or mortality. He was ready. The air shimmered as a ripple of divine energy surrounded them. With a single movement, Astrael extended her hand, and the space around them twisted and folded as they were transported to the Grand Priest's domain, an ethereal realm that seemed to exist beyond the confines of the physical universe. Time flowed differently here, and the very fabric of reality seemed to bend at the will of the Grand Priest. This was the place where the fates of the multiverse were decided. As they arrived, the Grand Priest, ever composed and serene, was waiting for them. His long, flowing robe seemed to glow with the essence of the multiverse, and his calm demeanor was as unshakable as ever. Standing beside him was Zenith and Zephyr, the newly named Zenus, who now watched with great curiosity as Vegeta's moment of ascension approached. Grand Priest, with a knowing smile. Vegeta, you have completed your journey. The energy of destruction flows through you, and your connection to it is unbreakable. But you have yet to be fully ascended. Now, you must become more than a mere destroyer. You must become an immortal, a being beyond the constraints of time, with no lifespan to hold you back. Are you ready? Vegeta's eyes flickered with determination. He had trained for this moment, sacrificed much for it. The weight of the task was not lost on him, but he had never backed down from a challenge. He was ready. Vegeta, confidently, I am ready. I will embrace this new role, this new power. I will become a true destroyer, one who can uphold the balance of the cosmos. The Grand Priest nodded solemnly. His divine presence seemed to shift slightly, as though he was preparing for something truly monumental. Grand Priest, calmly. Very well, Vegeta. This process is not a simple one. You will receive the true power of a destroyer, the ability to control the very fabric of existence. This energy will allow you to shape and destroy entire worlds at your will, but it will also grant you immortality, a state where time will no longer have any claim over you. As the Grand Priest spoke, the energy around him shifted, and the cosmic power surrounding the group grew thicker, almost tangible. The air felt heavier, as though the very essence of the universe was now bending to the will of the Grand Priest. Vegeta could feel the immense weight of it, as though the entire cosmos was watching in anticipation. Grand Priest, raising his hand. This is the ritual that will transform you, Vegeta. You must relinquish your mortal self. Your pride as a Scion warrior, your identity as a prince, all of it will be shed. You will no longer be a mortal being. You will transcend the concept of time and existence. In doing so, you will inherit the true power of destruction, the strength to annihilate and create at will. Vegeta's heart beat loudly in his chest. He was well aware of the significance of what was happening, but the immensity of it all still hit him like a tidal wave. His Scion pride, his love for his family, and his sense of identity had been the core of his existence for as long as he could remember. And yet, he understood that this ascension required him to let go of all that was familiar, all that made him Vegeta the Scion Prince. It was a small price to pay for the immortality and divine power that awaited him. Astrael, noticing his hesitation, offering a reassuring smile. Vegeta, you are not losing yourself. You are evolving. You will become part of something much larger than yourself, part of the universe's natural order. You will still be you, but now you will exist as a force that shapes existence itself. Vegeta took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He focused on the energy that had become a part of him over the past months, the energy of destruction, the energy of change, and the essence of cosmic balance. He He focused on the responsibility that came with this power, understanding that his will would now be an instrument of universal balance, not just of destruction, but of renewal. He was ready. The Grand Priest raised both hands towards the heavens, and in an instant, the entire realm shifted. Vegeta's senses were overwhelmed as the very fabric of space seemed to unravel and reform. Time itself no longer seemed to exist, and the laws of physics appeared to bend around the Grand Priest's will. It was as though Vegeta had stepped beyond the boundaries of existence and entered a new dimension altogether. Grand Priest, in a resonant tone. Vegeta, you now stand at the threshold of true divinity. This ritual will reshape you. You will become a destroyer, a being of immense cosmic power. The universe itself will become your domain, and you will no longer be bound by the constraints of mortality. Your power will be limitless, your essence eternal. The air around Vegeta began to turbulate as the Grand Priest's voice resonated throughout the entire realm. His presence expanded, and divine energy surged toward Vegeta. A surge of power unlike anything he had ever experienced filled his body. Vegeta felt it first as a strange warmth, then as an all-consuming heat that expanded throughout every fiber of his being. It was as though his very soul was being forged in the fires of the cosmos itself. In that moment, Vegeta could feel his mortal essence dissipating, his body becoming one with the divine energy. He felt his life span burn away, his ties to the flow of time severing as he ascended beyond mortality. He was no longer a being of flesh and blood. He was becoming something much greater. The transformation was excruciating, yet exhilarating at the same time. Every inch of his being was being reshaped, remade into the image of a destroyer. Vegeta, gritting his teeth through the pain. I can feel it. It's happening. This power, it's overwhelming. Astrael, watching him with pride. You are becoming one with the universe, Vegeta. This is the final step. As the ritual continued, Vegeta's body began to glow with an ethereal light. The divine energy coursing through him settled into his core. He could now feel the eternity of the cosmos within him, an infinite well of destruction, creation, and balance. His immortality was complete. The concept of time had no claim over him anymore. He was now a being of eternal power, with no beginning and no end. Finally, the ritual came to an end. The divine light surrounding Vegeta dissipated, and he stood, now transformed. His form was radiant, his aura pulsing with the energy of the universe. The immense power of a destroyer surged within him, and Vegeta could feel his connection to every corner of existence. His mind was filled with clarity, and he understood the true nature of the universe's balance. Grand Priest, smiling warmly. Vegeta, you have completed your ascension. You are now a true destroyer, beyond mortal limits. You will no longer age, and time will not claim you. Your power is now limitless. Destruction, creation, and renewal are all within your reach. But remember, you are a guardian of balance. You must wield this power wisely. Vegeta stood tall, his heart swelling with a deep sense of purpose. He was no longer just a warrior. He had become a force of nature, a being capable of shaping the universe as he saw fit. His power, now more than ever, was a reflection of his responsibility to maintain the balance of the cosmos. And with that, the Scion Prince had truly become a destroyer. As the Grand Priest acknowledged Vegeta's completion, Zenith and Zephyr watched in awe, impressed by the magnitude of the transformation. They knew that Vegeta would now play an important role in the maintenance of the universe's balance, just as Beerus had done before him. Zenith, whispering to Zephyr, the Scion Prince is no more. A true destroyer has emerged. Zephyr, nodding, yes, and the universe will never be the same. With the Grand Priest's decree and Beerus' command setting the ultimatum, the Supreme Kais and gods of destruction of each universe found themselves at a crossroads. No longer could the destroyers act on whim, and the Supreme Kais could no longer be passive overseers. The next 100 years would determine whether the universes could truly flourish, or if some would ultimately face Beerus' divine judgment. This is how each universe tackled the monumental task of restoring balance. Universe 1, Supreme Kai Anato and God of Destruction Aeon. Anato and Aeon, among the most composed and respected of their ranks, already maintained a well-functioning universe. However, even their realm had flaws. Anato, our universe is advanced, but even perfection stagnates without innovation. Aeon, we must cultivate growth beyond what already exists. Aeon, I will restrain destruction to only what impedes progress. But where should we focus? They decided to invest in mortal advancement, fostering civilizations to push scientific and spiritual growth to even greater heights. However, their challenge lay in overcoming the arrogance of their most advanced races, who saw no need for divine intervention. To fix this, Anato personally visited several of these civilizations, disguising himself as a traveler, imparting wisdom that would reignite the hunger for knowledge and evolution. Universe 2, Supreme Kai Per and God of Destruction Helles. Helles, a destroyer known for her obsession with beauty, initially struggled with the new restrictions. Helles, how can I maintain a universe of beauty if I cannot remove the unsightly? Per, because destruction is no longer your only tool. Creation is an art, and it is time you learn to sculpt rather than demolish. Reluctantly, Helles committed to nurturing the less developed worlds rather than destroying them. However, some planets resisted change, leading to her frustration. Eventually, she found a solution, creating artistic competitions across her universe, where mortals were encouraged to beautify their own worlds. Those who succeeded were granted divine protection, and in turn, their planets flourished. Universe 3, Supreme Kai Ea and God of Destruction Moscow. The machine-centric Universe 3 faced a unique challenge, overdependence on artificial intelligence. Mortals had stopped progressing spiritually, relying solely on logic. EA and Moscow introduced a new directive, forcing civilizations to reconnect with their biological origins. EA, progress without balance is hollow. They must find the soul within the machine. This led to clashes between machine-governed societies and those who embraced organic life. Moscow, though silent, used strategic destruction to reset the imbalance, eradicating rogue AI factions that resisted change. Universe 4, Supreme Kai Kuru and God of Destruction Quitella. Quitella, known for his cunning and underhanded tactics, initially scoffed at the Grand Priest's order. However, the moment he saw Beerus' unwavering authority, he knew resistance was futile. Quitella, fine, I'll play along, but my way. Instead of brute force, Quitella used manipulation, creating challenges that forced civilizations to adapt and evolve. Kuru, though hesitant, allowed it, so long as it led to true progress. However, Quitella's schemes nearly backfired when a rebellion arose against the gods, fueled by mortals who had learned too much about divine interference. It took Kuru's wisdom to redirect their ambitions, transforming them into a force of universal improvement rather than destruction. Universe 5, Supreme Kai Agma and God of Destruction Arak. Arak was known for his calm and disciplined nature, so he embraced the decree fully. However, his challenge lay in balance. Agma pointed out that while Arak's universe was stable, it lacked passion and risk. Mortals had grown too complacent, living in harmony but never striving for greatness. Together, they orchestrated a divine tournament, where champions from various worlds would compete to prove their civilization's worth. This reignited a sense of ambition and growth, pushing their universe to evolve beyond mere stability. Universe 6, Supreme Kai Fua and God of Destruction Kampa. Kampa, always the lazier and greedier counterpart to Beerus, was reluctant to change. Kampa, ugh, do I really have to work? I liked it better when I could just nap and eat. Fua, and now you must rule properly. Or would you like Beerus to handle your failures? Faced with the threat of Beerus' wrath, Kampa reluctantly got serious. He restructured the Scion race, encouraging them to focus not only on strength, but also wisdom and leadership. A particular challenge arose when the planet Satella Council resisted his reforms, fearing it would weaken their warrior ways. It took a direct confrontation between Kampa and the Scion generals to finally establish a new era of disciplined strength. Universe 7, Supreme Kai Shin and God of Destruction Vegeta. With Vegeta newly ascended as the destroyer, he took a direct approach. No longer just a warrior, he saw himself as a ruler. Vegeta, Shin, no more passivity. We shape this universe with our hands, not just our will. Shin, then let's begin with its weakest points, planets abandoned by their own gods. Together, they revived struggling civilizations, eliminated those who refused to change, and established a strict balance of destruction and creation. Vegeta even visited old foes, ensuring they understood that the era of unchecked destruction was over. Universe 8, Supreme Kai IRU and God of Destruction Laquire. Laquire, the fox-like destroyer, was already a tactician, making him one of the first to develop a strategy. He and IRU classified every civilization, determining who needed guidance, who needed tests, and who needed to be reset entirely. One challenge arose when a rogue warrior faction declared war on the gods, refusing their intervention. Instead of crushing them, Laquire offered them a challenge: survive a series of divine trials, and they would be granted godly knowledge. Only a few survived, but those who did elevated their civilizations to new heights. Universe 9, Supreme Kai Ro and God of Destruction Sidra. Universe 9, known as the trash heap of universes, faced the hardest task. Ro, bitter from past failures, saw it as a chance for redemption. Ro, Sidra, we are at the bottom, but now we have 100 years to rise. Sidra, hesitant as always, was pushed to take firm action. They erased irredeemable forces while uplifting hidden potential, giving their universe a second chance. Universe 10 to 12, various struggles. Each universe faced unique challenges. Some were too chaotic, others too stagnant. However, the common thread was that every destroyer and Supreme Kai had to work together. No longer were they distant figures ruling from afar. They were active participants, shaping their universes with care and precision. By the time 50 years passed, some universes had already reached new heights, while others still struggled. By 100 years, the transformation was undeniable. Every universe had grown, learned, and evolved beyond what they once were. And watching it all, standing above, was Beerus, the Supreme One. With his decree fulfilled, he prepared for the next phase of divine evolution. What would come next was entirely up to him. After handling affairs across different dimensions, Beerus, his 6 wives, and Whis returned to their supreme realm, an ethereal dominion beyond mortal comprehension. It was a place where the laws of existence bent to Beerus' will, where time, space, and reality itself were nothing but mere playthings in his grasp. As they settled in their celestial palace, Beerus stood at the grand balcony, gazing into the infinite void beyond. His golden irises glowed with an ominous yet divine intensity, a sign that something momentous was about to occur. His wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, watched him with curiosity, while Whis patiently waited by his side, holding his ever-present staff. Then, Beerus spoke. His voice reverberated across the realm, shaking the very fabric of existence. I have decided to create a multiverse in the cardinal world's image. At those words, everyone's eyes widened. Zerna tilted her head, her crimson hair flowing like a river of fire. A multiverse, like the one the Grand Priest oversees. Beerus nodded. Yes, but distinct from the one we know. I will create 5 additional universes, and alongside the original cardinal world, they will form a total of 6 parallel universes, each one vast, filled with countless planets, civilizations, and unique existences. A heavy silence followed. Then, Whis raised an eyebrow, tapping his staff lightly. How intriguing, Lord Beerus. However, such an ambitious creation raises several questions. Beerus smirked. Then asked Whis. I will answer. Whis folded his arms. First and foremost, how will these universes be structured? Will they mirror the current Dragon Ball multiverse with Supreme Kais and Destroyers maintaining balance? Beerus nodded. Yes, but with a twist. Instead of Grand Priest oversight, the ones watching over these universes will be the keepers: Rimuru, Guy, Malim, Leon, Luminous, Ramiris, and Draggle. Each of them will act as the supreme authority of their universe, deciding how it should function, how life should flourish, and how order should be maintained. Whis tapped his chin. That would mean each universe will have entirely different governing principles. An intriguing concept, indeed. But how will you ensure stability? Beerus grinned. Each keeper will select one Supreme Kai and one God of Destruction for their universe. These figures will uphold creation and destruction, just as we do in the Dragon Ball multiverse. However, unlike the Destroyers and Supreme Kais we are used to, these new gods will be shaped by their keeper's vision. Whis nodded slowly. So, no universal standard. Each reality will operate under unique laws dictated by its ruler. That would make every universe drastically different. Some may be utopias, others nightmares. Beerus chuckled. Exactly. It will be a grand experiment of cosmic evolution. Hearing this, Velzer, the eldest of Beerus' wives, crossed her arms and spoke in a deep, regal tone. You're speaking of creating something greater than the cosmos itself. That is no small task, my love. What makes you so certain this will not result in complete and utter chaos? Beerus smirked. Chaos is part of balance. Even in our multiverse, there are universes that thrive and those that fall into ruin. It is the nature of existence. However, the keepers will ensure that their realms do not collapse beyond repair. Urza, the most analytical of Beerus' wives, narrowed her eyes. And what of potential inter-universal conflicts? If one keeper decides to invade another's universe, what then? Beerus' expression darkened slightly. Each universe will have dimensional boundaries, making travel between them nearly impossible, unless permitted by a keeper. However, should conflicts arise, I will personally intervene and re-establish order. Zerna, ever the warrior, grinned. So, if one of these so-called keepers becomes too ambitious, you'll crush them yourself. Beerus laughed. Of course, none shall challenge my supremacy. Delta, Beta, and Sigma listened intently before Beta finally spoke. And what of the mortals? What kind of civilizations will populate these universes? Beerus shrugged. That is up to the keepers. They will seed life, determine its course, and dictate the laws of existence. Some may create universes ruled by gods. Others may allow mortal civilizations to flourish freely. Each keeper will shape their domain according to their will. Sigma's violet eyes gleamed. A grand creation indeed. But what will you do after these universes are established? Beerus smirked, his tail swaying lazily. I will watch and enjoy. With their questions answered, the room fell into contemplation. The gravity of Beerus' decision was immense. Whis finally spoke again. Then, to summarize, each keeper will be a supreme entity governing one of these new universes, with the power to shape its laws and choose its supreme Kais and destroyers. Their universes will be entirely unique, dictated by their will alone, and only they will have access to interdimensional travel, unless they grant permission otherwise. Beerus nodded. Correct. And I will oversee it all. Urza sighed. This will change everything. Velzer smirked. A multiverse born from Beerus' will. The very idea is thrilling. Whis gave a rare smile. This will indeed be one of the greatest creations in all existence. I look forward to witnessing its birth. With the decision finalized, Beerus raised his hand, and the void beyond their realm trembled. Reality bent, twisted, and then 5 colossal bursts of energy erupted from Beerus' hand. These divine forces surged into the infinite nothingness, taking shape, twisting, spiraling into vast, unexplored universes. At that moment, the Tensura multiverse was born. The cardinal world was no longer alone. It was now part of a vast cosmic web, each universe a reflection, yet a deviation from the original. Now, it was time for the keepers to take their thrones. And thus, a new era of cosmic governance began. With the Tensura multiverse now created, Beerus sat upon his grand throne, surveying his work. His 6 wives sat upon their own thrones beside him, while Whis stood dutifully by his side, his staff glowing faintly. The Supreme One had forged 6 parallel universes, each containing a copy of the cardinal world and thousands, if not millions, of other planets. Now, he needed rulers to oversee these realms. With a mere thought, Beerus called forth his divine messenger, the messenger of Beerus. From the swirling void of creation, a figure emerged. a being of pure celestial energy, neither mortal nor god, yet something far beyond comprehension. This was Zareth, the divine herald. His form shimmered between existence and non-existence, shifting like a mirage. Golden tattoos of cosmic script covered his body, pulsing with the essence of the divine. A half-mask of obsidian metal concealed his face, but his piercing violet eyes shone through like dying stars. His voice carried the weight of eternity, echoing with countless harmonized tones. Kneeling before Beerus, Zareth placed his fist against his chest in salute. "My lord, you have summoned me." Beerus leaned forward, his golden eyes gleaming with absolute authority. "Go forth, Zareth. Summon the keepers. Their presence is required immediately." "It shall be done, Supreme One." With a bow, Zareth vanished into a flash of golden light, splitting across dimensions in search of the keepers. Each keeper was in a different dimension, tending to their own affairs when Zareth appeared before them. Rimuru Tempest, the dimensional library of infinite knowledge. Within a realm of endless floating books, Rimuru Tempest sat in front of a massive tome, flipping through ancient records of existence. His golden eyes glowed softly as he absorbed knowledge. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and Zareth stepped into the dimension, his presence causing the books to vibrate from the sheer pressure of his existence. Rimuru closed the tome and looked up. "And who might you be?" Zareth bowed slightly. "I am Zareth, the divine herald of Lord Beerus. He calls for you immediately." Rimuru sighed, stretching. "When Beerus calls, I guess I can't ignore it. All right, take me there." Guy Crimson, the frozen battlefield of eternal warriors. In a realm of endless frozen warriors, Guy Crimson stood atop a glacier, gazing at the battlefield where legendary fighters clashed for eternity. He relished the chaos. When Zareth appeared, the ice itself seemed to groan under his presence. Guy smirked. "You must be someone important to step into my domain uninvited. Lord Beerus summons you." Guy chuckled, tossing back his crimson hair. "TCH, the big guy never calls unless it's serious. Fine, let's go." Malim Nava, the sea of slumbering dragons. Malim lay sprawled across the back of a colossal golden dragon, fast asleep as waves of energy rippled across the floating sea of stars. When Zareth materialized, the dragon opened its massive eyes, sensing the divine presence. Malim yawned and blinked at the newcomer. Who are you?" "I am Zareth, the divine herald. Lord Beerus requires your presence." Malim tilted her head. "Oh, sounds important. All right, let's go." She leaped off the dragon's back, floating next to Zareth as they disappeared. Leon Cromwell, the astral forge of creation. Leon stood before a colossal star, forging a sword made from condensed cosmic fire. He was shaping reality itself when Zareth arrived. Leon didn't look up. "If Beerus is calling, it must be urgent. Take me to him." Zareth nodded, and they vanished. Luminous Valentine, the crimson cathedral of forgotten gods. Within an abandoned divine temple, Luminous Valentine sat upon a throne, surrounded by flickering red candles that cast eerie shadows. When Zareth appeared, the entire temple trembled, as if it recognized the will of something greater than the gods who once ruled it. Luminous tapped her fingers. "TCH, Beerus, huh? Fine, lead the way." Ramiris, the floating garden of celestial fairies. Ramiris hovered in a lush, glowing garden, playing with ethereal butterflies made of light. When Zareth appeared, the butterflies dispersed, sensing his overwhelming divinity. Ramiris pouted. "Ugh, I was having fun. This better be good. Lord Beerus requires your presence immediately. Vian. But I expect snacks." With that, they vanished. Draggle, the infernal core of the primordial sun. Draggle sat upon a throne of fire, deep within the core of a dying sun, absorbing its final embers. When Zareth appeared, the flames parted, as if bowing to something even greater than cosmic destruction. Draggle stood. "Then I shall answer his call." One by one, the keepers materialized in Beerus' realm. The scene before them was beyond comprehension. A vast throne room floating in the void, where Beerus sat upon his golden throne, surrounded by his 6 wives, each seated upon their own divine seats. Whis stood silently, his staff glowing softly. Beerus leaned forward, his golden eyes gleaming. "Welcome. You are here because I have reshaped reality itself." He raised his hand, and before them, 6 universes unfolded, rotating like galaxies in his palm. "Behold, the Tensura multiverse." 6 universes, each containing a copy of the cardinal world along with millions of planets. The keepers stared in awe, feeling the sheer weight of cosmic responsibility settle upon them. "Each of you will oversee one universe. You will be its watcher, its guardian, its god. You will shape how it is governed." Beerus' tone became serious. "To maintain balance, you will appoint one or multiple god of destructions and a supreme kais. One to destroy, one to create." Rimuru, "We can shape everything about our universe." Beerus, "Yes. Your will defines its reality." Malim, "Can we fight each other's universes?" Beerus, "Only if both keepers agree. Otherwise, interference is forbidden." Leon, "And if we fail?" Beerus, his voice darkens. "The grand order will judge you." Luminous, "What kind of judgment?" Beerus, "If you let your universe fall into ruin, expect consequences." A heavy silence followed. "This is not just a privilege. It is a responsibility." Beerus then pointed to each keeper. Rimuru, Universe 1. Guy Crimson, Universe 2. Malim Nava, Universe 3. Leon Cromwell, Universe 4. Luminous Valentine, Universe 5. Ramiris, Universe 6. Draggle, Universe 7. Now go, shape your universes. But remember, the Grand Order is watching. With a wave of his hand, each keeper vanished, sent to their new realms. Thus, the Tensura multiverse was born. As the keepers arrived in their respective universes, an overwhelming sense of responsibility settled upon them. They stood at the precipice of creation, their domains stretching infinitely before them, filled with galaxies, celestial bodies, and nascent civilizations waiting to evolve. Before they could fully grasp the magnitude of their new roles, Beerus' voice echoed across the cosmos, his words carrying an undeniable divine authority. "Now, I shall bestow upon you the knowledge of your universe. From this moment, you will know all that transpires within it. Every planet, every civilization, every law of nature. Nothing shall be beyond your understanding." A brilliant golden light engulfed them, and before they could react, a flood of knowledge surged through their minds. They saw the birth of stars, felt the emergence of sentient life, and understood the delicate balance governing each world. The experiences of countless beings, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the mysteries of the cosmos were now second nature to them. It was overwhelming, an eternity of knowledge crammed into mere moments. Yet, their divine nature allowed them to adapt, and as the flood subsided, they opened their eyes, seeing their universes not just as vast expanses, but as intricately woven tapestries of existence. And thus, their journey began. Rimuru Tempest, the overseer of Universe 1. Rimuru floated above the original Tensura world, the heart of Universe 1. It was unchanged. Tempest thrived, its people prospered, and its allies stood strong. But beyond it, thousands of worlds awaited. With his wives, Shizue, Chloe, Cheyenne, and Shuna, by his side, Rimuru traveled through the cosmos, witnessing the diversity of life within his universe. He visited a world where colossal tree-like beings communicated through vibrations, their existence spanning millennia. Another planet housed a civilization that had mastered a unique form of magic, inscribing spells into the very fabric of reality. On a distant world, he found warriors engaged in eternal battle, their entire culture revolving around honor and combat. Cheyenne marveled. So many civilizations, so many different ways of life. Shuna added thoughtfully. Some are peaceful, some are chaotic, but they all have their own sense of order. Rimuru contemplated how he would guide this universe, ensuring harmony without interfering too much. Guy Crimson, the overseer of Universe 2. Guy's universe was one of conflict and evolution. Many of the worlds within it thrived on battle, strategy, and the pursuit of strength. From his floating throne of ice, Guy observed a planet where warriors honed their abilities against monstrous beasts, growing stronger with each battle. Another world was in a constant state of war, its people possessing unparalleled combat prowess but teetering on the edge of destruction. A universe where strength dictates survival. I like it. Yet, Guy knew strength alone was not enough. Without wisdom, mindless slaughter would reign, and his universe would collapse into endless carnage. He found a world where monks meditated atop towering mountains, training their minds to control their overwhelming strength. Yes, balance. There must be balance. He continued his journey, searching for the ultimate warriors, strategists, and rulers who would shape the fate of his universe. Malim Nava, the overseer of Universe 3. Malim burst through the void like a comet, her excitement impossible to contain. So many worlds. Where do I start? Her universe was a realm of unpredictability, wildlands, and untamed civilizations. On one world, beastmen and dragons coexisted, their societies built on a deep respect for nature and primal power. Another planet was a chaotic battlefield, where entire civilizations waged war simply for the thrill of combat. Oh, I like this one. But then she discovered a serene planet where people lived in harmony, focusing on art, music, and spiritual enlightenment. Malim paused. A peaceful world? That's unexpected. She realized that her universe was not just about war and adventure. There were places where people sought peace, knowledge, and self-discovery. For the first time in a long while, Malim considered how she would oversee this universe, ensuring that both chaos and serenity had a place within it. Leon Cromwell, the overseer of Universe 4. Leon's universe was one of order, discipline, and structured civilization. From his golden citadel floating above the stars, he observed vast empires built upon strict laws and unwavering justice. One world had a society governed by an intricate hierarchy, where rulers were chosen based on intelligence and merit rather than birthright. Another planet was home to scholars who devoted their entire lives to the pursuit of knowledge, their cities built as massive libraries and academies. A universe of order and wisdom. This is how it should be. Yet, he also discovered worlds where tyranny reigned, where rulers oppressed their people under the guise of law and order. Law must be just, not absolute. Leon set out to find the right leaders, the right guardians, to ensure balance between control and freedom. Luminous Valentine, the overseer of Universe 5. Luminous Universe was one of mysticism, twilight kingdoms, and unseen forces. She wandered through realms hidden behind veils of magic, where ancient sorcerers crafted entire civilizations through spells. She found a world ruled by immortal beings, where time flowed differently, and history was written in the stars. On another planet, she encountered a nation of vampires, thriving in a land of eternal night. Their society built upon a delicate balance of power and secrecy. This universe will be one of beauty, wisdom, and mystery. But beauty and power often bred corruption. Luminous discovered dark cults, hidden in the shadows, manipulating civilizations from behind the scenes. I will not allow darkness to consume this world unchecked. She set forth to reshape the foundation of her universe, ensuring that magic and power remained forces of creation, not destruction. Draggle, the overseer of Universe 6. Draggle's universe was one of cosmic wonders and celestial balance. His realm was awe-inspiring, filled with floating islands, planets suspended in eternal twilight, and worlds where time followed different rules. He observed a planet where civilizations built cities upon the backs of colossal, ancient beings, their existence tied to the creatures they lived upon. Another world had astral travelers who sailed the cosmic currents, their ships powered by the very energy of the universe itself. A universe of timeless wonders. I shall be its eternal guardian. Yet, there were fractures, worlds torn by imbalance, civilizations on the brink of collapse. Draggle knew he would need to watch closely, ensuring that neither chaos nor stagnation overtook his domain. Ramiris, the overseer of Universe 7. Ramiris' universe was one of nature, spirits, and the harmony of the cosmos. She found planets overgrown with lush forests, their inhabitants living in complete harmony with the world around them. On another world, she saw fae-like beings dancing across floating islands, their magic shaping the weather and land. Yet, she also found worlds where nature was being ravaged, civilizations exploiting resources until their planets crumbled. No, this won't do. Ramiris felt a deep connection to this universe, determined to preserve its natural balance. She traveled across its vast expanse, searching for guardians of nature, protectors of life, and the spirits who would aid her in maintaining this delicate harmony. As each keeper immersed themselves in their universe, contemplating how to shape its future, Beerus' voice resounded once more. The Grand Order watches your every move. Guide your universes wisely, for there will be consequences if balance is lost. The weight of responsibility settled upon them, but they stood resolute. They had seen the wonders and challenges that lay ahead. Now, it was time to shape their universes. The age of the keepers had truly begun. Beyond the reaches of any universe, in a realm beyond mortal comprehension, Beerus sat upon his magnificent throne, watching over the newly formed Tensura multiverse. His 6 wives, Velzer, Urza, Zerna, Delta, Beta, and Sigma, each occupied their own thrones beside him, their divine presence illuminating the grand chamber. Whis stood beside Beerus, ever composed, his staff humming with cosmic energy. This dimension was a sanctuary of absolute authority, a space where the rules of existence itself were at the whim of the supreme being who ruled over it. Here, Beerus and his court gazed upon the keepers as they ventured into their respective universes, taking their first steps as sovereigns of entire realities. The formation of the Tensura multiverse was complete. Each universe, an infinite expanse filled with civilizations, cosmic mysteries, and celestial wonders, now had its own ruler, a keeper. And now, it was time to see how they would govern. Beerus' golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he observed the vast differences in how each keeper approached their role. It is always fascinating to watch how those granted power choose to wield it, Beerus mused, his voice carrying an undeniable sense of authority. Some hesitate, some act immediately, some seek control, others seek understanding. None of them are alike. Whis nodded, his gaze shifting between the different universes. Indeed, Rimuru has chosen a careful approach, studying his universe before making any moves. Guy, however, has already begun reshaping his universe through force and survival. Malim, as expected, is treating hers like an adventure. Velzer smirked as she watched Malim dart from planet to planet, leaving chaos and excitement in her wake. That girl is reckless, but she has a good heart. Let's see how long it takes before she realizes ruling is more than just exploration. Zerna, the most analytical among Beerus' wives, focused on Luminous Universe, where shadowy forces lurked behind the veil of reality. Luminous is already seeking out hidden threats. She's cautious, methodical, but is she prepared to make the difficult choices? Urza, ever the warrior, observed Leon's universe, where civilizations thrived under strict laws. Leon's obsession with order will serve him well, but if he does not allow for flexibility, he will struggle to adapt. Sigma, cold and logical, turned her attention to Ramiris' universe, where nature reigns supreme. She is fostering harmony, but will she be able to enforce balance when destruction is necessary? And finally, Draggle's universe came into view, a realm of ancient power, celestial beasts, and warriors shaped by the raw forces of time itself. Draggle is already making his presence known, Beta noted, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. He is establishing order in the ancient ways, through legend, strength, and divine law. Beerus smirked. They will all face trials, but only time will tell if they rise or fall. Rimuru stood amidst the vastness of Universe 1, his divine senses extending across countless planets. He watched, he learned, he analyzed. Shuna and Shizue marveled at the sheer scale of existence, while Cheyenne impatiently tapped her foot. Why are we just standing around? Shouldn't we be doing something? Rimuru chuckled. We will, but not yet. A true ruler does not act without understanding. Back in the supreme dimension, Beerus smirked. Cautious, as expected. But caution must not become hesitation. Whis nodded. A wise ruler understands that acting too soon or too late can both lead to ruin. Guy Crimson had already begun manipulating the balance of power within his universe. He observed warlike civilizations and ensured that only the strongest and most intelligent would rise to power. Belzer grinned. Guy wastes no time. He believes strength will shape the future. Zerna, however, narrowed her eyes. But unchecked strength leads only to endless conflict. If he does not set boundaries, his universe will consume itself. Beerus merely chuckled. Let him learn that lesson himself. Malim was racing through planets at unimaginable speeds, declaring some worlds as awesome and others as boring without much thought. Zerna sighed. She is playing instead of ruling. Belzer smirked. Let her. Soon enough, she will realize the weight of her position. Beerus watched without concern. She is reckless, but she will grow. Responsibility has a way of catching up to those who try to ignore it. Leon had already begun meeting with the most advanced civilizations, setting rules and standards. Urza nodded. He seeks perfection, but perfection is an illusion. If he does not allow for change, his rule will be fragile. Beerus smirked. Leon has always sought control. Let's see how he handles the unpredictable. Luminous had already begun eliminating secret cults and potential threats, ensuring her universe remained secure. Sigma observed. She plays the long game, but will she act when immediate danger arises? Beerus' eyes glowed faintly. That is the test of leadership, isn't it? Ramiris was in communion with the spirits of her universe, guiding ecosystems and civilizations toward natural harmony. Sigma's gaze was cold. She values harmony, but harmony is fragile. When destruction becomes necessary, will she be able to act? Beerus gave a knowing smile. That is her burden to bear. Draggle had already begun forging ancient prophecies and divine tests within his universe. He shaped his domain like the sagas of old, where only those worthy could claim power. Beta observed. He is crafting a universe based on trials and legends. A unique approach. Beerus nodded. Draggle understands something that many rulers forget. Stories shape civilizations as much as laws do. As Beerus continued to observe, he leaned back in his throne, his gaze shifting between the universes. They are all taking different paths. Some cautious, some aggressive, some reckless. But none of them truly understand the burden they carry yet. They will learn, or they will fail. Whis smiled. And if they do fail, Beerus' eyes gleamed. Then the Grand Order will judge them accordingly. And so, the divine observers continued to watch, waiting for the moment when the keepers would truly understand the weight of their thrones. Having been granted knowledge of Universe 1, Rimuru found himself at the precipice of a monumental task, establishing divine order in an entire universe filled with countless civilizations, celestial bodies, and mystical realms. This universe was modeled after the original Tensura world, yet vastly expanded, housing millions of planets, each teeming with unique life forms, technologies, and magical systems. He was not alone in this endeavor. His trusted wives, Shizue, Chloe, Shuna, and Shine, accompanied him, each offering their own perspective on how their new reality should be structured. From the throne room of his newly established cosmic citadel, a vast majestic castle floating at the very heart of the universe, Rimuru prepared to embark on his journey. His citadel, the eternal nexus, served as the divine seat of power, a structure of pure ethereal energy, shifting between forms of crystal, divine metal, and cosmic flame, a physical representation of his boundless nature. All right, let's begin, Rimuru announced, his gaze fixed on the boundless stars before him. Before we start appointing destroyers and supreme kais, we need to set up the laws that will govern the universe. This must be a place of balance, where creation and destruction function as two halves of the same whole. Universal laws and divine principles. Rimuru extended his hand, and a luminous scroll etched with divine inscriptions appeared before him. He began outlining the fundamental rules that would govern Universe 1. Balance of creation and destruction. Creation cannot exist without destruction, and vice versa. The role of destroyers and supreme kais will be to preserve the cycle of existence, ensuring that the universe does not become stagnant or fall into ruin. Mortal progression must be earned. Advanced civilizations will not be allowed to interfere with primitive ones. Technological and magical development must progress naturally to prevent external manipulation. Absolute authority of the supreme ruler, Rimuru, as the supreme overseer, will hold the final say in all cosmic matters. His word will be law, but he will only intervene when absolutely necessary. Destroyers will not act without just cause. Gods of destruction will not destroy planets indiscriminately. Destruction must only come when a world is beyond redemption, posing a threat to the balance of the universe. Supreme kais must guide, not control. Supreme kais will be responsible for nurturing the growth of civilizations, providing guidance, but never ruling as tyrants. Inter-universe travel is forbidden without permission. Only Rimuru and the other keepers may allow travel between universes. Unauthorized movement between universes will be punishable by absolute erasure. Natural order must be preserved. No civilization may interfere with the natural cycle of life and death. Reincarnation will be enforced, and resurrection will be strictly limited. A council of gods will be formed. Rimuru will create a divine council, comprising supreme kais and destroyers, who will meet periodically to ensure universal stability. Ultimate justice will be enforced by the Grand Order. The Grand Order, established by Beerus, will monitor Rimuru's governance. If the universe becomes unbalanced, divine intervention from Beerus' Grand Order may occur. As Rimuru finalized the laws, the scroll burned into existence, fusing with the core of Universe 1, establishing these principles as absolute, unbreakable truths. With the universal laws set, Rimuru and his wives began their journey. They needed to find beings worthy of wielding the power of gods. Let's divide our objectives, Chloe suggested. Some of us should search for potential destroyers, and others should look for supreme kais. Shizue, ever the wise one, nodded. I'll assist in finding the supreme kais. Their role is to nurture, and I have experience with guiding others. Shine grinned, cracking her knuckles. Then I'll help find the destroyers. We need warriors who can wipe out threats without hesitation. Shuna, always balanced, offered a serene smile. I'll accompany Rimuru directly. We should oversee both sides and make sure our choices are wise. With their plan set, they split up, traveling across the cosmos. Rimuru and Shine arrived on a planet engulfed in eternal storms, its skies a maelstrom of violet lightning and swirling black clouds. Here, they found Titanos, a colossal being forged from living stone and molten magma. Who dares enter my realm? Titanos boomed, his voice shaking the heavens. Shine grinned. Oh, I like this one. He's got presence. Rimuru stepped forward. We are seeking those worthy to become destroyers. You have ruled this world with unwavering strength. Do you believe yourself capable of enforcing divine destruction across the universe? Titanos narrowed his molten eyes. Destruction is not simply chaos. It is necessary for renewal. I will accept, but only if you prove you are worthy to command me. Shine cracked her knuckles. Oh, I'll handle this. The battle that ensued shook the planet to its core, but ultimately, Titanos acknowledged Rimuru's authority and accepted the role of one of Universe 1's destroyers. Meanwhile, Shizue and Chloe traveled to the ethereal sanctum, a realm where threads of fate wove themselves into the fabric of reality. Here, they found Alara, a celestial being with wings of flowing silk and eyes that saw the past, present, and future simultaneously. The one who governs the supreme kais seeks me, Alara said before they even spoke. Shizue nodded. You understand the burden of creation. Do you accept? Alara smiled. I have guided countless souls, but never with the authority of a god. If you trust in my wisdom, I shall serve. And so, Alara became the first supreme kai of Universe 1. As their journey continued, Rimuru and his wives handpicked beings from across the cosmos, ensuring a balance of power between destroyers and supreme kais. 6 destroyers were chosen, each ruling over different regions of the universe. 6 supreme kais were selected, overseeing creation and guidance across countless worlds. A central divine council was formed, where all gods would convene under Rimuru's leadership. With the foundation set, Universe 1 began its era of divine rule. Beerus watched from his throne, a satisfied smirk on his face. He's doing well. He understands balance. Wish chuckled. Indeed. But let's see how the others handle their universes. After all, governing is one thing, but maintaining order? That's where the Real challenge begins. And so, the Tensura multiverse moved forward, its rulers shaping the destiny of entire realities. As Guy Crimson entered his newly assigned domain, Universe 2, a sense of unparalleled dominion and raw power settled over him. Unlike Rimuru, who approached his universe with a sense of balanced governance, Guy embraced his role with a thrill of anticipation. From the moment he arrived, he could feel the unbridled chaos woven into the fabric of this universe. While there were planets with thriving civilizations, there were also entire worlds consumed by war, destruction, and madness. Some civilizations flourished under brutal regimes, others under complete anarchy. This is fascinating, Guy mused, standing atop a floating landmass of black obsidian, watching over the cosmos. This universe is already wild. I like it. From behind him, good, his newly appointed aide and successor, chuckled. I suppose this suits you, my lord. A universe with untamed chaos at its core. Guy smirked. Exactly. But even chaos needs a ruler. Let's begin. Unlike Rimuru, who meticulously structured his universal laws with absolute precision, Guy approached governance with a more pragmatic mindset, flexible but absolute where necessary. Standing atop a floating citadel carved from pure void energy, he conjured a massive tome, pages forming from the very essence of reality itself. He inscribed his universal decrees into the very heart of his dominion. Might dictates right, power rules above all. Those who are weak will serve those who are strong. Survival and dominance are the ultimate laws of nature. Divine intervention is rare. The rulers of civilizations are free to govern as they see fit. Only in times of universal crisis will Guy himself step in. War is inevitable, but purposeful. War must be conducted with purpose. Destruction without reason will be punished. If a world chooses war, it must be for the sake of evolution, not mindless slaughter. Freedom must exist. Within limits, worlds may establish their own laws, but the overarching cosmic order must never be broken. Challenge the Crimson Sovereign at your own peril. Those who seek power beyond their station and attempt to challenge divine rule will face absolute annihilation. Destruction must serve progress. There will be destroyers, but they must not wipe out civilizations for trivial reasons. Destruction must lead to something greater. Supreme Kais must shape the strongest. Those who hold the role of Supreme Kai must not coddle mortals. They must shape warriors, rulers, and visionaries, ensuring civilizations are not weakened by peace. As the last law was written, the tome burned into reality, fusing into the very foundation of Universe 2. The Crimson Dominion was established. The hunt for destroyers and Supreme Kais. With his universal laws set, Guy turned his attention to finding those worthy of godhood. Unlike Rimuru, who sought balance between creation and destruction, Guy prioritized dominance and raw strength. His destroyers would be warriors of unparalleled might, and his Supreme Kais would not be gentle guides, but brutal teachers who forged civilizations through trials of fire. The first destroyer, the godslayer of Xiphos. The first planet Guy visited was Xiphos, a world ravaged by centuries of war. Here, the strongest warrior was Valen Cross, a battle-hardened conqueror who had slain even divine beings in his rise to power. Guy descended onto the battlefield, watching as Valen single-handedly took on an army of thousands, his blade carving through flesh and metal with terrifying precision. As the last enemy fell, Valen turned, eyes narrowing at the powerful being before him. You're not of this world, he said, gripping his sword. Guy smirked. Observant. I'm here to offer you a greater throne. Become one of my destroyers, and you'll wield power beyond your comprehension. Valen's bloodied lips curled into a smirk. And if I refuse? Guy's eyes gleamed. Then I kill you and find someone else. Silence. Then, Valen laughed, a deep, menacing sound. I like you. Fine. I'll take the position, but I won't follow weaklings. You won't have to, Guy replied, tossing him a fragment of cosmic energy. Your job is simple. Ensure this universe remains strong. Destroy only those who deserve to be erased. The first Supreme Kai, the Grand Tyrant of Seraphis. Unlike other universes where Supreme Kais were gentle, nurturing guides, Guy sought out those who understood power and control. On the planet Seraphis, an empire ruled by a benevolent tyrant named Nifra had stood for millennia. Under her rule, civilizations flourished, but through absolute authority and unwavering discipline. When Guy arrived at her throne room, Nifra gazed at him with the cold eyes of a ruler who had seen everything. You are no ordinary being, she stated, her voice carrying centuries of wisdom. And you are no ordinary ruler, Guy replied. You rule with an iron fist, yet your people thrive. I need someone like you to shape civilizations on a grander scale. Nifra's gaze remained steady. I will not be a puppet. Guy chuckled. I wouldn't respect you if you were. Your role is simple. Make civilizations strong. Ensure they don't crumble into weakness. Teach them the cost of power. Nifra nodded slowly. Then I accept. I will not allow this universe to become weak. And so, Nifra became the first Supreme Kai of Universe 2. Guy continued his journey, selecting several more destroyers and Supreme Kais, each one a figure of strength, ambition, and control. His destroyers were warriors, conquerors, and monsters, while his Supreme Kais were tyrants, teachers, and architects of civilization. Unlike Rimuru's universe, which valued balance and fairness, Guy's universe thrived on challenge and hardship. He did not create peace. He created an arena where only the strongest would rise. Beerus observed Universe 2 with a look of amusement. As expected of Guy, he's ruling with an iron fist, but it suits him. Velzer, one of Beerus' wives, smirked. At least he's keeping things interesting. His universe will either flourish in power or tear itself apart. Wish chuckled. Either way, it will be entertaining to watch. Beerus leaned back in his throne, eyes gleaming. Let's see how long his dominion lasts before someone challenges him for it. And so, in Universe 2, the reign of the Crimson Sovereign began, a realm where power ruled above all else. When Malim Nava, the Dragon Empress, arrived in her universe, she was greeted by an endless expanse of stars, nebulae swirling in radiant chaos, and planets bursting with life and destruction alike. Unlike Rimuru, who approached his universe with careful precision, or Guy, who ruled with dominion and might, Malim had no predetermined plans. Instead, as she floated above a planet with 3 suns, she placed her hands on her hips and pouted. What do I even do first? Unlike her fellow keepers, Malim had no subordinates yet. She hadn't brought anyone with her, no aides, no successors, no generals. It was just her, alone, in an entire universe brimming with potential. She spun around, her long pink hair flowing in the void of space. Alright, first things first. I need to find myself some cool, strong warriors. She grinned, her draconic eyes glowing with excitement. Unlike the others who meticulously planned their laws before anything else, Malim thrived on instinct and adventure. She would figure things out as she went along. And so, the journey to find her destroyers and Supreme Kais began. The first planet, Zorth, the War World. Malim's first stop was Zorth, a planet that was in an eternal state of war. Colossal mechas clashed in the skies, while enormous beasts fought against technologically advanced warriors on the ground. There was no peace, only endless battle, and that excited Malim more than anything. She descended from the sky, her mere presence disrupting the battlefield. Energy blasts fizzled midair, warriors turned to gaze at the glowing figure floating above them, and the entire war seemed to pause. One of the largest warriors, clad in obsidian armor that crackled with blue lightning, stepped forward. His voice boomed across the field. Who dares interfere with the eternal war of Zorth? Malim grinned, cracking her knuckles. Me. I'm Malim Nava, the strongest being in this universe, and I'm looking for warriors strong enough to be my destroyers. You interested? A moment of silence. Then, the warrior laughed, a deep, booming sound. Strength must be proven, not declared, little one. Malim's grin widened. I was hoping you'd say that. And with that, she punched the warrior through 3 mountains, sending shockwaves that reshaped the battlefield itself. The warlords of Zorth quickly realized the truth. This being was beyond their comprehension. Their entire war was nothing compared to the sheer overwhelming might of the Dragon Empress. After the battle, the warlord knelt before her, bloodied but grinning. You are truly a force beyond gods. I shall follow you, but only if battle remains a part of your rule. Malim placed a hand on her chin, thinking, I don't want pointless wars, but I like the idea of warriors getting stronger. How about this? We'll have official universal tournaments where the strongest will always have a chance to prove themselves. The warlord bowed. Then I accept, Empress of the Universe. And thus, the first destroyer of Universe 3 was chosen. The second planet, the Loria, the world of knowledge. Malim's next destination was the Loria, a planet where scholars, inventors, and mystical sages gathered. Unlike the brutal warriors of Zorth, this world thrived on wisdom, research, and the pursuit of cosmic truths. Malim, however, was bored out of her mind within the first 5 minutes. She sat on a floating chair made of energy while a group of rogue philosophers debated metaphysical concepts. Blah blah blah. Do any of you actually fight? She finally interrupted, flailing her arms. The oldest sage adjusted his glasses. Power without wisdom leads to ruin, great one. Malim blinked. Wait, that actually sounds kinda cool. Say it again. The sage sighed. Power without wisdom leads to ruin. Those who wield strength without understanding cause destruction without purpose. Malim grinned. Alright, you're gonna be one of my supreme kais. The scholars gasped. The old sage raised an eyebrow. And why would I accept? Malim floated up and crossed her arms. Because knowledge without action is useless. What's the point of all this wisdom if you don't use it to shape the universe? A long silence. Then, the old sage chuckled. Perhaps you are wiser than you appear, Dragon Empress. Malim smirked. Of course, I may not act like it, but I'm super smart. And thus, the first Supreme Kai of Universe 3 was chosen. Over the next few months, though time meant little to her, Malim traveled across her universe, finding more warriors, rulers, sages, and champions. Unlike the other keepers, who selected only a few figures, Malim handpicked dozens of individuals from different planets. Her universe was not ruled through order or fear. It was ruled through passion, battle, and constant growth. Her destroyers were not merely gods of destruction. They were warriors, champions, and gladiators, overseeing the strong and ensuring that civilizations did not fall into complacency. Her Supreme Kais were not just creators. They were mentors, challengers, and visionaries, shaping the cosmos through wisdom and competition. Malim sat on a floating crystalline throne, surrounded by her newly appointed destroyers and Supreme Kais. She grinned, slamming her fists together. Alright, now that we've got the team, it's time to set the rules. Strength must always be challenged. No civilization can grow stagnant. Every world must have trials, tournaments, or challenges to push its people forward. The strong must protect the weak, but not forever. Those in power must guide and protect, but not coddle. Every being must learn to stand on their own. War is a last resort, but combat is eternal. Destructive wars are forbidden, but training, duels, and tournaments are always encouraged. Knowledge and strength go hand in hand. Wisdom without power is useless, and power without wisdom is dangerous. Both must be pursued. The Dragon Empress is the final judge. In cases of universal conflict, Malim's word is absolute. Beerus watched with an amused expression as Malim's universe took shape. She's doing things in her own way, he muttered, sipping his divine nectar. Urza, one of his wives, chuckled. It's unpredictable, but effective. Her universe is thriving in a chaotic harmony. Wis smiled. Malim has always ruled with heart rather than logic. But sometimes, that's exactly what a universe needs. Belzer smirked. If nothing else, it'll be fun to watch. Beerus leaned back. Indeed. Let's see how far her rule takes her before someone rises to challenge her. And thus, in Universe 3, the reign of the Dragon Empress Malim Nava began, a realm where battle and wisdom walked hand in hand, where no one remained stagnant, and where strength was always tested. As luminous Valentine arrived in her universe, a vast, starry expanse stretched before her, cloaked in a celestial glow reminiscent of an eternal twilight. Unlike Malim's chaotic and warrior-driven universe, Luminous Realm exuded an eerie serenity, a balance between light and darkness that seemed frozen in time. She hovered in the void, her elegant black and crimson dress billowing as she took in the sight of a universe untouched by her influence. Unlike Rimuru or Guy, she had no desire for brute strength to be the foundation of her rule. No, her domain would be one of order, structure, and refinement. A kingdom where beauty, power, and intelligence coexisted harmoniously. However, she had no subordinates yet, no one to govern the countless civilizations spread across her cosmos. That needed to change. With a sigh, she extended her hand, her divine energy surging outward. It is time to establish my reign. A pulse of elegant yet absolute authority rippled through the universe, marking the beginning of her search for those worthy of being her destroyers and supreme kais. The first civilization, Nocturnus, the Blood Moon world. Her first destination was Nocturnus, a world bathed in a permanent crimson glow, with skies illuminated by a massive blood moon. It was a planet dominated by ancient vampire houses, noble clans who ruled through an intricate balance of power, tradition, and aristocracy. Luminous descended into the capital city, Ebonhall, where towering Gothic castles stretched into the heavens, surrounded by sprawling forests of obsidian trees. As she stepped into the grand plaza, a congregation of vampires, dressed in dark regal robes, turned to face her. They were refined yet predatory, their glowing crimson eyes filled with centuries of experience. One of them, a regal-looking man with silver hair and sharp fangs, stepped forward. You carry an aura unlike any being we have ever known. Who are you, stranger? Luminous lips curled into a confident smirk. I am Luminous Valentine, the ruler of this universe, and I seek those worthy enough to help me govern it. A murmur rippled through the gathered nobles. The silver-haired vampire narrowed his eyes. To rule Nocturnus is to wield an authority beyond mere strength. One must command respect, intellect, and control over the very essence of night itself. Luminous raised a hand, and instantly, the blood moon dimmed, her power eclipsing the very foundation of their world. Darkness cascaded over the city, shrouding it in absolute silence. Then, with a mere flick of her wrist, she restored it, her control absolute. The vampires fell to their knees, their pride broken in an instant. The silver-haired noble smirked, impressed rather than offended. Magnificent. If you seek a ruler to help you govern the night, then I, Lord Veyron, shall serve as your first Supreme Kai. Luminous chuckled. Good. Then let's see if there are others who can match your refinement. And with that, her first Supreme Kai was chosen. The second civilization, Eternal Lux, the Starborn Citadel. Next, Luminous ventured to Eternal Lux, a floating city built upon a radiant, celestial structure orbiting a dying star. Unlike the dark elegance of Nocturnus, this world was bathed in golden light, its architecture an ethereal blend of magic and divinity. Here, beings known as Luxari, immortal guardians of light, resided. They were celestial entities with luminous wings and golden eyes, beings who upheld justice and peace across multiple planets. As Luminous entered the Grand Citadel, she was greeted by Seraphina, the High Radiant, a being of blinding splendor with flowing white hair and a crown of starlight. Seraphina studied Luminous with a mixture of curiosity and caution. You walk the line between darkness and light, yet you do not falter. Why have you come, Empress of the Cosmos? Luminous crossed her arms. I require more than warriors or kings. I need those who can maintain the balance of my universe. Your people are revered as the keepers of justice. Tell me, would you take that role to a higher level? Seraphina's wings unfurled, their radiance illuminating the entire chamber. To serve you would be to walk alongside both order and chaos. We, the Luxari, have only ever known the path of light. Luminous smiled knowingly. Then perhaps it's time you learned that true justice requires a little darkness as well. After a moment of silence, Seraphina knelt before her. Then I shall become your second supreme Kai, so that the light may guide even the shadows. The third civilization, Ravager, the world of everlasting wrath. Luminous' next stop was Ravager, a volcanic planet ravaged by constant storms, magma seas, and an atmosphere so thick with sulfur that most beings would perish instantly. It was a realm of chaos, destruction, and unrelenting fury, the perfect place to find a destroyer. As she descended onto a battlefield where titanic demons clashed, she was met with a towering figure clad in obsidian armor, wielding a warhammer that cracked the ground with every swing. His glowing, molten eyes locked onto hers, recognizing her unparalleled power. You do not belong here, woman. His voice was like rolling thunder. Luminous smirked. Oh, and what would you do about it? The warlord laughed, raising his hammer. I would crush you, as I have crushed all who oppose me. Luminous sighed, snapping her fingers. Instantly, the skies darkened, the magma froze, and an unnatural silence fell upon Ravager. The mighty warlord, once brimming with rage, found himself unable to move, trapped within the very concept of absolute authority. She strode toward him, her heels clicking against the scorched ground. A true ruler does not simply destroy. They control destruction itself. She gazed into his molten eyes. If you wish to continue fighting, then fine. But do so in my name. The warlord, despite his pride, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Then I shall be your first destroyer, O Empress of Eternal Night. With her destroyers and supreme Kais in place, Luminous gathered them in a grand assembly hall woven from both light and shadow. She stood at the center, her crimson eyes glowing as she declared the laws of her universe. Balance above all, light and darkness must remain in equilibrium. No force shall tip the scales too far, or suffer the wrath of the destroyers. Beauty is power. Civilizations must strive for both strength and refinement. A kingdom without culture is a kingdom doomed to fall. Chaos must be controlled. War shall not be waged for petty reasons. Only conflicts that shape destiny shall be permitted. Justice is not absolute. Light does not always mean good, and darkness does not always mean evil. True justice requires understanding both. The eternal night reigns supreme. Luminous word is the final law. None shall question the ruler of the eternal twilight. Beerus watched with interest as Luminous universe took form. Belzer smirked. She's building a kingdom of elegance and danger. A world where both light and dark are equally revered. Whis nodded. It is fitting for her. While Malim rules through challenge and strength, Luminous rules through balance and control. Beerus sipped his drink. She understands power well, and she'll need that understanding when the true trials begin. Thus, in Universe 4, the reign of Luminous Valentine, the Empress of Eternal Twilight, had begun, a cosmos of beauty, balance, and power, where both the light and dark thrived under her watchful rule. Leon Cromwell stood upon the edge of creation, gazing upon the vastness of his universe. Unlike the others, who immediately sought out civilizations, Leon took his time, analyzing the structure of his cosmos, noting the natural balance, or lack thereof, within its celestial framework. His golden armor gleamed under the radiant glow of 1,000 newborn stars, his blue eyes reflecting the silent majesty of the world he now ruled. He had always been a man of calculation, precision, and unwavering will, and his rule over this universe would be no different. Taking a deep breath, even though he does not need to breath, he extended his hand, allowing his divine energy to seep into the very fabric of space itself. Show me my domain. A surge of golden light erupted from his palm, and in an instant, visions of countless worlds, civilizations, and anomalies flooded his mind. He witnessed kingdoms of light, realms of chaos, and empires locked in eternal struggle. He saw primitive species reaching toward the stars, celestial beings waging wars over ancient grievances, and planets untouched by conflict, thriving in peaceful ignorance. Leon exhaled slowly. This universe is untamed. Unlike Rimuru's well-structured approach, Gai's chaotic might, or Luminous balance of light and darkness, Leon would shape his universe into something greater, an empire of order and sovereignty, where strength and honor dictated rule. But first, he needed rulers worthy of upholding his will. The first civilization, Solaris Prime, the planet of blazing kings. Leon's first stop was Solaris Prime, a planet engulfed in endless sunlight, its surface shimmering with golden cities powered by solar energy. The people of this world, the Heliari, were beings of radiant energy, humanoid in form, but with bodies composed of living plasma and golden flames. As Leon descended upon the capital, Solaris Sanctum, he was immediately met with resistance. A group of Heliari knights, clad in sun-forged armor, blocked his path. Their leader, a towering figure wreathed in golden flames, pointed his spear at Leon. Outsider, state your purpose, or be consumed by Solaris's wrath. Leon smirked, his golden aura flaring to match their intensity. I am Leon Cromwell, the ruler of this universe, and I have come to determine whether your people are worthy of standing at my side. The Heliari warrior narrowed his molten eyes. We bow to no one but the eternal sun. Leon chuckled. Then let's see whose radiance burns brighter. With a flick of his wrist, the sky above darkened instantly, the unrelenting sunlight vanishing as if it had never existed. The temperature plummeted, and for the first time in their history, the Heliari felt the chilling touch of darkness. The warriors staggered in shock, their flames weakening in the absence of their solar lifeline. Leon strode forward confidently, golden energy swirling around his body. Your strength is impressive, but it is fragile. Power dependent on external forces is no power at all. He extended his hand, restoring the sun's light. Now tell me, do you wish to remain servants to the sun, or do you wish to ascend beyond it? The leader knelt, his flames igniting even brighter than before. I see now. If we serve you, we shall no longer be bound by the limits of the eternal sun. We shall become sovereigns of our own radiance. Leon smiled. Good. Then you, High Lord Helios, shall be my first supreme Kai. The second civilization, Nyxoria, the Void-born Empire. Leon's next journey took him to Nyxoria, a massive world that floated within a cosmic abyss where no light could reach. This was a planet ruled by the Nyxori, beings of darkness, silence, and unfathomable knowledge. Unlike Solaris Prime, which burned with ambition, Nyxoria was a world of shadowed intellect and hidden truths. Leon landed in the capital city, Ebonspire, a sprawling labyrinth of blackened spires, glowing ruins, and silent streets. The air was thick with secrecy, as if the very fabric of reality whispered untold secrets to those who dared to listen. From the shadows, a voice echoed. A being of golden sovereignty, how rare. Leon turned, facing a hooded figure whose eyes shimmered like black stars. You must be the ruler here. The figure chuckled. Ruler? No. Nyxoria has no ruler, only knowledge. We are the keepers of all that is hidden. Leon smirked. Then tell me, keepers of secrets, do you know why I am here? The hooded figure nodded. You seek those who will help you govern your universe. You seek balance, power, and wisdom. You seek us. Leon narrowed his eyes. Then answer me this. Can wisdom alone rule a world? The figure stepped forward, removing their hood to reveal a woman with hair like flowing void and eyes filled with cosmic mysteries. No, but wisdom ensures that strength is never wielded foolishly. Leon nodded, satisfied. Then you, Lady Nyxora, shall serve as my second supreme Kai. The third civilization, Draconis, the world of eternal war. His final destination was Draconis, a planet torn apart by millennia of unending war, where colossal dragon-like beings waged battle across the skies, seas, and mountains. Here, strength was law, and only the mightiest could hope to rule. Leon landed in the middle of a battlefield, where two titanic warlords clashed. One, a monstrous draconic warrior clad in obsidian scales. The other, a humanoid behemoth wielding a blade the size of a mountain. Both stopped mid-battle, sensing the sheer dominance of Leon's aura. Who dares interrupt our war? The dragon roared. Leon crossed his arms. You call this a war? This is nothing more than a mindless brawl. The humanoid warlord sneered. And what would you know of war, Golden One? Leon raised a single hand. everything. A surge of divine energy rippled outward, and in an instant, the entire battlefield was frozen in golden stasis. The warlords staggered, their immense power meaningless before the might of a true cosmic sovereign. Leon walked between them, his voice absolute. War without purpose is nothing but destruction. Power without control is nothing but ruin. If you wish to fight, then do so under my rule, with my laws, with my purpose. The dragon warlord growled. And what purpose do you offer? Leon smirked. To become something greater than beasts of war. To become rulers of destruction itself. The warlords exchanged glances, then knelt before him. Then let us serve as your first destroyers, O golden sovereign. With his supreme kais and destroyers chosen, Leon assembled them within a golden citadel suspended above the stars. He declared the laws of his universe. Strength without purpose is forbidden. Power must be wielded with wisdom. No war shall be fought without justification. Knowledge is the foundation of rule. Leaders must seek knowledge before making decisions. Recklessness will not be tolerated. Balance of sun and void, light and darkness must coexist, guiding civilizations toward both strength and intellect. Honor above all, treachery, deceit, and cowardice are punishable by complete annihilation. Leon's will is supreme. No being shall stand above the golden sovereign. His word is absolute. Thus, Universe 5 was shaped, not as a kingdom of chaos or unchecked power, but as a dominion of strength, intellect, and unwavering law. A true empire under the rule of Leon Cromwell. Draggle stood at the threshold of his universe, his crimson and gold cloak billowing in the cosmic winds as he observed the expanse before him. His universe, unlike the others, was an intricate web of time, reality, and celestial cycles. Planets did not simply orbit stars. They moved through temporal shifts, alternate timelines, and paradoxical loops that coexisted in a delicate, ever-changing balance. Unlike Rimuru, who sought harmony, or Guy, who ruled through chaos, Draggle's domain would be one of time and judgment. He was the eternal watcher, and this universe would reflect his dominion over the past, present, and future. Closing his eyes, he extended his awareness across the cosmos. Time unraveled before him, revealing infinite histories. Wars fought before they ever began, civilizations rising and falling in the blink of an eye. I must bring order to this, but I must also understand it first. The first civilization, Chronovalis, the city of infinite timelines. Draggle's first destination was Chronovalis, a planet that existed in multiple timelines at once, where past, present, and future converged in an intricate dance. He descended into the capital, a magnificent city where towers of shimmering crystal reached into the sky. Suspended bridges connected different eras, and individuals from different points in history walked side by side. A scholar dressed in robes woven from stardust approached him, his eyes glowing with shifting colors. A being outside time. You are not of this world, are you? Draggle smiled. No, I am its ruler. The scholar's expression remained unreadable. Time does not bow to rulers. Draggle chuckled. No, but it does require a guardian. The scholar stroked his chin. You seek those who will govern your domain, yes? Then you must understand the paradox of leadership in a world like this. Draggle raised an eyebrow. Explain. The scholar gestured around them. Chronovalis exists in all timelines at once. To rule it, you must appoint leaders who can oversee every moment simultaneously. One supreme kai is not enough. You will need many, each governing a different era. Draggle smirked. Then I shall find them. Tell me, who among your people is worthy? The scholar's eyes flashed with recognition. There is one, but she exists across multiple realities. You must find her in all of them before she can truly serve. The second civilization, the Eonborn of Eclipsera. Draggle's journey took him next to Eclipsera, a planet locked between the past and future, its people known as the Eonborn, beings who lived through multiple reincarnations in the same lifetime. Here, memories of past lives were inherited from birth, and no one truly died. Instead, their consciousness transferred into a younger version of themselves, cycling endlessly. The ruler of Eclipsera, a tall woman with hair made of flowing time energy and eyes like shattered hourglasses, greeted him. You are an anomaly, Draggle. Unlike us, you exist outside the cycle. Draggle nodded. And I am here to ensure that cycle remains unbroken. I require those who can serve as guardians of time. She tilted her head. A destroyer of time and a supreme kai of time. Then, Draggle smirked. Precisely, but only if they are worthy. The ruler smiled knowingly. Then you must undergo the trial of the endless moment. If you succeed, Eclipsera shall offer you our champions. The trial of the endless moment. Draggle found himself in a realm outside time itself, where past, present, and future collapsed into a singular moment. Here, he faced all possible versions of himself, some victorious, others defeated, some wise, others reckless. Each version of himself challenged his resolve, forcing him to confront his greatest weaknesses, his hidden fears, and the burden of absolute knowledge. At the end of the trial, only one Draggle remained, the one who accepted all versions of himself, embracing both his past failures and his future successes. As he stepped out of the realm, the ruler of Eclipsera knelt before him. You have proven yourself worthy, eternal watcher. We shall follow your rule. With his supreme kais and destroyers chosen, Draggle gathered them in the heart of a celestial citadel suspended in time itself. He declared the laws of his universe. The flow of time is absolute. No being may alter past events without approval from the supreme kais. Destroyers govern temporal balance. Worlds that disrupt the cycle of time shall be erased. Multiple eras, one rule. Each supreme kai will oversee a different era, ensuring stability across all timelines. Knowledge is power, but judgment is final. Those who misuse their understanding of time will be judged without mercy. Draggle's word is the law. His decisions are binding across all realities. Thus, Universe 6 was forged, not as a chaotic collection of fragmented timelines, but as a kingdom where past, present, and future were one, ruled by Draggle, the eternal watcher. Ramiris, the eternal fairy queen, hovered at the center of her newly bestowed universe, her golden wings shimmering as she looked at the vast cosmos stretching before her. Unlike the structured might of Guy's realm, the temporal complexities of Draggle's, or the harmony of Rimuru's, Ramiris's universe was a realm of wonder, a place where reality and dreams intertwined, where nature thrived in its purest, most magical form. Planets here were not just celestial bodies, they were living entities, breathing and pulsing with magic. Stars danced in the sky, shifting colors based on the emotions of the beings living beneath them. Some worlds existed entirely within the dreams of other worlds. Eldritch forests, floating islands, crystalline caverns, and oceans of liquid light spread across her domain. Ramiris placed her hands on her hips, pouting slightly. All right, time to get serious, she declared, despite her childish tone. She knew Beerus and the Grand Order would be watching, and she wasn't about to mess this up. The first task at hand, finding her chosen destroyers and supreme kais. But where do I even start? She sighed, then spread her tiny arms wide. Okay, universe, show me your coolest people. A pulse of magic rippled across her realm, and with that, her adventure began. First destination, Sulphiris, the world of elemental spirits. Ramiris's first stop was Sulphiris, a world teeming with spirits and elementals of all kinds. Towering trees with leaves of starlight covered the land, while rivers of mana twisted through the sky like serpents. The inhabitants were elemental-born beings, living embodiments of wind, fire, earth, and water, existing in harmony with the magic-infused world. The moment she arrived, a storm of tiny wind spirits swirled around her, giggling mischievously. A visitor, they chimed in song. A regal figure emerged from within the floating treetops, a being of pure elemental essence, her form shifting between flame, stone, mist, and lightning. Her voice echoed with the power of the elements themselves. Who dares enter Sulphyrus, the sacred land of spirits? Ramiris pouted. Geez, do all the strong people have to be dramatic? I'm Ramiris, the fairy queen, and the ruler of this universe. The elemental woman narrowed her eyes. A ruler of the cosmos itself? Ramiris puffed out her chest. That's right, and I'm looking for a supreme Kai to help me manage this place. Got anyone good? The elemental queen studied her for a moment before speaking. There is one who might be worthy. The guardian of the primeval grove, Iveria, whose wisdom transcends the ages. But she only speaks to those who pass the trial of elements. Ramiris groaned. Why does everyone have a test? Can't you just, I don't know, trust me? The queen smirked. You are asking for a being that will oversee creation itself. Surely you can manage a simple trial? Ramiris sighed. Fine, fine. Bring it on. The trial of elements. Ramiris found herself in a floating arena surrounded by raging flames, roaring winds, quaking earth, and crashing waves. A voice called out. Only one who can balance all elements within themselves may stand before Iveria. Suddenly, a firestorm erupted. An earthquake shattered the ground beneath her, and a tidal wave rose from nothingness. Ramiris' eyes widened. Wait, wait, wait. With expert control, she fluttered between the raging forces, dodging lightning strikes, redirecting tornadoes, and calling upon the power of nature itself to balance the chaos. She raised her tiny hands, and a pulse of pure fairy magic swept across the elements, bringing them into perfect harmony. The moment she did, the storm ceased, the ground settled, and the sea became calm. A serene voice echoed through the air. You have passed. From the heart of the primeval grove, Iveria emerged, a towering spirit, draped in golden leaves, her eyes shimmering with endless wisdom. Ramiris grinned. So, supreme Kai material? Iveria knelt before her. I shall serve. Ramiris beamed. All right, one down, a bunch to go. Second destination, Drakthalar, the WIRM sovereign's domain. Next, Ramiris set off to Drakthalar, a world dominated by dragons of ancient power. If I need destroyers, dragons are a pretty solid bet. Ramiris reasoned as she soared above the mighty peaks where the elder dragons resided. She landed on a floating island above a sea of molten lava, where a massive obsidian-scaled dragon with glowing runes carved into his body loomed over her. His voice was like thunder rumbling across mountains. A fairy dares to stand before the WIRM sovereign. Ramiris, unfazed, crossed her arms. Yeah, I get it, you're scary. But listen, I need a destroyer, and you seem like the type who loves breaking things. The dragon's fiery eyes narrowed. A destroyer? Ramiris nodded. Yep, you get to smash stuff when things get too out of control, but you gotta follow the rules. The dragon let out a deep chuckle. And what rules do you offer, fairy queen? As Ramiris continued her journey, she gathered more supreme Kais and destroyers, each tied to a different aspect of nature and magic. Once she assembled them, she stood before them all in a great celestial council held in the heart of the universe tree, a colossal tree at the center of her domain, whose branches held entire worlds within them. She declared the laws of her universe. Balance above all, the forces of nature and magic must remain in harmony. Creation and destruction must be in accord. Destroyers act only when necessary. Supreme Kais ensure life flourishes. Freedom is sacred. No being shall impose tyranny upon another, lest they face the wrath of the fairy queen. The natural order shall be respected. Those who defy the flow of magic and life shall be judged. Ramiris' word is final. As the eternal fairy queen, her authority is absolute. As she made her decree, the celestial council bowed before her. Ramiris folded her arms, grinning proudly. Phew, that was a lot of work, but I did it. Her universe, filled with dreams, magic, and endless possibilities, was now under her protection, a realm where creation flourished and destruction kept balance. And so, Ramiris, the eternal fairy queen, became the guiding force of Universe 7.